5 centuries hence, Earth enters an era of profound martial prowess. As demonic beasts invade the planet, Feng Chen's parents perish amidst the chaos wrought by these creatures, and he suffers the heartbreak of a breakup with his girlfriend, only to subsequently awaken a rapid cultivation system. A single day of cultivation for Feng Chen is equivalent to a month of effort for others. In just a few short months, he transforms from an ordinary high school student into an unparalleled martial artist capable of commanding the winds and clouds. Regardless of one's innate talent or qualifications, they pale in comparison to my rapid cultivation system. The prodigious school beauty, the seductive demoness, and the sacred body of martial prowess are all subdued. Witness how Feng Chen ascends step by step to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 1. 5 centuries later. 500 years hence on Earth, at City Ninth High School, Class C, Senior Year 2. A sharp pain coursed through his mind, and Feng Chen awoke from his slumber, gazing upon the unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. He had traversed time and space. He found himself in the body of a person who shared his name and surname. 500 years in the future. The world of 5 centuries hence is one where martial artists reign supreme. In the year 2020, spiritual energy surged forth, ushering in an age of martial cultivation. Humanity can absorb the spiritual energy from the air through various techniques, enhancing their physical limits to become martial artists. Now, 500 years have elapsed. The cultivation of martial artists has evolved to its zenith. The weaker practitioners can shatter stones with a mere touch, while the formidable can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, moving mountains and filling seas. Martial artists are the embodiment of aspiration for countless individuals in this era. Feng Chen's parents were 2 mighty second-tier martial artists, living in unparalleled glory, yet tragically, they perished a month ago in a demonic beast uprising. 5 centuries ago, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, numerous spatial rifts appeared above the earth across various regions. From these rifts surged countless ferocious demonic beasts that invaded Earth, igniting fierce warfare with humanity. In the early stages of the war, humanity, relying on advanced technology and firearms, barely managed to fend off the onslaught of the demonic beasts. As spiritual energy revived, humanity began to cultivate martial arts, evolving physically. The fusion of technology and martial arts gradually turned the tide in the conflict against the beasts. However, even now, many regions remain under the dominion of demonic beasts, and powerful creatures frequently emerge from the spatial rifts on the Earth's surface, inciting chaos. Feng Chen's parents met their demise a month ago during the demonic beast turmoil outside in city. Following their passing, Feng Chen lost his protection, and compounded by his dismal cultivation talent, survival became increasingly arduous. In this world that venerates martial prowess, innate talent is held in the highest regard. This era classifies martial cultivation talent into 4 tiers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Each tier is further divided into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional grades. Unfortunately, Feng Chen's talent is classified as inferior yellow. An inferior yellow talent is deemed the most abysmal form of martial cultivation aptitude, and lamentably, Feng Chen has yet to awaken even this meager talent. Prior to awakening his talent, cultivation progresses at an excruciatingly slow pace. After over a decade, he has only managed to develop a mere 13 of his physical limits. The physical limit refers to the extent of human potential that can be harnessed. Only by fully realizing 100 of one's physical limits can one become a martial artist. The awakening of martial cultivation talent can occur either actively or passively. Active awakening occurs when one reaches a certain age and awakens their talent independently, typically around 17 to 18 years of age. The phenomenon of passive awakening entails that formidable martial artists, through their profound cultivation, refine the untapped potential of their unawakened juniors, thereby precipitating the early manifestation of their innate talents. Typically, only elite martial artists with a cultivation level exceeding the 7th rank dare to employ such methods to awaken the talents of their successors. Those prodigies born into illustrious martial families are able to awaken their talents from a young age, placing them in a position of advantage over their peers. The parents of Feng Chen, being mere second-tier martial artists, are incapable of employing such methods to facilitate an early awakening of his talents, leaving him to await the spontaneous emergence of his own abilities. With merely 100 days remaining until the National Martial Arts University entrance examination, if Feng Chen cannot develop his physical limits to over 50 within this time frame, he will be barred from entering the martial arts university. All national martial arts universities adhere to a uniform admission standard, accepting only recent graduates under the age of 18 who have developed their physical limits to over 50. Given Feng Chen's unawakened inferior yellow grade talent, it is utterly impossible for him to elevate his physical limits from 13 to over 50 in the final 100 days. Failure to achieve this threshold will condemn him to an early entry into society as a member of the lower class, leading a life of mediocrity. This is utterly excessive. Feng Chen lamented inwardly after organizing the information in his mind. Just as my career was beginning to flourish, the goddess begins to show her favor, and then I am inexplicably transported to this pathetic existence. To make matters worse, I have been thrust into the life of a character with no advantages whatsoever. His parents have passed away. His talent is abysmal and unawakened, devoid of any remarkable qualities. How frustrating. Had the original character possessed even a modicum of advantage, he would not have regretted his transmigration. Where's my system? Where's my system? Where's my cheat? Come forth. I have already transmigrated. Feng Chen cried out in his heart. Without a system or a cheat, he would truly be nothing exceptional. At that moment, the class bell rang, and students gradually began to vacate the classroom. Anqing Ninth High School categorizes its students into classes A, B, and C. Class C comprises students with inferior yellow grade talents, deemed unlikely to gain admission to martial arts universities. In contrast, Class B consists of students with superior yellow grade and exceptional talents, capable of gaining entry into average martial arts universities. Class A is reserved for students of profound talents, capable of contending for places in the top 100 martial arts universities nationwide. Feng Chen, belonging to Class 3, too, is in Class C. After a fit of frustration, he found that the system remained silent. With a sigh, he declared, "If the system won't show itself, I shall rely on my own strength." Those who rely on systems are merely useless fools. True strength is forged through one's own efforts, he reassured himself. To those who possess systems, I scoff at you. Feng Chen scoffed coldly. I, Feng Chen, would rather starve to death or be slain by a stronger opponent than seek the aid of a system. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the rapid cultivation system. Subsequently, a status panel appeared in Feng Chen's mind. Host, Feng Chen. Vitality, 130. Speed, 13 meters per second. Strength, 130 kilograms. Number of entries into system space, once. A system. Upon witnessing the status panel materialize in his mind, Feng Chen was taken aback, followed by a fit of laughter. Relying on oneself is utterly impossible. I could never achieve anything through sheer will. Systems are akin to fathers. Their words are melodious, and they grant extraordinary abilities and functionalities. He truly yearned for a system. Ding! It has been detected that the host's cultivation talent remains unawakened. Now, it shall be awakened. In an instant, Feng Chen felt a warm current surging through his limbs, opening all the pores of his body. His cultivation talent was awakening. Ding! Awakened inferior yellow grade talent for the host. Feng Chen's breath quickened. Previously, without an awakened talent, it had taken him over a decade to elevate his physical limits to 13. Now, with his talent awakened, he felt a significant enhancement in his capabilities. Contemplating, he inquired within his mind, Rapid Cultivation System, what functions do you possess? The Rapid Cultivation System allows the host to utilize the time array within the system space for cultivation once daily, the system responded. The flow of time within the array differs from that of the outside world. By cultivating for 20 days within the time array, only 1 hour will elapse externally. Hearing the system's explanation, Feng Chen was elated. The Rapid Cultivation System would enable him to enter the system space's time array for cultivation each day, where one session equates to 20 days of training, while only 1 hour passes outside. It is crucial to note that Feng Chen currently lacks time. Although he has awakened his inferior yellow grade talent, achieving over 50 of his physical limits in a mere 100 days remains improbable. However, with the Rapid Cultivation System, he can cultivate in the time array for 20 days each day, resulting in 30 entries over a month, amounting to 600 days, almost 2 years, thereby guaranteeing that he can elevate his physical limits beyond 50. Suddenly, a thought struck Feng Chen. If the time flow in the system space is 20 times faster than in the outside world, by cultivating for 20 years within the time array, only 1 year would pass externally, transforming him from a youth into a middle-aged man. That won't happen, the system clarified, sensing Feng Chen's thoughts. Once you enter the system space, you exist in a different dimension. The flow of life is governed by an alternate time stream. Your state of being, when you enter the system space, will remain unchanged upon your return. Aging will not occur. Different dimensions correspond to different time flows. Thus, the life flow within the system space would not lead to aging for Feng Chen. He partially understood. Given your current knowledge, it is challenging for me to provide a clear explanation. The system continued. Just know that you will not experience aging. Is this disdain directed at me? Feng Chen mused internally, yet he couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Knowing he wouldn't age, he felt reassured. You have just awakened the system. The initial time array allows for 20 days of cultivation at a time, but this will increase as your level rises, the system explained. I understand now, Feng Chen replied, realizing that as he progresses, the duration of cultivation within the time array could extend to a month or even two. By the way, system, could you possibly enhance my inferior yellow-gray talent? Feng Chen inquired. This talent is pitifully low. Enhancement is certainly possible, but not at this moment. Once your physical limits reach 100, I will elevate your talent directly to heavenly grade, empowering you to break through your limits and become a super martial artist, the system proclaimed. You can enhance my talent and assist me in becoming a super martial artist. Feng Chen gasped, for super martial artists are the elite among warriors. Each super martial artist is a prodigy who has shattered their limits, exceedingly rare. If the system is confident in aiding him to become a super martial artist, he would await the appointed time for the enhancement. Presently, with the accelerated training from the time array and his newly awakened talent, he already possesses sufficient means. With 100 days remaining until the examination, he can enter the system's time array for cultivation 100 times, yielding 2,000 days, approximately 6 years of training. In 6 years, he would undoubtedly develop his physical limits to 100 and attain the status of a martial artist. Before the examination, he would become a student martial artist, recognized as one of the top talents in Anqing, sought after by prestigious martial arts universities. Eager to test the training capabilities of the system space, Feng Chen promptly exited the classroom and made his way home. Chapter 2. The Rapid Cultivation System. As he walked along the path leading out of the campus, Feng Chen heard a sudden, melodious female voice calling out, "Feng Chen. Wait a moment." Turning around, he beheld the owner of the voice, a youthful and radiant girl with long, slender legs and large, expressive eyes. A fleeting memory from his predecessor swept through his mind, and Feng Chen realized with a pang of frustration, damn it, not this cliched scenario again. The girl who had called out to him was none other than his girlfriend, Shang Bingfu. Before the untimely demise of his parents, Feng Chen had lived a carefree life under the protection of his father and mother, both second-tier martial artists, and had even secured a girlfriend of decent looks like Shang Bingfu. Her parents, lacking martial prowess, held a lower social status, and Shang Bingfu herself possessed only modest talent, slightly better than Feng Chen, being of mid-grade yellow level. Her interest in Feng Chen primarily stemmed from his lineage. By associating with him, she believed she could eventually become a martial artist herself, supported by his formidable parents, thus ensuring a life free from hardship. However, the death of Feng Chen's parents shattered Shang Bingfu's plans, leading to a significant shift in her attitude toward him. It had been several weeks since they last communicated, and now, with her calling out to him, it was all too clear what her intentions were. Feng Chen turned to face Shang Bingfu, aware he would have to clean up the mess left by his predecessor. "Let us break up. We're not suited for each other," Shang Bingfu declared, her tone resolute. Fine, Feng Chen replied, readily consenting to the breakup before turning away, determined to leave. Now, as a system-endowed transmigrant, he couldn't afford to waste time engaging with mere mortals. It was imperative to resolve the complications left by his predecessor and delve into the intricacies of the system. Surprised by Feng Chen's quick acceptance of the breakup, Shang Bingfu had anticipated a more dramatic reaction, perhaps a tirade against her for being pragmatic. Instead, he was refreshingly direct, showing no inclination to cling to her. After graduating high school, you can settle down and find an ordinary job, living out a mundane existence at the bottom of society. She stated blandly, "Don't harbor any illusions. Your inferior yellow-level talent guarantees you'll never achieve greatness," she added, fixing her gaze on him. "As for my mid-grade yellow talent, with the right connections, I could become a martial artist. Our futures are simply not on the same level." With that, she turned away, dismissively leaving him behind. It was clear that their paths would no longer intersect. "Foolish girl," Feng Chen muttered under his breath as he walked away, irritated by her need to assert her presence. Ignorant little antagonist. At that moment, a cold voice pierced through the air behind him. "Stop." Feng Chen halted and turned to confront the speaker. Shang Bingfu was now standing beside him, and the person she had referred to as her potential benefactor was none other than the young man who had overheard Feng Chen's earlier insult. "Oh, so you've attached yourself to a wealthy heir," Feng Chen thought. Li Hao, a member of the prestigious Li family from Anqing, boasted an exceptional yellow-level talent and had already pushed his physical limits to 52, making him a top student in Class B. His lineage and talent far surpassed anything Feng Chen could offer. "Shang Bingfu is my girlfriend now. Watch your words. And I expect no one to harass her in the future," Li Hao warned Feng Chen. With a disdainful expression, Feng Chen responded, "I've long wanted to kick such trash to the curb. If you like picking up garbage, go right ahead, regardless of the circumstances." He was determined to maintain his composure, refusing to be intimidated. Li Hao sneered, "People like you are beneath me. I could take on 10 of you without breaking a sweat." With that, Li Hao unleashed his imposing aura, pressing down on Feng Chen. "If I can't win, I'll simply take you down." With his superior talent and physical prowess, Li Hao was vastly more powerful. Under the weight of Li Hao's presence, Feng Chen felt as if a beast were stalking him, sending chills down his spine. "Humph," Li Hao scoffed, "Class C losers like you will forever wallow at the bottom, never rising to prominence." With that, he turned and strode away, uninterested in wasting time with someone from Class C. With only 100 days until the college entrance exams, he needed to focus on training to maximize his physical limits. Once Li Hao had departed, Feng Chen let out a derisive snort. Impressive, truly impressive. I can't possibly compete with you. The physical limits of his predecessor were only developed to 13. In a confrontation, he would undoubtedly be no match for Li Hao. Moreover, in terms of talent and background, his predecessor fell short of Li Hao's stature. Engaging in direct confrontation would only lead to his downfall. I'll return to explore the system's functionalities, develop my capabilities, and one day, I'll make you kneel and call me father, Li Hao. Feng Chen declared with a smirk. What is the point of a petty antagonist trying to show off? Upon returning home, Feng Chen entered his room and closed the door securely. With all the necessary elixirs for 20 days of cultivation at hand, he silently intoned in his mind, I wish to enter the system space to cultivate. Instantaneously, his physical form vanished from the room. As darkness enveloped him, he soon found himself in a square, enclosed space. The area stretched several hundred meters wide, vast and empty, with a 5-meter diameter circle at its center, containing a time formation for cultivation. One could only enter the time formation once each day. During cultivation, Feng Chen could consume elixirs, rich in energy, sustaining his bodily demands and allowing him to focus entirely on his training without the need for food or drink. Beep. Congratulations, host, on entering the system space. Without hesitation, Feng Chen stepped into the center of the time formation and assumed the stance for the 6th edition of the nationally standardized foundational technique. The limit of 108 forms, commencing his quest to unlock his physical potential. The 6th edition of the limit of 108 forms was crafted through the diligent efforts of countless elite martial artists, making it the most suitable technique for those yet to become martial artists. It required the execution of 108 exceedingly challenging postures to stimulate the body's limits, refining it in conjunction with body-refining elixirs for optimal results. With his mid-grade yellow talent, it would take Feng Chen half a day to complete a full cycle of all the postures of the limit of 108 forms. Each full round required the consumption of 1 body-refining elixir. After half a day within the time formation, Feng Chen completed 1 cycle of the limit of 108 forms. His muscles and bones crackled and popped, fatigue washing over him as he absorbed the elixir's potency, letting out a satisfied groan as his physical limits expanded slightly. Feng Chen exclaimed, invigorated, and continued his training. In the time formation, he trained for 20 days, while only an hour had passed in the outside world, reaching the maximum limit of daily usage. Upon exiting the time formation, he had completed a total of 40 cycles of the limit of 108 forms, consuming 40 elixirs in the process. His physical limits had improved from 13 to 15, a gain of 2. Stepping out of the system space and back into his room, Feng Chen glanced at the clock, noting that only an hour had elapsed. Unable to contain his excitement, he realized that by entering the system space daily to utilize the time formation, he could elevate his physical limits by 2 each time. Given 20 days, he could raise his limits to over 50. Regrettably, the opportunity to cultivate within the system's spatial time array is limited to once a day. Imagine how extraordinary it would be if one could enter multiple times. It would surely defy the heavens. Nonetheless, the current allowance of once a day, enabling 20 days of training, is quite sufficient. At present, Feng Chen's training duration equates to that of others multiplied by 20. When talent is lacking, time compensates. Diligence can indeed make up for deficiencies. Thus, Feng Chen can still outpace his peers. To enter the system space for cultivation requires the expenditure of 40 body refinement pills, each priced at 1,000 yuan. Thus, the total cost amounts to 40,000 yuan. Feng Chen's parents, both former martial artists, had prepared over 100 body refinement pills for him during their lifetime. Given Feng Chen's previous training pace, this would suffice for several months. Alas, in a moment of foolishness, he had gifted 50 pills to Shang Bingfu, retaining only 50 for himself. Now, after consuming 40, he is left with merely 10. It seems he must venture to procure additional body refinement pills. Rising from his seat, Feng Chen exited his room. His parents had perished while defending against the beastly chaos in its city. The government had compensated them with 2 million yuan in bereavement funds, complemented by over 1 million yuan in savings left by his parents. In total, Feng Chen possesses over 3 million yuan, ample for purchasing body refinement pills to sustain his training for a while. In a trading hall located in its city, Feng Chen spent 150,000 yuan to acquire 1,500 body refinement pills, then promptly returned to his training. This session would not take place in the system space, but rather within his room. A night of focused training could still allow him to practice the extreme 108 forms. In the early stages, it is best to concentrate on development. Only in the later stages can one afford to indulge. During the day, Feng Chen attended school, as usual. The final class of the afternoon was taught by his homeroom teacher, Zhang Xing. As the class was nearing its end, Zhang Xing announced, next month, the school will conduct its first baseline assessment, consisting of both theoretical and practical evaluations. Everyone should seize the time to review. Following the theoretical exam, We will commence the practical assessment, where all third-year students will be organized to venture into the wilderness forest area outside in city to hunt beasts. 500 years ago, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, flora and fauna grew wildly, and now the world is filled with impenetrable primeval forests. These forests have become a paradise for beasts, a forbidden zone for humans. After concluding his announcement, Zhang Xing dismissed the class and exited. Clearly, he harbored little optimism regarding the upcoming assessment for his students, particularly for Class C of the third year, which had the highest human potential development at nearly 38. Far from being a match for the B and a class's top students. As Zhang Xing departed, the students of Class C gradually left, showing little concern for the baseline assessment he had just mentioned. They believed that their participation in the practical evaluation would merely serve as fodder to enhance the sense of superiority of others. Once everyone had left, only Feng Chen and Wei Xia remained in the classroom. Wei Xia, whose talent was classified as mid-yellow grade with a human potential limit of 38, was recognized as the top student in Class C, the one most likely to elevate his potential beyond 50 before the college entrance examination and gain admission to a martial arts university. I must achieve an excellent score in the practical assessment, Wei Xia resolved, clenching his fist with determination. Noticing Feng Chen still in the classroom, seemingly intrigued by the practical assessment, Wei Xia remarked coolly, "What's this, Feng Chen? Are you not planning to join those slackers in self-despair?" As the top student of Class C, Wei Xia held disdain for Feng Chen, who had yet to develop his human potential beyond 20. "Aren't you also reluctant to give up?" Feng Chen replied nonchalantly, sensing yet another attempt at asserting dominance. "And you dare compare yourself to me?" Wei Xia responded, feigning interest with a derisive smile. "Do you really think you hold any semblance of power compared to me? What power do you possess, and what power do I possess?" Feng Chen chuckled, uninterested in further banter. He stood to leave the classroom, stating, "Whether I have any prowess will be revealed in a month." "Indeed. The ignorant are often fearless," Wei Xia retorted coldly. "In a month, I shall see how you fall to the bottom." Ignoring Wei Xia, Feng Chen exited the classroom, confident that he would soon demonstrate who truly belonged at the bottom. Upon returning home, Feng Chen immediately entered the system's spatial time array, consumed a body refinement pill, and began practicing the extreme 108 forms. After an hour in the system's space, he emerged, having expended 40 body refinement pills, which elevated his human potential limit by 2. He then dedicated the remainder of the night to further training. A month swiftly passed. On a bright morning, Feng Chen concluded his training, expelling a breath of stale air. Over the course of the month, he had entered the system's space 30 times, consuming 1,200 body refinement pills. Coupled with his relentless training every night, his human potential limit had surged from the initial 15 to 75. Opening his attribute panel, he observed, Host, Feng Chen, Vitality, 750, Speed, 25 ms, Strength, 750 kilograms. Remaining entries to system space, 0 times. Feng Chen's physical prowess now allowed him to strike with a force of 1,500 pounds, capable of slaying a sturdy bull with just a few punches. With Li Hao's human potential limit at only 52, Feng Chen felt confident in overpowering him should they cross paths again. Today marked the day of the cultural assessment at school. After preparing himself, Feng Chen made his way to the institution. Cultural scores accounted for merely 10% of the overall college entrance examination, while human potential development constituted 50% and practical performance made up 40%. Given the low weight of cultural scores, many candidates disregarded them, focusing instead on enhancing their human potential and practical training. Feng Chen's cultural performance was average, sufficient to secure a passing mark. After the examination, Zhang Xing gathered the students of Class C for a meeting to outline the specifics of the upcoming practical assessment. Once everyone had assembled, Zhang Xing addressed them. The practical assessment will take place in 7 days, and City No. 9 High School has designated a section of primeval forest for this purpose, wherein numerous beasts that have yet to evolve into monsters reside. Your task is to hunt these beasts to accumulate points. The students nodded apathetically. Given their Class C's capabilities, they could only contend with beasts of the 4th rank and below. Any beast of the 4th rank or higher would require them to flee. Non-evolved beasts were categorized from 1 to 10 ranks, with a 10th rank beast equating to a human potential limit of 100, posing a constant threat of evolution into a monster. Only those whose human potential limit had surpassed 40 could confront beasts of the 4th rank or higher. Zhang Xing elaborated. Killing a 1st-rank beast will earn you 10 points, a 2nd-rank beast 20 points, and so forth, with a 10th-rank beast yielding 100 points. Everyone must exert their utmost effort to achieve commendable results. The students responded with a lackluster enthusiasm. For them, participating in the practical assessment felt akin to witnessing a performance by others. Nobody relished the notion of merely enhancing someone else's glory. Zhang Xing let out a sigh and continued, "There is another matter at hand. Our senior year class too must select a representative to serve as the class leader. Let us discuss who would be most suitable for this role." According to the school's regulations regarding practical assessments, each class is required to appoint an outstanding student leader to act as the class's chief. Whispers began to circulate among the students. To assume the role of leader, one must possess remarkable physical limits and exceptional abilities, surpassing all others, making Wei Xia the only fitting candidate in the class. As a month passed, Wei Xia's physical limit had risen from an initial 38 to an impressive 43, earning him the recognition as the class's strongest. "Let it be Wei Xia," proposed a voice from the crowd, belonging to one of Wei Xia's friends. "No one is more suitable than him." Even some girls in the class, secretly infatuated with Wei Xia, chimed in to agree. Wei Xia smiled, clearly pleased with the response, and turned to Zhang Xing, awaiting his decision. Zhang Xing nodded. Indeed, Wei Xia appeared to be the most appropriate choice, and the classmates concurred. Just as Zhang Xing was about to announce Wei Xia's appointment, an out-of-place voice interrupted. "I disagree." Feng Chen stood up, speaking with an air of indifference. It was impossible for him to remain low-key. Such a state would never be attainable in his life. His current physical limit had reached 75, making him a standout even in Class B. Why should he deliberately hide his prowess? For Feng Chen, showcasing his strength was a necessity he could not suppress. From the memories of his past life, Feng Chen understood that society today was exceedingly progressive. The more exceptional one's talents, the more resources the government would allocate for cultivation, especially in an era marked by the war between humanity and monstrous beasts. The government placed great importance on geniuses. The notion that revealing one's talents could lead to assassination was utterly ludicrous. With a global population exceeding 20 billion, countless prodigies existed. Who would have the time or inclination to eliminate someone merely for their gifts? The societal structure of Earth was not akin to that found in fantasy novels. It boasted a comprehensive legal system to safeguard individuals from such threats. On the contrary, showcasing one's talents and demonstrating value could lead to enhanced support from governmental bodies. Naturally, Feng Chen would not choose to remain subdued. He presently possessed only a time system, lacking martial arts, elixirs, and wealth, and needed to devise a strategy to acquire them. After Feng Chen spoke, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. All eyes turned to him, astonished that he dared to oppose Wei Xia's leadership candidacy. Did he not fear retribution from Wei Xia, who not only held the title of the strongest in Class 2, but also had parents who were both second-tier warriors? Had Feng Chen's parents still been alive, he might not have feared Wei Xia's wrath. However, with their passing, what emboldened him to challenge Wei Xia? "What do you mean?" Wei Xia rose, his voice cold and cutting. Being publicly contradicted, particularly by someone he deemed beneath him, left him feeling humiliated and displeased. Zhang Xing glanced at Feng Chen, puzzled as to whether he had a superior candidate to propose. All eyes were fixed on Feng Chen, awaiting his response. To be a leader, one must first possess high physical limits, and secondly, demonstrate combat prowess that eclipses all others. "In my view, Wei Xia falls short in both respects," Feng Chen declared. A stunned silence enveloped the classroom. What did he mean? Feng Chen was suggesting that Wei Xia's physical limits and combat abilities were insufficient in comparison to his own? Such arrogance was astonishing. Wei Xia had achieved a physical limit of 43, placing him among the elite in all Class C segments. How could Feng Chen dare to claim that Wei Xia was unqualified in his presence? "Unqualified in my presence." Wei Xia's fists clenched, his expression turning ferocious, akin to a savage beast. "Step forward and let everyone see who is unqualified." With that, Wei Xia strode directly toward Feng Chen, clearly intent on confronting him physically. The other students parted to clear a path, allowing the confrontation to unfold. Zhang Xing observed without intervening. In this era, strength was revered, and combat was permitted. Since Feng Chen had challenged Wei Xia's qualifications, he must now prove himself through strength. The entire class focused on the two, eager to discover the source of Feng Chen's audacity in provoking the strongest student. Wei Xia unleashed a powerful shout, his physical limit of 43 surging forth as he hurled a devastating punch directly at Feng Chen's face. With a physical limit of 43, Wei Xia could exert nearly 430 kilograms of force, delivering a blow that could generate an impact of up to 800 pounds. The wind from the punch roared ominously, instilling fear in those who bore witness. Were they in his position, they would surely face dire consequences. Yet, Feng Chen merely sidestepped, extending his palm to effortlessly catch Wei Xia's formidable strike. The classroom fell silent. Wei Xia's fist was now firmly grasped by Feng Chen, who remained unfazed despite Wei Xia's furious attempts to break free. No matter how desperately Wei Xia struggled, his hand was ensnared as if caught in an iron vice, rendering him powerless. Panic set in as sweat streamed down Wei Xia's brow, veins bulging in his neck, his face flushed with frustration. The classmates were astonished. Feng Chen's strength was astounding, having immobilized Wei Xia's fist with ease. Unbeknownst to them, for someone like Feng Chen, whose physical limit had reached 75, possessing an arm strength of 500 pounds, Wei Xia was simply no match. Feng Chen gazed at Wei Xia, who was futilely writhing in his grip, and coldly remarked, "You are unqualified, and that is simply the truth." With that, Feng Chen rotated Wei Xia's fist with a sudden motion, sending his body spinning 360 degrees before crashing down onto the desk ahead. With a thunderous crash, two desks splintered under the impact, and Weixia lay on the ground, clutching his head in despair, utterly bereft of the confidence he once exuded. Feng Chen surveyed the stunned onlookers and declared, "I will be the class leader." Does anyone oppose this decision? The class remained speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer display of strength, realizing that Feng Chen's capabilities must exceed 70. They had not anticipated that he would be so modest, concealing his physical limit, which qualified him as a mid-tier student even in Class B. No wonder he dared to openly confront Weixia. He had evidently never regarded him as a threat. Zhang Xing scanned the room, noting the absence of dissent, and proclaimed, "With no objections, Feng Chen shall serve as our class representative for the practical assessment." The classmates nodded in agreement. Weixia, nursing his aches as he rose from the floor, felt no inclination to dispute. Feng Chen's strength surpassed his own, and he had no grounds for objection. Zhang Xing turned to Feng Chen and stated, "Feng Chen, come to the office. The rest of you may leave." Feng Chen accompanied Zhang Xing to the office, where Zhang Xing directly inquired, "Has your physical limit exceeded 70? Indeed, Feng Chen affirmed with a nod, revealing no intention to hide the truth. He was set to participate in the practical assessment, and his strength would inevitably be unveiled. Excellent. The practical assessment is just 7 days away. Give it your all. You have the opportunity to break into the top 100 of the national ranking for martial arts universities," Zhang Xing remarked. He refrained from inquiring how Feng Chen managed to enhance his physical limits in such a short time, recognizing that everyone possesses their own secrets. Each individual's fortune is unique. Zhang Xing continued, "From what I observed of your fighting technique, it seems you have yet to practice any martial arts. With 7 days remaining, I suggest you dedicate this time to learn 1 or 2 fundamental techniques, which will prove useful in combat against ferocious beasts. I have indeed not practiced martial arts." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I will spend the next few days studying some techniques," Feng Chen replied. The 3 elements of technique, martial arts, and cultivation are interconnected. A formidable martial artist must master all 3 to unleash their full combat potential. "Very well," Zhang Xing nodded. "I shall not delay you further. Return to your practice soon." "Goodbye, teacher," Feng Chen acknowledged, departing the office. Upon exiting the school, he made his way to a trading hall in a city. This hall, governed by the state, is responsible for selling a myriad of items required by martial artists, including techniques, elixirs, martial arts, equipment, weapons, and precious materials, while also acquiring materials from monstrous beasts. Upon entering the trading hall, a staff member respectfully inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" The majority of patrons here are martial artists, who enjoy an esteemed status in this era, receiving preferential treatment wherever they go. Feng Chen asked, "Do you have any martial techniques suitable for aspiring martial artists whose physical limits have not yet reached 100? "Indeed," the staff member politely responded. "For those who have not fully developed their physical potential, it is generally advisable to practice fundamental techniques." "Fundamental techniques?" Feng Chen looked at the staff member. "Yes," the staff member affirmed. "Fundamental techniques include basic footwork, basic fist techniques, basic palm techniques, basic sword techniques, basic knife techniques, basic gun techniques, basic axe techniques, basic halberd techniques, and basic hammer techniques." The staff member elaborated on the suitable foundational techniques for those yet to become martial artists. Those who have not yet attained the status of a martial artist cannot draw upon the spiritual energies of the world and can only practice the most basic techniques to enhance their combat abilities and fighting skills. "What is the price of a fundamental technique manual?" Feng Chen inquired, fully aware that items related to martial arts, particularly techniques, are exorbitantly priced. He wondered whether his current savings would suffice to purchase several techniques. All fundamental technique manuals are uniformly priced by the state at 500,000 each. The staff member informed him. Each manual comes with comprehensive annotations from martial arts masters, making it quite easy to learn. 500,000 each. Feng Chen gasped, realizing the cost was indeed outrageous. He currently had just over 2 million remaining, needing to reserve some funds for body tempering elixirs essential for his training. However, to participate in the practical assessment, he could not forego purchasing techniques, as they are indispensable for martial artists. "I will take 1 basic footwork manual and 1 basic knife techniques manual," Feng Chen decided. He resolved to invest 1 million in acquiring both basic footwork and basic knife techniques. The footwork would assist in evasion and escape, while the knife technique would enhance his offensive capabilities. Mastering these 2 fundamental techniques should suffice for the practical assessment in 7 days. Chapter 5. Practical Assessment. After completing the transaction with his card, the staff member handed Feng Chen the 2 manuals, explaining, "The training of a fundamental technique is divided into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Typically, for an individual to reach the entry level, dedicating 3 hours daily, it would take 1 month. Progressing from entry to minor accomplishment requires 2 months, while advancing from minor to major accomplishment demands at least 3 months. And from major accomplishment to perfection requires a minimum of 4 months. Each manual contains this information, so you may study it at your leisure." Noticing Feng Chen's recent purchase of the Basic Knife Techniques manual, the staff member added, "I wonder if you require a suitable battle knife." Our trading hall has a variety of battle knives for sale. You might want to take a look. Our battle knives are not ordinary. They are crafted from a highly durable alloy, specifically designed for martial artists to combat beasts. The hides of these beasts are notoriously tough, making it challenging for regular knives to penetrate their defenses. Feng Chen accepted the two manuals, inquiring, "What types of battle knives do you offer?" Having purchased the Basic Knife Techniques manual, it was essential for him to acquire a quality battle knife. Our battle knives are categorized into 5 grades: A, B, C, D, and E, the staff member replied. The highest grade A knives can contend with level 9 beasts, while the lowest grade E knives are suitable for level 1 to 2 beasts. All our knives are alloy battle knives, and we guarantee their quality. If they fail, we will compensate tenfold, the staff member assured him. Given your current level, I would recommend an E-grade knife. What is the price range for an E-grade battle knife? Feng Chen asked, uncertain if his remaining funds would suffice. Between 1 million and 10 million, the staff member responded. That is quite expensive. Feng Chen exclaimed in surprise, realizing he had just over 100,000 left. Purchasing a knife would leave him with little. Sir, our knives are designed to combat beasts and are not ordinary blades, the staff member explained. Even the most basic E-grade alloy knife will allow you to handle level 1 beasts, and for ferocious beasts that have not yet evolved into monsters, which are classified as tier 10 beasts, our knives can easily contend with them. Feng Chen contemplated this. For the upcoming practical assessment, he would be facing only non-evolved beasts. So an E-grade alloy knife would be more than adequate. As for the formidable beings that had already evolved into monsters, he was not yet capable of confronting them. Possessing a fine knife would be of little use. I will take an E-grade alloy battle knife priced at 1 million, Feng Chen stated. Very well, the staff member replied. After completing the transaction, Feng Chen returned home and entered his room, promptly accessing the system space to begin his training. For an ordinary person to elevate a fundamental manual from entry to perfection, dedicating 3 hours daily would require 10 months, equating to 900 hours. However, within the system space, Feng Chen could train for 24 hours a day, allowing him to accumulate 480 hours in just 20 days. By entering the system space twice, he could elevate a fundamental technique from entry to perfection. For those preparing for the martial arts entrance examination, there is scarcely any time to delve into techniques, as most are focused on enhancing their physical limits. Thus, for third-year students, achieving a minor accomplishment in a fundamental technique is already commendable. With the aid of the system space, Feng Chen could attain perfection, placing him ahead of his peers. Within the system space, Feng Chen resolved to utilize 4 opportunities to enter, striving to elevate both fundamental techniques to perfection to enhance his combat prowess. In the final 3 days, he would then focus on refining his physical limits. Taking out the Basic Knife Techniques manual, Feng Chen commenced his practice. The basic knife techniques encompass hacking, chopping, cleaving, severing, scraping, flicking, thrusting, entangling, striking, blocking, and sliding. With an E-grade alloy battle knife in hand, Feng Chen began to expertly execute each move. Time swiftly passed. 7 days elapsed, and the day of the school's practical assessment arrived. During this week, Feng Chen had tirelessly practiced within the system space for an astounding 140 days, successfully mastering both fundamental techniques to perfection, while also elevating his physical limits from 75 to 81. Host, Feng Chen. Vitality, 810. Speed, 27 milliseconds. Strength, 810 kilograms. Number of entries into the system space, 0 times. At present, Feng Chen's physical strength has reached a terrifying 800 pounds, complemented by the perfected basic sword technique and an E-grade alloy war knife. With the enhancement of the perfected basic foot technique, he is absolutely capable of defeating 9th-tier ferocious beasts. Even when confronted with a 10th-tier beast, he possesses the power to resist. Carrying the E-grade alloy war knife, Feng Chen arrived at the gathering point at the school. This practical assessment is organized by the school in collaboration with the government, with numerous military warriors responsible for ensuring safety. Anqing No. 9 High School has 30 classes in the 3rd year, consisting of 20 C classes, 7 B classes, and 3 A classes. As the team leader of his class, Feng Chen stood at the forefront of Class 3, 2, holding the class sign, with the homeroom teacher, Zhang Xing, standing beside him, awaiting the school's unified command to depart. Beside Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, 1, expressed surprise upon seeing Feng Chen as the leader of Class 2, remarking, "Old Zhang, how could your class not have Wei Xia, the strongest, as the leader? Why has it changed to someone else?" The fact that Wei Xia was the top student in Class 3, 2, was well known among the other C classes, so the sudden change was puzzling. Feng Chen is significantly more formidable than Wei Xia, Zhang Xing replied. More formidable than Wei Xia? Liang Gui was taken aback and then inquired, "I wonder how he compares to our class leader, Dong Chun." "Your Dong Chun doesn't even measure up," Zhang Xing chuckled. "Doesn't measure up." Liang Gui's expression shifted to one of mild anger as he challenged, "How about a bet? Let's wager on whose score will be higher in this assessment." Liang Gui was confident in his Dong Chun, who had developed his physical limit to 60 and was among the top in the 20 C classes. even holding a middle-ranking position in the B classes. Moreover, Dong Chun had been passionate about swordsmanship since childhood and had now cultivated the basic sword technique to a minor accomplishment. With a physical limit of 60 and a minor accomplishment in the basic sword technique, he would undoubtedly dominate the scores in the practical assessment among the other C-class leaders. This was precisely why he dared to propose a challenge. Liang Gui looked at Zhang Xing and asked, "Do you dare? What is there to fear?" Zhang Xing replied, "However, merely comparing scores is dull. We should add some stakes to make it interesting. If I win, you will provide 1,000 body refinement pills for Feng Chen in class 3, 2. If I lose, I will give 1,000 body refinement pills to your Dong Chun. What do you say?" Zhang Xing proposed. "Agreed," Liang Gui replied. As both were homeroom teachers and martial artists at Anqing No. 9 High School, and 1,000 body refinement pills were easily within reach. Zhang Xing smiled and turned to Feng Chen, saying, "The honor of class 3, 2, rests on your shoulders. Rest assured, leave it to me." Feng Chen smiled back, giving Zhang Xing a reassuring glance. Meanwhile, the students of class 3, 2, overheard the challenge between the homeroom teachers and couldn't help but snicker. Recalling the scene from 7 days prior when Feng Chen had decisively defeated Wei Xia, they felt Dong Chun was merely seeking humiliation. 1,000 body refinement pills, worth 1 million, would likely be a heavy loss for class 1's homeroom teacher. Noticing the high spirits among the second class, the homeroom teacher of class 1 wore a cold expression and instructed Dong Chun, "You must hunt more ferocious beasts during this assessment and crush the leader of class 2 thoroughly." "Understood," Dong Chun nodded, assuring, "Don't worry. That kid is no match for me. I will definitely overwhelm him with scores in the assessment." The students of class 1 were confident in Dong Chun's abilities, as he was also a middle-tier student within the B class, making Feng Chen in class 2 appear inferior. Chapter 6, Super Warrior. Dong Chen looked at Feng Chen and said, "So, you must be Feng Chen. I fail to understand why your teacher has such faith in you. But in the face of absolute strength, all delusions will be shattered." "Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, all delusions shall be obliterated," Feng Chen replied calmly. Dong Chen, irritated by Feng Chen's nonchalant response, thought it audacious, as no one in C class had ever spoken to him in such a manner. "I have now reached a physical limit of 60, and my basic sword technique is at a minor accomplishment," Dong Chen stated, looking at Feng Chen. "You may feel proud now, but once the assessment scores are released, you will find yourself humbled. Be quiet. You will soon realize who will be humbled." Feng Chen replied indifferently, choosing to disregard Dong Chen further. A physical limit of 60 and a minor accomplishment in the basic sword technique were still insufficient in his eyes. Once assembled, over 100 transport vehicles dispatched by the school brought all candidates to a primitive forest area outside Anqing. The ferocious beasts in this primal forest had been cleared by the military, leaving only those beasts that had not yet evolved, ensuring the assessment could proceed as planned. Powerful warriors patrolled the forest, ready to intervene should any candidate find themselves in life-threatening danger, thus ensuring the safety of the assessment. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, many teachers and military personnel from the school awaited. All candidates disembarked and gathered, preparing to enter the forest. The principal of Anqing No. 9 High School stood before everyone and announced, "The ferocious beasts in this primitive forest area have been cleared. Your task is to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible to earn points. Killing a first-tier beast will earn you 10 points. A second-tier beast will earn you 20 points, and so forth, with a 10th-tier beast yielding 100 points. After slaying a beast, you must remove one of its eyes as proof. During the assessment, you are prohibited from assisting others in hunting beasts, stealing others' beast eyes, or maliciously attacking others. Violators will be expelled from school and disqualified from the college entrance examination. Severe cases will be referred to the martial arts court for handling. These are the rules. Give it your all. The assessment will last for 1 day and night, and I wish you all good scores. The assessment begins now." Upon concluding his speech, the principal turned to the teacher at the forest perimeter. The teacher nodded and dismantled the barrier at the forest entrance. All candidates from the 30 classes in the 3rd year surged in like wild horses, charging into the forest for the assessment. Feng Chen, carrying the E-grade alloy war knife, moved with steady steps and sharp eyes as he entered the forest, ever prepared for combat. Inside the forest, the 1,000 candidates from the 30 classes dispersed, each searching for suitable targets to hunt ferocious beasts. Due to the varying strengths among the candidates, many weaker individuals could only hunt lower-tier beasts, earning points at a sluggish pace. Meanwhile, the stronger candidates targeted mid to high-tier beasts, quickly widening the gap in scores. Feng Chen traversed the forest, occasionally hearing the roars of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from behind and turned to see 2 familiar faces, Shang Bingfu and Li Hao. At that moment, Li Hao, holding Shang Bingfu's hand, provocatively looked at Feng Chen and remarked, "I never imagined you would become a leader of a C class. How amusing. Unfortunately, to me, the leader of a C class is still akin to trash. This past month, I have made rapid progress. My physical limit has reached 65, and my family has hired a marksmanship master to guide my shooting skills. Now, my basic marksmanship is already at a minor accomplishment. So even when facing a 7th-tier beast in the assessment, I can protect myself, Li Hao stated nonchalantly, brimming with a sense of superiority. Bingfu is fortunate to have chosen me over you, Li Hao said, glancing at Shang Bingfu. In this past month, with my assistance, she has awakened her talent. A stark contrast to when she was with you. Li Hao scoffed. Thank you, Brother Hao. As Shang Bingfu spoke softly, let us depart, Brother Hao. I have severed all ties with him. We are destined to inhabit separate worlds henceforth, and there is no need for me to engage with him, which would only diminish my stature. Indeed, Li Hao nodded, preparing to take his leave. Have you finished speaking? Feng Chen replied nonchalantly. Were it not for the constraints of the assessment preventing me from taking action against others, I would relish the opportunity to teach you a lesson in propriety. Feng Chen's patience was wearing thin with this clownish figure who repeatedly sought attention. Teach me how to be a person. Li Hao suddenly froze, exclaiming, How dare you? Trash from Class C, utter such words? You better be prepared to face me after the assessment. You need not remind me. I shall await you. And I will make you understand that your self-proclaimed superiority is utterly worthless in my presence, Feng Chen retorted. Very well, very arrogant. We shall see if you can maintain that bravado then, Li Hao coldly replied. Bingfu, let us go, he said, grasping Shang Bingfu's hand as they departed. Unwilling to waste any more time with Feng Chen swiftly ventured deeper into the forest in search of more formidable beasts. Once the assessment concluded, he intended to make Li Hao comprehend why flowers bloom so brilliantly. As all senior year students entered the forest for the assessment, outside in the monitoring area, a colossal tent housed several school leaders and military dignitaries, all fixated on a massive screen. The screen was divided into thousands of sections, documenting the status of all candidates. In this technologically advanced era, the entire assessment in the forest was under satellite surveillance. Zhua Hejuan, the principal of Anqing No. 9 High School, glanced at the over 1,000 images on the screen and casually remarked, Old Yang, have there been any promising talents this year? Yang Xiong, the school's director of education, responded, in Class A, there are several promising individuals who have advanced to the 5th stage of Level 1, and a few preliminary martial skills have been cultivated to perfection. One individual, although newly ascended as a martial artist, has broken through at the remarkable limit of 110, marking him as a super martial artist with a chance of entering one of the nation's top 10 prestigious schools. A super martial artist breaking through at the limit of 110? Quite impressive indeed, principals were praised. To become a martial artist, one must develop the human body's potential to 100. However, reaching this threshold is not the end. Some extraordinary geniuses can continue to develop beyond it, albeit with great difficulty. These geniuses, rare as they are known as super martial artists, and once they emerge, they become coveted by various martial arts academies. After achieving the limit of 100, further development becomes exceedingly arduous, requiring multiple times the effort and resources. The optimal time for martial artists to establish their foundations is before the age of 25. Many opt to break through after reaching the limit of 100, neglecting to continue their development, thus missing the most suitable age for martial cultivation. The emergence of super martial artists is exceedingly rare, and only those powerful factions are willing to invest time and resources to nurture one. Zhua Hejuan continued. What is the overall strength of Class A? Yang Xiong replied. The lowest potential in Class A has reached 90, with half of its top students having broken through to martial artists. The strongest among them are nearing the 5th stage of Level 1. Not bad. Stronger than the previous cohort, Zhua Hejuan nodded. Chapter 7. Promising Talents. Students from Class A serve as the school's visage. As external observers primarily focus on the high school entrance examination results of Anqing No. 9, Zhua Hejuan inquired, what about the overall strength of Class B? In Class B, all students have developed their potential beyond 50, making admission to martial universities a certainty. A few top students have even reached 90, showing substantial improvement compared to previous years. Yang Xiong answered. Zhua Hejuan nodded, having little interest in Class C students. Annually, only a handful manage to elevate their potential beyond 50, barely qualifying for an ordinary martial university. During this practical assessment, I wonder which fortunate souls will find themselves within the top 100 of the grade, Zhua Hejuan remarked. This time, the Anqing government has allocated 300 spots in the 3rd-level Blessed Lands, competing among 20 high schools in Anqing. Our top 100 students in this practical assessment can compete for those spots, he continued. The government is quite generous in offering 300 places to cultivate the younger generation. Yang Xiong mused. The so-called Blessed Lands are areas rich in spiritual energy, teeming with precious materials and legacies left by ancient and otherworldly powerhouses, offering countless opportunities. Entering a blessed land even once can significantly enhance one's strength, regardless of whether one acquires a legacy. With approximately 30,000 candidates each year in Anqing, only 1% of the most talented can secure a spot. The top 100 students from Anqing No. 9 High School will vie for these 300 coveted places with students from the other 19 high schools, while Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong engaged in conversation. The practical assessment in the forest was fervently underway. Feng Chen charged through the forest, wielding an E-grade alloy combat knife, plunging deeper into the wilderness. A roar erupted from a beast, prompting Feng Chen to halt. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long white-furred tiger sprang from the undergrowth, bearing its blood-soaked maw and sharp fangs. Lunging toward Feng Chen, the putrid stench emanating from its jaws assaulted Feng Chen's senses, as if it intended to crush his skull in a single bite. With a cold snort, Feng Chen tightened his grip on the E-grade alloy combat knife, executing the perfected initial step technique as he planted his feet firmly on the ground. With a resounding crash, Feng Chen propelled himself forward with the force of recoil, his body shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, the combat knife raised high. With his potential fully unleashed at 81, he surged forth at an incredible speed of 27 meters per second, channeling 1,600 pounds of force into the blade as he cleaved downward at the charging white tiger. In a flash, blood sprayed forth as the devastating strike cleaved the tiger in half, its innards spilling onto the ground. Feng Chen landed gracefully, retrieving the tiger's eyes as proof of his score. This white tiger was a 7th-tier beast. A sense of glee washed over him. Slaying such a creature would yield 70 points. If he continued targeting high-tier beasts, he would undoubtedly accumulate points more swiftly than others. With the tiger's eye secured, Feng Chen pressed onward into the depths of the forest, where high-tier beasts were naturally more abundant. Meanwhile, outside the forest, within the monitoring tent, Principals Wuxianovel and Director Yang Xiong were reviewing footage of Feng Chen's battle with the white tiger. This young lad is quite interesting. He has actually perfected 2 preliminary martial skills, as Wuxianovel remarked with a smile. His potential has reached 81. I wonder which top student from Class B he is. In Class B, most students possess talents of a high yellow grade or better. For one to achieve above 80 at the age of 18 with a yellow grade talent while perfecting 2 preliminary martial skills is quite commendable. I am uncertain of his identity from Class B, but we shall find out once the assessment concludes, Yang Xiong replied. From what I observed, his execution of the 2 martial skills, initial step technique and initial blade technique, in combination allowed him to dispatch a 7th-tier beast in a mere instant. His strikes were decisive and ruthless, devoid of any hesitation, which aligns perfectly with my preferences. In this ongoing war between humanity and the ferocious beasts, cultivating martial prowess necessitates formidable combat capabilities and ruthless tactics to confront the savage creatures. Some martial artists, despite possessing considerable cultivation, lack formidable combat strength and ruthless tactics, resembling delicate flowers in a greenhouse, easily falling prey to ferocious beasts. Within the forest, Feng Chen pressed onward, having already slain 5 high-tier beasts, 1 of the 8th tier and 4 of the 7th tier. With his current prowess and mastery of 2 perfected foundational martial techniques, he could effortlessly dispatch any beast below the 9th tier. When confronting a 9th-tier beast, he would expend some effort but could still manage. Suddenly, figures emerged from the depths of the forest, fleeing towards the outside, several examinees from Class B. What is happening? Feng Chen inquired. Run, classmates. There's a 9th-tier perfected beast. The diamond ape, behind us, far beyond our capabilities. The fleeing Class B students responded. Although they belonged to Class B, their physical potential had barely reached 70, rendering them no match for the perfected diamond ape. The only option against such a foe was to flee. A perfected 9th-tier diamond ape. Intriguing, Feng Chen licked his lips, gripping his battle knife tightly, advancing rather than retreating, his expression alight with excitement. The 5 beasts he had recently dispatched had fallen in a single strike, not allowing him to fully showcase his abilities. This perfected 9th-tier diamond ape was precisely the adversary he sought to engage in a true battle. The fleeing students were taken aback by his defiance. Could it be that Feng Chen was a powerhouse from Class A, having developed his physical potential beyond 90? Daring to confront the 9th-tier diamond ape? As Feng Chen brandished his knife, several Class B students trailed behind, curious to see if he could contend with the diamond ape. After all, it had been pursuing them for some time, and if someone could slay it, it would serve as a form of retribution. Upon reaching the forefront, Feng Chen beheld a 3-meter-tall, golden giant ape, covered in sharp fur, with thick skin and well-developed muscles, locked in combat with a young woman. This girl, Lin Yao, was a top student from Class B, having developed her physical potential to 91 and mastering a mid-level foundational footwork technique and a major-level foundational sword technique. She was currently entangled in a fierce struggle against the diamond ape, though the odds were not in her favor. The creature had attained perfected 9th-tier status and was on the verge of breaking through to become a 10th-tier beast. The diamond ape's thick skin and immense strength rendered Lin Yao's major-level foundational sword technique ineffective, only managing to inflict shallow wounds. Had the diamond ape not been so massive and unwieldy, Lin Yao would have likely been injured already, relying on her mid-level foundational footwork to evade its attacks. It's Lin Yao. The arriving Class B students gasped upon witnessing her battle against the diamond ape. Lin Yao's reputation was well known among Class B, beautiful, talented. With a powerful background, she was regarded as a goddess among her peers. Upon seeing Feng Chen approach with his knife, Lin Yao asked, "Are you from Class A?" "No," Feng Chen replied. "If not, you should leave quickly. The diamond ape is beyond your capacity to handle, Lin Yao cautioned. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the diamond ape seized the opportunity, intercepting Lin Yao's retreat with its massive paw, poised to strike down upon her with a blow that could crush her. This is bad, Lin Yao thought in alarm, realizing her moment of distraction had led to this critical opening. There was no time to evade. The diamond ape had blocked her escape routes entirely. Should she be struck, she would suffer grievous injury, unable to continue the battle, and her assessment score would undoubtedly plummet. The students from Class B watched in growing concern for Lin Yao, knowing that the diamond ape had been waiting for such an opening for too long to let it slip away. This blow would be nearly impossible for Lin Yao to evade. In despair, she closed her eyes, crossing her arms with her sword to brace for the impact. At this critical juncture, Feng Chen sprang into action. His speed surged, blood and energy coursing through him as he shot forward like a cannonball, executing his perfected foundational knife technique. With a single strike aimed at the diamond ape's descending arm, a blade of light cleaved through the air, parting it as if it were mere fabric. The E-grade alloy battle knife, capable of penetrating the defenses of first-tier beasts, struck the diamond ape's paw with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, flesh and blood flew as the diamond ape's arm was severed, sending it staggering backward several meters. Lin Yao gazed in disbelief at Feng Chen, who stood wielding the battle knife. The scene of that devastating strike etched indelibly in her mind. A whirlwind of emotions, strength, shock, and gratitude swirled within her. Chapter 8. Lin Yao's Invitation. The Class B students behind gasped in awe, watching Feng Chen with newfound respect. What a terrifying knife technique. It concentrated power into a single point, unleashing a razor-sharp strike that severed the diamond ape's paw. This technique is undoubtedly perfected, otherwise, such power would be unattainable. Few in Class A could master a perfected foundational knife technique before the entrance exam, either members of powerful martial families, trained from a young age by martial elders, or exceptionally talented individuals nurtured by influential factions. Another possibility was that Feng Chen was a natural prodigy in knife techniques, having grasped the perfected form independently at a young age. Feng Chen had indeed mastered the foundational knife technique to perfection, yet his physical potential was only slightly above 80, placing him outside the ranks of Class A elites or those cultivated by martial families or organizations, likely a person with a unique talent for knife techniques. At this moment, the diamond ape roared in fury, its voice filled with unbridled rage as it turned its murderous gaze upon Feng Chen. "Step back," Feng Chen instructed Lin Yao. Nodding, she replied, "All right, be careful." With that, she turned to withdraw without a trace of hesitation. The diamond ape was beyond her capacity to confront, and her presence would offer no assistance. Feng Chen raised his gaze to the diamond ape, his eyes gleaming coldly as he charged forward, unleashing his perfected foundational knife technique with maximum power and speed. When facing a ferocious beast, he would harbor no underestimation or carelessness. Employing agile footwork, he maneuvered beneath the diamond ape, delivering a horizontal slash aimed at its chest. The diamond ape, having suffered immense damage from Feng Chen's previous strike, had no intention of confronting him head-on. With one arm incapacitated, its strength significantly diminished, it refrained from recklessly charging at Feng Chen. Instead, it retreated, narrowly avoiding Feng Chen's slash, and then swung its paw toward him in a powerful strike. The air crackled with the force of the impending blow, the power behind it palpable. Feng Chen's perfected foundational footwork erupted, allowing him to dodge to the left. The diamond ape's paw crashed into a nearby tree, easily snapping it in half as it fell heavily to the ground. The 9th-tier perfected diamond ape possessed nearly 2,000 pounds of strength, slightly greater than Feng Chen's own. Yet, with his adept knife technique and agile footwork, Feng Chen could effortlessly evade the diamond ape's attacks while inflicting substantial damage in return. With a burst of speed at 27 meters per second, Feng Chen deftly maneuvered behind the diamond ape and leaped, executing a horizontal slash with his blade. The blinding flash of the sword struck the creature's neck. A spray of crimson erupted as the diamond ape's head severed cleanly from its body. The massive form fell with a thunderous crash, its head rolling to the side like a basin. Feng Chen sheathed his sword and approached the severed head, extracting its eyes. He had successfully hunted a 9th-tier ferocious beast, earning himself a score of 90. Behind him, Lin Yao and several members of Class B gazed at Feng Chen in astonishment. He is incredibly powerful, they marveled. In just 3 moves, he had slain a perfected 9th-tier diamond ape. Furthermore, Feng Chen had not only mastered the rudimentary sword technique to perfection, but had also achieved the same with his foundational footwork, unleashing the strongest combat prowess beneath the martial artist tier. Lin Yao approached Feng Chen, saying, "Hello, thank you for your help just now." Feng Chen looked up at her and replied, "No need for thanks." Lin Yao bit her lip nervously, continuing, "That was really close. If it weren't for you, I might have been seriously injured. If I got hurt, my score in this assessment would surely suffer. My name is Lin Yao, and after this assessment concludes, I'd like to treat you to a meal." She regarded Feng Chen with a mix of apprehension and earnestness. This was her first time inviting a boy to dine with her, and it was a heartfelt invitation. The other students from Class B watched in disbelief, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. What was happening? Their goddess, Lin Yao, was nervously inviting a boy to dinner. Judging by her expression, she seemed genuinely hopeful for Feng Chen's acceptance. If this news spread, countless boys from both Class A and Class B would surely be envious. Let us finish the assessment first. We'll discuss the meal afterward, Feng Chen replied. All right, Lin Yao nodded, reassured by his lack of refusal. Time is of the essence. We should focus on hunting ferocious beasts. With that, Feng Chen gripped his sword and headed deeper into the forest, with Lin Yao following suit. The remaining students from Class B exchanged glances, realizing that Feng Chen's heroic act had evidently won Lin Yao's favor. As Feng Chen delved deeper into the forest, he began a large-scale hunt for ferocious beasts. With the enhancement of his two perfected foundational martial techniques, he targeted 8th and 9th tier beasts. Against the 8th tier beasts, he could nearly slay them with a single strike. Against 9th tier beasts, with his perfected footwork, he dispatched them in no more than 3 moves. His score climbed rapidly, soon surpassing most of the students in Class A, propelling him into the top 100 of his grade. While many students in Class A had developed their physical limits beyond 90, numerous others had only mastered their foundational martial techniques to the entry level or minor proficiency. They dedicated most of their time to enhancing their physical capabilities, neglecting the cultivation of martial skills, which made hunting ferocious beasts exceedingly challenging and left them at a disadvantage during the practical assessment. In contrast, Feng Chen's 2 perfected foundational martial techniques provided him with a significant advantage. The assessment continued as over 1,000 examinees from Anqing 9 high school hunted ferocious beasts within the forest to earn points. The elite students from Class A pushed deeper into the woods, targeting 9th and 10th tier beasts and accumulating points at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the students of Class B were confined to the middle of the forest, hunting beasts from the 4th to 8th tier, resulting in much slower point accumulation. As for the students of Class C, they could only hunt beasts below the 4th tier, their progress akin to that of a snail, placing them at the bottom. The top 100 rankings were predominantly occupied by students from Class A, with only a handful of Class B elites squeezing into the ranks. Feng Chen, however, was an unexpected exception. As a day and night passed, the practical assessment concluded. All examinees emerged from the primordial forest and gathered outside. Many bore bloodstains and various injuries, their faces drawn with fatigue after a grueling day and night of battling ferocious beasts. Outside the forest, the school had prepared medical personnel to attend to the injuries of all examinees, with vehicles on standby to transport them back to Anqing. Observing the weary students, Principal Jun addressed them. The assessment has concluded, and I welcome you all back. You are all exceptional. Please take the morning to wash up and rest. And in the afternoon, you will be able to check your scores. Students returned to Anqing in the morning for a well-deserved rest before viewing their scores in the afternoon. In the area designated for Class 3, 2, Zhang Xing turned to Feng Chen, asking, "How do you feel? Do you think you can surpass Class A's Dongchen? Worry not. Teacher, it's absolutely no problem," Feng Chen replied with a mysterious smile. "You will know my score soon enough." That's reassuring, Zhang Xing sighed, relieved. He had wagered 1,000 refining pills with Class A's homeroom teacher, Liang Gui. While losing was inconsequential, it would be a matter of pride. He had just overheard Liang Gui boasting that Dong Chun had specifically targeted 6th-tier beasts during the assessment, suggesting his score might be quite high. Chapter 9. Comparable to Class A's top students. Feng Chen was confident. During his time in the forest, he had hunted over 30 9th-tier beasts, along with several 8th-tier ones, so his score should undoubtedly be substantial, ensuring his place in the top 100. Upon returning from the forest to Anqing, Feng Chen took a refreshing shower before indulging in a well-deserved sleep. After a day and night of fierce combat with the beasts, he was thoroughly exhausted. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Entering the system space to train, he realized he had yet to utilize today's opportunity. After spending 20 days in the system space, he enhanced his physical limits to 83 before exiting. A minute passed, and it was time to check the scores at school. Remembering Zhang Xing's wager with Liang Gui, he couldn't help but smile. 1,000 refining pills, worth $1 million, would be a delightful windfall, especially since he was nearly out of them. Feng Chen was confident he would outscore Dong Chun. Upon arriving at the school, all the third-year students had gathered on the playground for an announcement from the principal. Feng Chen made his way to the area designated for Class 3, 2, where most students were already present. At that moment, on the podium, Principal Zhua Hejun spoke. "I trust you have all had a restful morning. During your time of rest, the school has already graded your assessment scores, and shortly, you will all learn your results. We are gathered here to inform you of one significant matter. This year, the Anqing government has allocated 300 spots for entry into the third-level Blessed Land as rewards for this year's examinees. With competition among the 20 high schools in Anqing, all students from our 9 high school who ranked in the top 100 in this practical assessment will be eligible to compete." Upon hearing this, the playground erupted with excitement, particularly among the students in the Class A area. Those 300 spots in the Blessed Land were most likely to be contested by them. Sensing the reaction from the crowd, Jun continued, "In the blessed land, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceedingly dense, rich in rare materials and treasures, with numerous legacies left by ancient and otherworldly powers, offering countless opportunities. If any among you can enter the fabled land even once, even without acquiring its legacy, the cultivation therein will significantly enhance your prowess, placing you ahead of your peers. Each year, approximately 30,000 candidates emerge from launching, yet only 300 slots are available, with a mere 1% of prodigious students securing admission. The top 100 students from Anqing No. 9 High School will have the opportunity to compete with their peers from the other 19 high schools in Anqing for these coveted spots in the fabled land." Zhuo stated, "The competition for these slots will commence in a month. Those among the top 100 in our grade should exert themselves diligently this month to seize as many spots as possible." The students of Class A erupted in enthusiasm, resolutely determined to maximize their training efforts, vowing to secure a place in the fabled land within the month. Meanwhile, students from Classes B and C displayed little interest, as only those ranked in the top 100 could contend for the slots, making it irrelevant to them. "Please hold for a few minutes. Your scores are being tallied and will soon be displayed on the large screen above the podium," Zhuo announced. Above the podium, a massive screen was visible to all students on the field. Over 1,000 senior students fixed their gazes intently on the screen, their anticipation more focused on their assessment scores than the competition for slots in the fabled land. Some top students from Class B secretly hoped to break into the top 100 and vie for a chance at the coveted slots. In the area designated for Class 3 to 2, Feng Chen stood at the forefront, his eyes locked on the screen, eager to learn his score. In the Class 3 to 1 section, their homeroom teacher, Liang Gui, radiated confidence as he remarked to Zhang Xing, "I wonder if your 1,000 body-refining pills are prepared? This wager may cost you dearly." "Cost dearly? Is your confidence truly so unshakable?" Zhang Xing replied coolly, "It is not my confidence that is paramount, but rather my faith in Dong Chun from our class." Liang Gui responded, "Dong Chun has slain at least 36th-tier beasts during the assessment." His tone brimmed with pride. "His estimated score is 2,000 points. I wonder if your Feng Chen from Class 2 has enough confidence to surpass him." Slaying a 6th-tier beast grants 60 points. Thus, slaying 30 yields 1,800 points. 2,000 points. Zhang Xing exclaimed, taken aback. Such a score would have undoubtedly overshadowed all students from Class C in previous years. He felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if Feng Chen could eclipse Dong Chen's score. Should he fail to surpass Dong Chen, he would owe him 1,000 body-refining pills, though not a substantial loss. It would still be a matter of honor. In the front of Class 3 to 1, Dong Chen cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xing, believing this embarrassing situation was self-inflicted by Zhang. Betting on Feng Chen was merely courting trouble. The students of Class 1 wore expressions of triumph, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Class 2's misfortune. Feng Chen turned to Zhang Xing and assured him, "Rest assured, my score will undoubtedly exceed 2,000 points, effortlessly surpassing him." Feng Chen chuckled inwardly. Dong Chen had merely slain 36th-tier beasts, while he himself had dispatched over 39th-tier beasts, in addition to some 8th and 7th-tier beasts. His score would assuredly not be lower than 3,000 points, leaving Dong Chen far behind. "Surpass me? Such audacity. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue?" Dong Chen retorted. "I am merely stating facts," Feng Chen replied nonchalantly. "Very well," Dong Chen scoffed. "There is no use in further discussion. The scores will soon reveal who has been crushed." Feng Chen ceased speaking, for soon Dong Chen would learn what it meant to be publicly humiliated. "The scores are in," a student exclaimed. In an instant, Zhang Xing, Dong Chen, Liang Gui, and Feng Chen all turned their attention to the large screen above the podium. The scores of over 1,000 candidates were displayed, along with their rankings. First, Feng Wu, 5,910 points. Second, AI Ling, 5,900 points. Third, Yin Xiahe, 5,860 points. Fourth, Deng Lei, 5,800 points. 89th, Feng Chen, 3,590 points. As Feng Chen saw his ranking and score, he nodded in satisfaction. It was in line with his expectations. Ranked 89th with 3,590 points, he was eligible to compete for a slot in the fabled land. Meanwhile, in Class 1 section, Dong Chen's face reflected disbelief as he beheld the screen that starkly revealed, for 109th, Dong Chen, 2,100 points. Dong Chen's score was over 1,000 points lower than Feng Chen's. How could Feng Chen possibly have achieved 3,590 points and entered the top 100? Such a level of proficiency was comparable to the top students of Class A. How can this be? Zhang Xing gasped, astonished by Feng Chen's score. He had previously worried that Feng Chen would fall short against Dong Chen. But now he was astounded to see Feng Chen outpace Dong Chen by such a margin, securing a spot in the competition for the fabled land. Liang Gui stared at the large screen, rendered speechless. The disparity between Dong Chen's score and Feng Chen's was staggering. When had Class 2 produced such a formidable talent? One whose abilities were so deeply concealed? This was clearly on par with the caliber of Class A. No wonder Zhang Xing had dared to wager against him. putting forth 1,000 body-refining pills. He had been outmaneuvered this time. In truth, Zhangxing himself had been unaware that Feng Chen's score would be so elevated. Previously, he had merely perceived Feng Chen as stronger than the average Class C student, never anticipating such a remarkable leap in performance. This revelation could be deemed a delightful surprise from Feng Chen. Chapter 10, Suppressing Dongchen. All students in Class 1 were left awestruck by Feng Chen's score. They had anticipated reveling in the misfortunes of Class 2, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule instead. Feng Chen turned to Dongchen and asked, "Do you now comprehend who has been crushed?" "You." Dongchen, momentarily at a loss for words, finally stammered, "I refuse to believe you achieved such a score. You must have cheated." At this, a cold glimmer flashed in Feng Chen's eyes. Upon hearing Dongchen's accusation, all the surrounding students turned to him. One may jest about many things, but not about integrity. The mock examination scores were directly tied to the competition for slots in the fabled land. Anyone who dared to cheat would face severe repercussions. If Dongchen were to assert that Feng Chen had cheated, it would imply that such a score was unattainable for a Class C student. The crowd began to waver, their gazes shifting to Feng Chen. Indeed, Feng Chen had been rather unremarkable in Class C. His sudden surge in performance was difficult to dismiss without skepticism. Feng Chen countered. The entire examination process was monitored by the school and the military, with video evidence to substantiate it. Anyone who dares to cheat would be courting death. The score I received is a true reflection of my abilities. He fixed his gaze on Dongchen. Yet you, Dongchen, have made baseless accusations against me. If you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I will show you the consequences of reckless words. Feng Chen's eyes glinted with menace. He typically avoided trouble, but he would not shy away from it either. Dongchen's unfounded accusations of cheating, stemming from his own loss in the wager, required a firm response. "You think you can intimidate me? I am eager to see how you intend to make me regret my words," Dongchen retorted defiantly, stepping forward. "I may lack direct evidence to prove your cheating, but verifying whether you did is quite simple." Dongchen turned to Feng Chen and declared, "Let us engage in a duel. Should you be able to showcase prowess that surpasses mine, it would serve as proof against any allegations of foul play. Otherwise, it would suggest that you have indeed cheated during the examination. Do you dare accept my challenge?" Dongchen gazed at Feng Chen with a provocative glare. Firmly convinced that there was no way Feng Chen could have attained a score of 3,590 solely through his own abilities. A month prior, Feng Chen had only reached a human limit of 13. It was simply implausible for him to elevate his capabilities to a level comparable to the top students of Class A within such a brief span of time. There had to be some hidden agenda at play. If Feng Chen dared to accept the challenge, Dongchen was determined to expose his true nature. The onlookers turned their attention to Feng Chen, speculating whether he would accept Dongchen's challenge. A refusal would imply guilt, while an acceptance would allow them to witness the extent of Feng Chen's abilities and comprehend how he managed to achieve such a high score in the practical assessment. Dongchen had already reached a human limit of 60, demonstrating a preliminary mastery of swordsmanship by vanquishing over 36th-tier beasts during the practical evaluation. A feat not to be underestimated. Feng Chen stepped forward, responding, "What is there to fear?" "Excellent," Dongchen snarled, his expression twisted with malice. "I shall now reveal your true self." With a surge of energy, Dongchen unleashed his full potential. The aura of a 60 human limit enveloping him as he propelled a devastating punch towards Feng Chen's head, a straightforward yet brutal assault. His intention was to shatter Feng Chen's facade before the gathered crowd. Feng Chen merely scoffed. Bolstered by his recent training, he had developed his human limit to 83. Combined with the perfected version of his preliminary footwork, Dongchen's assault appeared to him as if it were unfolding in slow motion. Feng Chen held nothing back, unleashing his full force as the 83 human limit activated, and the perfected footwork allowed him to effortlessly evade Dongchen's attack. Then, he lifted his leg, executing a sweeping strike that moved with the swiftness of a steel whip, channeling over 1,600 pounds of force into his kick as it slammed into Dongchen. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Dongchen felt as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, hurtling backward. He coughed a spray of blood midair before crashing heavily onto the solid ground, rolling twice before coming to a halt. This was the culmination of perfected footwork and a human limit exceeding 80. The class instructor, Liang Gui, was utterly astounded by Feng Chen's might. No wonder Feng Chen had secured a position among the top 100 in the practical assessment. With such power, it was only natural he could easily attain such a rank. Feng Chen suddenly leaped forward, delivering a forceful stomp onto Dongchen's chest, the sheer strength forcing Dongchen to cough up another mouthful of blood. "Do you now comprehend my strength? With such power, is there any need for me to resort to cheating in the examination?" Feng Chen inquired, gazing down at Dongchen. Feeling the weight on his chest and hearing Feng Chen's words, Dongchen was rendered speechless, his vision blurring before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The students of Class A stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the depths of Feng Chen's hidden capabilities. After arranging for the school's medical staff to take Dongchen to the infirmary, Liang Gui presented Feng Chen with 1,000 body-refining pills, stating, "Well done. Your future is boundless." As a martial artist of high standing, he adhered to the principle of honoring his commitments without harboring resentment or the desire to compete with a junior. The prowess Feng Chen had displayed hinted at a potentially illustrious future, and the 1,000 body-refining pills were a worthy investment in him. "Thank you, Teacher Liang." Feng Chen replied graciously, accepting the pills. With only a meager 300 body-refining pills remaining, he was in dire need of this boon. Zhang Xing wore a smile, relishing the sight of Liang Gui's embarrassment. "Feng Chen, if you continue to put in the effort this month, your entry into the top 100 will grant you a chance to compete for a spot in the blessed land. Should you succeed in entering and cultivating there, you will undoubtedly soar to new heights. This opportunity is not to be missed." "Indeed, thank you, teacher. I shall give it my all." Feng Chen nodded earnestly. In the blessed land, the aura was rich, filled with countless rare treasures and the legacies of ancient and otherworldly powerhouses. It was an experience he could not afford to miss. Upon leaving the school, Feng Chen made his way home, with the paramount goal of elevating his human limit to 100. Achieving this milestone would allow him to break through into the realm of martial artists. If he so desired, he could continue refining his limit beyond 100, striving to become a super martial artist. Super martial artists were transcendent beings among their peers, capable of overpowering others of the same rank. However, ascending to such heights was fraught with challenges. Once the human limit reached 100, any further advancement became exceedingly arduous, requiring an exponential investment of time and energy. Those under 25, with their vigorous blood and chi, were in an optimal period for cultivation. Many would refrain from wasting time attempting to breach the super martial artist threshold, as doing so could jeopardize their most suitable training years, ultimately leading to a counterproductive outcome. Typically, super martial artists were those backed by powerful families or significant factions, possessing abundant resources to support their endeavors. Yet, Feng Chen had a system, allowing him the option to pursue the path of a super martial artist. With a system that afforded him 20 times the time of an ordinary person, he was more than capable of investing the necessary efforts. Chapter 11. Within 3 years, flatten the Leaf family. Currently, Feng Chen's focus was on preparing the medicinal pills required for cultivation, subsequently utilizing the system's space to achieve the status of a super martial artist. With the competition for the Blessed Land opening in a month, he was confident that he could elevate his human limit beyond 100 in that time frame, thereby enhancing his chances in the competition. Presently, with the recently acquired 1,000 body refining pills, Feng Chen possessed a total of 1,300, more than sufficient for a month of training. However, just as he exited the school gate, he was intercepted by an individual, none other than Li Hao, the boyfriend of Shang Bingfu. Previously, during the practical assessment, when Feng Chen encountered Li Hao in the forest, Li Hao had instructed Feng Chen to wait after the examination. However, with the school arranging transportation for all students post-assessment, Li Hao had not had the chance to confront Feng Chen. Now, Li Hao was waiting directly at the school gate to block Feng Chen's path. He recalled Feng Chen's arrogant tone in the forest, boasting about teaching him a lesson in humility. Today, he intended to demonstrate the consequences of such hubris. "Stop right there." Li Hao's gaze was icy. "What? Do you still think you can escape?" Shang Bingfu stood beside Li Hao, exuding an air of superiority akin to a haughty swan, seemingly too disdainful to even glance at Feng Chen. Numerous students prepared to exit the school paused at the sight of the confrontation, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Escape? Why would I flee?" Feng Chen replied coolly. "You were in such a hurry to leave school earlier," Li Hao sneered. "This morning, we took the school bus, allowing you to dodge a bullet. Now, let us see how you intend to escape. Weren't you quite arrogant in the forest, claiming you would teach me a lesson? Now, I wish to see how you plan to do that." Li Hao stood resolutely in Feng Chen's path, his human limit of 65 surging forth, a faint aura swirling around him, exerting pressure upon Feng Chen. "In the morning, I had not the opportunity to prepare you, allowing you to frolic about for an entire morning, so eager to meet your demise, and I shall oblige." Feng Chen let out a cold snort. The limits of his physical prowess erupted explosively, his aura instantly bearing down upon Li Hao. Feeling the oppressive energy from Feng Chen, Li Hao was taken aback. "Over 80 in physical limits? Impossible. How can your physical capacity be so elevated?" Shang Bingfu's face, too, displayed disbelief. She was acutely aware of Feng Chen's limits. Just a month prior, they stood at 13. With Feng Chen's inferior yellow-grade talent, how could he possibly elevate his physical prowess to over 80 in such a short span? As the onlookers witnessed Feng Chen's aura overwhelming Li Hao, mocking expressions surfaced. What audacity Li Hao possessed, with merely 65 in physical limits, to provoke an exceptional student boasting 80. "There is nothing impossible. I shall now demonstrate the disparity." Feng Chen responded coolly, then surged forward, executing his perfected footwork with an eerie grace, moving so swiftly that Li Hao could not react in time. Boom! Feng Chen's fist collided with Li Hao's face, sending him sprawling backward, blood spewing forth, a few teeth mingled with crimson hitting the ground. Feng Chen followed up with a brutal kick to Li Hao's abdomen, crashing him against the school gate before he fell heavily to the earth. 2 moves rendered Li Hao incapable of further combat. The perfected footwork was a technique few in Class A could master. What had Li Hao done to incur such wrath? A student from Class B whispered. Who knows? Li Hao, relying on the backing of his 4th-tier martial arts family, the Li clan, usually looked down on others. Now, he was merely reaping what he had sown, another student replied. Li Hao lay on the ground, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, a violent pain radiating from his lower abdomen. Listening to the gossip around him and seeing the contempt in Feng Chen's gaze filled him with resentment. He could not accept the reality of being defeated by Feng Chen, especially in such a crushing manner. To be subdued before Shang Bingfu was more painful than death itself. You are oblivious. Dare to provoke me again, and I shall cripple you, Feng Chen scoffed, turning to leave. Shang Bingfu's gaze lingered on Feng Chen, her heart suddenly heavy with a sense of loss. Feng Chen was astonishingly strong, having elevated his physical limits to such heights in just a month. The heights he could potentially reach far surpassed anything Li Hao could aspire to. It was unexpected to realize she had overlooked such an exceptional individual. Nevertheless, what was lost was lost. There was no room for regret. Now she had to seize Li Hao, a man she could manipulate, ensuring her future security. Approaching Li Hao, she assisted him to his feet, saying, Brother Hao, do not be disheartened. No matter how high his limits, he is still a solitary figure without any prominent background. Who knows, he might one day be slain by a beast in the wild. You, on the other hand, have the protection of the 4th-tier martial arts family, the Li clan. Your future is not something he can compare to. Li Hao nodded, then turned to Feng Chen, declaring, do not be too proud. While you have triumphed over me, in the eyes of my Li family, you remain as insignificant as an ant. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Without the support of a family, you are but a solitary wanderer, destined to achieve little. Only a coward leans on family support. True strength is forged in the crucible of life and death, Feng Chen retorted. Your Li family is merely a 4th-tier martial arts clan, with a single 4th-tier warrior to guard it. In less than 3 years, I shall possess the strength to flatten your Li clan. Feng Chen proclaimed boldly. You, a mere failure who can only invoke the family name after defeat, are unworthy of martial pursuits. Who are you calling a failure? Li Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted. To claim you can flatten my Li family in 3 years is quite a boast. I shall report this to my family, and I look forward to seeing how you will accomplish such a feat within 3 years. Li Hao deliberately twisted Feng Chen's words, implying that Feng Chen had threatened to demolish the Li family within 3 years, thereby exacerbating the conflict. If this reached the ears of the Li family's higher-ups, they would undoubtedly take action against Feng Chen, as it would tarnish the family's reputation. A 4th-tier martial arts family, threatened by a mere high school student with no connections. How could they maintain their dignity? Li Hao understood well that the Li family, with its vast network and numerous descendants, would not act against him due to his personal grievances with Feng Chen. However, if Feng Chen insisted on flattening the Li family within 3 years, it transcended youthful rivalry and became a matter of the family's honor. Feng Chen comprehended Li Hao's intention. This insignificant character, unable to contend with him, sought to escalate the conflict, hoping to provoke the Li family into taking action against him. How pathetic. Nevertheless, Feng Chen was unafraid. The path of martial arts was inherently perilous and laden with challenges. With the aid of the system and a second chance at life, he had no fear of the trivial Li family. At that moment, a beautiful girl approached from the distance. The Li family is merely a 4th-tier martial arts clan. With the strength of Feng Chen, a classmate, it is not inconceivable that he could indeed flatten it within 3 years, the girl stated. Those at the school gate were momentarily captivated by the arrival of the girl, who was none other than Lin Yao, the one Feng Chen had rescued during the practical assessment, who promised to treat him to a meal after the test. Seeing Lin Yao arrive and speak in his favor, Feng Chen smiled. Do you truly believe in me? The crowd turned their attention to Lin Yao, who was considered the goddess of Class B, hailing from the prestigious 5th-tier martial arts family, the Lin clan. Her words carried significant weight. If she vouched for Feng Chen, it suggested he possessed remarkable qualities. Ranked 89 in the baseline assessment. Having perfected both initial footwork and initial blade technique at the age of 18, his prowess rivals that of the top students in Class A. If you cannot, who can? Lin Yao smiled at Feng Chen, then added, Feng Chen, do you have time this weekend for dinner together? Chapter 12, A Heavenly Grade Talent. Ranked 89 in the baseline assessment, perfecting initial footwork and initial blade technique at 18, his strength is comparable to the elite of Class A. Feng Chen is truly formidable. Furthermore, Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B, was inviting him to dinner this weekend. Such an invitation was a dream come true for many boys at the school. Certainly, Feng Chen readily accepted Lin Yao's invitation for dinner. Li Hao glared at Feng Chen, jealousy burning in his eyes. How could Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B, extend an invitation to Feng Chen? It was well known that Lin Yao was typically aloof, even dismissing advances from students of Class A. Yet now, she was actively inviting Feng Chen. In comparison, Shang Bingfu appeared considerably diminished beside Lin Yao. Li Hao had expended considerable effort to win Shang Bingfu's favor. While Feng Chen effortlessly garnered the attention of the Class B goddess, there was simply no comparison. Feeling a pang of inferiority, Shang Bingfu observed Lin Yao extending an invitation to Feng Chen. In the presence of such a dazzling talent and background, she felt utterly ordinary. Feng Chen could easily encounter individuals far superior to her, while her own prospects were limited to sacrificing her dignity to follow a mediocre scion like Li Hao. A bitter feeling welled up within her. All right, then, see you this weekend, Lin Yao replied with a smile. Feng Chen nodded, bidding farewell to Lin Yao before departing the school. It was Monday, with 6 days until the weekend. He could return and train for 6 days, aiming to elevate his physical limits beyond 90. Today's events, once they reach the higher echelons of the Li family, will likely prove detrimental to him. Although he is unafraid of challenges, his current strength is woefully inadequate to contend with the formidable Li family. Watching Feng Chen's departing figure, Li Hao clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. The humiliation he endured today will surely be avenged, and Feng Chen will pay a bloody price in due time. Upon returning home from school, Feng Chen immediately entered the system space, consuming a body refinement pill and adopting the extreme 108 forms to commence his training. An hour later, he emerged from the system space, having consumed 40 body refinement pills, resulting in an elevation of his physical limits to 85. The entire night was not wasted, as Feng Chen devoted it to further cultivation. 6 days swiftly passed. During this period, he entered the system space 6 times. Totaling 120 days, and combined with 6 nights of training in his room, he consumed a staggering 300 body refinement pills. His physical limits soared from 85 6 days prior to an impressive 96. Upon opening his attributes panel, he found Host, Feng Chen, Vitality, 960, Speed, 32 ms, Strength, 960 kilograms. Remaining system space entries, 0 at present. Feng Chen's physical prowess is remarkable, a speed of 32 meters per second and a strength of 960 kilograms, signifying that with a single punch, he can unleash a force equivalent to 1 ton. The sheer terror of such power is unimaginable. Should he develop his physical limits to 100, he would attain a strength of 1 ton, at which point he could choose to transcend into a martial artist. Upon achieving this breakthrough, both his strength and speed would double, significantly enhancing his physical resilience, enabling him to combat ferocious beasts and earn the respect of the world. It is noteworthy that with the global population exceeding 20 billion, those possessing martial artist potential account for less than 1/10, approximately 2 billion individuals. Thus, out of the 20 billion people worldwide, merely 2 billion can aspire to be martial artists, underscoring the rarity of such talent. Although Feng Chen's martial artist potential is lamentably classified as low-grade yellow, he nonetheless possesses the capability to become a martial artist. With the system by his side, he is confident that even with his meager yellow-grade talent, he can evolve into a formidable martial artist. Furthermore, he recalls the system stating that once his physical limits reach 100, he would receive an enhancement to his talent, facilitating his breakthrough to become a super martial artist. At that point, the synergy between his talent and the system would be impeccable. Today is the weekend, and school is not in session. It is the day Feng Chen promised to dine with Lin Yao. After tidying himself, he set out. Arriving at their designated meeting spot, he found himself early, as Lin Yao had yet to arrive, so he took a moment to wait. Being ahead of schedule, he preferred not to keep others waiting. At that moment, a tall youth approached, his gaze directed at Feng Chen with a glint of coldness. You must be Feng Chen. I am Yuan Wu from Class B. I've heard Lin Yao is inviting you to dinner. She is someone I have my eye on, so you'd best keep your distance, or I'll make you regret it. Feng Chen regarded Yuan Wu, the foremost individual in Class B, who had developed his physical limits to 95 and mastered both basic boxing techniques and footwork to a considerable degree. If you dare to dine with her, I assure you, I won't let you off lightly, Yuan Wu threatened, turning away before Feng Chen could respond. With Lin Yao's arrival imminent, he needed to leave quickly. If she learned of his intimidation towards Feng Chen, it would likely incite her disdain. Observing Yuan Wu's departing figure, a disdainful smirk crept across Feng Chen's lips. The audacity of Yuan Wu to threaten him was laughable. Even the Li family, far more powerful than Yuan Wu, did not intimidate him. With his current speed, it would not be long before he transcended into a super martial artist, rendering Yuan Wu, whose physical limits were below 95, inconsequential. Paying no mind to Yuan Wu's words, Feng Chen greeted Lin Yao with laughter and conversation upon her arrival, and they enjoyed their dinner together. After their meal, he returned home to continue his training. Now facing not just the Li family but also Yuan Wu, Feng Chen remained undeterred, believing in the adage that challenges will yield to those prepared. Moreover, with his funds dwindling and the cost of martial arts training being significant, Feng Chen recognized the necessity of earning additional wealth to support his ambition of becoming a super martial artist, as the required elixirs would be substantial. After 2 more days of rigorous training, Feng Chen successfully elevated his physical limits to 100, letting out a long breath of relief. He had finally reached the threshold for martial artist status. Just then, he received notifications in his mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for elevating physical limits to 100. System upgrade initiated. Beep. System upgrade complete, granting the host one opportunity to enhance talent. Beep. System upgrade complete, extending the host's training duration in the system space from 20 days to 1 month. Astonished by the notifications, Feng Chen realized that with his physical limits now at 100, the system had upgraded. He was rewarded with an opportunity to enhance his talent, and his training duration in the system space had significantly increased from 20 days to 1 month. Use the talent enhancement opportunity, Feng Chen declared. Beep. Talent enhancement opportunity utilized. Host's talent elevated from low-grade yellow to pinnacle-grade heavenly. Suddenly, Feng Chen felt a surge of clarity, as if his mind had unlocked its full potential in an instant. Techniques that once eluded him were now comprehensible in a heartbeat. The pinnacle-grade heavenly talent signifies an extraordinary upgrade. Martial artist talents are categorized as yellow, mysterious, earth, and heavenly, each with subdivisions of low, medium, high, and pinnacle. It is astonishing that Feng Chen's talent has surged from low-grade yellow to pinnacle-grade heavenly. Such a talent has only appeared once in the entire annals of Earth's history, belonging to a figure who has now ascended to become the planet's foremost champion. Revered as the martial god, now he too possesses this heavenly pinnacle talent. Chapter 13, 1. 8 million, complete acquisition. It is worth noting that among the 3A classes in number 9 high school, the most gifted individual barely reaches the mysterious grade. Across in city, among 20 high schools, the most gifted student achieves only a pinnacle-grade mysterious talent, with none reaching the earth grade. Yet here stands Feng Chen, endowed with a pinnacle-grade heavenly talent, and with the system allowing for 30 days of training per entry, he feels as if he is soaring. Feng Chen resolved to strive for the status of super martial artist. Previously, he lacked confidence in this endeavor, but with ample talent and time at his disposal, he is now brimming with assurance to pursue the strongest form of super martial artist. With over 900 body refinement pills remaining, he entered the system space. Harnessing his pinnacle-grade heavenly talent, he began training in extreme 108 forms. What once took half a day to practice could now be accomplished in just 1 hour, enabling him to train 24 times in a single day. With the system allowing him to train for 30 days per entry, he could practice a staggering 720 times, accelerating his progress nearly 20-fold. Previously, he managed to train in extreme 108 forms only 40 times over 20 days. Now, the prospect of 720 times is nothing short of terrifying, though the consumption of body refinement pills is equally alarming. To cultivate once through the extreme 108 styles, one requires a body refining elixir. And after sealing himself within the system space for 30 days, he has expended a total of 720 such elixirs. Presently, only 200 remain in his possession. Nevertheless, the rate of his progress is astonishing. During this latest venture into the system space, his physical limit has ascended to 103. It is noteworthy that surpassing the threshold of 100 in physical limits makes any further advancement exceedingly challenging. Yet he has managed to elevate it by 3 in a single foray into the system space. It is not to say that within 20 days he could raise his physical limit to 150, thereby becoming the most formidable super warrior. A limit of 150 is regarded as the pinnacle of super warriors, earning the title of the ultimate super warrior. Typically, a super warrior who achieves a limit of 120 is already remarkable, and those who manage to exceed 130 are exceedingly rare. As for those surpassing 140, historical records indicate that fewer than 1,000 individuals have accomplished this feat on Earth. Each of these 1,000 individuals stands as a formidable presence, transcending the 9th level of warriors, renowned for their immense strength and status. With his extraordinary heavenly aptitude and the 30-fold cultivation speed afforded by the system space, he is confident in his ability to elevate his physical limit to 150, thus becoming the first super warrior in Earth's annals to reach such heights. What he currently lacks are the resources for cultivation, specifically elixirs. His current funds are insufficient, and given that he consumes 720 body refining elixirs each time he enters the system space, at a cost of 1,000 yuan per elixir, he requires a staggering 720,000 yuan daily. Thus, he must devise a means to earn money. While earning money may pose a challenge for the average person, for a warrior, there exists a shortcut: hunting monsters in the wild. The materials and flesh of these beasts are treasures, and hunting them is the quickest way for warriors to amass wealth. As he glanced at his attribute panel, host, Feng Chen, cultivation level, semi-warrior 103, spirit, 103, vitality, 1030, speed, 34 ms, strength, 103 t, body strength, level 1. Segment 1, remaining entries into system space, 0. Upon observing the attribute panel, 3 new categories appeared: spirit, realm, and body strength. The body strength indicator shows level 1. Segment 1, signifying that his physical strength has already reached par with a level 1, segment 1 warrior. Although he has yet to break through to the warrior level, his physical limit has exceeded 100, thus earning him an assessment equivalent to that of a level 1 warrior. After all, most individuals would choose to ascend to the warrior level upon reaching a physical limit of 100. Therefore, the system evaluates based on the standards of an average warrior. Disregarding these thoughts, as it was now 6 in the evening, Feng Chen returned home from school and commenced his training within the system space. Taking advantage of the entire evening before the next day's classes, he planned to utilize this night to hunt monsters in the primitive forest outside in city. With his current physical limit of 103, paired with 2 fully perfected foundational martial techniques and an E-grade alloy sword, he felt no trepidation when confronting beasts below the level of monsters. The hierarchy of warriors and monsters ranges from level 1 to level 9, each divided into 9 segments. Level 1, Segment 1 is the lowest, while Level 9, Segment 9 is the highest. With a massive backpack and his alloy sword in hand, Feng Chen set out towards the primitive forest outside in city. The forest lies merely a few kilometers from the city, and with his speed of 34 meters per second, he would arrive in less than half an hour. Moreover, the outskirts of the primitive forest are home only to beasts that have yet to evolve into monsters. Even a level 10 beast poses little threat to him. The materials from such a creature are valued between 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. To meet the daily cost of 720,000 yuan for his training, he would need to hunt approximately 30 level 10 beasts. His target, therefore, was these unevolved level 10 beasts. Upon reaching his destination, Feng Chen gripped his E-grade alloy sword, fully alert, as he navigated through the primitive forest. Occasionally, he would encounter level 1 monsters, but with his enhanced physical limit of 103 and a certain sensitivity to the presence of powerful monsters, he would deftly avoid them from a distance. As he traversed the forest, it wasn't long before he spotted his target, a level 10 beast. The twin-tailed golden spotted snake. Feng Chen's gaze sharpened, fixating on the massive serpent coiled around a large tree. The twin-tailed golden spotted snake, upon reaching level 10, can grow to a length of 7 to 8 meters, with a girth comparable to an adult's thigh, possessing a potent venom. Its venom, skin, and gallbladder can fetch between 40 to 50,000 yuan, making it one of the more valuable level 10 beasts. "You are the one," Feng Chen declared, his eyes sparkling with determination. He unleashed his aura, executing his perfected footwork, and in an instant, he was before the twin-tailed golden spotted snake. With a ton of force erupting, the blade gleamed as the E-grade sword sliced through the air. With a swift motion, before the snake could react, Feng Chen beheaded it. Engaging the twin-tailed golden spotted snake required a decisive and rapid approach. Decapitation was the optimal strategy, ensuring the integrity of the skin while effectively neutralizing the threat of venomous bites. He retrieved the snake's venom sac, gallbladder, and skin, placing them into his backpack. Feng Chen then continued his search for more prey within the forest. 3 hours passed, and Feng Chen had successfully hunted 60 level 10 beasts, his backpack now brimming with their valuable materials. During this time, he had encountered a level 1 monster, but had wisely chosen to evade it, avoiding any entanglements. Hunting 60 level 10 beasts in 3 hours is a feat only a prodigy like Feng Chen could accomplish, a performance comparable to that of a level 1 warrior. For an average high school student, achieving this would be an arduous task. After all, not everyone possesses the capacity to elevate their physical limit to 103, nor do they wield 2 fully perfected foundational martial techniques. With a hefty load of beast materials, Feng Chen made his way directly to the trading hall in city. "I wish to sell these beast materials," he announced, placing his substantial backpack on the counter. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment while I assess these materials." The staff member responded respectfully. Feng Chen nodded, observing as the worker began counting the materials. The more the worker counted, the more astonished he became. Upon completion, the tally revealed a total of 60 level 10 beast materials, including the highly coveted twin-tailed golden spotted snake. Noting Feng Chen's youthful appearance and high school uniform, it was clear he was a remarkable talent among warriors. "Sir, your beast materials are in excellent condition. I can purchase them from you at the highest price, totaling 1,800,000 yuan. How does that sound?" The staff member proposed. "That sounds acceptable," Feng Chen replied. Following the transaction, he spent 720,000 yuan to acquire 720 body refining elixirs, leaving 1,080,000 yuan in his account. For a warrior, the pursuit of cultivation is an unending expense, and the costs are likely to escalate in the future. Thus, he must find ways to save money. It was now past 11 in the evening when Feng Chen returned home, feeling utterly exhausted after 3 hours of battling monsters. In the prestigious Li family of Anqing, a 4th-tier martial arts clan, the family patriarch and numerous high-ranking members sat with expressions of cold indifference in a grand hall. Among them were Li Hao and his elder brother, Li Hu, along with several other promising youths of the Li lineage. One of the higher-ups spoke with a frigid demeanor. "That Feng Chen dares to proclaim in public that he can flatten the Li family within 3 years. Such audacity is utterly outrageous. We, as a 4th-tier martial arts family, have a significant reputation in Anqing. If we do not respond to the provocation of a mere high school student, the outside world may perceive the Li family as easily bullied. Though this is a conflict among the younger generation, our senior members cannot intervene. However, the Li family boasts many talented youths. While Li Hao may not be a match for him, there are plenty of Li family descendants whose physical limits exceed 80. We must teach him a lesson this time, so he comprehends the might of the Li family, the high-ranking member remarked with a disdainful snort. The others nodded in agreement. Li Hu, your physical limit reached 100 a month ago. How much longer until you can break through to a first-tier martial artist? Asked the senior member, directing his gaze towards Li Hu. I should be able to break through in the next 2 days, Li Hu replied. Good. After you achieve your breakthrough to a martial artist, challenge Feng Chen openly in front of everyone in Anqing. Break both his hands and feet. So the world knows the strength of the Li family, commanded the senior member. Understood, Li Hu nodded. Remember, the high-ranking member added coldly. As long as you do not take his life, incapacitating him is entirely acceptable. Do not hold back. Yes, Li Hu's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Li Hao was his younger brother, and after witnessing Li Hao being humiliated by Feng Chen, he had longed to take revenge. Now, with the command from the Li family's senior members, he felt emboldened. Incapacitating a high school student with a mere physical limit of 80 would be a trivial task for him. A month prior, he had already elevated his physical limit to 100, and he would soon break through to a first-tier martial artist. Defeating a quasi-martial artist would be effortless. According to the information gathered by the Li family, Feng Chen's physical limit was approximately 80. He was in no way a match for Li Hu, which was why the senior members had chosen him for this task. They not only wanted Li Hu to win, but to do so with absolute dominance, demonstrating the Li family's prowess to the people of Anqing. Meanwhile, Feng Chen remained oblivious to these machinations. The following day, he attended classes as usual and later entered the system space to train. That evening, he ventured into the forest outside Anqing to hunt ferocious beasts. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Feng Chen had developed his physical limit to 112, and his savings had reached 4.5 million. Everything was progressing steadily. On this particular day, after school, Feng Chen was intercepted by a figure, Yuan Wu, the very person who had threatened him days prior while he was preparing to dine with Lin Yao. Yuan Wu had warned him that if he dared to eat with Lin Yao, he would face dire consequences. Yet, Feng Chen had disregarded the threat and enjoyed a pleasant meal with Lin Yao. Now, Yuan Wu's blockade suggested he was seeking trouble. Stop right there. Yuan Wu's gaze was icy. What, planning to flee? Previously, he had warned Feng Chen to keep his distance from Lin Yao, but Feng Chen had not heeded his counsel. Instead, he had engaged in jovial conversation with Lin Yao, an act that Yuan Wu perceived as blatant disrespect. If Feng Chen had been a formidable opponent with a powerful background, he might have let it slide. However, a mere high school student with no connections and a physical limit barely above 80 daring to act so arrogantly was tantamount to courting death. Yuan Wu stood at the school gate, blocking Feng Chen's path, eager to demonstrate that there were consequences for such insolence. Surrounding students paused in their tracks, observing the confrontation. Flee? Why should I flee? Feng Chen replied coolly. If I'm not running away, why do you seem so hurried to leave the school? Yuan Wu snorted coldly. I warned you to stay away from Lin Yao, yet you dared to dine with her. It seems you have no regard for my authority. I will dine with whomever I please. Who are you to interfere? Feng Chen retorted mockingly. You think I should be intimidated by you? Very well, very well. Yuan Wu gritted his teeth, spitting out those words with a chill. It had been a long time since anyone in Class C had spoken to him in such a manner. With a burst of energy, Yuan Wu unleashed his limit of 95, an aura of power enveloping him, pressing down on Feng Chen. He was the top student of Class B. With foundational footwork and basic boxing techniques mastered, backed by the formidable Yuan family, a fifth-tier martial arts clan, few dared to offend him, even among the strongest in Class A. Now, he was determined to incapacitate Feng Chen, demonstrating the might of the top student in Class B. Witnessing Yuan Wu's display of power, the nearby students felt a wave of sympathy for Feng Chen, lamenting his choice to provoke Yuan Wu. Feng Chen, however, remained unperturbed. While others may fear you and your background, I do not. If you seek death, I shall oblige, he scoffed. With his physical limit at 112, he surged forward, executing the perfected foundational footwork, moving with such agility that Yuan Wu was left unable to react. Boom. Feng Chen delivered a flying kick squarely to Yuan Wu's face, sending him crashing backward, blood erupting from his mouth as half of his face was mangled. A shower of teeth mixed with blood fell to the ground. One does not strike the face, for it injures pride. Feng Chen's brutal kick obliterated Yuan Wu's visage. Yuan Wu collapsed, dazed and bleeding, stripped of his combat capability. Feng Chen's explosive speed had caught Yuan Wu completely off guard. He had not anticipated that Feng Chen would retaliate so fiercely. Previously, his opponents would cower before the pressure of the Yuan family after a few threats, but here was Feng Chen, unafraid and striking first. What terrifying power! What ruthless methods! Whom did Yuan Wu offend? A student murmured. Who knows? Yuan Wu has always relied on the Yuan family as support, and usually, others back down. This time, he has provoked someone formidable, another student replied. Lying on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, Yuan Wu listened to the murmurs around him. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Feng Chen. You brought this upon yourself. If you dare provoke me again, I will show you no mercy. Feng Chen coldly declared, turning to leave. Yuan Wu snarled. Do not get too pleased with yourself. My grandfather is the head of the Yuan family. Once this reaches his ears, he will ensure you suffer a terrible fate. I'll be waiting, Feng Chen replied calmly. Chapter 15. The Worth of Millions, Feng Chen. Feng Chen had never feared such a spoiled brat. Having already offended the Li family, incurring the wrath of the Yuan family was of little concern. With his current talents and the enhancements from the system space, it would not be long before he broke through to a martial artist and even higher levels. When confronting such a ruffian, it was necessary to suppress him without holding back. Just then, applause echoed through the air as two men and a woman approached. It was Li Hu, Li Hao, and Shang Bingfu, with Li Hu leading the applause. Li Hu spoke, impressive strength, capable of defeating Yuan Wu, yet regrettably still insufficient before me. A look of disdain crossed Li Hu's face as he turned to Feng Chen. You, young man, displayed remarkable courage a few days ago by injuring my brother Li Hao and brazenly proclaiming your intention to obliterate the Li family within 3 years. Is that right? Very well. The higher-ups of the Li family have dispatched me to challenge you. In 10 days, at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, will you dare to face me? Li Hu's gaze fixed firmly on Feng Chen. Since you were so audacious as to declare your intent to flatten the Li family in 3 years, surely you wouldn't shy away from a challenge from the Li family. Li Hu, of similar age to Feng Chen, was a student at Anqing No. 10 High School and a senior this year. He openly issued a challenge to Feng Chen. Students around them looked on, wondering if Feng Chen would accept the challenge. The Anqing Martial Arts Hall, officially sanctioned, was the venue for formal challenges among martial artists, where referees would be appointed to ensure fairness. Li Hu's challenge was straightforward, clearly intended to demonstrate to the people of Anqing the consequences of offending the Li family. Feng Chen regarded Li Hu. It was evident that Li Hu was aware of Feng Chen's capability to defeat Yuan Wu, yet he still dared to issue a challenge, suggesting he was not to be underestimated. The Li family must have great confidence in him, especially by employing such a formal challenge. However, no matter how confident the Li family was, they could not possibly anticipate that Feng Chen's system had already upgraded, allowing him to train for a month within the system space. Furthermore, Feng Chen's talent had ascended to the pinnacle of heavenly grade. Li Hu invited him to a decisive battle in 10 days at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall. In that time, Feng Chen was certain he could elevate his physical limits to 142, and with 2 perfected basic martial techniques, he would undoubtedly overpower Li Hu. What was there to fear? Feng Chen replied, in 10 days, I shall defeat you. Defeat me? Such arrogance. Li Hu scoffed. I forgot to mention. I have now broken through to the first level of martial artist. In 10 days, you shall witness how I will render you powerless. A first-level martial artist. The surrounding students expressed shock. No wonder the Li family dared to send Li Hu to challenge Feng Chen. He had indeed advanced to a first-level martial artist. The difference between a first-level martial artist and a quasi-martial artist was immense. While Feng Chen had managed to defeat Yuan Wu, whose physical limits were developed to 95, he would find himself wholly inadequate before a first-level martial artist. All present could not help but feel that Feng Chen's decision was hasty. In the face of a martial artist, it seemed inevitable that he would suffer a brutal defeat in 10 days. After all, Feng Chen was a solitary figure. How could he contend against a family steeped in martial prowess? Yet, unexpectedly, Feng Chen spoke, but you are merely a first-level martial artist. Since you are so confident, why not add a little wager? A wager? What do you propose? Li Hu was taken aback. Feng Chen, knowing he had surpassed to become a martial artist, showed no fear and dared to make such a bold proposal. Did he possess some assurance, or was he merely posturing? 10 days hence, the loser shall sever one of their arms. Do you dare? Feng Chen declared. If the Li family wished to play, he would engage them in a grand game. Li Hu was merely a first-level martial artist. Feng Chen was now on the verge of becoming a super martial artist, with a physical limit of 110, equating to a first-level martial artist. A limit of 120 corresponded to a first-level second stage, 130 to a first-level third stage, and 140 to a first-level fourth stage. In 10 days, he could certainly enhance his limits to 142, rivaling a first-level fourth-stage martial artist, easily overpowering Li Hu. The students observed as Feng Chen, undeterred by Li Hu's status as a martial artist, proposed a new rule: the loser would sever an arm. Did he truly harbor no fear of Li Hu? All eyes turned to Li Hu, questioning whether he would accept. Li Hu's expression revealed doubt, unable to comprehend whether Feng Chen was genuinely confident or merely bluffing. Now, with the new rule established, wherein the loser would sever an arm, Li Hu saw the onlookers gazing at him, waiting for his decision, and he sensed they believed he was hesitant, pointing fingers in judgment. A martial artist, fearful of a quasi-martial artist? What is there to fear? The ferocity within Li Hu surged. I accept your terms. In 10 days, we shall battle. The loser shall sever an arm. Having spoken, Li Hu departed with Li Hao and Shang Bingfu, but not without casting a final threat. Young man, offending the Li family is the gravest mistake of your life. The gravest mistake? Feng Chen scoffed, unyielding in his response. I believe it is the Li family that has made the most grievous error by crossing me. Ignoring the matter, he returned home. Once at home, he entered the system space to practice. A minute later, Feng Chen emerged. Opening his attributes panel. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, quasi-martial artist 115. Spirit, 250. Vitality, 2500. Speed, 50 milliseconds. Strength, 25T. Body strength, first level first stage. Number of times to enter system space, 0 now. Feng Chen's body strength, power, speed, spirit, and vitality all equated to that of a first-level martial artist. When the human physical limit is developed to 100, the body can possess a strength of 1 ton. Upon breaking through to the first-level first stage, strength increases by 1 ton, granting a total of 2 tons. Every stage a martial artist breaks through increases strength by an additional ton. If Feng Chen were to develop his physical limit to 150, he would possess 6 tons of strength, akin to a first-level 5th stage martial artist. Departing home, Feng Chen made his way to the wild, untamed forest to hunt magical beasts. By 11 o'clock that night, he returned home with an additional million in savings. The following day, he attended school as usual. 3 days later, Feng Chen's physical limit had risen to 124, with body strength, power, speed, spirit, and vitality all comparable to a first-level second-stage martial artist. Today, Feng Chen prepared to hunt genuine magical beasts, targeting first-level first-stage beasts. With his strength now comparable to a first-level second-stage martial artist, combined with perfected basic footwork and knife techniques, he could easily slay first-level first-stage beasts. Even when encountering first-level third-stage beasts, he would possess the means to ensure his own safety. First-level first-stage magical beasts were significantly more valuable than 10th-tier feral beasts, with each first-level first-stage beast fetching a price between 100,000 and 200,000. That night, Feng Chen continued to hunt first-level first-stage magical beasts in the primal forest. The numbers of first-level first-stage magical beasts were vast, most of which were low-intelligence 10th-tier beasts that had evolved, remaining stagnant at the first-level first stage throughout their lives. Feng Chen hunted late into the night, ultimately slaying 50 first-level first-stage magical beasts and 10 first-level second-stage beasts. Upon returning to the trading hall in Anqing, the staff were left utterly astounded. Feng Chen had been a regular seller of magical beast materials, and they had grown familiar with him. Just days prior, he could only hunt 10th-tier beasts. Yet now he was capable of taking down first-level first-stage magical beasts. What a terrifying rate of growth. 450 first-level first-stage beasts and 10 first-level second-stage beasts. Following the usual agreement, they offered him a maximum price of 10 million. What do you think? The staff inquired. Deal. Feng Chen nodded. The materials from a first-level first-stage beast were worth about 150,000, while those from a first-level second-stage beast were roughly 250,000. This price was reasonable. After completing the transaction, Feng Chen felt a bit dazed. Combined with his previous savings, he now possessed a fortune in the millions. With the day coming to a close, he resolved to continue his endeavors the following day. Chapter 16. The final showdown approaches. Upon returning home, Feng Chen indulged in a rejuvenating slumber, reveling in the fulfillment of his daily endeavors. At the current pace, it would not be long before his net worth exceeded 100 million. 2 days later, Feng Chen emerged from the training space, having elevated his physical limits to 130, with his physical strength, power, spirit, vitality, and speed rivaling that of a first-grade, third-tier martial artist. On this day, his target was first-grade, second-tier beasts, which were priced between 200,000 and 300,000, with the trading hall typically purchasing them at a uniform rate of 250,000. By hunting 60 of these beasts, he could amass a profit of 15 million. 5 hours later, Feng Chen returned from the forest outside in city, placing an entire bundle of beast materials on a counter in the trading hall. 50 first-grade, second-tier beasts, and 10 first-grade, third-tier beasts. Your strength has progressed again, remarked the staff, who were well acquainted with his prowess. Feng Chen was undoubtedly the fastest evolving martial artist they had ever encountered, with an immeasurable future ahead. The usual agreement stands. We will purchase at the highest price, 16 million. The staff announced. Deal. Feng Chen nodded. His objective for the day was first-grade, second-tier beasts, yet he would not hesitate to slay any first-grade, third-tier beasts that crossed his path. Thus, his savings swelled at a rate of 15 million per day. 10 days later, Feng Chen emerged from the training space, exhaling deeply as he had refined his physical limits to 142, comparable to a first-grade, fourth-tier martial artist. Today's ambition was to hunt first-grade, third-tier beasts. As night fell, Feng Chen returned from the beast forest, his backpack laden with materials from 50 first-grade, third-tier beasts, and 10 first-grade, fourth-tier beasts, valued at 22 million. After purchasing the necessary elixirs for the following day's training, he retained 21 million. Feng Chen's current savings had surpassed 110 million. Tomorrow marked the day of his decisive battle with Li Hu. After contemplation, he spent 500,000 in the trading hall to acquire a manual on elementary fist techniques. Given that the duel with Li Hu would take place in a martial arts school where weapons were prohibited, securing this manual would provide some assurance. With his innate talent, he could master it in no time. Upon returning home, after midnight, the system updated. Feng Chen entered the system space and, leveraging his top-tier talent, spent 10 days cultivating the elementary fist techniques to perfection. With 20 days remaining, he continued to practice the limit break 108 styles. Emerging from the system space, merely a minute had elapsed, yet Feng Chen's physical limits had reached 144. He opened his attributes panel. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, quasi-martial artist 144. Spirit, 540. Vitality, 5,400. Speed, 70 milliseconds. Strength, 54 T. Physical strength, first grade. Fourth tier, remaining entries into system space. 0, elementary sword technique, elementary step technique, and elementary fist technique were all perfected. Today, he would ensure Li Hu's defeat and sever one of his arms. After school in the afternoon, the in-city martial arts hall was abuzz with activity. Over the past 10 days, the Li family had fervently promoted the duel between Li Hu and Feng Chen. The narrative portrayed Feng Chen as arrogant, claiming he would flatten the Li family within 3 years, while the prodigious Li Hu fought for the family's honor. The Li family had invited numerous martial arts clans and social elites from in-city to witness the battle, both to showcase their connections and to allow those who might oppose them to gauge their own strength. Many teachers and students from No. 9 Middle School had come to the martial arts hall to watch the confrontation, given that Feng Chen was a student there. Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, Lin Yao, and others who knew Feng Chen stood anxiously at the sidelines, awaiting the match. Zhang Xing and Lin Yao believed Feng Chen was being reckless, despite his top 100 strength. He was still at a disadvantage against Li Hu, who had already advanced to become a martial artist. The distinction between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist was substantial, and they were not optimistic about Feng Chen's chances. On the stage, Li Hu and Feng Chen stood on opposite sides. Li Hu sneered, "Kid, everyone must pay the price for their actions. Your ignorance has drawn the ire of forces beyond your comprehension. Opposing the Li family will lead you to regret ever entering this world." "Is that so?" Feng Chen replied nonchalantly. "Today, the loser must sever one of their arms. Are you prepared? I fear you may not handle the loss." Li Hu's eyes narrowed. Even now, Feng Chen displayed no signs of fear, exuding confidence as if victory were assured. Li Hu resolved to demonstrate to Feng Chen the true meaning of cruelty. "I cannot afford to lose," he coldly retorted. With the in-city martial arts hall as the judge and so many prominent figures as witnesses, the loser will indeed sever an arm. Prepare to meet your end. In the audience, Yuan Wu watched Feng Chen, eagerly anticipating the moment when Li Hu would crush him and sever his arm. The humiliation of being defeated by Feng Chen at the school gate 10 days prior lingered in his mind, fueling a desire for revenge. Shang Bingfu and Li Hao focused intently on Feng Chen, convinced he would soon realize the folly of opposing the Li family. Wei Xia and Dong Chun were also present, eager to witness firsthand how Feng Chen would be vanquished. Surrounding them were numerous prominent figures from in-city, intrigued by this seemingly foregone conclusion. This young man shows promise, but offending the Li family could lead to his untimely demise. Should he lose, having his arm severed would render him useless. In a corner of the audience, the principal of No. 9 Middle School, Wuxianovel, and the director of education, Yang Xiong, had also come to observe. "Isn't this the student who ranked 89th in the recent assessment and mastered both elementary step techniques and elementary sword techniques to perfection? He seems to have encountered a significant opportunity and made rapid advancements this month," Wuxianovel inquired of Yang Xiong. "Indeed, he possesses great potential. If he manages to defeat Li Hu today, he could be cultivated as a key student for further opportunities," Yang Xiong replied. "That depends on his ability to defeat Li Hu," Wuxianovel remarked. Li Hu has already reached the first grade, first-tier martial artist level, making it a considerable challenge. "Let us observe," Yang Xiong mused thoughtfully. "Perhaps he will surprise us." "Indeed," Wuxianovel nodded, returning his gaze to the competition stage. Feng Chen felt the weight of the spectators' eyes upon him, none of whom harbored any faith in his victory, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Since no one believed in him, he would let his strength speak for itself. On the stage, the referee addressed the two contestants, declaring, "The match begins." In an instant, Li Hu unleashed his formidable presence, the power of a first-grade, first-tier martial artist surging forth, the surrounding air swirling violently with boiling blood and energy. Even before the battle commenced, his aura pressed down upon Feng Chen. Chapter 17. He is actually striving to become a super martial artist. "Humph," Feng Chen scoffed. Unleashing his limits of 144, his vitality surging like a roaring flame, creating whirlwinds around him. The oppressive force emanating from Li Hu was obliterated by Feng Chen's own, which surged forth like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. A super martial artist, and a remarkably high-level one at that. On the viewing platform, Principal Wuxianovel of No. 9 High School suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated intently on Feng Chen. Yang Xiong, Zhang Xing, and Lin Yao also stared incredulously at Feng Chen on the stage. Feng Chen was actually beginning to challenge the realm of super warriors. and his achievements were no trifling matter. It was no wonder he dared to accept Li Hu's challenge. A super warrior, once the human limit reaches 110, can rival an ordinary first-level, first-stage warrior. Feng Chen was undoubtedly a prodigy. Yang Xiong spoke up after his victory in this challenge. It is likely that the Li family will not let him off easily. We must do everything in our power to protect him. Indeed, Principals Wujun nodded in agreement. The upper echelons of the Li family were visibly shaken upon witnessing the unfolding events. Feng Chen was actually striving to become a super warrior, and his overwhelming aura instantly suppressed Li Hu. Shang Bingfu, Li Hao, and Yuan Wu watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. Feng Chen had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was indeed challenging the super warrior realm, and with such an imposing aura, he might even have a chance of winning. Damn it! Yuan Wu exclaimed coldly. On stage, Li Hu staggered several steps back under the weight of Feng Chen's imposing presence. A metallic taste flooding his mouth as he stared in shock at Feng Chen. This aura was already comparable to that of a fourth-stage first-level warrior. How could Feng Chen be so powerful? Just 10 days ago, his human limit was only around 90. And even if he had raised it to 100 in this brief period, it was impossible for him to possess the strength of a fourth-stage first-level warrior. To achieve fourth-stage strength, one must elevate their human limit to over 140, a feat accomplished by no more than 1,000 individuals throughout history. Those who could elevate their human limits to such heights were all renowned figures on Earth. It was inconceivable for Feng Chen to achieve such a feat in just 10 days, even with legendary celestial level talent. It would take at least a year to elevate one's human limit from 100 to 140. Below celestial level talent, reaching such heights was even more arduous. Mysterious level talent might only allow one to elevate their human limit to 130 at most. The Li family had investigated Feng Chen and found that he possessed no more than a low-grade yellow level talent, the most inferior kind. How could he possibly become a super warrior with such high capabilities? I see now, you must have employed some means to temporarily enhance your strength. Such methods rarely last long, and once their effect fades, it will be your demise. Li Hu sneered, adamant that Feng Chen had resorted to some underhanded tactic. He could not allow his pride to concede that Feng Chen was superior. Pitiful, Feng Chen scoffed. To accuse someone of using underhanded tactics simply because one is lacking in strength. Such individuals will find it difficult to achieve greatness in their lives. Feng Chen executed his perfected basic footwork, moving with ghostly agility to appear before Li Hu. His speed was astonishing. The perfected basic fist technique erupted forth as Feng Chen delivered a strike, straightforward and brutal, without a hint of embellishment, aimed directly at Li Hu. This punch carried immense force, weighing as heavily as a mountain, representing the full extent of Feng Chen's power, over 5 tons. Before the punch even landed, a terrifying wind from its trajectory howled, instilling a sense of dread. Li Hu felt the horror of Feng Chen's strike, his scalp tingling in response. However, Feng Chen's speed was too swift and his footwork too agile, leaving Li Hu with no escape route. He could only brace himself to withstand the blow. Li Hu summoned all his muscle, channeling his strength into his arm, and retaliated with a punch of his own, intending to clash with Feng Chen head-on. A first-stage, first-level warrior possesses 2 tons of strength. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, deafening to the ears. As Li Hu was sent hurtling backward by the terrifying punch from Feng Chen, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing filled the air as Li Hu's arm, which had collided with Feng Chen's punch, shattered under the force, trembling violently. Silence enveloped the surroundings. One punch, stark and unadorned, had decisively overwhelmed Li Hu. Around the audience, those invited by the Li family, prominent figures from Anqing and martial arts families, exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement. Today, the Li family had certainly struck a hard surface. After going to such great lengths and making a grand spectacle, they found themselves the subject of ridicule. Perfected basic footwork and fist techniques. The Li family's upper echelons wore grim expressions, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Although Li Hu had advanced to a first-stage, first-level warrior, he had spent most of his time focusing on enhancing his human limit, neglecting the study of martial techniques. He had only mastered the basic techniques to a significant degree. The Li family leaders remarked, "This young man, wielding 2 perfected basic martial techniques, has utterly crushed Li Hu." The difference between a significant mastery level and a perfected level is vast. The perfected level can easily overpower the significant mastery level. If this continues, Li Hu is destined to lose, and today's duel will surely become a farce, Li family's greatest embarrassment. On stage, Li Hu suddenly erupted, pulling out a pouch of lime powder from his clothing, flinging it into Feng Chen's eyes, and then thrusting 2 fingers sharply towards Feng Chen's eyes. At this moment, he no longer cared about the rules of the duel. All he wanted was to eliminate Feng Chen, even if it meant resorting to such despicable tactics. Stop! The referee shouted abruptly. The rules of the duel explicitly forbade the use of concealed weapons or powders to ambush an opponent, particularly targeting their eyes. Li Hu was brazenly defying the rules of combat. However, it was too late for the referee to intervene. Li Hu was too close to Feng Chen and had sprung into action suddenly. leaving no time for anyone to assist Feng Chen. He could only rely on himself. Feng Chen snorted. Li Hu had underestimated him, thinking he could catch him off guard. With a human limit of 144, Feng Chen's senses were exceptionally acute. The moment the lime powder was released, he reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to shield his eyes. Leaping into the air, he executed a flying kick, striking Li Hu's head with precision. Bang! The kick landed solidly on Li Hu's jaw, knocking out half of his teeth as blood and teeth flew in all directions. Li Hu's body was slammed against the railing, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Even with his underhanded tactics, Li Hu was still no match for Feng Chen. As the lingering lime powder settled, Feng Chen soared into the air, landing a foot squarely on Li Hu's chest, calmly stating, "Now do you understand who sought their own demise?" Chapter 18. I shall sever his arm. Let us see what you can do about it. Feng Chen's foot carried a force of 5 tons, injuring Li Hu's internal organs and causing internal bleeding, leaving him gravely wounded. Watching Li Hu, who lay beneath him, sputtering blood and rolling his eyes, Feng Chen let out a cold snort. The crowd fell silent. Li Hu had resorted to despicable tactics in a fair duel, using lime powder to ambush Feng Chen, only to be ultimately defeated by him. He had brought this upon himself. The expressions of the Li family were as cold as ice. They had lost all face today. The upper echelons of the Li family had never anticipated that Feng Chen would possess the strength to defeat a first-stage, first-level warrior. Feng Chen turned to the members of the Li family and said, "According to our prior agreement, the loser of this duel must sever an arm. Will you do it yourselves, or shall I?" Upon hearing this, all the members of the Li family stood up, according to the rules. The loser was indeed required to sever an arm. However, such agreements were only honored under conditions of equal strength, and in the face of Feng Chen, the arrangement was nothing but a farce. If the agreement were honored and one of Li Hu's arms severed, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Although Li Hu may not be the most formidable genius of the Li family, his talents are considered above average within their ranks, and with proper cultivation, he could evolve into a powerful warrior. It is utterly inconceivable for them to consent to the amputation of Li Hu's arm. "Enough, young man," a senior member of the Li family bellowed. "In martial contests, victory and defeat are commonplace. There is no need for such aggression." "Indeed," added Li Hao from the audience. "Since my elder brother has been defeated, my family concedes, and you should not push any further." "How brazen of the Li family to demand more," Feng Chen retorted coldly. "The agreement made in front of so many witnesses is as solid as iron. Your family cannot simply renege on it." The onlookers turned their gazes toward the higher-ups of the Li family, awaiting their explanation. "There is no question of breaking an agreement. Li Hu has lost. And that is the end of it," a senior member of the Li family replied. "Li Hu's decision to engage in this agreement was his own. Our family did not consent. Should you dare to harm him, I swear by the honor of the Li family that you will not leave this martial arts hall today." The distinguished guests and martial arts families present in the city were taken aback by the Li family's arrogance. Indeed, Feng Chen, standing alone, appeared insignificant against such a colossal force. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he regarded the Li family, realizing for the first time the weight of power and influence. No matter how exceptional his talents, before he had fully matured, he was still akin to an ant in the presence of certain powers. At that moment, Li Hu regained consciousness. His gaze twisted with malice as he glared at Feng Chen. "Dare to touch me, and you will not leave this hall alive." The crowd turned to Feng Chen, uncertain of his choice. Would he release Li Hu to preserve himself, or would he sever Li Hu's arm and confront the Li family head-on? Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, Lin Yao, and others watched anxiously from below, unsure of what decision Feng Chen would make. Zhua Hejuan, the principal of the 9th High School, observed Feng Chen, pondering his next move. Zhua Hejuan had resolved that if Feng Chen dared to sever Li Hu's arm and confront the Li family, he would intervene to protect him. If Feng Chen chose to compromise and let Li Hu go, he would remain uninvolved. He had no liking for the faint-hearted. Feng Chen surveyed the Li family members, their expressions cold and their murderous intent palpable, as if they would pounce and tear him to shreds at the slightest provocation. Li Hu, smirking with disdain, declared, "Before the Li family, you are naught but an ant. If they wish to kill you, a mere second-level warrior would suffice. My challenge to you is simply the Li family's act of benevolence. Consider wisely. Your life and death hinge upon your next thought." In response, Feng Chen laughed, a bold and carefree laugh. The essence of a warrior's training is to contend against fate, to defy the heavens, and to endure countless life and death crises to achieve greatness. What merit is there in cowardice? With a cold smile directed at Li Hu, Feng Chen addressed the Li family. "Today, I shall sever his arm and see what you can do about it." With that, Feng Chen stepped forward and brought his foot crashing down upon Li Hu's arm, channeling 5 tons of force into the blow, instantly shattering the joint at his shoulder. Grasping the mangled limb, he wrenched it off with brutal strength, flinging it to the ground in a gruesome spectacle. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Feng Chen had indeed acted, disregarding the Li family's threats, and had decisively severed Li Hu's arm. Li Hu, overcome by pain, fainted from the shock. "Fool! Attack him! Kill him!" The Li family members were enraged, charging onto the stage with the intent to slay Feng Chen. Since he had shown no fear, they were determined that he would pay for his arrogance with his life. However, at that moment, two figures clad in black suits appeared beside Feng Chen, Yang Xiong, the dean, and Zhua Hejuan, the principal of the 9th high school. As the Li family advanced, Zhua Hejuan spoke with a calm authority, "You shall not harm him." Yang Xiong stood resolutely beside Feng Chen, reassuring him, "Do not fear. With both the principal and I present, no one shall lay a finger on you." Feng Chen felt a surge of gratitude toward the two men who had come to his aid, knowing them to be the principal and dean of his school. They stood up for him during a moment when the Li family sought to take his life. "What do you mean by this?" A senior member of the Li family inquired, halting their advance. "What do I mean?" Zhua Hejuan retorted with a scoff. "Are you suggesting that you can bully a talented student of 9th high without consequence?" As the principal, Zhua Hejuan was also a 4th-level warrior, and with Yang Xiong, a 3rd-level 9th-stage warrior, they felt no fear of the Li family, even though it was a prominent martial arts family. "This ruthless individual has severed Li Hu's arm. Should we not respond?" A senior member of the Li family countered. "The facts are clear. There is no need for further discussion. Today, we will ensure Feng Chen's safety." Zhua Hejuan declared firmly. "Others may fear the Li family, but I do not. Should you persist, I will take action against you." "Very well," the Li family members replied, their expressions darkening. "We shall see how this unfolds. We hope principals will always protect him." With that, they coldly instructed their people to carry away the unconscious Li Hu and departed, recognizing that with Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong safeguarding Feng Chen, they had lost their opportunity. "Thank you, principal and dean," Feng Chen expressed sincerely. After the death of his parents, these two were the first to come to his aid, standing against the Li family on his behalf. There's no need for gratitude. The Li family is merely a 4th-level martial arts family, and with your talents, you will achieve far beyond this, Zhua Hejuan smiled. "In just 10 days, the competition for the quota will begin. Focus on your training to secure a place for 9th high." "Yes," Feng Chen nodded. "I will exert every effort to seize that opportunity." "Indeed," Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong affirmed. "We believe in you." Chapter 19. Unprecedented, the 5-star super warrior. After today, it seems that the relationship between you and the Li family will be one of relentless conflict. Within and city, with us here, the Li family will not dare to act openly against you. However, once you leave the city, you must exercise caution, Yang Xiong advised. "Understood," Feng Chen replied. "I will eventually bring ruin upon the Li family." Upon returning home from the martial arts hall, Feng Chen tidied himself and then ventured into the primordial forest outside in city to hunt magical beasts. He was just 6 units shy of reaching his physical limit, at which point he could break through to become a warrior. With a physical limit of 150, Feng Chen would become a historically unparalleled 5-star super warrior, the greatest in the world. Super warriors are classified into 5 tiers, determined by their physical limits. A physical limit of 110 qualifies one as a 1-star super warrior. A physical limit of 120 qualifies one as a 2-star super warrior. A physical limit of 130 qualifies one as a 3-star super warrior. A physical limit of 140 qualifies one as a 4-star super warrior. A physical limit of 150 qualifies one as a 5-star super warrior. Over 2 billion warriors exist in the world, yet fewer than 1,000 have attained the status of 4-star super warrior. As for 5-star super warriors, none have ever been recorded. Feng Chen is destined to be the first in history to challenge the 5-star super warrior threshold. Upon reaching the pinnacle of human limits at 100, one must prepare the warrior pills to strive for martial prowess. To break through to a 5-star super warrior, a staggering quantity of these pills is likely required. Each warrior pill is valued at 1 million on the market for an ordinary individual attempting to become a warrior. A single pill suffices. However, Feng Chen estimates that he will need at least 100 or more, as previous 4-star super warriors consumed over 100 pills in their attempts. Over the past 3 days, except for his class hours, Feng Chen has tirelessly hunted level 1 stage for beasts in the forest outside the city. His efforts have resulted in an astounding increase in savings, amounting to 250 million. With his physical limit now reaching 150, it is time to procure warrior pills and embark on the journey to become a super warrior. In the trading hall, Feng Chen spent 150 million to acquire 150 warrior pills before returning home. Entering the system space, he commenced his challenge to become a super warrior. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, Quasi-Warrior 150. Spirit, 600. Vitality, 6000. Speed, 100 milliseconds. Strength, 6T. Body strength, level 1. Stage 5. System space access, 0 times. Feng Chen's physical attributes now rival those of a level 1, stage 5 warrior. It is uncertain how terrifyingly powerful he will become upon completing the breakthrough. Without hesitation, he ingested a warrior pill, unleashing a tremendous surge of medicinal power within him. As he initiated the breakthrough using the limitless 108 forms, the overwhelming potency of the pill surged through his meridians and acupoints. To become a warrior, one must open all the meridians, connect the dantian, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourish the body, and undergo a profound transformation. The effects of one warrior pill were swiftly absorbed, yet Feng Chen had barely opened 1% of his meridians. He continued to consume the warrior pills, each one igniting within him like an enraged dragon, relentlessly assaulting his meridians. After expending 120 warrior pills, he finally succeeded in opening all his meridians. With the meridians now connected, only the final step remained, linking them to the dantian to form a cohesive system. Feng Chen swallowed the remaining 30 warrior pills in one go, harnessing their immense energy to forcefully connect his open meridians to the dantian. With a thunderous explosion akin to a miniature cosmos erupting, Feng Chen's dantian was finally opened. In an instant, every pore of his body opened wide, establishing a continuous flow between the meridians and the dantian, setting an eternal cycle into motion. A clarity washed over Feng Chen's mind, as if he had been reborn. His strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception all ascended to an entirely new echelon, a stark contrast to his former self. Eagerly, he accessed his attribute panel to gauge the extent of his newfound power. Host: Feng Chen. Cultivation, Level 1. Stage 1, 5-star Super Warrior. Spirit, 1000. Vitality, 10,000. Speed, 100 milliseconds. Strength, 10T. Body Strength, Level 1. Stage 9, System Space Access, 0 times. Upon viewing his physical attributes, Feng Chen's blood surged with excitement. His extensive efforts to become a 5-star Super Warrior were not in vain. Now at Level 1, Stage 1, his physical attributes rival those of a Level 1, Stage 9 warrior. Following his breakthrough, Feng Chen noticed tiny luminous specks suspended around him. As these motes floated close, they were effortlessly absorbed into his body. Upon inhaling them, Feng Chen felt an invigorating rush. This was the spiritual energy present in the air. Now that I have broken through to become a warrior, I can absorb the spiritual energy in my surroundings, he exclaimed with delight. However, lacking a suitable cultivation technique, his efficiency in absorbing the energy remained subpar. As a warrior, his training would now rely solely on absorbing spiritual energy. Determined, Feng Chen resolved to purchase a cultivation technique, several martial skills, and a more refined weapon. With 100 million remaining in savings, he pondered whether it would suffice, as the techniques and skills for warriors are exponentially more expensive than those for quasi-warriors. Given the current situation with the Li family, which has escalated to a life-and-death conflict, Feng Chen must find a way to enhance his strength. The Li family has remained unusually quiet in recent days, possibly plotting their next move. Feng Chen must remain vigilant. Exiting the system space, he made his way to the trading hall in city, intent on acquiring essential techniques and martial skills. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Li family, within a brightly lit parlor, the patriarch, the most formidable member of the family, addressed those gathered around him. For the next few days, we shall remain still and allow that brat to linger a little longer. Once Hire returns, we will deal with him. Li Hai, the youngest master of the Li family and its foremost genius, was enrolled in City's premier high school in City No. 1. He had achieved the status of a warrior over a year ago and had now reached the terrifying level of a Level 1. Stage 5 warrior, far beyond what Li Hu could contend with. In comparison, Feng Chen barely surpassed an average Level 1, Stage 1 warrior, rendering him utterly insignificant against Li Hai's current prowess. The senior members of the Li family nodded in agreement, recognizing that with Zhuohejuan and Yang Xiong protecting Feng Chen, it would be unwise for the older generation to directly confront him. Thus, the most suitable candidate to handle Feng Chen would be Li Hai. Should Li Hai take action to eliminate Feng Chen, the younger generation's conflict would likely draw no further intervention from Zhuohejuan and Yang Xiong. At this moment, Feng Chen had already arrived at the in-city trading hall. Had he been privy to the Li family's intentions, he might have laughed in disbelief. Level 1. Stage 5 was entirely beneath his notice. Standing before the counter, he inquired, "Do you have any suitable cultivation techniques for super warriors?" Super warrior? The staff member's gaze shifted, instantly filled with respect. Each super warrior is an unparalleled genius, a figure of even greater stature than a mere warrior. With utmost reverence, the staff member replied, "Sir, cultivation techniques for warriors are categorized from grade 1 to grade 9, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. There is no distinction between warriors and super warriors. Grade 1, lower level, is the most basic, while grade 9, upper level, is the finest." Feng Chen realized the grading system for techniques, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. What are the price ranges for techniques from grade 1 to grade 9? He inquired, unsure if his remaining 100 million would be sufficient. "This is the introduction and pricing for the techniques." The staff member handed him a thick booklet. As Feng Chen perused the extensive catalog, he was taken aback by the staggering prices. Grade 1 techniques range from 5 million to 25 million, grade 2 from 25 million to 100 million, grade 3 from 100 million to 500 million, grade 4 from 500 million to 2.5 billion, grade 5 from 2.5 billion to 10 billion, grade 6 from 10 billion to 50 billion, Grade 7 from 50 billion to 250 billion. Grade 8 from 250 billion to 1 trillion. Grade 9 from 1 trillion to 5 trillion. Faced with the exorbitant costs of the techniques, Feng Chen was utterly astonished. The third-tier cultivation technique requires an investment of over 100 million. However, the 100 million savings that Feng Chen possesses is merely sufficient to purchase a single volume of a third-tier technique. Feng Chen was momentarily taken aback. Upon examining the introduction at the back of the booklet, he discovered that techniques ranked above the second tier could be purchased in multiple volumes. A first-tier technique allows cultivation up to the first level, 9th stage. A second-tier technique enables cultivation up to the second level, 9th stage. A third-tier technique permits cultivation up to the third level, 9th stage, and so forth. A 9th-tier technique allows cultivation up to the 9th level, 9th stage. Each first-tier technique consists of a single volume, while a second-tier technique comprises 2 volumes. A third-tier technique includes 3 volumes, a fourth-tier technique has 4 volumes, and a 9th-tier technique contains 9 volumes. The trading hall, understanding that many martial artists have limited funds and cannot afford to purchase an entire set of techniques at once, has opted to sell techniques ranked second tier and above in separate volumes. However, purchasing individual volumes incurs a significantly higher cost compared to acquiring a complete set. Feng Chen's gaze lingered on a 9th-tier superior technique, the Thunderbolt art. This 9th-tier superior technique cultivates thunder energy, exuding an overwhelming dominance and lethality. With a total price of 50 billion. The breakdown for volume purchases is as follows. The first volume is priced at 100 million, the second at 1 billion, the third at 5 billion, the fourth at 10 billion, the fifth at 50 billion, the sixth at 200 billion, the seventh at 800 billion, the eighth at 1.5 trillion, and the ninth at 2.5 trillion. Opting for the volume purchase instead of acquiring the entire set results in an additional expenditure of 66.1 billion. With only 100 million in his possession, Feng Chen can afford to buy the first volume of the Thunderbolt art, which will allow him to cultivate up to the first level, 9th stage. He resolves to purchase the first volume of the Thunderbolt art now and will acquire the subsequent volumes when he has amassed more funds. Chapter 21. This night marks your demise. Give me the first volume of the 9th-tier technique, Thunderbolt art, Feng Chen instructed the staff. Certainly, sir, replied the staff member respectfully, handing the volume to Feng Chen. The transaction was complete. Upon returning home, Feng Chen commenced his cultivation of the first volume of the Thunderbolt art. He had just broken through within the confines of the system space, consuming only half a day's time. There remained 29.5 days in the system space, allowing him to continue his training. The Thunderbolt art truly lives up to its reputation as a 9th-tier technique. Comprehending it proves exceedingly challenging. Even those with profound talents may require several years to grasp it, while individuals of lesser aptitude might never comprehend it in a lifetime. Relying on his exceptional heavenly grade talent, Feng Chen spent 3 days within the system space to comprehend it. The subsequent 26 days were devoted entirely to cultivating the first volume of the Thunderbolt art, absorbing spiritual energy into his body and converting it into thunderous power stored within his dantian. The higher the grade of the cultivated technique, the greater the quantity of spiritual energy that can be stored in the dantian. If the spiritual energy storage of a cultivator practicing a first-tier technique is 100, then a practitioner of a second-tier technique possesses 200, a third-tier practitioner holds 300, and a 9th-tier practitioner can store 900. Thus, practicing a 9th-tier technique allows for a storage capacity 9 times greater than that of a first-tier technique. However, the difficulty of cultivation also escalates correspondingly. To comprehend a 9th-tier technique is a monumental challenge, and many individuals may spend their entire lives without mastering even one. Furthermore, those practicing a 9th-tier technique find it considerably more arduous to elevate their cultivation level, while a practitioner of an ordinary technique might advance a stage within a month. A practitioner of a 9th-tier technique requires at least 3 months, assuming exceptional talent. For those of lesser aptitude attempting to cultivate a 9th-tier technique, the progression is even slower. With Feng Chen's heavenly grade talent, he too would require 3 months to achieve a level increase in the 9th-tier technique. In the context of the system space's assistance, this translates to just 3 days of real time. Therefore, in 3 days, Feng Chen could elevate himself from the first level, first stage to the first level, second stage. With 7 days remaining before the competition for the coveted opportunity, Feng Chen aims to advance his cultivation from the first level, first stage to the first level, third stage before entering. As a 5-star super martial artist at the first level, third stage, his physical attributes would rival those of a second level, second stage martial artist, making the attainment of the coveted opportunity a mere formality. Meanwhile, within another family in its city, the Yuan family, 5 individuals stood before Yuanhua, a martial artist mercenary squad. The leader, named Xiang Zheng, was from the ferocious martial arts academy in its city, which boasted numerous martial artist squads responsible for hunting beasts in the nearby wilderness. Occasionally, they also undertook less savory tasks. Xiang Zheng's squad had received a commission to eliminate a high school student in the forest outside the city. The client was Yuan Wu, a scion of a fifth-tier family. Yuan Wu addressed Xiang Zheng, stating, "I have provided you with all the information on Feng Chen. He was able to defeat Li Hu, indicating his strength is around the first level, second stage. My investigation reveals that Feng Chen ventures into the primitive forest outside the city every evening to hunt beasts. This presents the perfect opportunity to ambush him. Your squad should have no trouble taking him down." Yuan Wu continued, "Here is a deposit of 500 million. Upon success, I will provide you with an additional 500 million. I want Feng Chen dead tonight." His voice was icy. "Rest assured, young Master Yuan. We will handle this matter with utmost precision," Xiang Zheng replied confidently. There were 5 members in their squad, with Xiang Zheng being the strongest at the first level. 5th stage, while the other 4 members were at the first level, 4 stages, and the first level, 3 stages, respectively. Taking down a high school student of comparable strength to the first level, second stage would be a trivial task for them. "Yes," Yuan Wu nodded, instructing. "Make sure to handle this cleanly. I do not wish for anyone to trace this back to me." Yuan Wu was acutely aware that Feng Chen was currently under the protection of Zhuohejuan and Yang Xiao. Although he hailed from a 5th-tier martial arts family and was not afraid of Zhuohejuan, he attended in City No. 9 High School, where Zhuohejuan served as principal, making it unnecessary for him to sever ties with Zhuohejuan unless absolutely necessary. "Rest assured, young Master Yuan, we guarantee this will be executed flawlessly," Xiang Zheng assured, patting his chest. "Very well," Yuan Wu nodded, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Feng Chen, tonight is your final hour." Chapter 22, Captain Xiang. Struck down in a single blow. After exiting the system space, Feng Chen, as was his routine, made his way to the forest outside the city to hunt beasts. Presently, Feng Chen possessed no savings whatsoever. He needed to devise a swift method to earn money. Upon reaching the martial artist level, the basic martial skills he had acquired no longer kept pace with his growth. He needed funds to purchase new skills. Moreover, his E-grade alloy blade was becoming insufficient. Currently, Feng Chen wielded the most economical E-grade alloy blade, which was only effective against beasts at the first level, 9th stage. When confronted with second-level beasts, this alloy blade could not penetrate their defenses, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage. Given Feng Chen's current strength, facing a first-level, 9th-stage beast might pose a challenge. But he could easily handle a first-level, 8th-stage beast. The materials from a first-level, 8th-stage beast are priced around 850,000. Therefore, today, Feng Chen's target was exclusively first-level, 8th-stage beasts. He had brought 2 backpacks, ample enough to carry the materials from 100 beasts, preparing for a significant haul. There was no choice. Feng Chen was in dire financial straits and needed to find ways to earn money. Departing from an city and entering the primordial forest, Feng Chen, as usual, sought out targets among the beasts. However, today he sensed an unsettling intuition, an ever-present feeling that he was being followed. As a 5-star super martial artist, his spiritual perception rivaled that of a first-level 9th Dan practitioner, rendering him exceedingly astute. Even the slightest rustle of wind or movement in the grass could not escape his notice. Feng Chen arrived at a secluded spot within the forest and spoke softly. "You all have been following me for quite some time. It is time for you to reveal yourselves." In an instant, 5 figures emerged from the surrounding trees. The members of the Xiang Zheng team. "Impressive perception, young man," Xiang Zheng sneered, "but it is futile. Today, you shall remain here forever." At these words, a cold glint flashed in Feng Chen's eyes. These were clearly assassins sent to kill him. Judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be a team of martial artists. Could they be hired by the Li family? "Are you from the Li family?" Feng Chen asked in a low voice. Suspecting that it was indeed likely they had been dispatched to eliminate him. "Yes," Xiang Zheng retorted with a cold smile. "Who sent you is of little importance. What matters is that your life is about to come to an end." Feng Chen snorted disdainfully. "Do you think your 5 can kill me? 1 first-level 5th Dan martial artist, 2 first-level 4th Dan martial artists, and 2 first-level 3rd Dan martial artists. You are hardly a match for me. Arrogant. Then let us test your life," Xiang Zheng commanded, and the 5 sprang into action, surrounding Feng Chen from all sides, cutting off his escape routes. Xiang Zheng wielded a long spear, lunging at Feng Chen from the front, its tip crackling with faint arcs of electricity, indicating formidable martial skills. Feng Chen scoffed at the display of lightning. "Playing with electricity in front of me? A death wish." He unleashed his 9th-tier technique, the Thunderbolt technique, as his aura surged, enveloping him in crackling arcs of electricity, akin to the arrival of a thunder deity, with a terrifying speed that rivaled that of a first-level 9th Dan martial artist. He closed the distance to Xiang Zheng in the blink of an eye. Grasping the spear with one hand, he swiftly seized Xiang Zheng's throat with the other, channeling the terrifying power of lightning through his arm. Crackling sounds erupted as the malevolent electricity ravaged Xiang Zheng's body, causing him to convulse violently, his hair smoking, and his eyes rolling back in his head. The lightning power cultivated from his 9th-tier technique was usually stored within his dantian, but unleashed in battle, it wreaked havoc on his foes. With a swift motion, Feng Chen hurled the unconscious Xiang Zheng to the ground. utilizing his full strength to smash him down with an impact equivalent to 10 tons, reducing him to a mere broken heap of bones, dead on the spot. Feng Chen showed no mercy to those who sought to harm him. The four surrounding Feng Chen were utterly paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. What had just transpired? Their fifth Dan leader had been dispatched in an instant, without the slightest chance to retaliate. How could they continue fighting? In an instant, the four fled in separate directions, disappearing without a trace. Feng Chen, observing their flight, chose one to pursue. His physical attributes rivaled that of a first-level 9th Dan martial artist, and he quickly closed the gap on his target. As he approached from behind, Feng Chen suddenly planted his foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. He struck the fleeing man's back with his blade, piercing through from behind to his heart. The man collapsed instantly. Feng Chen coldly inquired, "Who sent you?" The man, spewing blood and unable to utter a word, died before he could reveal the identity of his employer. Feng Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Had he known a single strike would suffice, he needn't have used his blade, leaving him in the dark about the mastermind behind this plot. Meanwhile, the remaining three had already fled in 3 separate directions, and it was too late for Feng Chen to chase after them. After searching the fallen warrior's body, Feng Chen discovered several bank cards, a martial arts manual, a combat technique, and an identity token. Glancing at the token, he recognized it belonged to the Violent Martial Arts Academy. A smile crept across his face as he understood their identity. Locating the other 3 would be much easier now. He picked up the opponent's weapon, which turned out to be a D-grade alloy sword, a tier above his E-grade alloy war knife. While his war knife had cost him 1 million, being the lowest quality of E-grade, a D-grade weapon typically ranged from 20 million to 100 million. For a first-level 4th Dan martial artist to spend 100 million on a D-grade weapon was not unusual. The higher the weapon's grade, the greater its lethality, thus benefiting the martial artist. For a team of martial artists that frequently hunted beasts in the primordial forest, possessing a good weapon was vital. Among the items found on the fallen warrior were a second-tier low-grade technique, the Xian Feng Jin, and a first-tier mid-grade skill, the Qing Feng Zhan. The bank cards, lacking passwords, were discarded by Feng Chen as they were of no use to him. Returning to the site of the battle, Feng Chen searched Xiang Zheng's body once more, uncovering another martial arts manual and combat technique, a second-tier mid-grade technique, the Yin Yuan Gong, and a third-tier low-grade skill, the Lei Meng Gun. He collected these as well. He also picked up Xiang Zheng's fallen spear, which appeared to be a C-grade weapon. Elated, Feng Chen realized that C-grade weapons ranged from 200 million to 1 billion. With his spoils secured, he continued hunting beasts in the forest. 5 hours later, Feng Chen's backpack was filled with materials from 100 level 8 beasts. Returning to An City, he arrived at the sales hall, placing the 2 bags of beast materials, the D-grade alloy sword and the C-grade alloy spear on the counter. "How much for these materials and weapons?" he inquired. After inspecting the materials and weapons, the staff member responded, 100 level 8 beast materials will be purchased at a uniform price of 850,000 each, totaling 85 million. The 2 weapons, both in pristine condition, will be bought at 70% of the original price. The D-grade alloy sword, originally priced at 100 million, will be acquired for 70 million. And the C-grade alloy spear, originally priced at 500 million, will be acquired for 350 million. Altogether, that amounts to 500 million and 500,000. Deal, Feng Chen nodded. Then, he asked, "I wish to purchase a body movement technique. Do you have any recommendations?" Having already acquired a third-tier low-grade attacking technique, the Lei Meng Gun, from Xiang Zheng, there was no need for him to seek out further attacking techniques. The third-tier low-grade technique was sufficient for a practitioner of his current level. "This is a catalog of all the techniques, sir. It includes many body movement techniques," the staff member replied. Feng Chen perused the catalog, noting that the price for first-tier techniques ranged from 5 million to 15 million. Second-tier techniques from 30 million to 100 million. Third-tier techniques from 200 million to 600 million. Fourth-tier techniques from 1 billion to 5 billion. And fifth-tier techniques from 10 billion to 50 billion. His gaze lingered on a fourth-tier technique, the Spirit Serpent Movement, an upper-tier technique that, when mastered, would grant the body a flexibility akin to that of a spirit serpent, priced at 200 million. Upon reading the introduction to this martial art, Feng Chen was taken aback. While other high-grade martial skills of the 4th rank were priced above 5 billion, the Spirit Serpent technique astonishingly cost only 2 billion. Noticing Feng Chen's gaze lingering on the Spirit Serpent technique, the staff member spoke up, stating that this technique is exceedingly formidable among the 4th-grade skills, comparable to 5th-grade martial arts. However, he cautioned that its cultivation is immensely challenging. Out of 10 purchasers, none have succeeded in mastering it without a talent above the Xian level. He advised Feng Chen to exercise caution in his purchase. Many individuals, in the past, have disregarded this warning, only to find themselves unable to grasp the technique after years of futile effort, ultimately leading to wasted time and resources. The staff member reminded him that the Spirit Serpent technique could not possibly be priced at the level of a low-grade 3rd-tier skill otherwise. With a smile, Feng Chen replied, "I shall take this 4th-grade Spirit Serpent technique, and I also require a C-grade spear valued at around 3 billion. Feng Chen possessed a heavenly grade talent, enabling him to comprehend techniques that others could not. Currently, he owned a low-grade third-tier martial skill and sought to acquire a spear. He had recently sold a spear for 5 billion, albeit at a 70% discount to the trading hall. Now, he found himself needing to spend 3 billion to repurchase a spear. Had he known, he would not have sold it. However, without the sale, he could not have raised the 2 billion required for the spirit serpent technique. Never mind, it was sold. And he could always earn more to purchase a better weapon in the future. Very well, sir, the staff member nodded. Moments later, he presented the spirit serpent technique alongside a C-grade medium spear, the thunder spear, to Feng Chen. The C-grade medium weapon was sufficient to deal with beasts below the 6th rank, making it adequate for Feng Chen's current needs. Chapter 24. Some accounts need to be settled. Upon returning home, after midnight, the system updated, allowing entry into the system space for cultivation. Feng Chen entered the system space and began his training. He soon discovered that with his heavenly grade talent, his cultivation speed significantly surpassed that of others with similar talents. Typically, a martial artist with a heavenly grade talent would require 3 months of continuous, tireless training to elevate 1 rank when practicing a 9th-tier technique. In contrast, Feng Chen only needed to dedicate 15 hours a day to achieve the same in 3 months. Each entry into the system space afforded 30 days of cultivation time, and he planned to allocate 15 hours daily to practice the 9th-tier technique lightning formula, reserving the remaining 9 hours for the 2 martial skills he possessed. Currently, Feng Chen held 2 martial arts, the low-grade 3rd-tier offensive skill lightning spear and the high-grade 4th-tier movement skill spirit serpent technique. Mastering lightning spear would yield the destructive power of a pinnacle 3rd-tier martial artist, while the spirit serpent technique, despite being a high-grade 4th-tier skill, would not pale in comparison to 5th-tier techniques when perfected. If he could refine these 2 skills effectively, combined with his 5-star super warrior physical attributes, Feng Chen would be well equipped. It is worth noting that typical 1st-tier martial artists would generally opt to cultivate 1st-tier skills, as they are relatively easier to master and provide sufficient offensive capacity at that level. However, martial skills above the 2nd tier are difficult for 1st-tier practitioners to master due to the inadequacy of their physical attributes, making it challenging to wield skills of a higher tier. The higher the tier, the stronger the attack, and the greater the demands on physical attributes. After 30 days of cultivation in the system space, Feng Chen saw a modest increase in his abilities. With 2 additional entries, he would be able to break through to the 2nd segment of the 1st tier. During these 30 days, he dedicated 9 hours daily to practicing both martial skills, 3 hours on lightning spear and 6 hours on spirit serpent technique. Thanks to his formidable heavenly grade talent, he successfully achieved the entry level for both techniques. Generally, a martial artist with a yellow grade talent would require 5 hours a day for 1 to 2 years to reach the entry level of a 1st-tier skill. Even those with a Xian grade talent would need 2 to 3 months of the same regimen. Conversely, a martial artist with a ground grade talent could achieve entry in just 10 days, while a heavenly grade talent could do so in a single day. Although Feng Chen possessed heavenly grade talent, he was simultaneously training 2 martial skills, one being a 3rd-tier skill and the other an exceptionally difficult 4th-tier movement skill, making his endeavor exponentially more challenging. Nevertheless, he managed to accomplish this in just 1 month, a feat not to be underestimated. 2 days passed, and Feng Chen elevated his cultivation to the 2nd segment of the 1st tier, with both martial skills, lightning spear and spirit serpent technique, reaching the minor accomplishment stage. The progression from entry level to minor accomplishment took 1 month in the system space, while the advance from minor accomplishment required an additional 2 months. The stages of martial skill cultivation are divided into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. With just 4 days remaining until the selection for the Blessed Land, Feng Chen was confident he could elevate both martial skills to major accomplishment. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, 1st tier. 2nd segment, 5-star super warrior. Spirit, 1100. Vitality, 11,000. Speed, 110 milliseconds. Strength, 11T. Physical strength, 2nd tier. 1st segment. Remaining entries to system space, 0. Over the past 3 days, Feng Chen had been targeting 1st-tier 9th segment beasts in the forest outside the city, and his savings had accumulated to 28.5 billion. Now, wielding the C-grade thunder spear, his eyes glinted with cold determination as he stepped out of his home, heading toward a martial arts hall in a city. The Furious Martial Arts Hall. 3 days prior, Feng Chen had been ambushed in the forest by individuals from the Furious Martial Arts Hall. It was time to settle this score. Although Feng Chen's cultivation was at the 2nd segment of the 1st tier, his physical attributes rivaled those of a 1st-tier, 1st-segment warrior. Coupled with his 2 martial skills, he was unafraid even of opponents below the 2nd tier, 5th segment. Chapter 25. The Phantom-Faced Man Strikes. The Furious Martial Arts Hall is a 3rd-tier martial institution in a city, led by a 3rd-tier warrior. Upon arriving at the hall, Feng Chen produced the identity tokens of the slain team member, inquiring of a staff member. Are these two individuals members of your Furious Martial Arts Hall? The staff member examined the tokens and replied, yes, they are members of one of our teams. A cold smile crept across Feng Chen's lips as he asked, are the remaining 3 members of that team still present in the hall? The staff member glanced around and responded, it seems not. That team hasn't been seen in the hall for the past few days. Thank you, Feng Chen said as he pocketed the 2 identity tokens. Clearly, after the incident, the other 3 members of the team had gone into hiding. They understood that Feng Chen's ability to eliminate Xiang Zheng and one of their own indicated that he could easily dispatch them as well. Hence their reluctance to show their faces. Feng Chen now faced a dilemma. His leads had run dry. How would he locate the 3 individuals? Lacking direct evidence, he hesitated to conclude whether they had hired assassins from the Li family. Without evidence, there is no way to trouble the Li family. With a resigned wave of his hand, Feng Chen could only grasp his spear and venture into the primordial forest outside in city to hunt demonic beasts. Strengthening himself was the priority. At this time, within a hall of the Yuan family, Yuan Wu's expression was anxious as he faced the remaining 3 members of the Xiangzheng team. One of them spoke, young Master Yuan. Feng Chen's power does not align with the intelligence you provided. His strength far exceeds the mere first level, second phase. Our captain was slain in 2 moves before him. Now that Feng Chen has approached the frenzied martial hall, you must pay us a fee to allow us to leave in city. Yuan Wu's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Feng Chen possessed strength beyond the 5th level. No need for that. You may remain at the Yuan family, he replied. I will arrange for others to deal with Feng Chen. As he finished speaking, a figure clad in black appeared behind Yuan Wu, wearing a black and white mask. The mere presence of this figure sent a chill through the hall. This was the ghost-faced man, a notorious assassin in its city, a truly twisted existence. Possessing a cultivation at the 2nd level, first phase, yet his combat prowess rivaled that of a 2nd level, second phase warrior. He was exceptionally skilled in assassination, never missing a target, with lethal methods that guaranteed death. It was unexpected that Yuan Wu had summoned him. Feng Chen was doomed. In 4 days, the competition for the coveted spots would commence. Feng Chen had ranked within the top 100, granting him the opportunity to vie for a place. In these 3 days, ensure that you kill him. Yuan Wu commanded. The ghost-faced man understood. The ghost-faced man replied coldly, a single word laden with murderous intent. The 3 members in the hall swallowed hard. With the ghost-faced man involved, Feng Chen stood no chance. Meanwhile, Feng Chen was relentlessly hunting demonic beasts in the primordial forest. His current targets were all 2nd level, 2nd phase beasts, each valued at 2 million. By slaying 100, he could amass 2 billion in mere days, allowing him to save over 1 billion and subsequently acquire the 2nd volume of the Thunder Technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Chen's cultivation steadily advanced to the 1st level, 3rd phase, with physical attributes comparable to those of a 2nd level, 2nd phase warrior. Simultaneously, both of his martial skills, Thunder Spear and Spirit Serpent Technique, had reached great mastery. At this point, unless he encountered a warrior of the 6th level or above, Feng Chen could handle any opponent. After selling the demonic beasts he had hunted at the trading hall, Feng Chen's savings successfully surpassed 1 billion, prompting him to immediately purchase the 2nd volume of the 9th grade technique, Thunder Technique. On his way home, Feng Chen was in high spirits. The next day marked the beginning of the competition for the coveted spots, and everything seemed perfectly timed. With his strength, securing a position would be effortless. The aura in the coveted ground was rich, abundant with treasures, and boasted the legacies of numerous ancient and otherworldly masters. Entering such a place would undoubtedly amplify his power. As Feng Chen neared home, the streetlights dimmed ominously. In the shadows, a figure clad in black lay in wait, piercing eyes fixed intently on the approaching Feng Chen, ready to strike once he was within range. Sensing Feng Chen's 1st level, 3rd phase cultivation, the ghost-faced man felt a flicker of doubt. How could one at the 1st level, 3rd phase, so easily dispatch a 1st level, 5th phase warrior? Such formidable ability to challenge beyond his level. According to the descriptions from the 3 members of the Xiangzheng team, Feng Chen fought surrounded by crackling lightning. A terrifying sight, seemingly practicing a lightning attribute technique of extremely high grade. Yuan Wu speculated that Feng Chen might be a super warrior, for he had previously defeated members of the Li family even before breaking through to warrior status. This Feng Chen was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. To slay such a genius was the ghost-faced man's greatest delight. As Feng Chen drew near, the ghost-faced man produced a throwing knife, propelling it towards Feng Chen's eyes with deadly precision. Then, like a specter, he emerged from the darkness, his curved blade aimed directly at Feng Chen's neck. The angle of his attack designed for a fatal strike. Chapter 26. The puppet master behind the scenes, Yuan Wu. In an instant, Feng Chen felt a prickling sensation as danger surged within him. Reacting swiftly, he swept his spear, the weapon slicing through the air like a dragon, deflecting the incoming knife. He then executed the Spirit Serpent Technique, appearing 10 meters away. The ghost-faced man, taken aback by the failed ambush, exclaimed, "What remarkable speed and agility!" He had executed his attack with pinpoint precision. Even a 2nd level, first-phase warrior would have suffered grievously attempting to evade it. Yet, Feng Chen had effortlessly avoided the assault, emerging unscathed. Unbeknownst to the ghost-faced man, Feng Chen had mastered a top-tier technique at the 4th grade, and his spiritual perception and reaction speed rivaled that of a second-level, second-phase warrior, allowing him to easily evade the ambush. Another assassin. Feng Chen felt a surge of frustration. This was the second time he had been targeted, and he demanded, "Who sent you?" The ghost-faced man replied ominously, "A dying man has no need for such knowledge." Feng Chen's strength had exceeded the ghost-faced man's expectations, yet the thrill of slaying such a talent invigorated him. With his long knife glinting menacingly, the ghost-faced man activated a first-grade martial technique, charging at Feng Chen. This technique, known as capture step, had been honed over many years to perfection. As he stood before Feng Chen, an aura of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from him, his blood surging, intertwining with the energy around his long knife, forming a 3-foot-long blade aura. Employing a second-grade technique, blood blade slash, the ghost-faced man unleashed his attack without reservation, aiming to cleave Feng Chen in two. With this strike, he had previously slain warriors of the second grade, second phase. Feng Chen, with a disdainful snort, regarded the incoming blow without the slightest intention of evading, even though he could easily do so with the spirit serpent technique. However, he deemed it unnecessary. Unleashing his full momentum, Feng Chen activated the 9th-grade technique, thunder technique, causing a torrent of lightning power to surge from his dantian, enveloping him. As he gathered lightning energy in his C-grade spear, brilliant blue arcs illuminated the dim street, creating a dazzling spectacle. At the spear's tip, a 5-foot-long spear aura materialized, pulsating with electricity. Employing the 3rd-grade technique, thunder spear, Feng Chen met the ghost-faced man's 2nd-grade technique, blood blade slash, head-on. The superiority of their respective grades was immediately apparent. With a terrifying thrust, Feng Chen's spear shattered the blood blade slash, the blue lightning obliterating the blade aura. The ghost-faced man's long knife flew from his grasp, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. His body convulsing from the electric shocks coursing through him, grievously wounded. Feng Chen's strike was sufficient to contend with a second-level, 5th-phase warrior, far beyond what the ghost-faced man could withstand. Had Feng Chen not shown mercy, intending to spare the assassin's life to extract information about the puppet master, the ghost-faced man would have met his end. Lying on the ground, the ghost-faced man gazed incredulously at the spear-wielding Feng Chen before him. So powerful, he thought. How old is this Feng Chen? No more than 18, just a high school student, yet he could annihilate me. My blood blade slash was but a joke before him. The technique he just employed must be at least 3rd grade. Its power surpassed that of blood blade slash by several folds. Had it not been for Feng Chen's lower cultivation, preventing him from unleashing the full might of that 3rd-grade technique, it would have been even more devastating. Even if he could not unleash his full offensive capabilities, that single shot was sufficient to annihilate him. He could sense that, at the critical moment, Feng Chen had restrained a portion of his power, otherwise, he would already be dead. Approaching the masked man, Feng Chen spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "I shall ask you once more, who sent you?" The masked man, pallid yet resolute, replied, "You should concede. Those of us in this line of work value our credibility and reputation. I will not divulge the identity of my employer. Is that so? Then prepare to meet your demise." Feng Chen raised his spear, poised to pierce the masked man's skull. If he was so stubborn, death would be his fate. "Wait," the masked man shouted urgently. "Of course, credibility can be compromised, but you must first promise me that you will not kill me." Feng Chen hesitated for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. This masked man was surprisingly straightforward. "Very well, I promise that if you reveal your employer, I shall spare your life." "Good," the masked man said, as if granted a reprieve. "The one who hired me to assassinate you is the young master of the 5th-tier martial arts family, Yuan Wu." Yuan Wu. At this revelation, Feng Chen's eyes flared with murderous intent. It was indeed him. Feng Chen had always presumed that the Li family was behind this plot, given their current enmity with him, making them the prime suspects. He never anticipated that it would be the treacherous Yuan Wu. "A few days ago, Yuan Wu sent the 5 members of the Xiangzheng team to assassinate you. Unfortunately, they failed and subsequently paid me 2 billion to take over," the masked man lamented, who knew that the intelligence he provided was flawed. "Your strength is far beyond the 1st tier, 6th stage, leading to my failure." Upon hearing this, a fleeting light flickered in Feng Chen's eyes. The members of the Xiangzheng team from a couple of days ago were also sent by Yuan Wu. How deeply he desired to see him dead. It seemed that once the competition for the coveted spot concluded, Feng Chen would have to settle the score with him. Chapter 27. The Indomitable Body of Blood God. Feng Chen remarked, "Yuan Wu spent 2 billion to hire you to kill me?" "Indeed," the masked man replied. "To enlist a 2nd-tier martial artist assassin, 2 billion is not excessive." Feng Chen nodded, then declared, "Hand over all the money and valuables you possess. Transfer the funds directly to my account, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I will take your life. You lack integrity." The masked man's expression changed dramatically. Feng Chen intended to burn bridges, demanding his wealth even after learning of the mastermind behind the plot, a flagrant act of shamelessness. Enough with the preamble, Feng Chen barked. Transfer the money to my account, and leave your weapons and techniques here. Feng Chen produced his bank card and presented it to the masked man, stating, otherwise, you shall not leave here alive. I warn you, do not attempt to deceive me. If the amount transferred does not meet my expectations, I will incapacitate you without hesitation. Fine, I concede. The masked man spat out 4 words through gritted teeth, accepting Feng Chen's bank card and beginning the transfer on his phone. Once the transaction was complete, the masked man laid all his techniques and valuable items on the ground. He coldly remarked, may I leave now? At this point, the only valuable item I possess is this pair of golden threaded underwear. If you desire it, I can remove it for you. Feng Chen glanced at the balance that had just been credited to his account. Over 5 billion. This sum was indeed consistent with a second-tier martial artist's worth. After all, martial artists with wealth often purchase techniques, weapons, and elixirs for their cultivation, rarely hoarding their money. The costs of martial arts training are substantial in every aspect. Begone. Feng Chen commanded the masked man. Upon hearing this, the masked man vanished without a trace. Feng Chen chose not to pursue him, having promised not to kill him. He would not go back on his word. The masked man was merely a hired assassin, and Feng Chen had no personal vendetta against him. The true target of Feng Chen's ire was the mastermind, Yuan Wu. As for the masked man, having stripped him of his entire fortune was ample recompense. You came to kill me for money, so I shall leave you destitute, Feng Chen mused, lowering his gaze to assess the spoils left by the masked man. 2 techniques. 2 martial arts skills, and a C-grade longsword. The martial arts techniques included a first-tier movement technique, capture steps, and a second-tier sword technique, bloodblade slash. Feng Chen quickly lost interest. Techniques of such low tier held no allure for him anymore. His focus shifted to the 2 techniques. One was a second-tier technique. Pure Yuan technique, rather mundane and purchased from the trading hall, lacking any distinctive features. The second technique, however, was markedly different. It was titled Indomitable Body of Blood God. Inscribed on an ancient scroll, its rank indeterminate, clearly a remarkable find not comparable to those sold in the trading hall. Feng Chen wondered where the masked man had acquired such a treasure. After securing all the spoils, he returned home and began studying the Indomitable Body of Blood God. This was an exceptionally powerful body-refining technique, comprising 12 levels, with a high requirement for the practitioner's innate talent. Only those with a lower-grade Earth-level aptitude or above could cultivate it. Moreover, it necessitated the use of beast blood for training, refining the body by absorbing the bloodline of ferocious beasts, undergoing gradual evolution until attaining an immortal state. Achieving the first level would grant immunity to attacks from martial artists at the first tier, 9th stage. To be immune to the attacks of a first tier, 9th stage martial artist. What a concept. It meant standing still, without utilizing any protective energy, allowing a first tier, 9th stage martial artist to strike at will without inflicting harm. Even a 5th tier martial artist would not dare to claim that they could withstand the attacks of a first tier, 9th stage martial artist without employing protective energy, relying solely on their physical defense. Reading the description of the technique, Feng Chen was exhilarated. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill. The technique he was currently practicing, Thunder Formula, had formidable offensive power but was somewhat lacking in defense. Feng Chen had been seeking a technique to bolster his defensive capabilities. And here was the solution arriving just as he had hoped. The Indomitable Body of Blood God primarily focused on enhancing defense. Mastering the first level would allow one to disregard attacks from first tier, 9th stage martial artists. At the second level, one could disregard attacks from second tier, 9th stage martial artists. The third level would grant immunity to attacks from third tier, 9th stage martial artists. Upon reaching the 9th level, one would be able to disregard attacks from 9th tier, 9th stage martial artists. Truly an astonishing feat. It was no wonder that such a technique required a high level of innate talent. The more extraordinary the skill, the greater the difficulty, necessitating superior aptitude. The description of the Indomitable Body of Blood God stated that one must utilize the blood of ferocious beasts in the cultivation process. Feng Chen departed his home and went to the trading hall, addressing the staff. Do you have any ferocious beast blood for sale? Indeed, sir, the staff member replied courteously. What level of ferocious beast blood do you require? Feng Chen paused. Blood from a first tier, 9th stage ferocious beast will suffice. The price for blood from a first tier, 9th stage ferocious beast ranges from 1 million to 5 million. How many portions would you like? The staff member inquired. So expensive. Feng Chen was taken aback. Typically, when he hunted a first tier, 9th stage ferocious beast, the total value of all materials would amount to only around 1 million. Yet now, a single portion of its blood cost between 1 to 5 million. Chapter 28. The contest begins. You may not be aware, but our ferocious beast blood is sourced from high-ranking martial artists who extract it from live beasts after wounding them. This ensures the vitality of the blood. We do not sell blood from deceased beasts, which is why the price tends to be higher, the staff member explained. I see. Feng Chen found himself lost in thought. Realizing that only the blood extracted from living beasts would retain its potency, the blood of deceased creatures would inevitably coagulate and deteriorate, rendering it useless. Extracting blood from living beasts necessitated a high-ranking warrior, demanding significant sacrifices, and thus commanded a steep price. "I would like 200 portions of the finest beast blood at 5 million each," Feng Chen stated. "Understood, sir," the staff member replied, nodding. 200 portions of top-tier beast blood at 5 million each amounts to a total of 1 billion. Feng Chen produced a long knife he had seized from the ghost-faced man and inquired, "How much can this blade offset?" "This long knife is classified as a C-grade weapon. Selling it at a 70% discount in the trading hall should yield a few billion," the staff member responded. "Given that the C-grade long knife is in pristine condition, we can offer you 35 billion in exchange." "Very well," Feng Chen nodded, proceeding to pay the remaining 65 billion before departing with 200 portions of level 9 beast blood. Having recently acquired over 50 billion from the ghost-faced man, Feng Chen was now in possession of a significant sum, sufficient to support his cultivation of the blood god indestructible body for a while. Upon returning home, he meticulously applied a portion of the beast blood across his entire body. As he activated his exceptional celestial grade talent, he began his practice of the blood god indestructible body. During this process, he felt the beast blood on his skin begin to boil, akin to scalding water, causing his skin to flush a fiery red and inflict a sharp, searing pain. The essence of the beast blood was gradually absorbed by his physique, refining his body, enhancing his bloodline, and augmenting his physical defenses. With Feng Chen's celestial grade talent, he could complete a full cycle of the blood god indestructible body in a single night, consuming 2 portions of beast blood for each cycle. Feng Chen estimated that to master the first level of the blood god indestructible body, he would require at least 1,000 portions of beast blood. Currently, with only 200 portions at his disposal, he was far from sufficient and would have to wait until he used them up before making further purchases. Meanwhile, in the Yuan household, Yuan Wu's countenance was dark as a storm cloud. Yet again he had failed, and this time even the ghost-faced man had faltered, exposing his identity as the mastermind to Feng Chen. What kind of monster was Feng Chen that even the ghost-faced man could not match him? With Feng Chen now aware of his role as the instigator, Yuan Wu felt no fear. Rooted in a 5th-tier martial arts family, a mere 2nd-tier warrior posed little threat to him. His fury stemmed from the consecutive failures of his meticulously planned operations, a bitter pill for him to swallow. The humiliation of being defeated by Feng Chen in front of numerous students at the school gate would haunt him for a lifetime. No matter what, he vowed that Feng Chen must die. The following day, Feng Chen arrived at school, where the day had arrived for the competition for the coveted spots. All students ranked within the top 100 from the last assessment were summoned to the playground. Principals Wuxianovel and Director Yang Xiong stood before the assembly, declaring, "There are only 300 spots up for grabs, contested by 20 high schools in Anqing. Every school can only send their top 100 from the last assessment, totaling 2,000 participants. You 100 represent our school, Jiuzhong, and yourselves. You must exert every ounce of effort to secure these spots. Do you understand?" Wuxianovel bellowed at the crowd. "Understood." The 100 students responded in unison, their voices ringing out across the playground. "Excellent," Wuxianovel nodded. "The competition will take place in a remote battlefield outside of Anqing. This afternoon, the school will arrange transportation for everyone. The specific rules of engagement will be communicated upon arrival. For now, return to prepare what you need. We will gather this afternoon for departure. You will be required to stay in the battlefield for a week, and you may encounter some formidable beasts, so ensure you bring sufficient food, water, and powerful weapons. That is all. You are dismissed." "Yes." The 100 students responded in unison before dispersing. The contest for the coveted spots would require a week in the wilderness, fraught with ferocious beasts. Feng Chen left the school and made his way directly to the trading hall, spending 40 billion to acquire 800 portions of top-tier beast blood. Upon returning home, he promptly stored all the beast blood he possessed in the system space, ensuring he had an ample supply for the week-long endeavor ahead. With 7 days to cultivate within the system space, he could practice the blood god indestructible body 7 times, enough to master the first level. He anticipated that his cultivation would also reach level 1, stage 4. Yuan Wu's persistent attempts to eliminate him meant that Feng Chen would eventually have to confront him. Chapter 29. Feng Chen was no ordinary individual. He was an anomaly. What did it matter if he hailed from a 5th-tier martial arts family? Feng Chen felt no fear. Should they seek to take his life, even the heir of a 5th-tier family would meet his end. In the afternoon, Jiuzhong prepared 2 vehicles to transport Feng Chen and the other 100 students participating in the competition to the wilderness battlefield. After 2 hours, they arrived at the site, where students from many other high schools had already gathered. Feng Chen carried a backpack filled with provisions and water, wielding a C-grade spear as he disembarked from the vehicle. The top 100 students from Jiuzhong were predominantly from the A class, whom Feng Chen did not know, and they showed little interest in the C-class student. The top students were all at least level 2 warriors, each possessing formidable strength, making the competition for the spots particularly intriguing. However, despite their prowess, They still paled in comparison to Feng Chen. An hour later, all participating students from the 20 high schools had assembled at the entrance of the wilderness battlefield. Representatives from the Anqing Education Bureau, the military, and the local government were present, indicating the significance of the competition. At that moment, a young man from Anqing No. 10 approached Jiuzhong. He was none other than the Li family's top prodigy, Li Hai, enrolled at Anqing No. 10. He had been dispatched by his family to eliminate Feng Chen during this competition. Recently, Feng Chen had violently severed Li Hu's arm in front of witnesses at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, delivering a resounding slap to the Li family, which they could not overlook. As Li Hai approached the Jiuzhong students, he came face to face with Feng Chen. "You must be Feng Chen," he stated coldly. "Be careful in the wilderness battlefield. If we cross paths, I will make you regret crossing the Li family." The surrounding Jiuzhong students looked on with a mix of schadenfreude, knowing that Li Hai, now a level 5 warrior, was a far cry from Li Hu. With Li Hai targeting him, Feng Chen was undoubtedly in for trouble in the wilderness battlefield. Among the Jiuzhong participants, aside from Feng Chen, all were A-class students, who harbored a sense of superiority and looked down upon Feng Chen from C-class. Seeing Li Hai confront Feng Chen, they merely watched with amusement, showing no inclination to assist him. "You had best hope we do not meet in the competition, or I will make your fate even worse than Li Hu's," Feng Chen replied calmly. Li Hai's eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of malice passing through them. "I shall not waste words with you now. We will meet in the wilderness battlefield, and then we shall see who can emerge unscathed." Implied within the statement was the notion that had it not been for the timely intervention of Zhua and Jun alongside Yang Xiong during the last encounter, your life would have already been extinguished. This time, one must wonder who might come to your aid. With that, Li Hai turned on his heel and departed, opting not to engage in further verbal sparring with Feng Chen. No matter how harshly he spoke now, it would pale in comparison to the directness of proving his strength by ruthlessly vanquishing Feng Chen. Once they entered the wilderness battlefield, he would ensure that Feng Chen would come to regret his current words. Feng Chen remained silent, observing Li Hai's retreating figure with a cold smirk. It appeared that this time in the wilderness battlefield, a fatal incident was imminent. Naturally, Feng Chen would not show mercy to those who sought his demise. As for the skepticism harbored by the students from Class A of the 9th grade regarding his capabilities, Feng Chen silently noted it. He would use his achievements to deliver a resounding slap to their faces in the competition for the coveted spots. They would soon realize that the C-class student they looked down upon was, in fact, a formidable force they ought to fear. At that moment, a prominent figure from the military stepped forward. This individual stood tall and straight, exuding an aura of authority that was accentuated by his military attire. His name was Han Yu, a significant figure from the military district near In-City, a level 6 warrior, whose status was on par with that of the director of the In-City Education Bureau. Addressing the assembled students from 20 different high schools, Han Yu proclaimed, "The time has come. The competition for the coveted spots will soon commence. The rules for this contest will be dictated by our military." His voice was cold as he continued, "The regulations we establish will be infinitely more brutal than those set forth by the Education Bureau or the government. For those of you wishing to participate in the contest for these spots, be aware that your lives may be at risk. After learning the rules, you may choose to withdraw or proceed with the competition." Life-threatening risks. Upon hearing this, some timid students began to reconsider their participation. Although the coveted spots were important, they paled in comparison to their very lives. As some of the more cowardly students started to hesitate and withdraw, Han Yu shook his head, expressing disdain for those lacking the courage to fight. He believed that it would be better to give the spots to a pig than to those who lacked the spirit to fight. The military sought to cultivate warriors who were bold, willing to fight and sacrifice for their country. Such warriors were essential in the ongoing struggle between humanity and the beasts. Those devoid of fighting spirit merely relied on their social status as warriors to impose their will, yet when humanity truly needed them, they proved utterly useless. This was most detestable to the military. In this competition for the coveted spots, you will enter the wilderness battlefield and survive for 7 days. This battleground is fraught with beasts of level 3 and below, and there are quite a few. Once you enter, no warriors will be present to ensure your safety. Your survival rests solely upon your own abilities. We bear no responsibility for your lives, Han Yu continued. The beasts in this wilderness battlefield are accustomed to slaughtering humans and harbor an intense hatred for our kind, exhibiting ferocity unmatched by the gentle beasts found in the forests outside In-City. If you lack experience and courage in battling these creatures, you may very well perish. Think carefully. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, some students began to deliberate. The competition for the coveted spots was to take place in a situation devoid of high-level warriors for protection, requiring them to face the beasts alone. The wilderness battlefield had been exclusively designated by the military, isolated from the outside world, and served as a training ground for military warriors. The beasts within were known for their hostility towards humans. These high school students might manage training, but to face the beasts alone in combat was a daunting prospect for most. They were but sheltered flowers, insignificant in the face of the brutal and savage beasts. Even beasts of their own level would likely prove too formidable an opponent. After all, Not everyone was like Feng Chen, who could master an offensive martial technique and a movement technique to perfection in just a few days, daring to venture alone into the wilderness to hunt beasts. Feng Chen was an anomaly. He was not an ordinary individual. Forcing them to confront the multitude of ferocious beasts alone for 7 days was a challenge many would shy away from. Meanwhile, Feng Chen, invigorated, gripped his spear tightly. This wilderness battlefield was a stage tailor-made for him. For someone like Feng Chen, who aimed to slay 100 beasts daily outside in city, surviving alone in the wilderness for a week would be akin to child's play. The competition for the coveted spots was assuredly in his favor. Chapter 30. You seem to misunderstand the current situation. Surviving for 7 days in the wilderness battlefield is the fundamental condition. Your task is to hunt as many beasts as possible to earn points. Hong Yu stated coldly. Only the top 300 students in terms of points will secure a spot in the coveted area. Upon hearing this, those who had been indecisive and contemplating withdrawal instantly chose to step back from the competition. The students who withdrew were all those with abilities ranked below level 1. Stage 5. For them, merely surviving alone in the wilderness for 7 days was already a formidable challenge, let alone actively confronting beasts to accumulate points. It was far more prudent to withdraw and ensure their safety. Hong Yu surveyed the withdrawing students, noting approximately 15,000 had chosen to exit. In an instant, 3/4 of the participants had opted out. Hong Yu snorted in contempt. These individuals were the type who desired benefits without the willingness to take risks. Now that they realized the dangers involved, and with no hope of profiting from the chaos, they chose to retreat, an attitude he held in utter disdain. Now, among the remaining 5,000, only Feng Chen possessed a strength ranking of level 1, stage 3, while all others ranked above level 1, stage 5. Hong Yu cast a curious glance at Feng Chen. All the others at level 4 had withdrawn, yet Feng Chen at level 3 chose to remain. How intriguing. Did he intend to fight for his life? Hong Yu had always favored those willing to risk everything and engage in life and death battles against the beasts. The remaining individuals are commendable. Regardless of whether you secure a spot in the coveted area, you have much to be proud of, he declared. Now let us commence. The competition begins. I look forward to your return. In an instant, the remaining 5,000 students surged forward, brimming with determination and ferocity, plunging into the wilderness battlefield. The periphery of the battlefield had been cordoned off by the military to prevent the beasts from escaping, while the internal space was vast. As the 5,000 students entered simultaneously, they vanished without a trace, as if stones cast into the sea. Feng Chen, spear in hand, delved deeper into the wilderness battlefield, seeking out more formidable beast targets. With his current strength, beasts below level 2 no longer captured his interest. Feng Chen's sights were set on creatures of level 2. Stage 6 or below. He discovered a notable aspect. He could store items within the system space. The prompt indicating a one-time entry opportunity did not imply a limitation of once per day. Rather, it meant that entering once afforded him a 30-day training period. As long as Feng Chen did not exhaust the 30-day training time that refreshed daily, he could enter the system space as many times as he desired in a single day. The system space was particularly expansive, allowing Feng Chen to store numerous items, such as materials obtained from slain beasts, their essence blood, weapons, and various non-living objects. Currently, in his training of the blood god indestructible body, he required a substantial amount of beast essence blood to aid his cultivation. Feng Chen planned to take advantage of his 7 days in the wilderness battlefield to hunt down 1,000 level 2 or higher beasts, collecting 1,000 portions of their essence blood to stockpile for the second tier of blood god indestructible body. He had already amassed ample essence blood for the first tier, currently holding 1,000 portions of essence blood from level 1, stage 9 beasts in his system space. Feng Chen continued his relentless escape. Suddenly, a figure surged towards him from behind with great urgency. It was Li Hai, the most gifted talent of the Li family. Indeed, Li Hai regarded Feng Chen as an easy target, having set his sights on him shortly after entering the wilderness battlefield. Feng Chen halted his steps and remarked, "Are you so eager to court death?" Li Hai approached rapidly from behind, casting a cold glare at Feng Chen. "Even now, you remain so arrogant, oblivious to the situation at hand." "What situation?" Feng Chen replied with a mocking smile. "You fool, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Prepare to meet your end." Li Hai bellowed, his disdain for Feng Chen's nonchalant demeanor and mocking grin palpable. Though merely a first-tier, third-stage practitioner, Feng Chen dared to act so brazenly before Li Hai, a first-tier, fifth-stage warrior. Li Hai was determined to crush Feng Chen and relieve his pent-up frustration. Li Hai practiced spear techniques, and like Feng Chen, he displayed an unusual footwork, seemingly a first-tier martial art he had already mastered. Upon reaching Feng Chen, he unleashed his spear with the ferocity of a dragon, exuding tremendous momentum, with spiritual energy coiling around the spear, causing its tip to whirl like a vortex. "Whirlwind spear," Li Hai shouted, executing a first-tier superior technique, thrusting the spear through the air, distorting the atmosphere as it aimed directly for Feng Chen's throat, intent on delivering a lethal blow. "Humph," Feng Chen scoffed, his expression still one of disdain. As he activated the 9th tier technique, Thunderbolt formula, lightning crackled around him, akin to the explosive power of a second tier, second stage physique. Grasping the C-grade weapon, the surprising Knight Spear, he swept it with precision. In an instant, the sweeping spear resembled a divine dragon's tail, crackling with purple electricity, and struck Lehai's spear, sending it flying. The impact left Lehai with a gaping wound in his chest, exposing bone, as electric currents coursed over his skin, charring it black and causing blood to pour forth. Lehai staggered back, his expression twisted in agony. This Feng Chen is formidable. He shattered my first tier technique with ease. With such strength. Who gave you the audacity to believe you could crush me? Feng Chen observed Lehai with a calm demeanor. I never expected you to hide your strength so well. This time, my Li family has miscalculated, Lehai retorted coldly. But do not revel in your triumph. My family has many talented individuals. If I cannot slay you, others will. With that, Lehai abruptly turned and executed his footwork to flee into the forest. Faced with defeat, he sought to regroup with other powerful members of the Li family to confront Feng Chen later. Trying to escape? Feng Chen sneered. Where do you think you're going? Employing the Spirit Serpent technique, Feng Chen's speed surged, granting him an agility akin to that of a serpent. In a few swift movements, he closed the distance to Lehai. With a sweeping motion of his spear, the sharpened tip cleaved into Lehai's legs, severing them and sending blood spraying. Ah! Lehai's scream echoed throughout the forest. Feng Chen had rendered him incapacitated for life. Feng Chen coldly approached Lehai, raising his spear once more to sever both of Lehai's hands, and then thrusting it into Lehai's dantian, obliterating it. With the destruction of his dantian, Lehai would never again cultivate martial arts. Now you understand the consequences of crossing me? Feng Chen mocked. You demon. My Li family will not let you off the hook. Lehai shrieked, his eyes bloodshot and face contorted in rage. I'll be waiting. Feng Chen replied with a chilling smile before turning to delve deeper into the forest. Killing Lehai would pale in comparison to the torment of rendering him incapacitated. Such punishment would inflict far greater suffering than death itself. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, officials overseeing the area witnessed the confrontation in vivid detail. Today's advanced technology allowed for comprehensive surveillance of the entire wilderness battlefield through satellite monitoring. Observing Feng Chen's performance, military leader Hong Yu, along with Education Bureau Director Huang Onghua and the mayor of Anqing, were all taken aback. A first-tier, third-stage practitioner effortlessly defeating a first-tier, fifth-stage opponent. Employing the 9th-tier Thunderbolt formula, remarked Huang Onghua, the Education Bureau's deputy director. Moreover, his footwork technique, the 4th-tier Spirit Serpent technique, is evidently mastered to a high degree. Added Hong Yu from the military. Given his speed and explosive power, his physical attributes are undoubtedly comparable to a first-tier, 6th-stage warrior. This young man is a super warrior. At least a 3-star super warrior. Mayor Ling Tian of Anqing exclaimed, visibly excited. To achieve super warrior status by 18, mastering a 9th-tier technique and a 4th-tier martial art. His talent must be at least at the Earth tier, he continued. I never expected Anqing to produce a genius with Earth-tier potential. This must be reported to the nation for prioritized development. The emergence of such talent in Huaxiao is a blessing. Individuals with Earth-tier talent can become 9th-tier warriors in the future. 9th-tier warriors are exceedingly rare on Earth, possessing unmatched prowess and earning the respect of all. Hong Yu. This Feng Chen is a student of Anqing. The military should refrain from any intentions toward him, Mayor Ling Tian stated firmly. And what of your student? Such a talent belongs in the military. Hong Yu's eyes gleamed with determination, resolved to invite Feng Chen to join the military as soon as he emerged. That is not possible. The talents of Anqing will be reported to the nation for centralized training. They will not be handed over to the military, Ling Tian countered. As the two engaged in debate, within the wilderness battlefield, Feng Chen had ventured deep into the woods when suddenly a wild boar demon beast with long tusks launched an attack. It was a second-tier, third-stage beast, the long-tusked boar. This beast was covered in sharp bristles, as hard and sharp as steel needles, rendering most weapons ineffective against its defenses. Observing the beast, Feng Chen smiled, a second-tier, third-stage demon beast. You shall first serve as my spear's offering. With the explosive power of a second-tier, second-stage physique, Feng Chen executed his footwork, appearing before the long-tusked boar in a flash. The third-tier technique, Thunder Spear, unleashed a terrifying offensive power. With a single thrust, the sharp spear, crackling with lightning, pierced the boar's skull, instantly ending its life. As the spear withdrew, the long-tusked boar twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Feng Chen smiled, retrieving a specially designed container from his backpack to collect the boar's essence blood. This container was crafted to preserve the purity of the demon beast's blood, and Feng Chen had previously purchased 2,000 of them at the trading hall. Now was the perfect time to use one for his newly acquired trophy. After collecting the essence blood, Feng Chen proceeded to gather materials from the long-tusked boar. The materials from a second-tier beast were worth 4 to 5 times more than those from a first-tier, 9th-stage beast, potentially selling for over 5 million, a considerable sum indeed. Chapter 32, First Tier, 5th Stage. Upon witnessing Feng Chen's hunt of the long-tusked boar, the monitoring area outside the battlefield erupted with excitement among Hongyu, Mayor Ling Tian, and Huangangwa. They were astounded by Feng Chen's strength. A first-tier, third-stage practitioner capable of matching the physical attributes of a second-tier warrior and effortlessly slaying a second-tier, third-stage beast, while also having mastered a third-tier spear technique to perfection. Truly a genius. An unprecedented genius. Possessing physical attributes that at the very least categorize him as a 4-star super warrior, with a talent that is highly likely to be of celestial grade. Such celestial grade talents are exceedingly rare on Earth, with each individual capable of sweeping through an era. The three individuals comprehended that the emergence of a potential celestial grade talent within the borders of China exceeded their jurisdiction and necessitated immediate reporting to the state. Celestial grade talent holds immeasurable significance for the nation, far surpassing that of terrestrial grade talents. Should a celestial grade genius be discovered domestically, the state would spare no effort in nurturing them as a cornerstone for the future. Governor, I bring exhilarating news. Mayor Ling Tian of Anqing exclaimed, having just dialed the governor's number. We have a suspected celestial grade genius in Anqing, who, at merely 18 years of age, has successfully cultivated a 9th grade technique and has also perfected a highly challenging 4th grade movement technique along with a 3rd grade marksmanship technique. His cultivation level is at the 1st level, 3rd stage, and his physical attributes rival those of a 2nd level warrior, with combat prowess capable of annihilating 2nd level, 3rd stage demonic beasts. Mayor Ling Tian reported on the situation regarding Feng Chen to the governor. On the other end of the line, the governor's voice brimmed with astonishment. 18 years old. At the 1st level, 3rd stage, with physical attributes comparable to a 2nd level warrior, and capable of slaying 2nd level, 3rd stage demonic beasts. Furthermore, he has mastered a 9th grade technique and 2 intermediate techniques. Indeed, Ling Tian affirmed. Thus, I suspect he possesses celestial grade talent. And I felt it imperative to report this to you immediately. Excellent. Await my instructions. I shall report this to the central government without delay and ensure they send personnel to confirm the findings. Should it be verified as celestial grade talent, you shall be duly credited for this significant discovery. The governor's voice conveyed palpable excitement. If Feng Chen's celestial grade talent were confirmed, not only would Ling Tian be recognized, but the governor himself would also receive commendation. Meanwhile, Feng Chen, the protagonist, remained oblivious to the attention he had garnered from several high-ranking officials. He continued to hunt demonic beasts on the battlefield, gathering their materials and essence. It was not until past midnight, after relentless hunting, that he found a thicket where he could conceal himself from prying eyes. He then entered the system space, depositing the materials and essence he had collected throughout the day. Following this, he cultivated for 29 days within the system space, exiting with a day to spare, ensuring he could enter the system space at any moment. Soon, 3 days elapsed. Feng Chen relentlessly hunted demonic beasts on the battlefield, entering the system space for cultivation each day. His cultivation officially advanced to the 1st level, 4th stage, and his 2 techniques, Thunder Spear and Spirit Snake Movement, were on the verge of perfection. He had not devoted time to cultivating the blood god indestructible body, as he planned to elevate his cultivation to the 1st level, 5th stage before focusing on the blood god indestructible body, post the competition for the blessed land quota. At that moment, outside the battlefield, after the governor reported Feng Chen's details to the central government, personnel had been dispatched that very day for confirmation. However, due to Feng Chen's involvement in the competition for the blessed land quota, they chose not to intrude, intending to wait until the competition concluded before assessing his talent. His cultivation has indeed progressed, an elder with a sharp face and a thunderous voice remarked, scrutinizing Feng Chen on the screen. This individual was the founder of the 9th grade technique Thunder Technique, known as Thunder King, whose cultivation had long surpassed that of a 9th level warrior. The state directly assigned him to lead the team for confirmation upon discovering a potential celestial grade talent in Anqing. Beside him, Hongyu Ling Tian and Huangangwa nodded in agreement. To advance a stage within just 3 days is truly astonishing, they noted. After advancing a stage, even 2nd level, 6th stage demonic beasts would pose no challenge for him, remarked a burly middle-aged man in the team, known as the Madman Guillaume, a 9th level warrior. This ability to challenge opponents beyond one's level is exceedingly rare, even among those endowed with celestial grade talent. He is nearing the prowess of the martial god of old. Thunder King interjected. The martial god, the strongest individual on Earth, also possessed celestial grade talent. It appears that our China is poised to produce another war deity, Guillaume stated. The group nodded in unison, acknowledging that with such talent and potential, as long as he does not falter, he is destined to become a war deity. With such a prodigy emerging in China, the state would undoubtedly ensure his survival. On the battlefield, Feng Chen continued to hunt demonic beasts, collecting materials and essence while amassing combat experience. Throughout this period, his repeated encounters with demonic beasts sharpened his resolve, fortifying his character. After 4 days, Feng Chen's cultivation reached the 1st level, 5th stage, and he perfected both his techniques, Thunder Spear and Spirit Snake Movement. As the seventh day dawned, all students began to exit the battlefield to regroup. The military commenced tallying the number of demonic beasts slain, calculating points, and determining the rankings of the top 300, who would receive entry into the Blessed Land. At the stroke of midnight, Chapter 33 announced, first place, Feng Chen. More than 5,000 students had entered the battlefield 7 days prior, yet only about 4,900 emerged, with over 100 having perished. The strongest among them were merely first-level, 9th-stage warriors, and with the majority being first-level, 5th-stage warriors, survival against the numerous second-level demonic beasts was a daunting challenge. Even with their best efforts to evade encounters, over 100 lives were lost, a grim testament to the brutal clash between humanity and demonic beasts. These students who chose to compete for the Blessed Land quota had to pay the price. The bodies of over 100 students were retrieved from the battlefield and transported back to Anqing to be returned to their grieving families, including that of Li Hai, who had met his demise after Feng Chen severed his hands and feet and destroyed his dantian, leaving him unable to escape. Feng Chen felt no pity. Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. Since Li Hai had chosen to ambush him, he had to endure the repercussions of his failure. As the points were tallied, all eyes turned forward, awaiting the official announcement of the rankings. Over the course of 7 days, Feng Chen had hunted more than 1,000 second-level demonic beasts, placing him firmly within the top 300. Among the 5,000 participants, dozens had reached the first level, 9th stage, while over 200 were at the first level, 8th stage, and more than 500 at the first level, 7th stage. The rest comprised first level, 6th stage, and 5th stage warriors. Ranking within the top 300 would grant them access to the Blessed Land. Huang Anghua, the director of the Education Bureau, presented the list and declared, "The points have been calculated, and I will now announce the names of those who have made it into the top 300. Students held their breath, anxious to learn if their scores would secure them a place in the coveted top 300. First place, from Anqing No. 9 High School. Feng Chen, Huang Anghua announced, turning his gaze toward Feng Chen's location. Joy surged through Feng Chen upon hearing the news. He had secured first place. Reflecting on his accomplishments, it seemed fitting. Although his cultivation stood at the first level, 3rd stage, he had vanquished demonic beasts of the 2nd level and above during his time in the battlefield. Despite the presence of numerous students at the first level, 9th stage, their combat prowess was comparatively weak, primarily capable of facing first level, 8th stage demonic beasts, and thus their accumulated points could not rival his. Beside Feng Chen, the 3 students from Class A of Anqing No. 9 High School exhibited expressions of disbelief. What in the world? Feng Chen, a martial artist of the 3rd stage in the first rank from Class C, has astonishingly secured the first place. Is this a mistake? They were utterly perplexed, yet dared not voice their doubts. The authorities possess a comprehensive surveillance system that oversees the entire battlefield. Feng Chen could neither cheat nor dare to do so. This reality is indeed chilling. To achieve first place with a mere 3rd stage in the first rank. How many demonic beasts must one slay? No, this individual has now reached the 5th stage in the first rank, sensing Feng Chen's current prowess. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed around. 2 stages elevated in just 7 days. What a terrifying rate of advancement. Could it be that Feng Chen stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity on the battlefield, not only propelling his cultivation, but also securing the top position? Amidst the students' fervent discussions, Huang Anghua addressed Feng Chen. Feng Chen, please come here. I need to speak with you. Feng Chen approached Huang Anghua, somewhat bewildered by the request. He stood before Huang Anghua, who handed a list to an official from the Education Bureau, instructing, "Please continue announcing the names of the top 300. The official nodded and resumed the announcement. Huang Anghua then turned to Feng Chen, saying, "Follow me." He led Feng Chen to an all-terrain vehicle, departing from the battlefield. Inside the vehicle, Huang Anghua broke the silence, introducing himself. "Feng Chen, I am Huang Anghua, the director of the Anqing Education Bureau. You may call me Director Huang." "Where are we headed?" Feng Chen inquired. "To meet some significant figures," Huang Anghua replied. "Individuals whom many ordinary martial artists may never have the privilege to encounter in their lifetime." Feng Chen was taken aback. Such illustrious figures must be highly esteemed martial artists. Why was he being taken to meet them? Did he possess the qualifications? Had his extraordinary talent been revealed? It seemed only plausible if he had exposed his true combat prowess on the battlefield. An ordinary martial artist at the 3rd stage of the first rank, raising his cultivation by 2 stages in 7 days, and vanquishing a multitude of second-tier demonic beasts, astute senior martial artists would quickly deduce the truth. Indeed, Huang Anghua confirmed. "Feng Chen, you have concealed your capabilities from us for far too long. With such remarkable talent, you should have reported it to the school. Had you done so sooner, we could have prioritized your training." "Prioritize my training?" Feng Chen was momentarily stunned. "Yes," Huang Anghua continued, "those with talents above the earth level, upon joining the state, will receive all training resources, techniques, martial skills, weapons, and elixirs free of charge." Such generosity. Feng Chen was astonished. For those with earth-level talent and above, the state would provide all future training resources without charge. Excitement surged within him. Serving the nation and safeguarding Huaxiao was his duty, and he had not anticipated such benefits. This meant he need not worry about training expenses in the future. 2 hours later, Huang Onghua led Feng Chen to a villa in the heart of Anqing. Inside, the Thunder King, the madman Gu Yong, a martial artist donning a black mask, the mayor of Anqing, Ling Tian, and the military's Hong Yu awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Feng Chen and Huang Onghua enter, all five turned their attention to Feng Chen, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. This is the Thunder King, Huang Onghua introduced. The creator of the 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt art, which you are currently practicing. Feng Chen was taken aback. The founder of the very technique he trained and stood before him. Greetings. Esteemed Thunder King, Feng Chen said respectfully. The Thunder King nodded in satisfaction. Let us commence with the talent assessment. Feng Chen agreed, understanding that their purpose for gathering was to evaluate his innate abilities. The apparatus for testing had already been prepared by the Thunder King and the others. Standing at the center of the device, Feng Chen felt the collective anticipation of the Thunder King, Huang Onghua, Ling Tian, and the others, all eager to discover the magnitude of his talent. Previously, they speculated he might possess Earth-level talent, yet without testing, it remained mere conjecture. As the device emitted a beam of light upon him, the screen illuminated with 4 prominent characters: Heavenly Grade Supreme. Heavenly Grade Supreme. The Thunder King sprang to his feet, astonished by the revelation displayed on the screen. This talent was on par with the strongest martial artist on Earth, the martial god. After 500 years, another individual with Heavenly Grade Supreme talent had emerged. We must immediately inform the martial god. The genius with Heavenly Grade Supreme talent is beyond our jurisdiction, the Thunder King declared. Indeed, we must notify the martial god at once, the madman Gu Yong affirmed. They turned their gaze to Feng Chen. The Thunder King continued. Feng Chen, the headquarters initially believed you merely possessed suspected Heavenly Grade talent, hence our testing. It is astonishing that you have achieved the highest level of Heavenly Grade Supreme talent. Your situation is now beyond our control. However, rest assured, we will promptly report this matter, and the state will send personnel to address your circumstances. All right, Feng Chen responded, somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that his Heavenly Grade Supreme talent would elicit such a significant stir, to the extent that even the creator of the 9th grade technique was powerless to determine his fate. You may not yet grasp the paramount significance of Heavenly Grade Supreme talent for humanity today, Gu Yong stated gravely. The ongoing war between humans and demonic beasts remains stable, preventing the beasts from advancing further, largely due to the existence of a martial god with Heavenly Grade Supreme talent, who has elevated the martial prowess to a level that sends shivers through the demonic beasts. Without the martial god, Earth would have long succumbed to their onslaught. Now, with the emergence of another possessing Heavenly Grade Supreme talent, if you can develop your abilities to reach the level of a martial god, humanity will have the capacity to expel the demonic beasts from Earth and seal the spatial rifts, Gu Yong elaborated. Thus, your growth is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any negligence. I understand, Feng Chen nodded solemnly. For too long, the invasion of demonic beasts through the spatial rifts had devastated humanity's home. His parents had perished at the hands of these beasts. To expel them from Earth and seal the rifts had been humanity's enduring goal. Yet, the balance of power between humans and demonic beasts had persisted, leading to a centuries-long conflict. Now, with Feng Chen's emergence, hope had rekindled. Should another individual comparable to the martial god arise, the equilibrium would be shattered, enabling humanity to dominate the demonic beasts and transform the sealing of the spatial rifts from a mere dream into reality. While Gu Yong elucidated this to Feng Chen, the Thunder King had already reported Feng Chen's Heavenly Grade Supreme status to headquarters. An hour later, a laser warplane descended upon Anqing, landing in the plaza outside the villa where Feng Chen and the others awaited. A young man stepped down from the craft, and Feng Chen, the Thunder King, Gu Jian, and Ling Tian stood in the plaza, awaiting his arrival. To their astonishment, the Thunder King gasped as the young man who emerged was none other than the martial god himself, the foremost champion of Earth. The embodiment of faith for all martial artists across the globe was none other than the legendary martial god. Upon encountering him, Lei Wang, Gu Yong, and the enigmatic figure in the black mask hastily bowed in reverence. Huang Onghua, Ling Tian, and Hong Yu, having never laid eyes on the martial god, were utterly astonished to hear the trio refer to the youthful man as such, and they too quickly joined in, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the martial god." There is no need for such formality. The martial god waved his hand dismissively. He then approached Feng Chen with a warm smile. Your name is Feng Chen, correct? Yes. Feng Chen nodded. I pay my respects to the martial god. To his surprise, the fabled martial god turned out to be a young man. It was known that the martial god had risen to prominence over 2 centuries ago, which meant that he must now be over 200 years old. Yet he retained the visage of youth. Indeed, the martial god acknowledged, turning to Lei Wang and the others, from now on, I shall take charge of Feng Chen's training. You need not concern yourselves with matters pertaining to him any longer. Understood, martial god. Lei Wang and the others nodded in agreement, taken aback by the fact that the martial god would personally oversee Feng Chen's instruction. As for the revelation of Feng Chen's extraordinary, top-tier talent, the martial god instructed, we shall publicly declare that Feng Chen possesses exceptional earth-level aptitude, albeit with a unique constitution that allows for an unparalleled rate of cultivation and combat prowess. Understood. Lei Wang replied, nodding in comprehension. Now, Feng Chen, come with me, the martial god said, gesturing for him to follow. Feng Chen boarded the laser aircraft, which ascended into the sky. As they soared upward, Lei Wang and the others gazed on with envy, realizing that Feng Chen's future was boundless, having been personally taken under the wing of the martial god. In the aircraft, Feng Chen felt a bit anxious and asked, Martial god, where are we headed? With a smile, the martial god reassured him, no need to be nervous. My name is He Hao. You may call me Brother Hao. We are not going anywhere in particular. I merely wish to have a private conversation with you. The martial god continued. Having a top-tier talent far exceeds the comprehension of ordinary individuals. You should not rely on others for guidance as they do. Every individual blessed with such exceptional aptitude must carve out their own path, based on their own capabilities. Although I will provide you guidance, I will not interfere with your growth. Your future achievements will depend solely on your own efforts. He then presented Feng Chen with a black card, stating, this is an unlimited card, granting you the ability to procure anything you need, from techniques and martial arts to cultivation resources and weaponry, across all trading halls worldwide. Concerning cultivation resources, you need not worry, but I must remind you not to become complacent simply because you have ample resources. A person with top-tier talent can ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, yet if they fail to cultivate, they may amount to nothing. That is all I wish to convey. You may return now. The martial god added, I will leave my contact information with you. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to reach out to me. As for the rest of your cultivation, I trust you will manage it on your own, as I have no intention of meddling. With that, he landed the aircraft on a flat area outside In City, handed Feng Chen his contact details along with the black card, and departed. The distance to In City was not far, and Feng Chen would return in half an hour. Watching the aircraft ascend into the distance, Feng Chen felt a twinge of melancholy, amazed that the strongest individual on Earth, the martial god, was such an intriguing person. Clutching the contact information and unlimited card in his hands, he realized that should he face future challenges, he could simply assert, my elder brother is the martial god, the strongest on Earth. You may handle it as you see fit. As for the unlimited card, it would enable him to acquire all necessary cultivation resources, techniques, and martial arts without concern for his finances. The martial goddess implication was clear. Individuals with top-tier talent had surpassed the ordinary, and their cultivation journey did not require external instruction. Given time, they could master everything independently. For Feng Chen, the only missing element was resources. With his extraordinary talent and the support of a system space, as long as he had sufficient cultivation resources, he could steadily progress. Meanwhile, within the aircraft, the martial god smiled to himself. What an interesting young man. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have become self-sufficient. He understood that while some prodigies could be nurtured systematically, unmatched talents required freedom to forge their own paths. A rough gem, if not properly refined, would remain unpolished. For someone like Feng Chen, attempting to overly protect him or dictate his development would hinder his growth. Upon returning to In City, Feng Chen stood tall, exuding the confidence of a newly affluent individual, armed with the unlimited card as he entered the trading hall. Sir, how may I assist you? A staff member greeted him warmly. Feng Chen cast a disdainful glance at the staff member, akin to a newly wealthy tycoon, and declared, I would like an entire set of the top-tier technique, Thunderbolt technique. Sir, the complete set of the top-tier technique Thunderbolt technique is priced at 50 trillion. Are you certain you wish to purchase the entire set? The staff member stammered, incredulous at such an astronomical figure, their hands trembling. Feng Chen, growing impatient with the staff member's lack of perception, thought to himself, do I not look like someone who can afford 50 trillion? Of course I want the entire set. Additionally, I require your finest A-grade spear, along with one technique each from the 4th to 9th tiers for spear arts, palm arts, fist arts, and body arts. Oh, and 1,000 units of the essence blood from demon beasts ranging from the 3rd to 9th tiers. Make sure to procure the highest quality. Do not skimp on costs, as I am not short on funds. Ultimately, Feng Chen utilized the unlimited card to acquire the entire Thunderbolt technique set, along with 24 martial arts techniques from the 4th to 9th tiers, an A-grade spear, and 1,000 units of essence blood from demon beasts of each tier from 3 to 9. Meanwhile, within the Li household, all senior members had been summoned. Gathered in the main hall, their expressions grave. The corpse of Li Hai lay in the center, his limbs severed, and his dantian pierced, leaving a gruesome sight. After an investigation, it was determined that Li Hai had been dismembered by Feng Chen, rendered powerless, and subsequently dragged to death in the wilderness due to a lack of timely aid. A high-ranking member of the Li family spoke. This Feng Chen has secured the first position in the competition for the coveted place, with the government declaring him to possess top-tier talent, an extraordinarily rapid cultivation speed, and formidable combat capabilities, holding the strength of a second-tier warrior at merely the first level and fifth stage. What shall we do? Shall we continue to oppose Feng Chen? A senior member of the Li family inquired, casting an anxious glance at the assembly. Feng Chen's talent had surpassed their wildest imaginations. Confronting a genius of such caliber was perilous. If they failed to eliminate him before he reached his full potential, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the entire Li family. The solution was clear. While Feng Chen was still vulnerable, he must be extinguished. Li Hai's grandfather, the brother of the Li family patriarch, spoke coldly. Are we to let Feng Chen go after he has killed my grandson? Moreover, even if we wish to spare him, he may not extend the same courtesy to us. He scoffed. Given that boy's ruthless nature, once he possesses the strength to contend with the Li family, we should brace ourselves for annihilation. At these words, the countenances of the Li family's senior members darkened. Indeed, the animosity between the Li family and Feng Chen suggested that the moment he matured, his first act might be to obliterate the Li family. But who will confront him? The Li family patriarch interjected. Now that Feng Chen has displayed his abilities, he is under the government's protection. If anything were to happen to him, suspicion would swiftly fall upon us. The assembly exchanged glances, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Given the enmity between the Li family and Feng Chen, should harm befall him, the Li family would undoubtedly be the prime suspects. What are we afraid of? Let them suspect, Li Hai's grandfather retorted. As long as we eliminate Feng Chen. With the Li family's influence in its city, the government will not take action against us for a genius who is already deceased. Since you all hesitate to act, I shall lead a group myself, Li Hai's grandfather declared with a fierce countenance. He has dared to kill my grandson, and regardless of his exceptional talent, he must perish. With that, he exited the hall to prepare for the assassination of Feng Chen, leaving the remaining members of the Li family in contemplation. Although they did not support Li Hai's grandfather, neither did they voice opposition. If he succeeded, it would mean the removal of a significant threat for the Li family. If he failed, they could easily cast the blame on his faction to quell Feng Chen's wrath. Meanwhile, Feng Chen had returned home, commencing his training in the first level of the Blood God Invincible Body. Achieving this level would grant him immunity from attacks by martial artists at level 9 and below, significantly enhancing his defenses. At that moment, Director Huang Onghua of the Education Bureau called, stating, Feng Chen, the martial god has issued directives. Your development will proceed as planned. Prepare yourself. In 7 days, you will enter a level 3 blessed land. By the way, the martial god has instructed that if you encounter any trouble in its city, you may call me first. If I am unable to assist, you can reach out to Mayor Ling Tian or General Hong Yu from the nearby military district. They will aid you. Thank you, Director Huang, Feng Chen replied. After a moment of thought, he continued, Director Huang, I do have a matter in need of your assistance. What is it? Huang Ongwa's voice conveyed a hint of excitement. It was well known that Feng Chen possessed extraordinary talent, a prodigy whom the martial god had personally instructed to be closely monitored. Since Feng Chen's current strength was still relatively weak, any issue requiring Huang's intervention would create a valuable debt of gratitude. It's nothing of great consequence, Feng Chen explained. Recently, a disciple of the level 5 martial arts family, the Yuan family, named Yuan Wu, has attempted to assassinate me on 2 occasions. I am now preparing to confront him directly. Should the Yuan family retaliate against me, I hope Director Huang can shield me from their wrath. Such a trivial matter? No problem at all, Huang Ongwa readily agreed. A mere disciple from a level 5 martial arts family. If they dare to trouble you, I will handle it. As the director of the Education Bureau and one of InCity's 3 powerful figures, a level 6 martial artist, he harbored no fear of a level 5 family. Thank you, Director Huang, Feng Chen expressed his gratitude. Think nothing of it, Huang Ongwa responded with a casual tone, as if it were an inconsequential task. After hanging up, a cold smile crept across Feng Chen's lips. Yuan Wu had repeatedly sought his demise. Previously, he had refrained from retaliating due to the Yuan family's influence. Now, with the martial god backing him, he had no reason to fear the Yuan family. Chapter 37. I need not provide evidence to act against you. At that moment, within the Yuan family and in city, the news of Feng Chen's triumph in securing the top spot for the Blessed Land quota reached Yuan Wu's ears. Moreover, the government had disclosed details about Feng Chen's extraordinary talent, a unique physique, and formidable combat prowess. No wonder the assassins he had dispatched to confront Feng Chen had all met their demise at his hands. Yuan Wu ventured deep into the Yuan family villa complex, seeking out his grandfather. The Yuan family had numerous branches, and this generation had the honor of his grandfather, Yuan Kuan, serving as the patriarch. Yuan Kuan was a level 5 martial artist, and after 2 failed attempts to eliminate Feng Chen, the second of which had exposed Yuan Wu as the mastermind. The stakes were high. With Feng Chen's talent now public, Yuan Wu, raised in a level 5 martial arts family, understood the gravity of offending such a genius. They could either seek reconciliation or eliminate him before he reached his full potential. Reconciliation was impossible. Feng Chen held a personal vendetta after 2 assassination attempts. Thus, the only viable option was to eradicate him. Now that Feng Chen had achieved the strength of a level 2 martial artist, Yuan Wu realized he could no longer act alone. He would need to enlist his grandfather Yuan Kuen's aid. Upon reaching Yuan Kuen's villa, Yuan Wu relayed the situation, prompting a glint of cold resolve in Yuan Kuen's eyes. This matter is of utmost importance. We must prepare thoroughly. With Feng Chen's abilities now exposed, the government will undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. If we mishandle this, it could spell trouble for our Yuan family. Yuan Kuen continued. The martial artist team from the rampant martial arts school you initially hired, which lost 2 members to that boy, still has 3 left. Additionally, we must deal with the ghost-faced assassin Feng Chen spared. These 4 must be eliminated tonight. Yuan Kuen regarded Yuan Wu, saying, "You are still too young, Wuer. Remember, in all matters, one must be meticulous and ruthless. Your attempts to assassinate Feng Chen must leave no trace." "Yes, grandfather," Yuan Wu replied, recognizing his need to adopt a more merciless demeanor in his grandfather's presence. "Since Feng Chen has already set his sights on you, we must act swiftly to prevent any prolonged complications," Yuan Kuen advised. "You may leave. I will handle this matter." "Thank you, grandfather," Yuan Wu nodded. Yuan Kuen's lineage was a direct line, with only 1 son and 1 grandson. Thus, he had indulged Yuan Wu from a young age, fostering his arrogance and vengeful nature. The following day, Feng Chen attended school as usual. After completing his morning classes, he armed himself with an A-level weapon spear and made his way to Class B, where Yuan Wu studied. As the lunch bell rang, students began to stream from their classrooms. Feng Chen stood calmly at the classroom door, his spear crackling with electric energy, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, awaiting Yuan Wu's emergence. As the majority of the students exited, Yuan Wu finally appeared. Outside the classroom, a crowd of students and teachers had gathered. Feng Chen's recent notoriety had spread throughout the 9th middle school, possessing an extraordinary talent of the highest order. With a unique physique and unparalleled combat prowess, he had secured the top position in the competition for the coveted place in the Blessed Land. Now, standing fiercely at the entrance with a long spear in hand, it was evident that something significant was about to unfold. Surrounding students looked on with curiosity as Feng Chen gripped his spear, seemingly prepared to confront someone. Upon seeing Feng Chen's piercing gaze fixed on him as he approached the entrance, Yuan Wu felt a chill run down his spine. "Feng Chen, what do you intend to do?" Yuan Wu asked, suppressing the fear that threatened to overwhelm him, forcing himself to sound resolute. "Nothing much. Merely a few questions to pose and an account to settle with you," Feng Chen replied coldly. "Come with me to the playground. This place is not suitable." Yuan Wu's heart sank, sensing that the situation was dire. However, he quickly reassured himself, remembering that they were at school. No matter how audacious Feng Chen might be, he would not dare to act against him in such a setting, especially with so many classmates and teachers around. Thus, he decided to follow along, curious to see what Feng Chen could possibly do. Upon arriving at the playground, a throng of onlookers gathered around, encircling Feng Chen and Yuan Wu. "Speak your mind. What is it you wish to ask?" Yuan Wu addressed Feng Chen, his tone laced with bravado. "Did you send the members of the Violent Martial Arts Academy's Xiangjing team to ambush me in the forest outside the city? And did you hire the phantom masked man to assassinate me?" Feng Chen inquired pointedly. At his words, the surrounding students erupted in a frenzy, shocked to learn that Feng Chen had come to confront Yuan Wu over allegations of hiring assassins. Many were aware of the incident when Feng Chen had humiliated Yuan Wu at the school gate, and now they could hardly believe that Yuan Wu would resort to such treachery in retaliation. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Yuan Wu replied, maintaining his composure. "Feng Chen, it would be wise to refrain from slandering others without any evidence." At that moment, the remaining 3 members of the Xiangjing team and the phantom masked man had already been dealt with by Yuan Wu's grandfather, Yuan Kuen, the previous night. With no evidence left to support Feng Chen's claims, Yuan Wu felt a sense of triumph. He knew that without proof, Feng Chen could not take any action against him. Noticing Yuan Wu's obstinacy, Feng Chen smiled, remarking, "Evidence is irrelevant. What matters is that I know it was you." With that, Feng Chen moved with lightning speed, an aura of thunder and lightning surrounding him as he approached Yuan Wu, thrusting his spear and piercing through Yuan Wu's thigh. "I do not require any evidence to end your life," Feng Chen scoffed, withdrawing his spear. "Ah!" Yuan Wu screamed in agony, blood splattering across the ground as he glared at Feng Chen, fury etched across his face. "You dare to harm me without proof? You are as good as dead. My grandfather will not let this go. Is that so? Then I shall wait and see how he intends to deal with me," Feng Chen retorted disdainfully. With a swift motion, he plunged his spear into Yuan Wu's dantian, shattering it and obliterating Yuan Wu's entire cultivation. "Ah!" Yuan Wu's cries echoed across the playground, sending shivers through the hearts of onlookers. With his dantian destroyed, Yuan Wu's future was irrevocably shattered. "You have ruined me. You dare to do this." Yuan Wu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He could hardly fathom that Feng Chen would dare to cripple his cultivation in front of so many witnesses. His family, the Yuan clan, was a 5th-tier martial arts family. How could Feng Chen act so brazenly against him? "Just wait. My family will soon learn of this. And they will not spare you," Yuan Wu shouted hysterically. Once the experts from the Yuan clan arrive, They will ensure your demise. Very well, I shall await their arrival. Feng Chen said, pulling his spear from Yuan Wu's wound, blood pooling around them. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer audacity with which Feng Chen had acted against Yuan Wu. The gravity of the situation dawned on them. Feng Chen had undoubtedly committed a grave offense by crippling Yuan Wu, thus incurring the wrath of the Yuan clan. As the students instinctively distanced themselves from Feng Chen, they understood that the fury of a fifth-tier martial arts family was not something they could withstand. However, Feng Chen remained unfazed, calmly retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Hello, Director Huang. I have incapacitated the individual. I expect the Yuan clan to arrive at the school shortly. Could you come by? On the other end, Huang Angwo responded. Yes, I have already been informed and am en route to your school. I've asked Principals Wuxianovel and Director Yang Xiong to head over as well. We will arrive shortly. Thank you, Director Huang, Feng Chen replied, ending the call. He then turned his gaze to the incapacitated Yuan Wu on the ground. I will be right here, awaiting the arrival of your family. Let us see what they can do. Yuan Wu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his injury. I hope that when my grandfather arrives, you will still be so arrogant. As time ticked by, blood continued to drip from the tip of Feng Chen's spear, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. At that moment, the director and principals Wuxianovel arrived at the playground. Upon seeing that Feng Chen was unscathed, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Do not worry, we will manage the situation until Director Huang arrives. Feng Chen was now a focal point for prominent figures such as Director Huang and the mayor. Nothing could go awry. Understood, Feng Chen nodded, feeling a measure of comfort with the arrival of Yang Xiong and Wuxianovel. With their presence, he was assured that even if the Yuan clan's higher-ups arrived in a frenzy, they would be able to buy him some time and prevent any immediate retaliation. Once Director Huang arrived, the Yuan clan would become a joke. Before a sixth-tier warrior, a fifth-tier martial arts family held no significance. Lying on the ground, Yuan Wu felt the searing pain from his wound. Upon seeing the principal and director arrive, he initially expected them, as school leaders, to prioritize treating his injuries before addressing his grievances with Feng Chen. However, to his astonishment, they paid him no mind, instead offering words of comfort to Feng Chen. It was clear that they had firmly chosen to side with Feng Chen, setting themselves against the Yuan clan. In light of this, Yuan Wu resolved that his family would not hold back. A principal of a fourth-tier warrior school would be of little consequence to the Yuan clan, a fifth-tier martial arts family with no shortage of power. As the students witnessed the principal and director comforting Feng Chen instead of tending to Yuan Wu, they realized that the two had indeed aligned themselves with Feng Chen. It made sense, as during the incident at the Anqing Martial Arts Academy, Wuxianovel and Yang Xiong had previously intervened to protect Feng Chen. Thus, their current allegiance was not surprising. Yet, the question remained, could a third-tier director and a fourth-tier principal truly confront the might of the Yuan clan? To become a fifth-tier martial arts family, one must possess at least 3 warriors of 5th tier or higher. The Yuan clan, being a mid-tier 5th-tier family, boasted more than 5 5th-tier warriors, and thus had no fear of a mere 4th-tier principal or a 3rd-tier director. Who dares harm my grandson? A powerful voice echoed from a distance, followed by the rapid approach of numerous figures. In an instant, 4 to 5 dozen individuals from the Yuan clan surged into the playground, among them over 10 4th-tier warriors and more than 30 3rd-tier warriors. Leading them were 2 5th-tier warriors, one of whom was Yuan Wu's grandfather, Yuan Kuan, the current head of the Yuan family. Yuan Kuan beheld Yuan Wu, whose thigh and dantian had been pierced by a spear, blood pooling around him. His voice was exceedingly low as he turned to Yuan Wu and inquired, "Who did this?" "Grandfather, it was him, this scoundrel. Kill him and dismember him." Yuan Wu pointed at Feng Chen, his voice brimming with malice. The members of the Yuan family, including Yuan Kuan, were consumed by an insatiable thirst for vengeance as they directed their gaze towards Feng Chen. Chapter 39. Who stands behind this Feng Chen? It was you who did this. Yuan Kuan suppressed his boundless fury and confronted Feng Chen. Indeed, Feng Chen replied coolly. Your grandson has persistently sought to have me assassinated. He courted his own demise and cannot blame others for it. Very well, very well. A terrifying aura erupted from Yuan Kuan as he spoke coldly. In this world, the value of a person's life varies. My grandson is permitted to seek your death, yet your retaliation is inexcusable. You have crippled my grandson's dantian. Even if you were to offer 10 lives, it would not suffice as compensation. Today, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. At that moment, Wuxianovel and Yang Xiong stepped in front of Feng Chen and declared, Yuan family head. Feng Chen possesses extraordinary talent and has already caught the attention of significant figures above. It would be wise for you to withdraw and not invite unnecessary trouble upon the Yuan family. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuan narrowed his eyes and retorted, what if he has attracted the attention of powerful figures? This boy is ruthless and disregards the law. He dares to harm my grandson in broad daylight and has crippled his dantian. Such a person, once nurtured, would be a menace to society. Today, I shall eliminate him for the sake of the people. Ruthless and lawless, Feng Chen scoffed. Those words are more fitting for your grandson. A month ago, My classmate Lin Yao invited me to dinner, and your grandson, consumed by jealousy, warned me that if I dared to dine with her, he would annihilate me. He subsequently ambushed me at the school gate, only to be taught a lesson. Out of resentment, he then hired assassins to take my life on 2 occasions. Such a vile character, and I have every right to kill him and ruin his dantian. Feng Chen spoke with clarity and conviction, delineating right from wrong. In the face of an individual intent on his demise, even if he were a descendant of a 5th-tier family, Feng Chen would not waver. You speak without evidence. Refrain from slandering me. Grandfather, kill him. He is completely framing me. Yuan Wu bellowed in a fit of rage, as though wronged. The surrounding students were unable to discern the truth of the exchange, yet it appeared that Feng Chen's claims held greater validity. Every matter has its cause and effect. Had Yuan Wu not repeatedly sought to harm Feng Chen would not have arrived with a weapon to confront him at the classroom door. All of this was self-inflicted. Yuan Kuan gazed at Feng Chen and stated, "Boy, regardless of the truth behind previous grievances, today's matter of you crippling my grandson is indisputable. Even if he had minor conflicts with you, you had not previously caused him any harm. Now, by inflicting such a severe injury, you have ruined his life, and today you shall pay with your own." Yuan Kuan then addressed Wuxianovel and Yang Xiong, warning, "It would be best if you do not meddle, lest you find yourselves caught in this as well." With that, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yuan Kuan, forming a phantom of a black tiger behind him, dark energy swirling as a tempest arose, stinging the faces of those present. The fury of a 5th-tier martial artist was palpable, and all students felt an overwhelming pressure in their hearts. Yet Wuxianovel and Yang Xiong stood resolute, shielding Feng Chen. Their own auras surged forth. Behind Wuxianovel, an ice sword floated, drawing in boundless spiritual energy, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Behind Yang Xiong, the apparition of a fierce lion manifested, its roar reverberating through the air. Upon witnessing this, the Yuan family surged forward, their aura colliding with that of Wuxianovel and Yang Xiong, with dozens of 4th-tier martial artists and over 30 3rd-tier martial artists overwhelming them. Yuan family head, I advise you against your obstinacy. The individuals backing Feng Chen are not ones you can provoke. Your stubbornness will only bring calamity upon the Yuan family. Wuxianovel warned coldly, "Calamity upon my family? I am eager to see who stands behind him with such power." Yuan Kuan scoffed. With that, Yuan Kuan lunged forward, channeling his spiritual energy into a massive black palm imprint, aimed at Feng Chen. This was a 5th-tier martial technique, the black profound palm. If it struck Feng Chen, it would surely cost him his life, or at the very least, a significant portion thereof. The surrounding students held their breath, witnessing the Yuan family's obstinacy as they disregarded the warnings of Principal Wuxianovel and Director Yang Xiong to attack Feng Chen. It seemed that the principal implied that Feng Chen had powerful figures backing him, granting him the audacity to act against Yuan Wu. Uncertain if those powerful figures would arrive in time, one could only hope that Feng Chen would not meet his end. In a moment of peril, just as Yuan Kuan's palm imprint was about to strike Feng Chen, a terrifying bullet sliced through the air from a distance, instantly shattering Yuan Kuan's palm and obliterating his hand in the process. This was a military-grade C-class armor-piercing round, capable of exploding the skull of a 6th-tier beast from a kilometer away. The sudden turn of events astonished everyone present. A formidable force had arrived, and it was none other than military might. Eyes turned towards the source of the bullet, where 3 SUVs and 4 military vehicles approached, coming to a halt in the middle of the playground. From the first SUV, Mayor Ling Tian slowly emerged. From the second, Education Bureau Director Huang Ongwa stepped down. From the third, Military District Chief Hong Yu and a soldier wielding a sniper rifle disembarked. It was this soldier who had just obliterated Yuan Kuan's hand with a single shot. This individual appeared to be a 5th-tier martial artist. Behind the 3 SUVs, 100 armed military personnel, all 4th-tier martial artists, rushed out, swiftly encircling the entire Yuan family. Witnessing this scene, the students were left in shock. The figures supporting Feng Chen were indeed formidable, capable of mobilizing military forces. Wuxianovel and Yang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Director Huang's arrival. Help had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the Yuan family members wore expressions of horror. What was happening? Even the military had intervened. Who exactly was supporting Feng Chen? Chapter 40. In the next life, do not cross me. While others were unaware of the identities of these 3 individuals, Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, was well aware. A mayor, a bureau director, and a military district chief. He never expected Feng Chen to have 3 6th-tier martial artists backing him. How could this be? Why would 3 6th-tier martial artists simultaneously come to Feng Chen's aid? In truth, Feng Chen had initially only called upon Education Bureau Director Huang Ongwa for assistance, not expecting Hong Yu and Mayor Ling Tian to join. The latter 2 were notified by Huang Ongwa. Currently, only these 3 individuals in Anqing knew of Feng Chen's exceptional talent, and the martial god had decreed that this information must remain confidential. Feng Chen was a person of great interest to the martial god, potentially the next martial god of Huaxia. Assisting him before he fully matured would be a coveted opportunity for anyone. In light of such a fortuitous event, Had Huang Ongwa not informed Hong Yu and Ling Tian, they would undoubtedly blame him afterward. Thus, Huang Ongwa shared that Feng Chen needed help, prompting both men to arrive eagerly, with Hong Yu even bringing 100 fourth-tier soldiers for support. Seeing all three arrive, Feng Chen felt a surge of gratitude. He understood their intentions to have him owe them a favor, yet he was genuinely appreciative of their support. After all, he is still weak at present, and the future remains uncertain. The fact that the three of them hold him in such high regard has already been etched into his heart, as he recalls their kindness, along with that of Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong, who steadfastly stood by him when the Yuan family approached with hostility. Should he rise to prominence in the future, he would undoubtedly feel obligated to assist the five of them whenever they find themselves in need. Huang Ongwa approached Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, and remarked coolly, "Aren't you eager to discover the formidable figure behind Feng Chen, the one with such immense power? Well, now you see him. Do you believe the power is sufficient?" Yuan Kuan was left speechless, cold sweat pouring from him. 3 6th-level martial artists. This power was undeniably ample. More than enough to obliterate the Yuan family on several occasions. "Is it you who intends to strike down my little brother?" Hong Yu and a 5th-level martial artist armed with a sniper rifle stepped forward towards Yuan Kuan. "Little brother." It turns out that Feng Chen is indeed the little brother of this military district leader, remarked Mayor Ling Tian as he advanced. The Yuan family truly wields great influence. Storming into the campus to eliminate an unparalleled genius from its city. Do you hold the government of its city in such contempt? The members of the Yuan family were drenched in cold sweat, feeling the weight of their predicament. Ling Tian turned to Feng Chen and said, "How do you intend to handle this matter?" "We shall act in accordance with your wishes." In an instant, the surrounding students erupted in fervent whispers. What was happening? Mayor Ling Tian, Education Bureau Director Huang Ongwa, and military leader Hong Yu seemed deeply invested in Feng Chen's perspective, willing to follow his lead. 3 6th-level martial artists obeying a mere 1st-level martial artist. What kind of situation was this? Kill. Feng Chen uttered a single word, and given the Yuan family's intent to eliminate him, he harbored no reservations. Very well, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, as if eradicating the Yuan family before him was of little consequence. Hong Yu addressed the military personnel beside him. "You may proceed, but ensure the surrounding students remain unharmed." Understood. The soldier wielding the sniper rifle nodded and instructed the 100 surrounding military personnel, "Engage, but be cautious not to injure any students nearby." "Yes." The 104th-level military martial artists responded loudly. Subsequently, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, and Yuan family martial artists began to fall one by one. Some attempted to flee, but none could escape the bullets. 4th-level martial artists might move at several hundred meters per second. Yet the energy weapons wielded by these soldiers were designed specifically for combat against martial artists, unleashing tremendous power. At such a close range, the Yuan family stood no chance of escape. Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, along with another 5th-level martial artist, was gunned down by the 5th-level soldier wielding the sniper rifle beside Hong Yu. Feng Chen approached the lifeless form of Yuan Wu, who lay on the ground, and said coolly, "Your Yuan family members have all been eliminated. The outcome does not seem to align with your earlier claims of me being torn to shreds." In his despair, Yuan Wu's eyes were vacant. He could scarcely fathom that the self he had taken pride in just a day prior would meet its end here. The Yuan family, which he had always cherished, had been so easily eradicated. It dawned on Yuan Wu that not everyone would bow to the Yuan family, nor would all fear them. To offend those who could not be trifled with bore a grievous price. "In your next life, do not provoke me," Feng Chen stated coolly before plunging his spear into Yuan Wu's chest, pinning his corpse to the ground. The surrounding students were filled with dread, unable to reconcile the seemingly unassuming Feng Chen with such formidable power, and his ruthless decisiveness left no room for mercy against his foes. Feng Chen had become someone who must never be provoked. The Yuan family was a stark example of this. As the 4th chapter concluded, the commendations poured in. Chapter 41. I do not seek to confront you. Instead, you come to provoke me. Li Hao and Shang Bingfu were among the students observing the scene. Witnessing Feng Chen's merciless treatment of his adversaries sent chills down Li Hao's spine. In comparison to Feng Chen's ruthlessness, his background was even more terrifying. With 3 6th-level martial artists backing him, Feng Chen could easily dominate in city. The Li family, now entangled in an irreconcilable conflict with Feng Chen, could expect that once he dealt with the Yuan family, they would be next. Li Hao's thoughts turned to worry. In contrast to Li Hao's concern, Shang Bingfu felt a deeper sense of regret. Feng Chen, now an immensely distant figure, had once been her boyfriend. Yet she had failed to cherish him and had missed her chance. Choosing someone unworthy of even carrying Feng Chen's shoes, she felt immense remorse. Had she not left Feng Chen, her current life would have been radiant, and she would have had a brighter future ahead. Alas, everything was irretrievable. That evening, all members of the Li family gathered, anxious about the events of the day, which had spread like wildfire throughout the community. Feng Chen's background had been revealed. Boasting the support of 3 6th-level martial artists, effortlessly dispatching a third of the Yuan family's experts. The entire city was aware of the conflict between the Li family and Feng Chen, and speculation ran rampant about whether Feng Chen would turn his attention to the Li family next. What shall we do? The head of the Li family asked the senior members surrounding him, his voice grave. With Feng Chen's current backing, it would be child's play for him to dismantle our family. The senior members exchanged glances, uncertain of an effective response. If he intends to strike us, we must take the initiative, Li Hai's grandfather remarked coldly. How pathetic it is for a venerable fourth-level martial arts family, standing tall in a city for centuries, to be intimidated by a mere youth. As martial artists, do we not all tread the line of life and death, and fear a mere 18-year-old boy? No matter how gifted or well-connected he is, he remains only a first-level martial artist, easily crushed beneath my hand. Li Hai's grandfather continued, in this situation, it is either Feng Chen or us. We must gamble everything. The members of the Li family nodded in agreement. This was the only course of action left. I will arrange for personnel to act before Feng Chen enters the fabled grounds, eliminating him to avoid prolonged complications, Li Hai's grandfather declared coldly. For safety's sake, I will dispatch a third-level martial artist assassin to ensure absolute success. The senior members of the Li family nodded. A third-level martial artist assassin would be more than adequate to deal with a first-level fifth-stage high school student. Meanwhile, Feng Chen returned home and began his training, seizing the opportunity to elevate his cultivation, aiming to reach first-level 7th stage before entering the fabled grounds. Simultaneously, he commenced training in the blood god immortal body, a sacred defensive technique that should be mastered as early as possible. Now, both the third-grade martial skill Thunder Spear and the fourth-grade movement skill Spirit Serpent technique had been perfected by Feng Chen. He could now dedicate the 9 hours he previously spent training martial skills within the system space to practicing the blood god immortal body. 9 hours was just enough to complete a full cycle of training in the blood god immortal body, with 7 days remaining until entering the fabled grounds. Feng Chen devoted this time solely to training, attending classes during the day and returning home at night to practice tirelessly. Before long, 6 days had passed. Feng Chen emerged from the system space, exhaling deeply. After 6 days, he had successfully advanced his cultivation to first-level 7th stage. And his training in the blood god immortal body had also made significant strides, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, level 1. 7th segment, 5-star super warrior. Spirit, 1600, level 2, 6th segment. Vitality, 16,000, level 2, 6th segment. Speed, 160 ms, level 2, 6th segment. Strength, 16 tons, level 2, 6th segment. Physical body strength, level 2, 7th segment. Number of entries into system space, 0 times. Feng Chen was somewhat taken aback. As a 5-star super warrior, his cultivation reached level 1, 7th segment, and his physical attributes could rival those of a level 2, 7th segment warrior, while his other attributes, spirit, vitality, speed, and strength, only reached the level 2, 6th segment. His physical defense was comparable to that of a level 2, 7th segment warrior. Could it be that his cultivation of the undying blood god body had enhanced his physical defense beyond that of his other attributes? It was plausible. The undying blood god body had 12 layers, ranked above the 9th tier, primarily focusing on physical defense, thus naturally enhancing his physical strength. Tomorrow marked the day he would enter the fabled blessed land, and Feng Chen felt a sense of anticipation, wondering what opportunities awaited him in that legendary place. At that moment, Feng Chen sensed a menacing aura locking onto him from outside the door. An assassin. Startled, he realized a formidable level 3 warrior had arrived at his doorstep. Since the death of his parents, he had lived alone, and now a level 3 assassin was poised to assassinate him. Could it be someone sent by the Yuan family? A cold glint flickered in Feng Chen's eyes. On the playground that day, he had eliminated 2 level 5 warriors and over a dozen level 4 warriors, along with 30 or so level 3 warriors from the Yuan family, yet he had not eradicated them entirely. The Yuan family, a prestigious level 5 martial arts clan, boasted a deep foundation, with hundreds of warriors at level 3 and above. Aside from the 2 level 5 warriors he had slain on that day, 3 others and 2/3 of the Yuan family's upper echelon remained alive. Could it be that these surviving members were seeking vengeance for their patriarch, Yuan Kuan, and had dispatched someone to assassinate him? No, something felt amiss. Feng Chen immediately recognized that if the Yuan family were involved, they would not send merely a level 3 warrior. Moreover, given the current circumstances of the Yuan family, with their patriarch slain and a third of their elite wiped out, they were preoccupied with countering the other level 5 martial arts families in Anqing, leaving them little time to pursue him. Thus, there was only one possibility, the Li family. Besides the Yuan family, the only adversary Feng Chen had left in Anqing was the Li family. Ah, the Li family. I have not sought to contend with you, yet you dare to provoke me first. If you are so eager for death, then I shall oblige, Feng Chen sneered. Grasping his A-class weapon spear, he remained vigilant, ready to confront the imminent threat before addressing the Li family. However, resolving this immediate crisis would likely not prove simple. The assassin was already at his doorstep. Calling for help would be futile, as by the time aid arrived, he estimated he would already be a corpse. He could only rely on himself now. A level 3 warrior, Feng Chen's fighting spirit surged. He had perfected his 3rd-tier spear technique and had also mastered his 5th-tier movement technique. With physical defenses comparable to a level 2, 7th segment warrior and enhanced by the 9th-tier technique, Thunderbolt formula. He was eager to ascertain who would emerge victorious in this clash against a level 3 warrior. Chapter 42. You are actually using an A-class weapon. Deng Cheng, a level 3 assassin hailing from the southeast province, had accepted a bounty of 1 billion from the Li family to eliminate Feng Chen. He had not anticipated that Feng Chen's perceptiveness would be so acute. He had been detected the moment he approached the door. In light of this, there was no reason to conceal his intentions any longer. After all, he was merely a level 1, 7th segment high school student. He would swiftly conclude the matter and make his escape from Anqing, drawing a soft sword from his belt, as thin as a cicada's wing and exceptionally sharp. Deng Cheng unleashed his level 3, 1st segment aura, releasing a terrifying icy power as he slashed with his sword. The cold light flickered as he shattered the door of Feng Chen's home into splinters. Employing a 2nd-tier movement technique, Deng Cheng transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing into Feng Chen's residence with lethal intent. In the living room, Feng Chen, who had been waiting, let out a cold snort. The thunderbolt formula erupted, enveloping him in crackling electricity, resembling the arrival of a thunder god as he swept his spear horizontally. The spear crackled with electric light, its striking range encompassing a 180-degree arc, forcing Deng Cheng to retreat. The surrounding furniture was obliterated by the force of the strike. Such formidable power. This was a 3rd-tier martial technique. Deng Cheng was taken aback, astonished that this young man had mastered a 3rd-tier martial technique at such a tender age. It was rather intriguing. A cruel smile crept onto Deng Cheng's lips. What did it matter if his attack power was formidable? The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast, and sheer attack power could not bridge that gap. Deng Cheng pivoted, his speed surging as he bolted towards the exit. Attempting to flee? Not on my watch. Feng Chen immediately surged forward at full speed, pursuing Deng Cheng. The two engaged in a frantic chase, swiftly exiting the neighborhood and onto a wide thoroughfare. At that moment, Deng Cheng abruptly halted beneath a streetlight, sneering at Feng Chen. Did you truly believe I feared you? I was not fleeing just now, young man. You are still too naive. The confined space of your home restricted my movements, and your spear's extensive attack range put me at a disadvantage. Now that we are outside, my cultivation surpasses yours, and with my speed and movement techniques, I possess ample advantage to eliminate you. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Deng Cheng brandished his slender sword, its cold light flashing as he struck with lightning speed, akin to a venomous serpent, aiming to slay Feng Chen. Unfazed, Feng Chen recognized that the open space outside was ideal for showcasing his own advantages. His serpent technique rivaled 5th-tier martial techniques, allowing him to fully unleash its potential. As Deng Cheng's attack neared him, Feng Chen deftly evaded with ease. This was the perfected 4th-tier superior movement technique, serpent technique. Deng Cheng was astounded. The serpent technique, a highly regarded 4th-tier martial skill, was notoriously difficult to master, yet this young man had achieved full proficiency, while Deng Cheng had spent years mastering only 2 2nd-tier techniques. He had not expected Feng Chen to reach such a level. This was no trivial matter. Deng Cheng's expression hardened. The battle ahead would likely prove challenging. In terms of attack power, Feng Chen's 9th-tier technique, Thunderbolt formula, combined with his 3rd-tier martial skill, Thunder Spear, rendered him no weaker than Deng Cheng. Now, with superior speed and movement, how would this battle unfold? Feng Chen was not preoccupied with such thoughts. After deftly avoiding Deng Cheng's strike, he suddenly propelled himself off the ground, soaring forward. The serpent technique activated, bringing him face-to-face with Deng Cheng, who found himself unable to evade. Feng Chen thrust his spear forward, channeling the immense thunderous energy from his dantian, which coiled around the spear's tip. Employing the 3rd-tier martial skill, Thunder Spear, the sharp spearhead pulsated with violet lightning, emanating an unsettling aura that signaled impending death. Deng Cheng instantly felt a chill surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. A profound sense of imminent peril washed over him. If he failed to withstand this strike, it would spell his doom. Deng Cheng gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of his cultivation power. The profound technique surged forth, and an endless stream of icy spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. Ice Sword Technique. He bellowed, executing a 2nd-tier martial art at the grand achievement level. Waves of icy energy coiled around the slender sword in his hand, transforming into a razor-sharp beam of sword light, which collided with the terrifying spear wielded by Feng Chen. With a resounding clang, Deng Cheng's slender sword was shattered by Feng Chen's spear, the surrounding icy sword light obliterated by the ensuing lightning. The spear pierced straight through Deng Cheng's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed from his mouth, and in a garbled voice, he uttered, "Your spear is actually an A-grade weapon." Under normal circumstances, even if Deng Cheng could not withstand the blow, he would not have been pierced through the chest so easily. The sole reason for this was that the spear in Feng Chen's hand was an A-grade weapon, 2 tiers superior to the C-grade slender sword he wielded. In the face of such an A-grade weapon, the C-grade sword was effortlessly shattered, resulting in Deng Cheng being fatally wounded. It was only now that he realized, too late. Feng Chen spoke coolly. The world of the affluent is beyond your comprehension. With that, he withdrew the spear. The abrupt motion caused Deng Cheng to spurt blood, his body collapsing limply to the ground. He had never imagined that after a lifetime of killing countless foes, he would meet his end at the hands of a wealthy high school student due to inferior weaponry. The bitterness surged within him. Chapter 43. The Wronged Li Family. It was all the Li family's fault. They only informed him that Feng Chen was a first-level, 5th-tier high school student with a powerful background, but omitted the fact that Feng Chen's true combat strength was formidable, not to mention his immense wealth. How absurd that a mere high school student possessed an A-grade weapon. An A-grade weapon, valued in the billions, was meant for 9th-tier warriors. Yet here was a high school student wielding one. Had Feng Chen been privy to Deng Cheng's thoughts before his demise, he might have found amusement in them. This was not Feng Chen's fault. It was the divine martial deity's generosity that bestowed upon him an unlimited card, allowing him to spend freely. One could only wonder how the divine martial deity would react when settling the expenses of that unlimited card at year's end. Feng Chen's first expenditure alone, a complete set of 9th-tier techniques, cost the divine martial deity a staggering 50 trillion. Additionally, 24 martial arts techniques ranging from 4th to 9th tier would surely amount to a fortune. Moreover, as Feng Chen's cultivation improved, the required resources would only escalate, with expenditures increasing exponentially. At times, Feng Chen felt a twinge of pity for the divine martial deity, realizing how easily he had drained such vast resources. Yet, to cultivate and enhance his strength, spending was an unavoidable necessity, leaving Feng Chen with no choice but to repay the divine martial deity's kindness gradually. Standing before Deng Cheng, Feng Chen coldly inquired, "Was it the Li family that sent you?" "Yes." Deng Cheng gasped, his final breath betraying the Li family. At the brink of death, he saw no reason to protect them. If he were to perish, he would take them down with him. He harbored not only hatred for Feng Chen, but also for the Li family. Had they not provided him with misleading information, he would not have approached Feng Chen unprepared, ultimately leading to his demise. Upon uttering his final words, Deng Cheng drew his last breath. If the Li family had known of Deng Cheng's thoughts before his death, they might have cried out in injustice. It was not that they failed to inform him. They simply did not know that Feng Chen's current combat prowess was already comparable to that of a 3rd-tier warrior, and he possessed an A-grade weapon that was beyond their wildest imaginations. Upon learning that the true mastermind behind the scheme was indeed the Li family, a chilling glint flickered in Feng Chen's eyes. "Very well, you Li family scoundrels, you wish to hasten your demise, do you? Excellent. When I emerge from this blessed land, it shall be your end." With just one day remaining until his entry into the blessed land, Feng Chen planned to enhance his strength before confronting the Li family. As a 4th-tier martial arts family, their strongest member was a 4th-tier warrior. Given Feng Chen's current strength, he could contend with a 3rd-tier, first-stage warrior. But facing off against a more powerful 4th-tier warrior would pose a challenge. Nonetheless, Feng Chen remained undaunted. With his current growth rate, he anticipated advancing a tier in just 3 days, soon acquiring the ability to defeat 4th-tier warriors. For now, he resolved to bide his time, entering the blessed land to cultivate, and emerging to seek vengeance. In truth, Feng Chen could have leveraged his connections, calling upon Huangangua or Ling Tian to assist him against the Li family. However, he preferred not to resort to such measures, unless absolutely necessary. He did not wish to burden others or frequently rely on their aid. Such behavior would render him no different from the spoiled scions of martial arts families, who leaned on their family's influence to solve their problems, devoid of any fighting spirit. Over time, this would dull his edge, extinguish his bloodlust, and erode his courage to fight. He believed this was why the divine martial deity did not allow him to accompany him, desiring for him to forge his own path and develop independently, relying solely on his strength. This was the correct path for a peerless genius's development. Feng Chen made a call to a renovation company, as the door and furniture in his living room had been destroyed and required complete refurbishment. Following that, he ventured to the trading hall in a city, intending to purchase a firearm. This time, he sought not a cold weapon like a spear, but rather a hot weapon, an energy gun. He had witnessed the military warriors utilizing energy guns on the playground, effortlessly dispatching members of the Yuan family with devastating efficiency, and he envied their power. Particularly impressive was the warrior beside Han Yu who, from a considerable distance, managed to obliterate Yuan Kuen's hand with a single shot, ultimately killing both Yuan Kuen and another 5th-tier warrior from the Yuan family with 2 precise shots. Standing at the counter in the trading hall, Feng Chen addressed the staff. "I wish to purchase an energy gun. Do you have any recommendations?" The staff, upon recognizing Feng Chen, greeted him with the enthusiasm of a long-lost relative, their voice brimming with excitement. Just a few days prior, Feng Chen had made numerous high-value purchases, which would contribute to her sales performance. Now seeing him return, she was elated. Feng Chen was undoubtedly her golden goose. By the way, prioritize quality. Price is of no concern to me. Feng Chen waved his hand, his tone exuding confidence akin to that of a wealthy magnate. Meanwhile, within a certain blessed land in Huaxia, the divine martial deity was engaged in discussions with several prominent figures when he suddenly sneezed. Puzzled, he wondered if he had caught a cold. Unbeknownst to him, an enormous expenditure was about to be added to his unlimited card due to Feng Chen's serious inquiries regarding the types of energy guns. The staff earnestly explained, "Sir, energy guns generally fall into 4 categories. The first type, sniper rifles, boasts long range and high attack power. The second type, rifles, offers medium range and significant lethality. The third type, submachine guns, provides medium range, high damage, rapid fire rate, and ample ammunition capacity. The fourth type, handguns, has a short range and moderate lethality. Yet they are convenient to carry." Chapter 44, A Gift. Listening to the staff's introduction, Feng Chen pondered deeply. The first category, the sniper rifle, with its long range and formidable power, was indeed an excellent choice, capable of eliminating foes from a distance. The second category, the rifle, though powerful, seemed rather ordinary. Opting for a rifle would be less advantageous than choosing a sniper rifle. The third category, the submachine gun, with its medium range, high damage, rapid rate of fire, and substantial ammunition capacity, also appeared to be a fine option. The fourth category, the handgun, with its moderate range and lethality, was hardly worth consideration. After much contemplation, Feng Chen resolved to acquire a Class 1 sniper rifle and a Class 3 submachine gun. "How are the sniper rifles and submachine guns sold?" Feng Chen inquired. "Sir, energy weapons differ from other arms in their classification, which ranges from level 1 to level 9, due to the limitations of contemporary science and technology. The most formidable energy weapons available today are at level 9, capable of combating level 9 beasts," the staff member replied. "If energy weapons are categorized from level 1 to level 9, then I would like to purchase the finest submachine guns and sniper rifles from levels 4 to 9. One of each," Feng Chen declared with bravado. The staff member swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Sir, are you certain you wish to acquire the best submachine guns and sniper rifles from levels 4 to 9? One of each?" He was once again taken aback by Feng Chen's audacity. As long-range lethal weapons, energy guns are priced at over 10 times that of conventional arms. While a top-tier A-class weapon may cost several trillion, even the most inferior level 9 energy gun would still demand tens of trillions. Additionally, the ammunition for energy guns is exceedingly expensive, with the cheapest bullets costing over $1 million each, while the more expensive ones can reach several billion per round. The act of using energy guns is akin to burning money, making them unaffordable for the average practitioner. This is why many martial artists prefer conventional weaponry over energy guns. "Of course," Feng Chen affirmed. "Do I appear to be someone who cannot afford such purchases?" He inwardly scolded the staff member for their lack of awareness. This was not his first visit for such acquisitions, and they should already be cognizant of his financial capacity. "No, no," the staff member immediately refuted, and proceeded to recommend 2 of the finest energy guns to Feng Chen. The first was the Godslayer, the most powerful sniper rifle in terms of lethality and range, boasting an effective distance of up to 10 kilometers, easily capable of penetrating the defenses of beasts 1 level higher. In other words, a level 4 Godslayer sniper rifle can breach the defenses of a level 5 beast. However, both the price of the Godslayer sniper rifle and its ammunition are the highest in the sniper rifle category. Yet, this was not a concern for Feng Chen, as any issue solvable with money was of no consequence to him. Without hesitation, he chose the Godslayer. As for the submachine gun, the staff member recommended one named Plunder. Plunder is the submachine gun with the longest range, highest attack power, fastest firing rate, and largest ammunition capacity. Its effective range is 5 kilometers, capable of annihilating beasts of the same level. Feng Chen resolutely selected it. He proceeded to acquire 6 Plunder submachine guns and 6 Godslayer sniper rifles from levels 4 to 9. After a moment of thought, he added, having purchased the guns, "I should also procure some ammunition. For the Godslayer sniper rifle, let me have 1,000 rounds for each level, and for the Plunder submachine gun, let us start with 10,000 rounds per level. I can always buy more if needed." "Understood, sir," the staff member nodded and continued, "Sir, because you have purchased numerous high-level energy guns, I must remind you that energy guns produce significant recoil upon use. Generally, a level 1 practitioner can withstand the recoil of a level 2 energy gun at most. The recoil generated by a level 3 energy gun can injure a level 1 practitioner, and the recoil from level 4 and above may even be lethal to a level 1 practitioner. Therefore, given your current status as a level 1 martial artist, it is advisable that you refrain from using energy guns exceeding level 3 to avoid injury from the recoil." "Very well, I understand," Feng Chen nodded, finding the caution reasonable. He had just pondered a question. If energy guns possess such terrifying power, could a level 1 martial artist wielding a level 4 energy gun eliminate a level 4 martial artist from a distance? Upon reflection, this seemed entirely unrealistic. Setting aside the fact that a level 4 martial artist could reach speeds of several hundred meters per second and possess rapid reflexes to sense danger the moment the gun fired, allowing them to evade the bullets. It was also true that if a level 1 martial artist attempted to use a level 4 energy gun, they would likely succumb to the recoil before they could even defeat the level 4 martial artist. Thus, the notion of relying on energy guns to challenge opponents of a higher level was utterly impractical. Having secured the energy guns and ammunition, Feng Chen returned home and promptly stored all 12 energy guns along with the ammunition in his system space. This was to be his secret weapon. Once he advanced his cultivation by 2 more stages and mastered the first level of the Blood God Immortal Body, his physical defense would rival that of a level 3 martial artist. At that point, he would be able to withstand the recoil of a level 4 sniper rifle, making it a trivial matter to snipe level 4 martial artists. The strongest within the Li family were merely level 4 martial artists. As long as Feng Chen employed the sniper rifle to eliminate the 3 level 4 practitioners from a distance, the remaining members of the Li family would be easy prey for him. This sniper rifle was truly a magnificent gift Feng Chen had prepared for the Li family, and once he emerged from the Fortune Land, he would ensure they tasted its full effect. Thus concluded the 4th chapter. Tomorrow shall continue. Chapter 45. Entering the Fortune Land. AI Ling's request. The following day, all students ranked within the top 300 vying for the Fortune Land spots from 20 high schools in City were summoned. They were personally escorted by the director of the Education Bureau, Huang Anghua, to the Fortune Land. The Fortune Land they were to enter. One of the top 10 level 3 Fortune Lands in the Southeast Province was the 9-star Fortune Land. Its location is not in City, but in Shun City, one of the 10 major cities in the Southeast Province. As one of the 30 major provinces in Huaxia, the Southeast Province comprises 10 cities and 9 towns. With Shun City ranking among the top 3 in the province, its population 5 times that of City, and its overall martial artist strength surpassing that of City. The students entering 9-star Fortune Land were not limited to the 300 from City. They also included students from 8 other cities, totaling around 10,000 participants. Each city received a different allocation of Fortune Land spots based on its population. For instance, Shun City's population being 5 times that of City resulted in it receiving 5 times the allocation, totaling 1,500 spots. In the afternoon, all students from the 10 cities and 9 towns of the Southeast Province, preparing to enter the 9-star Fortune Land, gathered at the entrance of the Fortune Land. At the entrance, military, government, and education officials from the Southeast Province had all arrived. The 10,000 candidates about to enter the 9-star Fortune Land were the chosen elite among millions of candidates from the Southeast Province, representing the hopes of the future. The government placed great importance on this event. The director of the Southeast Province Education Bureau addressed the 10,000 students, stating, "You are the creme de la creme of this year's high school seniors in the Southeast Province, the hopes of the future. To nurture you, the provincial government has spared no effort, facing immense pressure to open the Fortune Land with the aim of cultivating you into powerful, responsible martial artists capable of protecting our nation and humanity." The gathered students felt their blood surge with excitement, their voices rising in fervor as they silently vowed to contribute to the development of Huaxia and fight for the rise of humanity in the future. Next, the director announced the specific arrangements for entering the Fortune Land. You will have 20 days within the Fortune Land. Upon the arrival of the 20th day, you must exit. For if you do not emerge, the entrance will close, and you will be trapped until the next opening of the Fortune Land. I must remind you that humanity has yet to fully master the realm of fortune, rendering us unable to access it at will. The next opportunity to enter this realm may be a distant prospect, perhaps not until the year of the monkey and horse. To activate such a realm incurs a tremendous cost. Therefore, those who venture within this time should hasten their exit when the time comes, lest they find themselves trapped and miss this year's college entrance examination. Moreover, once the entrance to the realm closes, myriad unknown dangers may arise within, jeopardizing your safety. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau solemnly cautioned everyone, hoping they would exit promptly and avoid being ensnared within the realm. Feng Chen understood the officials' concerns. The students present were all exceptional talents, and should 100 or so be trapped within the realm, it would signify a colossal loss for the southeastern province. The director addressed the gathering. Within this realm, the concentration of spiritual energy is tenfold that of the outside world. A single day spent cultivating here equates to 10 days of practice beyond its borders. Furthermore, the realm is replete with rare materials capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation, as well as legacies left by ancient warriors and beings from other realms. The opportunities that await you depend solely on your own fortune. The students were abuzz with excitement, envisioning the prospect of inheriting the legacy of an ancient master, which could propel them to extraordinary heights, even if they could not attain such a powerful inheritance. Discovering a few rare materials to enhance their cultivation would still be a monumental opportunity, significantly boosting their strength. It is worth noting that such materials are prohibited from being sold outside the realm, rendering them unattainable even for those with wealth. Even in the event of bad luck, should one manage to cultivate for 20 days within the realm, the elevated concentration of spiritual energy would still afford a significant enhancement to their abilities. All right, let us depart, announced the director. I wish you all bountiful luck and fruitful returns. Thank you, Principal, the students chorused, then surged towards the entrance of the realm. The entrance resembled a spatial fissure, exuding a mysterious glow, with a vast teleportation array inscribed with intricate runes. As the students stepped onto the array, the runes illuminated, transporting them into the realm. 10,000 students poured in like a tide, each seeking their own fortune. Feng Chen joined the throng, stepping into the realm. Inside, the realm constituted an entirely self-contained world, situated at the intersection of two colliding dimensions, where the fabric of space was notably unstable. This third-tier realm permitted only those of level 4 or below to enter. Any warrior exceeding this level would risk causing a collapse of the realm's spatial integrity. Thus, no beasts or human warriors above level 4 could be found within, and the abundance of spiritual energy made it considerably safer than the second or first-tier realms, making it suitable for students. Upon entering, Feng Chen felt an invigorating rush. The realm's tenfold concentration of spiritual energy nearly intoxicated him. He longed to sit and cultivate immediately. However, Feng Chen's intentions for entering the realm extended beyond mere cultivation. He sought to test his luck, scouring the area for rare materials that could swiftly elevate his cultivation or perhaps uncover a legacy from an ancient master. Such discoveries could lead to his prosperity. Gripping his A-grade spear, Feng Chen remained vigilant, aware that while the realm was filled with opportunities, it also harbored numerous unknown dangers, demanding his utmost caution. He swiftly distanced himself from the main group, embarking on an independent quest within the realm in pursuit of fortune. In such endeavors, a solitary approach often proved advantageous. Even when opportunities arose, being in a crowd could lead to envy and conflict. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Feng Chen, wait up." He turned to see a young woman sprinting toward him, tall and alluring, with an enchanting beauty that could only be likened to that of a celestial being. She was none other than AI Ling, a fellow student from Anqing, and the true flower of number 9 high school, renowned for her grace and prowess. Having ranked second in the preliminary assessments, she was now at level 1, 9th stage. "Is there something you need?" Feng Chen inquired, pausing to regard her. "Can I accompany you within the realm?" AI Ling asked softly. Given Feng Chen's status as a prominent figure in Anqing, endowed with exceptional talent and substantial backing, it was understandable that AI Ling would feel safer traveling alongside him. "Sure, I run fast and won't slow you down," she insisted earnestly. Feng Chen raised an eyebrow. He had only heard of AI Ling before, never having interacted with her directly. "All right, then," he replied, "just keep up." Delighted, AI Ling nodded vigorously. And as Feng Chen resumed his path, she followed closely like a shadow. Together, they ventured deeper into the realm. The realm teemed with rare materials. Although most were guarded by formidable beasts, they soon stumbled upon a valley where a blood spirit flower bloomed resplendently. "It's the blood spirit flower," AI Ling exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Indeed," Feng Chen affirmed. "Judging by its coloration, its medicinal potency is nearing 2nd grade, but it is likely guarded by 2nd-tier beasts." As he spoke, a blood-red lizard wreathed in flames appeared beside the flower, its eyes keenly assessing AI Ling and Feng Chen. "That is a 2nd-tier crimson flame lizard," Feng Chen noted. "Its tough hide and fiery breath make it a formidable adversary." AI Ling nodded gravely. "It seems this treasure is beyond our reach. That beast has reached the 2nd tier. 3rd stage, I cannot face it." A smile crept across Feng Chen's lips. "Stay here and watch. I'll handle it." "Can you really take it on?" AI Ling whispered, surprised. She had heard tales of Feng Chen's prowess in defeating 2nd-tier beasts, but had assumed they were merely stories. "It's merely a 2nd-tier, 3rd-stage beast," Feng Chen replied nonchalantly. With that, he vanished in an instant, launching himself into the valley. Utilizing the 9th-grade technique, the Thunderbolt art, he became enveloped in crackling energy and leaped toward the lizard. Spear poised to strike. Blood splattered as the blood flame lizard failed to react, only to be pierced through the skull by a single thrust from Feng Chen, nailing it to the ground. After a few convulsions, it succumbed to death. Witnessing this, AI Ling stood frozen in awe. How powerful, how impressive. A Tier 2, Stage 3 beast was vanquished with a single strike, executed with such fluidity. It was utterly cool. The image of Feng Chen leaping and thrusting his spear was indelibly etched in her mind, lingering long after. With youthful exuberance, AI Ling hurriedly descended from the mountain, her 2 small white rabbits bouncing with every step. Feng Chen, however, paid her no heed. After extracting his spear from the fallen beast's head, he bent down to unearth a grade 2 blood spirit flower from the ground. This rare treasure could significantly aid in absorbing the essence of the beasts and accelerate the cultivation of his blood god immortal body. For instance, this grade 2 blood spirit flower would facilitate the absorption of 20 portions of beast essence. Typically, it would take him 10 days to absorb such a quantity. But with this flower, he could accomplish it in just an hour. The treasures of heaven and earth would greatly enhance his cultivation speed. "Feng Chen, your posture was exceedingly impressive just now," AI Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You dispatched that Tier 2, Stage 3 beast before it even had a chance to react. With you by my side, my safety is assured, haha. Feng Chen chuckled, shaking his head at AI Ling's exuberance. There is only this one blood spirit flower, and it belongs to me. You may search this valley for other treasures. If you find another, it shall be yours. All right. AI Ling nodded eagerly. The blood flame lizard was slain by Feng Chen, and she had no intention of claiming this flower. Just the thought that he considered her made her quite happy. The two searched the valley and soon discovered a Grade 1 spirit gathering grass, guarded by a Tier 1, Stage 5 beast. Feng Chen graciously allowed AI Ling to take it on. After she defeated the guardian beast, she successfully extracted the spirit gathering grass. Holding the grass, AI Ling laughed heartily, her joy radiating, completely shedding her previous aloof demeanor as the goddess of the 9th secondary school. Feng Chen, let us find a place to refine the treasures we've obtained before searching for more. The spiritual energy here is dense. Refining them here will yield better results than outside. Agreed, Feng Chen replied. No need to go elsewhere. We can refine them right here in the valley. It's secluded and difficult for others to discover. Plus, the spiritual energy here surpasses that of the outer regions, making it ideal. AI Ling nodded enthusiastically. They began refining the treasures within the valley. Feng Chen retrieved 20 portions of beast essence from his system space and, in conjunction with the blood spirit flower, commenced his cultivation of the blood god immortal body. An hour later, he had absorbed all the essence and the flower, making significant progress in his cultivation. Meanwhile, AI Ling had also completed the absorption of the spirit gathering grass, her body enveloped in spiritual energy, radiating ethereal grace. Let us continue our search for other treasures, Feng Chen suggested. Certainly, AI Ling responded immediately. With a powerful ally like Feng Chen, she felt fearless even in the face of Tier 2 beasts. Choosing to accompany him on this journey into the blessed land had proven to be her wisest decision. He was not only handsome, but also immensely strong. Truly a paragon of masculinity. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Feng Chen and AI Ling diligently scoured the land for treasures. Whoever discovered a treasure would keep it. Within 3 days, Feng Chen had unearthed over 60 treasures of varying grades, all of which he absorbed and refined. Throughout this period, Feng Chen had discreetly taken advantage of bathroom breaks to enter the system space and cultivate 3 times, thus enhancing his cultivation. He successfully ascended to Tier 1, Stage 8. And with the treasures acquired over these 3 days, he had completed 60% of the first level of his blood god immortal body. Opening his attribute panel revealed, Host, Feng Chen, Cultivation, Tier 1, Stage 8, 5-star Super Warrior, Spirit, 1700, Tier 2, Stage 7. Vitality, 17,000, Tier 2. Stage 7. Speed, 170 ms, Tier 2, Stage 7. Strength, 17T, Tier 2, Stage 7. Physical Resilience, Tier 2. Stage 9. System Space Access, 0 times. His blood god immortal body had progressed further. His physical defenses now rivaled those of a Tier 2, Stage 9 warrior. Once his cultivation improved by another stage, his defenses would match those of a Tier 3 warrior, enabling him to wield a Tier 4 energy gun, allowing him to contend with Tier 4 beasts. Of course, the most formidable beasts within this blessed land were only comparable to Tier 4. Chapter 47. Team Formation. Over the past 3 days, AI Ling had found numerous treasures, and upon absorbing them, her cultivation had also progressed to Tier 2, Stage 1. This was the advantage of being with Feng Chen. Many of the treasures they discovered were fiercely guarded by powerful beasts. While Feng Chen tackled the mightier foes for the higher quality treasures, she dealt with lower tier beasts, claiming treasures of lesser quality that Feng Chen deemed unworthy. Although her spoils were not as impressive, they posed no danger. Though Feng Chen did not assist her directly, he would eliminate any powerful beast she might encounter, ensuring her safety and allowing her to continue her quest for treasures unimpeded. At that moment, 2 figures appeared before them, approaching with purpose. Recognizing them as fellow students from the 9th secondary school, Feng Chen identified them as Feng Wu, the top scorer from their initial evaluation, and Tang Xian, a prominent figure from Class A. Feng Wu was well known within the 9th secondary school, a true first among his peers, currently at Tier 2, Stage 2. He had mastered a Grade 2 offensive martial skill and a Grade 1 movement technique, making him exceptionally strong within Tier 2, capable of contending against Tier 2. Stage 3 beasts. Tang Xian, too, was no slouch, boasting a cultivation of Tier 2, Stage 1, and like AI Ling, had developed a Grade 1 offensive skill and a Grade 1 movement technique to a minor mastery, having ventured into the Blessed Land. Feng Wu and Tang Xian had chosen to team up for mutual support, understanding the myriad dangers and competition posed by the other 10,000 students vying for treasures and opportunities. After exploring the Blessed Land for 3 days, they had gathered a considerable collection of treasures and made notable advancements in their cultivation. They stumbled upon a primeval forest teeming with treasures. Though it was guarded by numerous beasts, many students from other schools had already formed teams to hunt the beasts and claim the treasures. Feng Wu and Tang Xian sought to recruit a few familiar faces to join their group for the hunt. As they searched, they spotted the goddess AI Ling and the now famous Feng Chen, and approached them with the intention of inviting them to form a team and venture into the primeval forest together in search of treasures. Upon seeing them approach, Feng Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. What could they want from him? Feng Wu directly addressed Feng Chen. Classmate Feng, we have discovered an ancient forest ahead, teeming with treasures of heaven and earth, yet inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts. Therefore, we wish to invite both of you to form a team and venture therein to hunt these beasts. The spoils will be distributed according to merit. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Feng Chen felt a flicker of interest. The ancient forest mentioned by the duo was indeed a topic of discussion among Feng Chen and AI Ling in recent days. Many high school students entering the fabled land had been seeking companions to explore its depths in search of treasures. While the forest promised an abundance of riches, it also harbored countless unknown dangers and formidable beasts. Entering as a group offered far greater safety than going it alone. AI Ling, please consider this, Feng Wu continued. Many classmates have already formed teams and reported satisfactory gains. The sooner we embark, the more treasures we can secure. Delay, and they may be snatched away by others. Tang Xian added, we hail from the same high school. Unity in this venture will yield greater benefits. Tang Xian did not cast a glance at Feng Chen. In his estimation, Feng Chen's cultivation level, being at the first rank and 8th tier, was 2 tiers below his own, rendering him an unworthy candidate for invitation. Although rumors circulated that Feng Chen possessed extraordinary talent of the earth grade, Tang Xian remained skeptical. In his eyes, only first-hand experience could validate such claims. He believed Feng Chen's recent prominence at Jiuzhong was solely due to the backing of 3 6th-tier warriors, which he regarded with disdain. AI Ling, intrigued, turned to Feng Chen. Yet, her decision hinged on his assent. Without Feng Chen's agreement, she would not join. Very well, Feng Chen nodded. Let us form a team of 4 to explore together. Excellent. Feng Wu beamed at Feng Chen's approval. We must not delay, let us set forth at once. Before we enter, let us clarify our terms regarding the distribution of treasures, Tang Xian interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Chen. The spoils will be allocated based on merit. Those who slay more beasts will claim a larger share of the treasures. This way, we can avoid any disputes over distribution later on, preventing anyone from leveraging their connections with the mayor or the director of the education bureau to pressure us. Tang Xian's words carried a veiled mockery directed at Feng Chen, whom he deemed the weakest among them. He feared that Feng Chen, being a mere first-tier warrior, would only be capable of handling first-tier beasts, while the 3 of them, being second-tier, could confront stronger foes. According to the merit system, Feng Chen's share would naturally be less, and he worried that Feng Chen might, in dissatisfaction, invoke his influential connections to demand a larger portion. Feng Chen's eyes glinted with a cold light as he replied, Are you insinuating that I would take advantage of anyone? Tang Xian replied coolly, No offense intended. I merely wish to lay the groundwork for clarity and fairness, which benefits us all. None of us can afford to offend such prominent figures as the mayor or the education bureau director. The veiled insinuation was unmistakable. AI Ling, incensed, retorted. What do you mean by that, Tang Xian? Are you suggesting that Feng Chen would exploit us? Let me assure you, his prowess far surpasses yours. Not even 10 of you could match him. It would be wise to curb your petty thoughts. 10 of me wouldn't suffice. I only hope he truly is that formidable so as not to hinder us, Tang Xian scoffed. Feng Wu, growing irate, interjected, Tang Xian, silence yourself. We are here to hunt beasts together, not to belittle one another for a sense of superiority. If you refuse to cooperate, feel free to leave. We will not force you. Feng Wu, known for his straightforward nature, detested such sarcastic remarks. Having chosen to team up, he believed in the importance of solidarity. Tang Xian's early jabs at Feng Chen only added to his annoyance. I merely speak the truth. If you dislike it, I shall refrain from further comment, Tang Xian replied. A hint of trepidation in his voice. He recognized Feng Wu's superior strength and did not wish to provoke discord. Feng Chen turned to Tang Xian and stated calmly, Rest assured, the distribution will be fair. I shall not claim a single portion that does not rightfully belong to me. He found it unworthy to engage in a quarrel with such a narrow-minded individual, believing that actions would speak louder than words once they encountered more formidable foes in the forest. In Chapter 48, it became evident that this was his true strength. Feng Chen could now effortlessly slay beasts below the 3rd rank and 3rd tier, while even the strongest among their group, Feng Wu, could only contend with 2nd-tier beasts at the 3rd rank. It was uncertain who would truly benefit from this venture. Let us proceed, Feng Wu declared. And thus the 4 of them set off toward the ancient forest. Given the influx of students forming teams to explore the ancient forest, the quartet chose a more secluded route to evade crowds and enhance their chances of discovering rare treasures. Shortly after entering, they stumbled upon several 1st-tier treasures, guarded by 1st-tier beasts. Tang Xian, taking the lead, swiftly dispatched the 1st-tier beasts with ease, his 2nd-tier cultivation making the task trivial. After each encounter, he could not help but glance at Feng Chen, a mix of boastfulness, pride, and a hint of disdain in his gaze. Feng Chen feigned ignorance, unwilling to engage in conflict, knowing that when faced with more formidable beasts, Tang Xian would have cause to lament. After an hour of exploration, the group uncovered several first-tier treasures, far exceeding their previous finds in efficiency. Outside the forest, it would take hours to discover even one, yet here, they were finding multiple treasures within a single hour. At that moment, AI Ling gasped, her hands cupping her mouth in astonishment. What is that? A mid-tier second-grade treasure, the Earth Spirit Mushroom. The others were taken aback and followed AI Ling's gaze to spot the coveted mushroom beneath a large tree. Its value far surpassed the total of the previous 7 or 8 first-tier treasures they had acquired. Breathless with excitement, they yearned to claim the Earth Spirit Mushroom. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed as a second-tier 5th-rank beast, the black-striped python, emerged from behind the tree, its eyes gleaming with menace as it fixed its gaze upon them. Should they dare approach, the python would not hesitate to strike, claiming their lives. This is dire. The black-striped python is a second-tier 5th rank. We may not be able to defeat it, Feng Wu said gravely. He was the strongest among them, at second-tier 2nd rank, capable of confronting second-tier 3rd-rank beasts, yet he was no match for this formidable creature. What should we do? Are we to simply watch as the Earth Spirit Mushroom slips away? Tang Xian expressed his frustration. AI Ling turned to Feng Chen. Having spent the past 3 days with him, she understood his combat prowess. He could easily handle all beasts below the 3rd rank. And she believed that this black-striped python would be no exception. Perhaps it was Feng Chen who could secure the Earth Spirit Mushroom. At this moment, Feng Chen turned to Tang Xian and remarked nonchalantly, "Weren't you quite valiant just now, charging headfirst at the demon beast? Why the hesitation now? You." Tang Xian's countenance soured as he retorted, "This is a level 2, stage 5 demon beast. Do you wish for me to court death?" He continued, "Even if I am too wary to confront this black-striped python, at least I have been actively hunting demon beasts, unlike some who merely stand by and make snide remarks. If you possess the strength, why not face this black-striped python yourself? If you're too scared, then spare me your incessant chatter. Very well, I shall confront it. You'd best keep your eyes peeled," Feng Chen replied with indifference, before striding forth alone towards the black-striped python. Excitement flickered in AI Ling's eyes as she realized Feng Chen was about to take action. With his intervention, the black-striped python was surely doomed. Seeing Feng Chen venture forth alone to confront the creature, Feng Wu hastily grasped his spear and followed, cautioning, "Feng Chen, do not act impulsively. This black-striped python is not so easily dealt with." He feared that Feng Chen, provoked by Tang Xian's remarks, might rashly attempt to face the creature alone. And thus he rushed to offer his support. "Why do you concern yourself with him? Such a dimwit, stirred by my words to seek death. What need is there to involve yourself?" Tang Xian scoffed. "Speak another word, and I shall render you incapable," Feng Chen shot back coldly. The intensity of his gaze caused Tang Xian to shudder involuntarily. It was a terrifying look, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Feng Chen turned to Feng Wu and reassured him, "Do not worry, I can handle this black-striped python." Feng Wu, prepared to assist Feng Chen against the python, steeled himself. Even if he was not a match for the creature, he did not falter. He was a commendable ally, worthy of friendship. With that, Feng Chen suddenly stomped on the ground, launching himself into the air. Employing the spirit serpent movement technique, he swiftly positioned himself before the black-striped python. The python, taken aback, witnessed Feng Chen thrusting his spear forward, as a torrent of potent lightning surged from his dantian, coiling around the spear's tip. With the 3rd-tier martial skill, Lightning Spear, the spear's sharp tip crackled with purple lightning, emanating a disquieting aura as it aimed for the python's vital point. Instantly, the black-striped python felt an icy chill racing up its spine. A profound sense of impending doom washed over it. If struck at such a critical point, it would surely perish. The python erupted with strength, its dark demonic energy surging forth, enveloped by an unyielding cyclone. Its massive tail lashed out, the swirling winds transforming into a black whip, shattering the air as it met Feng Chen's formidable thrust. With a thunderous crash, Feng Chen's spear shattered the python's tail, obliterating the surrounding cyclone, and pierced through the creature's vital point. The python's eyes widened in disbelief. Its muscular tail had been shattered by this human's single strike. What immense power must this individual possess? This human rivaled a level 3 demon beast. Such strength was truly terrifying. Though pierced through its vital point, the black-striped python did not succumb immediately. Instead, it opened its massive jaws, lunging towards Feng Chen. Feng Chen activated his 9th-tier skill, Lightning Technique, enveloping himself in crackling electricity. With a leap, he drove his spear downward. Blood gushed forth as the python's gaping maw was impaled by Feng Chen's spear, pinning it to the ground. The colossal creature writhed and convulsed a few dozen times before it lay lifeless. Behind them, Tang Xian and Feng Wu stood in stunned silence. Gosh, how powerful! Feng Wu had intended to assist Feng Chen, but before he could act, the black-striped python had already been dispatched by 2 of Feng Chen's strikes. Is this the extent of Feng Chen's prowess? effortlessly slaying a level 2, stage 5 demon beast. No wonder he achieved first place in the quota contest within the Blessed Lands. His reputation is well-deserved. At this moment, Tang Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had previously mocked Feng Chen, thinking he would exploit their weaknesses. It now appeared that he was the one who had underestimated Feng Chen. Merely recalling his earlier remarks made Tang Xian yearn to find a crevice to hide within. The irony was palpable. Meanwhile, AI Ling was lost in admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe as she gazed at Feng Chen. So strong, so handsome, still so cool. A level 2, stage 5 demon beast felled by just 2 strikes. Chapter 49. Friends, we need your assistance. Feng Chen paid no heed to the trio and withdrew his spear from the black-striped python's mouth. Bending down, he unearthed a second-tier mid-grade earth element spirit mushroom from the ground. Its age was commendable, far superior to the blood spirit flower he had previously acquired, capable of aiding him in absorbing 30 portions of demon beast essence. AI Ling approached Feng Chen, showering him with praise. Impressive. Feng Wu chimed in. I never imagined your true combat prowess would be so formidable, Feng Chen. With you by our side, we are bound to reap substantial rewards in this exploration of the primordial forest. Feng Chen smiled and replied, this time, I'll ensure you all soar to new heights. Absolutely. AI Ling exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Tang Xian remained silent, his face flushed with shame. He had no words to speak, having previously ridiculed Feng Chen, only to find himself reliant on him now. Feng Chen chose not to press the matter, content to keep him in the group. The four continued their exploration of the primordial forest, seeking rare treasures. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, they gathered an impressive bounty of over 600 rare materials. Among them was one specimen nearing the threshold of a third-tier treasure, guarded by a level 2, stage 9 demon beast, which Feng Chen vanquished, further showcasing his terrifying strength to Feng Wu and Tang Xian. The four had now ventured deep into the primordial forest, where the highest quality treasures were most abundant. While exploring their surroundings, they heard the sounds of combat near the edge of a cliff and proceeded towards the commotion. As they approached the cliff's edge, a rich fragrance wafted towards them, the aroma of high-grade treasures maturing, intoxicatingly delightful. Upon closer inspection, they found a massive vine at the cliff's edge, adorned with dozens of purple spirit fruits. One particular fruit bore 3 spirit patterns, indicating its status as a third-tier treasure, while the remaining 30 or so fruits displayed 2 spirit patterns, classifying them as high-tier second-grade treasures. The four were captivated. The cliff's edge held an astonishing array of high-grade treasures. Beside the purple spirit fruits, a small team of students was engaged in battle with the demon beasts guarding them. A pack of wolf demons protected these fruits, with the 2 strongest being wolf kings at level 2, stage 7. Among the remaining wolf demons, 7 to 8 were level 2, while over a dozen were level 1, surrounding a team of martial artists. This team, hailing from the prestigious Shun City No. 1 high school in the southeast province, consisted of 6 members, all at level 2, stage 4 or higher. The leader, Xiao Yi, possessed a cultivation level of level 2, stage 7, placing him in the upper tier of his class, though not among the elite. As Xiao Yi battled against the 2 wolf kings, he found himself at a disadvantage, and it would not be long before he faced defeat. Spotting Feng Chen and the others at the cliff's edge, Xiao Yi called out, fellow students, could you lend us your strength? If we can collectively vanquish the wolf pack, we can share the purple spirit fruits. In response, Feng Chen replied, certainly. The 4 individuals plunged down the precipice, engaging in a fierce battle with the pack of wolves, among which were numerous first-tier demonic beasts. AI Ling and Tang Xian focused their efforts on these first-tier creatures, while Feng Wu wielded his spear, charging towards the second-tier wolf demon. Feng Chen advanced towards the 2 wolf kings that were locked in combat, with Xiao Yi. You step back, Feng Chen instructed Xiao Yi. With a swift motion, Feng Chen's figure flickered like a spirit serpent, instantly appearing before the male wolf king. He executed a sweeping strike with his spear, sending the wolf king hurtling backward. With Feng Chen sharing the burden, Xiao Yi felt an immediate sense of relief. These 2 beasts are exceedingly cunning and adept at coordination. Exercise caution. Xiao Yi warned Feng Chen before launching himself at the female wolf king. No need for concern, Feng Chen replied coolly. At that moment, the male wolf king nimbly maneuvered, flanking Feng Chen from behind and pouncing towards him. The wolf's claws glinted menacingly, sharp as daggers, capable of easily rending flesh. Feng Chen snorted disdainfully. Pivoting his spear with a lightning-fast motion, electric sparks crackled at the spear's tip. In an instant, he inflicted a grievous wound upon the wolf king's jaw, unleashing a torrent of destructive lightning that sent the creature crashing against a massive tree. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, splintered and collapsed under the impact. With 18 tons of strength, equivalent to a second-tier, 7th-stage warrior, Feng Chen's full-force strike was indeed formidable. Blood oozed from the corners of the male wolf king's mouth as he glared at Feng Chen with venomous eyes, letting out a furious howl before charging recklessly at him. Feng Chen remained unfazed, watching the now mad wolf king with no intention of evading. Though he could easily dodge using his spirit serpent agility, he deemed it unnecessary. It was time to send this wolf demon to the depths of hell. Feng Chen's aura surged as he activated the 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt Art, channeling a torrent of lightning energy from his dantian, enveloping his entire being. His A-class spear crackled with electricity, illuminating the dim forest with its brilliance. At the spear's tip, a 5-foot-long spear light manifested, continuously pulsating with lightning. In a terrifying display, he pierced the Wolf King's body from front to back, sending it crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth as electric arcs coursed around it, causing it to convulse before succumbing to death. The female Wolf King, witnessing this scene, let out a heart-wrenching cry, howling at the sky before abandoning her assault on Xiao Yi and turning to confront Feng Chen. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me?" Xiao Yi bellowed, his C-class greatsword surrounded by a sanguine glow, exuding an air of murderous intent. "Blood slaughter blade," Xiao Yi shouted, his form flickering as he executed a second-tier sword technique, swiftly closing in on the female Wolf King and delivering a fatal blow to her neck. The wolf's head rolled away, blood gushing from the severed neck in a gruesome spectacle. Feng Chen and Xiao Yi surveyed their surroundings. With the addition of Tang Xian, Feng Wu, and AI Ling, their party of 5 had successfully dealt with the surrounding wolf pack. Among them, 2 possessed a cultivation of 2nd tier, 6th stage, 2 at 5th stage, and 1 at 4th stage, showcasing their formidable overall strength. With the aid of AI Ling, Feng Wu, and Tang Xian, it was no surprise they could easily eliminate the wolves. Feng Chen spoke up, "Now that the wolf pack has been dealt with, it is time for us to discuss the distribution of the purple spirit fruits." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their gazes fixated on the dozens of purple spirit fruits ahead, particularly the one of 3rd-grade quality. Whoever consumed it would likely see a direct elevation in their cultivation. Xiao Yi chuckled, "Indeed, it is time to allocate the purple spirit fruits. The 4 of you have played a part in this endeavor against the wolf pack." He turned his attention to Feng Chen and the others, adding, "You should receive some compensation." Feng Chen bristled at this remark. What did Xiao Yi mean by suggesting they had only played a minor role in this battle? Had he not single-handedly vanquished the male Wolf King? Would they have triumphed so easily over the pack? Xiao Yi's words sought to diminish their contributions. "How about this?" Xiao Yi proposed to Feng Chen. "I will take the lead and ensure that all the materials from these wolf demons are given to the 4 of you." He deliberately refrained from mentioning the purple spirit fruits, implying that they would only receive the materials from the wolf demons and nothing more. "Are you treating us like beggars?" Feng Chen retorted, his voice laced with frost. Everyone understood that the most valuable items here were the purple spirit fruits. The materials from the demon beasts were hardly worth their time to collect. While these materials might fetch a few million in the outside world, the true treasures, the rarest natural materials, could not be bought with money. They were priceless. Xiao Yi's attempt to dismiss them with mere beast materials was nothing short of delusional. "Now, do you still wish to claim the purple spirit fruits?" Xiao Yi's expression turned cold as he directed his gaze at Feng Chen. The 5 individuals beside him also shifted their expressions, their eyes narrowing as they glared at Feng Wu, Tang Xian, and AI Linghof, merely a 1st-tier, 8th-stage individual, along with 2 1st-tier, 1st stage, and 1 2nd-tier, 2nd-stage weaklings. "Distributing these beast materials to you is merely me extending a courtesy. Do not test my patience." Xiao Yi's tone was icy. "If you provoke me further, I will ensure you receive nothing. If you refuse, then so be it. Do you think we covet these beast materials?" AI Ling retorted fiercely, her chest heaving with indignation, an alluring sight. Noticing the glimmer of desire in Xiao Yi's eyes, she continued, "We can forego the purple spirit fruits, but you might earn one if we find our interaction enjoyable." Xiao Yi's gaze lingered on AI Ling's ample bosom as he licked his lips. "You." AI Ling was incensed, stomping her foot in fury, her teeth clenched. Feng Wu gripped his spear tightly, exclaiming, "Do not push us too far." Tang Xian stepped back, opting for silence. "Overstepping, are we? This is not the place for your bravado, boy. Continue your chatter, and I'll cleave you in two," a 2nd-tier, 6th-stage member of Xiao Yi's party interjected. Feng Chen, unfazed, dismissed the speaker and turned to Feng Wu and AI Ling, instructing, "You two step back." Understanding Feng Chen's intent to act, they began to retreat. Feng Chen then faced Xiao Yi and his companions, declaring, "I had no intention of taking a life in this blessed land, but you leave me no choice. Kill. You speak with such arrogance. I shall see how you intend to do so." Xiao Yi retorted coldly, charging at Feng Chen with his greatsword. Despite Feng Chen's cultivation being merely at 1st tier, 8th stage, Xiao Yi did not underestimate him. After all, Feng Chen had just slain the male Wolf King, and his strength was not to be taken lightly. As Xiao Yi advanced, his 5 companions surrounded Feng Chen, sealing off his escape routes to demonstrate their might. With this audacity, they were determined to show Feng Chen the extent of their power. Xiao Yi's greatsword glimmered ominously as he unleashed a 2nd-tier movement technique, Phantom Steps, a skill he had honed for 3 years to perfection. Upon reaching Feng Chen, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Yi, his blood boiling as he intertwined his spiritual energy with his life force, manifesting a 3-foot-long sword energy that surged from his blade. This was the very technique he had employed to behead the female wolf king, Bloodslaughter / Xiao Yi, going all out, unleashed his perfected second-tier attack technique, aiming it squarely at Feng Chen. With this strike, he had once defeated a second-tier, 8th-stage warrior. Within the depths of his heart, a murderous intent surged. And as he beheld the ferocious strike aimed at him, Xiao Yi wielded his blade with no hint of restraint, as if it were a direct assault on his very life. Given the viciousness of Xiao Yi's attack, Feng Chen felt no obligation to show mercy in return. With a sudden eruption of energy, he activated the 9th-tier technique, the Thunderbolt technique. Instantly, a torrent of electrifying power surged from his dantian, coalescing around his spear, manifesting as a 5-foot-long arc of lightning that flickered and writhed. Feng Chen unleashed the lightning spear, directly colliding with Xiao Yi's second-tier Bloodslaughter blade. Feng Chen's terrifying strike shattered the Bloodslaughter blade with ease, obliterating the energy barrier with a dazzling blue lightning. Xiao Yi's long knife was sent flying from his grasp. His body hurled backward and crashing violently to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as arcs of electricity danced around him, leaving him convulsing and severely injured. Xiao Yi. Upon witnessing Xiao Yi's defeat, one among the 5 remaining figures, a second-tier 6th-stage fighter named Zhou Xiang, bellowed, grasping a long spear engulfed in crimson flames. He charged at Feng Chen, demonstrating a formidable martial skill of his own, also belonging to the second tier. Feng Chen snorted coldly, his aura surging. Enveloped in electric arcs as if a god of thunder had descended, he executed the 4th-tier body technique, the Spirit Serpent technique, unleashing a terrifying speed that was almost beyond belief. In an instant, Feng Chen appeared before Zhou Xiang, seizing the spear with one hand while the other grasped Zhou Xiang's throat, channeling the ferocious, thunderous power through his arm. The crackling of dreadful electricity ravaged Zhou Xiang's body, causing him to convulse, his hair standing on end, his eyes rolling back in terror. The lightning power cultivated from the 9th-tier technique wreaked havoc, inflicting catastrophic damage upon his foe. With a swift motion, Feng Chen lifted the unconscious Zhou Xiang and slammed him into the ground, exerting all his strength, unleashing 18 tons of force. The impact shattered Zhou Xiang's body, his bones fracturing, resulting in immediate death. Feng Chen showed no mercy to those who dared to strike at him. The 4 individuals who had surrounded him were left utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? Xiao Yi, a second-tier 7th-stage fighter, and Zhou Xiang, a second-tier 6th-stage fighter, had been dispatched in an instant, utterly powerless to retaliate. How could they possibly continue to fight? Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 of them broke from their positions and fled in different directions, abandoning the purple spirit fruits. For in the face of life and death, everything else paled in comparison. The terror radiating from Feng Chen was palpable. His ruthlessness in dealing death left them convinced that he would eliminate them all to eradicate any potential threats. Nowhere to run, Feng Chen scoffed, thrusting his spear forward. A flash of cold light pierced through the air, striking down one who had just managed to flee a few dozen meters ahead, puncturing his heart and killing him instantly. Feng Chen's gaze shifted to the remaining 3 fleeing in different directions, choosing to pursue the one who had just insulted Feng Wu, a second-tier 6th-stage student. Employing his technique, he swiftly caught up to the individual. As he neared, Feng Chen propelled himself from the ground like a cannonball and delivered a devastating punch to the back of his target. The sheer force sent the individual crashing to the ground, skidding for more than 10 meters before succumbing to his injuries, blood frothing from his mouth. You sought your own demise. Do not blame me, Feng Chen remarked coldly. It was these individuals who broke their word, seeking to harm him. And thus he had no qualms about retaliating. He glanced towards the other 2 fleeing figures, who had already distanced themselves from the cliff's edge, deeming it unnecessary to pursue further. Approaching Xiao Yi's fallen form, Feng Chen spoke nonchalantly. How does it feel now? Do you still wish to distribute the purple spirit fruits? After dispatching Xiao Yi, Feng Chen and his companions gathered all the purple spirit fruits, commencing their distribution. Feng Chen, having contributed the most, received 15 fruits, including one of the 3rd-tier variety. Feng Wu and AI Ling each received 10, while Tang Xian, merely a bystander, was allotted 5. Given that Tang Xian had been too intimidated to speak during the confrontation with the students from Shun City No. 1 High School, 5 fruits was a generous allocation. With the distribution concluded, the quartet prepared to exit the primordial forest, seeking a suitable location to refine the treasures they had acquired over the past few days and elevate their cultivation. Upon exiting the forest, they parted ways, each seeking a place rich in spiritual energy to refine the treasures and enhance their powers. AI Ling chose to accompany Feng Chen, and together they returned to the valley where they had first discovered the blood spirit flower, a locale infused with dense spiritual energy, perfect for seclusion. Upon arriving at the valley, they found a concealed spot and commenced refining their treasures. Meanwhile, the 2 members of Xiao Yi's team who had narrowly escaped the cliff's edge now returned with a group of others. Leading them was Qi Yun, the top fighter from Shun City No. 1 High School. Qi Yun, a student of Class A like Xiao Yi, was was of a different caliber altogether. He ranked first in strength, standing at the third-tier first stage. Having perfected 2 second-tier martial techniques, capable of contending with third-tier second-stage beasts. Standing on the precipice of the cliff, Qi Yun gazed downward and remarked coolly, "Where are they?" One of the escapees replied, "They were just here. They must have fled. Xiao Yi, Zhou Xiang, Chen Chang, and Jiang Ke have all been killed by them." The speaker, named Lu Wan, conveyed his sorrow. He had shared camaraderie with Xiao Yi and the others, and the loss was a bitter blow. Qi Yun's eyes glinted with cold fury. "They have the audacity to kill our classmates and steal our treasures. I shall see to it that they pay in blood." The students from Shun City know. One high school nodded in agreement, having rushed to the scene upon receiving Lu Wan's message, only to find they had arrived too late. United by their shared ties, they felt compelled to seek justice for their fallen comrades. Split up and search. They should not have gone far, Qi Yun commanded. As the foremost student of Shun City No. 1, he was determined to make Feng Chen and his companions aware of the consequences of slaying one of their own. The surrounding students, numbering in the dozens, nodded resolutely and began to scour the area for any sign of Feng Chen and his group. A day passed swiftly. Emerging from his seclusion, Tang Xian rejoiced. He had successfully refined all the treasures and purple spirit fruits he had received the previous day within the span of a single day. His cultivation had risen to the second-tier second stage, filling him with excitement. Had it not been for Feng Chen, he would never have acquired such a bounty of treasures. Regrettably, such an opportunity was rare, and he feared it would be a long time before he encountered another. Just then, the narrative continued. A throng of individuals swiftly encircled him, with the leader being none other than Reuven, one of the two who had narrowly escaped from the precipice the previous day. From yesterday until today, Reuven and his companions had been diligently searching for the whereabouts of Feng Chen and his associates, yet their efforts yielded no results. To their astonishment, they now encountered Tang Xian, who had just emerged from seclusion. Reuven lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick that sent Tang Xian hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. A mouthful of blood escaping his lips. With his cultivation at merely level 2, stage 2, Tang Xian was no match for Reuven, who had attained level 2, stage 5. Reuven's foot pressed down upon Tang Xian, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Tang Xian had no doubt that if Reuven continued to stomp on him, his life would be extinguished. "Now, tell me, where are the others who were with you yesterday?" Reuven demanded, his voice cold and threatening. "If you do not comply, I shall end your life this instant." Tang Xian, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Please spare me. I will reveal their location. The 3 of them were killed by Feng Chen. It has nothing to do with me." In an instant, Tang Xian betrayed Feng Chen, fully convinced of Reuven's intentions. Feng Chen had indeed slain the 3 from Shun City No. 1 high school, and now they sought retribution. He realized that remaining tight-lipped about Feng Chen's whereabouts would only lead to his own demise at the hands of Reuven and his group. With only a tenuous relationship with Feng Chen, and having previously harbored grievances, he deemed it better to expose Feng Chen's location and let him perish than to face death himself. "Excellent. Let us there immediately. Should I discover that you have deceived me, I will execute you without hesitation," Reuven stated coldly. He was taken aback by Tang Xian's straightforwardness, without employing any brutal tactics. A mere threat had sufficed to elicit Tang Xian's betrayal. This proved advantageous, saving them considerable effort. Once they located Feng Chen, it would mark the end for him. Those who dared to slay members of Shun City No. 1 high school would soon learn what true cruelty entailed. Chapter 52. Breaking through to level 2 martial artist. Enemies arrive. At Shun City No. 1 high school, dozens of individuals, led by Qi Yun, followed Tang Xian in the direction of the valley to seek out Feng Chen. Over the past day and night, Feng Chen had devoted all the celestial materials and treasures he had acquired to cultivate the blood god immortal body, a process he had now completed. During the 3 days spent in the primal forest, Feng Chen had seized opportunities to discreetly enter the system space while ostensibly attending to his bodily needs, thereby enhancing his cultivation. Regarding his cultivation, he did not require celestial materials or treasures. A single daily entry into the system space was sufficient for steady progress. Feng Chen's cultivation had successfully reached level 1, stage 9, and with the celestial materials acquired over the past 3 days, he had also completed the first layer of the blood god immortal body. Opening the attribute panel revealed, Host, Feng Chen, Cultivation, Level 1, Stage 9, 5-star Super Martial Artist. Divine Soul, 1900, Level 2, Stage 8. Vitality, 19,000, Level 2, Stage 8. Speed, 190 milliseconds, Level 2, Stage 8. Strength, 19T, Level 2, Stage 7. Physical Strength, Level 3, Stage 2. Remaining entries to system space, 0. Having completed the cultivation of the blood god immortal body, Feng Chen's physical defenses now rivaled those of a level 3, stage 2 martial artist. He still possessed 15 purple spirit fruits yet to be consumed. Ingesting a purple spirit fruit could rapidly enhance one's cultivation, particularly the third-grade fruit, which could directly elevate an ordinary level 1 martial artist by a stage. However, as a 5-star super martial artist, Feng Chen required an immense amount of energy to break through, and a single third-grade purple spirit fruit would likely prove insufficient. Thus, he had prepared 15 fruits, ready to consume them all at once to elevate his cultivation to level 2, stage 1. Feng Chen recalled the explosive increase in strength he had experienced when transitioning from a quasi-martial artist to a level 1 martial artist. He wondered if this breakthrough would similarly yield a remarkable surge in power. Furthermore, when he first cultivated his physical limits to 100, equivalent to an ordinary level 1 martial artist, the system had automatically updated, extending his training time in the system space from 20 days to a month. He speculated that each time he advanced a level, the system might automatically refresh. The absence of an update when he progressed from physical limits of 150 to a level 1 super martial artist suggested that the system had already updated after reaching 100, necessitating a further breakthrough to level 2 for another update. With eager anticipation, Feng Chen resolutely consumed a purple spirit fruit and commenced his breakthrough. As the fruit took effect, a torrent of medicinal energy surged within him, activating the second volume of the Thunderbolt technique. The formidable power began to assail Feng Chen's meridians, requiring him to refine them once more to expand their capacity for spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he needed to enlarge the volume of his dantian, allowing it to accommodate more spiritual energy and nourish his physical form, ultimately facilitating a further evolution of his body. The medicinal potency of a single purple spirit fruit was swiftly absorbed, yet Feng Chen's meridians only widened slightly. Still falling short of the requirements for a level 2 martial artist, he continued to consume purple spirit fruits, further expanding his meridians. With each fruit ingested, the overwhelming medicinal force transformed into a raging dragon, relentlessly broadening Feng Chen's meridians. After consuming 14 second-grade purple spirit fruits, he finally expanded his meridians to meet the standards of a level 2 martial artist. If a level 1 martial artist's meridians resembled a slender drinking straw, then those of a level 2 martial artist were akin to a household water pipe, capable of channeling an immense amount of spiritual energy. With the widening of his meridians, he now stood on the brink of becoming a level 2 martial artist, requiring only the final step to expand the area of his dantian to accommodate greater volumes of spiritual energy. Feng Chen promptly swallowed the remaining third-grade purple spirit fruit, harnessing its robust medicinal energy to forcefully impact his dantian through the expanded meridians. With a thunderous explosion, akin to a small universe erupting, Feng Chen's dantian was once again opened. Instantly, every pore in his body activated, connecting his meridians to his dantian, forming a self-sustaining system. Previously, if his dantian had been the size of a small pond, it now resembled a vast lake, capable of containing far more spiritual energy. Feng Chen had successfully broken through, ascending to level 2, stage 1 martial artist. After the breakthrough, Feng Chen felt a profound clarity of mind, as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception had all ascended to an entirely new echelon, a stark contrast to his former self. Eagerly, he opened his attribute panel to assess the degree of his newfound power. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, level 2, stage 1, 5-star super martial artist. Divine Soul, 2100, level 3. Stage 1. Vitality, 21,000, level 3, stage 1. Speed, 210 milliseconds, level 3, stage 1. Strength, 21T, level 3, stage 1. Physical strength, level 3, stage 4. Remaining entries to system space, 0. All attributes had increased by 2 stages, though not as markedly as during his initial elevation. Reflecting on this, Feng Chen felt at ease. Perhaps his previous advancements had already raised his overall attributes excessively high, making it impossible for him to achieve a qualitative leap with this breakthrough. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Observing his attributes, with a cultivation of only level 2, stage 1, his physical attributes were already comparable to those of a level 3, stage 1 martial artist. Physical defense, under the enhancement of the blood god indestructible body, has reached a formidable level comparable to that of a 3rd tier, 4th stage. Now, Feng Chen is capable of wielding a 4th tier energy gun, enabling him to contend with 4th tier beasts, should he dare to exert himself further. He could even utilize a 5th tier energy gun. However, the recoil from a single shot would leave him grievously injured. If he fails to eliminate his opponent in one shot, he risks becoming the one to perish when they retaliate. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 2nd tier. 1st stage, the system has been upgraded. Ding! System upgrade complete. The time the host can spend training in the system space has increased from 1 month to 40 days. Upon hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng Chen felt elated. His conjectures were indeed correct. The breakthrough in his cultivation had resulted in a system upgrade. The duration for which he could practice in the system space had expanded from 1 month to an impressive 40 days. Now, every entry into the system space allows him to cultivate for 40 days, and the speed of his future cultivation improvements would undoubtedly accelerate. In high spirits, Feng Chen realized that he had exhausted all the heavenly materials and treasures at his disposal. signaling that it was time to emerge from seclusion. AI Ling, after absorbing all the heavenly materials and treasures she had obtained, also experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the second tier, second stage, which filled her with excitement. She had only spent 6 days in this paradise, yet her cultivation had surged 2 stages, an achievement she would never have dared to dream of in the outside world. Fortunately, she had Feng Chen by her side. Otherwise, with her own strength, she would have likely perished at the hands of the beasts before even acquiring any heavenly treasures. The two emerged from their seclusion, ready to embark on a new treasure-hunting endeavor. Suddenly, they realized they were surrounded, with a group of individuals rushing towards them. Leading the charge was Qi Yun, the foremost expert from Shun City No. 1 High School, flanked by the 2 individuals who had escaped from the canyon the previous day, Lu Wen and Wang Jian. Beside Lu Wen was Tang Xian, who had guided them in their search for Feng Chen. Upon spotting Feng Chen and AI Ling, Tang Xian leaned closer to Lu Wen, speaking in a low voice. I have brought you to him. Your classmate was slain by Feng Chen alone. This has nothing to do with me. May I leave now? Get lost, Lu Wen replied indifferently. There are debts to be paid and vengeance to be sought. Feng Chen is the one who killed him, and since you led them to him, your usefulness has expired. You may leave. Feng Chen observed the approaching crowd and understood the situation at hand. It appeared that enemies had come to seek vengeance, and he seemed to have been betrayed. Chapter 53. I merely sought to teach you a lesson, yet you dare to wield lethal force against me. AI Ling glared at Tang Xian, exclaiming, You actually betrayed us. Tang Xian scoffed, retorting, There's no question of betrayal here. Feng Chen is the one who committed the act. Do you expect us to take the fall for him? When we divided the Xiling fruits, you never raised such concerns. Now that trouble has come knocking, you shift all the blame onto Feng Chen. AI Ling rebuked him vehemently. Tang Xian, uninterested in further argument, sprinted towards the valley's exit. With Feng Chen preoccupied by others, it was prudent for him to escape first. If Qi Yun and the others possessed the strength to kill Feng Chen, all was well. If not, remaining there would only lead to his demise. Should Feng Chen eliminate Qi Yun and the others, he would surely not spare him. As Tang Xian fled, Qi Yun, Lu Wen, and their companions encircled Feng Chen and AI Ling. Qi Yun, eyeing Feng Chen with disdain, remarked, Your cultivation may not be high, yet your combat prowess is remarkably terrifying. You managed to slay Xiao Yi, a second-tier, 7th-stage warrior. However, your journey ends here. To me, anyone below the 3rd tier is but an insect. You will undoubtedly meet your demise today. You have killed members of Shun City No. 1 High School and sought to seize heavenly treasures. I shall now show you the meaning of cruelty. Wait, Feng Chen interjected calmly. Your classmates were all slain by my hand. She bears no responsibility. Allow her to depart. He gestured towards AI Ling. His intention was not to protect her, but rather to state the undeniable truth. He was solely responsible. And he did not wish to implicate anyone else. It was as simple as that. Even in the face of death, you worry for others. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate, Lu Wen bellowed. While you possess the strength to kill a second-tier, 7th-stage warrior, we have 2 second-tier, 9th-stage warriors among us and 4 at the 8th stage. Qi Xiao has reached the formidable 3rd-tier, 1st stage. With him here, your demise is assured. Qi Yun's face gleamed with pride at Lu Wen's flattery, relishing the praise that enhanced his mood. He looked toward Feng Chen, eager to witness fear etched upon his face. After all, with Feng Chen's 2nd-tier, 1st-stage cultivation, hearing of his own 3rd-tier, 1st-stage prowess should instill terror within him, or so he believed. To his surprise, Feng Chen remained utterly unfazed, his demeanor as serene as ever, as if the 3rd-tier warriors before him were no different from 2nd-tier ones, easily crushed beneath his might. Qi Yun was incensed by Feng Chen's indifference. It was a blatant display of contempt, an affront to the preeminent figure of Shun City No. 1 High School. How could a mere 2nd-tier, 1st-stage warrior be so audacious, remaining composed while surrounded by so many? Qi Yun's fury ignited. In my eyes, your strongest member is nothing extraordinary, Feng Chen stated coolly. The 3rd-tier, 1st stage is no different from Xiao Yi, whom I dispatched yesterday. 3 moves will suffice to subdue you. I am in a good mood today and do not wish to harm you. You would do well to recognize your position, lest you face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Feng Chen mused that he might have been excessively ruthless, having slain 4 high school students in one fell swoop. Taking too many lives in a short span and accumulating numerous enemies could prove detrimental, particularly with families like the Li and Yuan clans, who readily dispatched assassins to eliminate him. If he failed to navigate such situations adeptly, he could very well find himself in peril. 3 moves to subdue us? You speak with such bravado. I shall see how you intend to accomplish that, Qi Yun thundered. What arrogance this boy possesses. At this juncture, he still fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. He must be taught a lesson in humility. Qi Yun charged towards Feng Chen, while the others from Shun City No. 1 High School formed a surrounding circle, ensuring neither Feng Chen nor AI Ling could escape. Since Feng Chen was so audacious as to claim he could defeat their strongest in 3 moves, let him learn the extent of their strength. Gripping a formidable battle axe, Qi-yun unleashed a dazzling display of light as he executed a second-tier movement technique, advancing on Feng Chen. In an instant, he stood before Feng Chen, his terrifying aura surging forth, radiating with energy that coalesced into golden light enveloping his axe, which he swung down towards Feng Chen. Feng Chen's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. I have already offered you a chance. Since you choose to be obstinate, do not blame me for the consequences. With a surge of power, Feng Chen unleashed the ninth-tier technique Thunderbolt formula, as a torrent of electric force erupted from his dantian, converging upon his spear, its tip shimmering with electric brilliance. He executed the third-tier technique, Lightning Spear, directly clashing with Qi-yun's axe. Feng Chen's fearsome strike shattered the axe's brilliance, and with a subsequent thrust, he sent Qi-yun hurtling backward, crashing into a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact, coughing up a mouthful of blood as electric arcs danced around his body. Qi-yun convulsed, gravely injured. Impressive. The onlookers from Shun City No. 1 High School gasped in astonishment. What just happened? Qi-yun, the strongest of the third tier, was sent flying with a single blow. Let us attack together. In Shunsher No. 1 High School, a student of secondary level 9, Yang Lei, addressed another student of the same rank, Zhang Han. The latter nodded in acknowledgement, and together they stepped forward. Yang Lei wielded a long sword, unleashing a sweeping strike towards Feng Chen, the blade radiating with a seething aura, conjuring a tempest around them. Zhang Han drew a soft sword from his belt. As delicate as a cicada's wing, yet exceptionally sharp, a terrifying chill emanated from him as he struck out. The glint of cold light flickered as he aimed at Feng Chen. With a disdainful snort, Feng Chen erupted with an overwhelming force, arcs of electricity dancing around him as if a deity of thunder had descended. He swept his spear horizontally, the crackling energy illuminating a 180-degree arc around him. In an instant, he shattered the combined assault of Zhang Han and Yang Lei, forcing them to retreat. At that moment, a student of secondary level 8 from Shunsher No. 1 High School stealthily produced a dart and launched a surprise attack aimed directly at Feng Chen's nape. The angle of the ambush was cunning, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Feng Chen felt a surge of alarm as his instincts flared. He was taken aback. I merely intended to teach you a lesson, not take your lives. Yet, you dare to strike at me with such malice. Very well, do not blame me for what follows. Reacting swiftly, Feng Chen swept his spear, the weapon slicing through the air like a dragon, deflecting the incoming dart. The assailant, astonished by Feng Chen's rapid reflexes and agility, marveled at how his precise ambush would have cost even a level 3 warrior dearly, yet Feng Chen had evaded it effortlessly and unharmed. Unperturbed by the astonishment surrounding him, Feng Chen activated the 4th-grade martial technique, Spirit Serpent Movement, unleashing a terrifying speed that was almost unfathomable. In a heartbeat, he was before the attacker, his spear thrusting through him. With a sickening sound, the weapon pierced his heart, unleashing a torrent of electricity that ravaged the assailant's body, causing him to convulse violently. Hair smoking, eyes rolling back. Moments later, he succumbed to death. Feng Chen showed no mercy to those who sought to take his life. With a sudden yank, he withdrew his spear, blood gushing forth as the lifeless form crumpled to the ground. With a cold snort, his eyes glinted with murderous intent as he surveyed the onlookers, reminiscent of a predatory beast from ancient times. I warned you, I do not wish to kill today. Should you dare to provoke me again, you shall meet your demise. He intoned, his voice echoing with the resonance of a dark lord from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all present. The crowd from Shunsher No. 1 High School recoiled, unwilling to further incite Feng Chen's wrath. It was no jest. Qi-yun, their strongest, had been sent sprawling with a single strike from Feng Chen. Yang Lei and Zhang Han, both level 9 warriors, had combined their might only to be repelled effortlessly by him. Who among them could stand against Feng Chen? Attempts to ambush him had resulted in death, and it was evident that Feng Chen had no weaknesses, utterly overpowering them. Should they continue to provoke him, they would find themselves on a path to certain death. I concede you are formidable, but do not become complacent. Qi-yun, having struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his lips and declared, the man you killed yesterday, Qiao Yi, was a direct descendant of the Qiao family, one of the 3 great martial clans of level 6 in Shunsher. They will not let your actions go unpunished. Mountains may shift, but rivers will flow. We shall see. Qi-yun commanded, and in an instant, the students of Shunsher No. 1 High School assisted him as they retreated from the valley, disappearing from Feng Chen's sight. Level 6 martial clans. They had best not provoke me, or else Feng Chen scoffed, vowing to make them the next victims of his wrath. Feng Chen turned to AI Ling, stating, for the time to come, I wish to venture alone into the depths of the blessed land, in search of the relics of powerful beings, hoping to discover a chance for inheritance. His intent was clear. Having entered the blessed land, he could remain for 20 days, 7 of which had already passed, leaving him with 13. He planned to explore the depths alone, seeking the remains of ancient warriors, in the heart of the blessed land. Myriad opportunities awaited, but so too did numerous dangers. Though AI Ling was at the 2nd level, her combat prowess was lackluster. Feng Chen found it difficult to split his focus to protect her in such perilous depths. Very well, I shall remain behind and wish you good fortune, Ai Ling replied. Understanding Feng Chen's unspoken message, she would not follow him into the depths. With her strength, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Instead, she preferred to search for lower-grade materials on the outskirts, where she could contend with first-level beasts with relative ease. In the span of a few days, she could gather ample low-grade resources to further her cultivation. Indeed, Feng Chen nodded, grasping his spear as he turned to depart. Safe travels, Ai Ling waved, watching until his figure faded from view. Ai Ling shook her head. Such an exceptional young man was nothing short of her idol. After 7 days of interaction, she had developed a fondness for Feng Chen but lacked the courage to confess. She understood that with his unparalleled talent, their futures lay in entirely different realms, and it was best not to entertain such thoughts. Upon exiting the valley, Feng Chen proceeded directly into the depths of the blessed land. What lured him most were not the precious resources, but the legacies of powerful warriors. While rare materials could enhance his cultivation speed and improve the absorption of beast blood, he had the system to attain those eventually, especially now that it had upgraded, extending his time frame from 1 month to 40 days. Feng Chen would soon elevate his strength. What he truly sought was the inheritance of the mighty, a treasure unattainable in the outside world, a serendipitous encounter. As he traversed the ruins, he suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a familiar face, Tang Xian, the very person who had betrayed him earlier that day. In a frantic dash, Tang Xian was fleeing, pursued by 5 students intent on his capture. Spotting Feng Chen, he cried out, "Feng Chen, save me. They seek to kill me and steal my treasures." He had completely forgotten his earlier betrayal. Feng Chen ignored him. "Save you? I would be doing you a favor by not killing you now. I have yet to settle the score for your treachery." Desperation washed over Tang Xian as his pursuers closed in. One of them lunged forward, sweeping Tang Xian's legs from beneath him, sending him crashing to the ground. A fist striking his face, blood erupting from his nose and mouth, leaving him dazed. With hope, Tang Xian turned to Feng Chen, yearning for his intervention. If Feng Chen abandoned him, his fate would surely be sealed. The assailants, all fellow students who had entered the blessed land, took the lead in confronting Feng Chen. "This man is despicable. While we battled the guardian beasts, he stealthily excavated the treasures we discovered. We ask that you do not interfere in our matters." "Such lies. Don't believe them, Feng Chen," Tang Xian protested. "I discovered those treasures first. They are the ones trying to rob me." Unfazed, one of Tang Xian's pursuers stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to Tang Xian's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. "This individual is exceedingly cunning and treacherous. Classmates, do not be beguiled by his words. He has taken advantage of our confrontation with the monstrous beasts to pilfer our precious resources, which is truly despicable," the leader remarked. "I have no interest in your affairs, nor do I wish to interfere. You may pursue your desires without my involvement," responded Feng Chen. He had no inclination to concern himself with the disputes between Tang Xian and the others. "Very well, thank you," the leader acknowledged. On the ground, Tang Xian observed Feng Chen's indifference towards his plight, despair flickering in his eyes. It seemed he would meet his demise here today. Just moments ago, while the others dealt with the beasts, he had surreptitiously unearthed some precious materials, but now, being pursued, he feared for his life. Tang Xian cast a venomous glare at Feng Chen, reflecting on how, had Feng Chen chosen to assist him, his fate would have been different. "Since you are heartless, do not fault me for being ruthless," he thought maliciously. He possessed over a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits, one of which had already reached the 3rd grade, capable of enhancing his cultivation. Pointing at Feng Chen, he maliciously declared, "Let it be known that Feng Chen possesses these purple spirit fruits. An innocent man may suffer for holding treasure, and upon learning of Feng Chen's possession of these fruits, the others could hardly resist the temptation to seize them. Since you refuse to save me, let us perish together. If I must die, I shall drag you down with me," Tang Xian brooded wickedly. Indeed, upon discovering that Feng Chen possessed over a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits and 1 3rd-grade fruit, the gaze of the pursuers grew fervent. Such treasures could undoubtedly elevate their cultivation levels. Moreover, Feng Chen's cultivation was merely at the 1st level of the 2nd tier, while the 5 pursuers comprised 2 at the 8th level and 3 at the 9th level of the 2nd tier, easily capable of subduing him and claiming the fruits. Witnessing the avarice in their eyes, Feng Chen glanced down at Tang Xian, a murderous intent surging within him. It appeared he could not be spared. For such a scoundrel, death was the most direct resolution. Chapter 55, It is all too late. Ignoring the greedy gazes of the 5, Feng Chen approached Tang Xian and coldly stated, "If I hand you over to them, they may only teach you a lesson and spare your life. But now, I have decided to eradicate you. No one can save you." His tone was indifferent, his gaze reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon, resolute in his intentions. Tang Xian panicked, suddenly awakening to the truth. Indeed, although he had conflicts with that group, having stolen from them, his crimes did not warrant death. They would likely only punish him. But Feng Chen was different. He had witnessed Feng Chen's mercilessness firsthand, having repeatedly attempted to frame him, It seemed Feng Chen genuinely intended to kill him. Regret washed over him. The realization of his betrayal dawning too late. Feng Chen, spare me, please. Tang Xian pleaded repeatedly. The response was a spear thrust from Feng Chen, piercing his neck and pinning him to the ground. As Feng Chen withdrew his spear, blood gushed from Tang Xian's neck, spilling forth from his mouth as scenes from his life flashed before his eyes. He recalled awakening his mid-grade Xian-level talent, entering Class A at the 9th middle school in an city, basking in glory and competing for spots in the coveted grounds, where he had secured a place among the top 300. In just 7 days, his cultivation had surged from the first level, 9th stage, to the second level, 2nd stage, with a promising future ahead. Little did he know he would meet his end here, by Feng Chen's hand. He now understood that one must not be overly selfish or betray trust. Yet, alas, it was all too late. As his eyes slowly closed, life fading from him, Feng Chen remained indifferent. One must take responsibility for their actions, and no one could evade that truth. Feng Chen surveyed the 5 surrounding him and declared, "Indeed, I possess purple spirit fruits. Do you wish to seize them?" His voice was frigid. Though he had already refined all his fruits, he did not disclose this fact. If these 5 sought to attack him for the fruits, he would not hesitate to add 5 more lives to his tally. Surely you jest. How could we ever resort to such thievery over precious materials? That would make us no different from bandits, the leader replied. This man has stolen from us. And now that he is dead, there is nothing more to pursue. Until next time. With that, he turned and departed with his companions. From the ruthless and decisive manner in which Feng Chen acted, they discerned that he was not to be trifled with. Though his cultivation was merely at the first level of the 2nd tier, he had effortlessly slain Tang Xian, demonstrating his viciousness and decisiveness without a hint of hesitation. It would be prudent to avoid provoking him further. Watching the 5 retreat, Feng Chen shook his head and continued deeper into the fabled grounds. They displayed a modicum of intelligence by recognizing his formidable nature and retreating, thereby sparing him from unnecessary conflict. A day later, Feng Chen arrived at the depths of the fabled grounds, beginning his search for the relics of the powerful, as such legacies typically resided within these remnants. Often accompanied by perilous trials and tribulations, they are encounters of chance, not to be hurried. Feng Chen remained patient, understanding that such matters could not be rushed, as they depended on fortune and opportunity. As a day passed, the system space updated, and Feng Chen sought a secluded spot to enter the system space. With the system now upgraded, each entry allowed for 40 days of cultivation. This time, he intended to devote all his time to mastering 3 new 4th-grade martial arts techniques. Upon acquiring the infinite card, Feng Chen had purchased 24 martial arts techniques in the trading hall, ranging from fist techniques to palm techniques, spear techniques, and body techniques, spanning grades 4 to 9. Currently, his physical attributes were akin to the first level of the 3rd tier, but the 3rd-grade spear technique, Thunderbolt Spear, had become insufficient for his needs. He required more formidable martial skills. Feng Chen retrieved the 3 4th-grade attack techniques, Thunderclap Fist, Wind-Chasing Palm, and Cloud-Piercing Spear, and began his training. Each of these 4th-grade techniques was of superior quality, rivaling the power of 5th-grade martial arts. For 40 days, Feng Chen dedicated himself tirelessly to mastering these 3 techniques, practicing each for 3 hours daily. Thunderclap Fist emphasized rapid strikes, akin to thunder, unstoppable in force. Wind-Chasing Palm focused on swift movements, flowing like the wind, renowned for its speed. Cloud-Piercing Spear emphasized a spear that surged forth like a dragon, breaking through clouds and moonlight, relentless in its advance. After 40 days, Feng Chen had successfully cultivated the 3 4th-grade techniques from a foundational level to a minor accomplishment. As for his body technique, Spirit Serpent Movement boasted attributes comparable to 4th-grade upper-tier techniques, its power rivaling that of 5th-grade techniques, rendering it unnecessary for further consideration at present. Emerging from the system space, Feng Chen resumed his quest in the depths of the fabled grounds, now equipped with physical attributes akin to the first level of the 3rd tier. Alongside the minor accomplishments of his 3 4th-grade attack techniques and a perfected 4th-grade body technique, he could easily contend with any beasts below the 6th stage of the 3rd tier. This fortitude was what allowed him to venture alone into the depths of the fabled grounds, where countless dangers lurked. 3rd-tier beasts were a common sight here, and typically, students below the 3rd tier would not dare to enter. A careless encounter with a 3rd-tier beast could spell disaster. However, Feng Chen had no such concerns. Not only could he handle beasts below the 6th stage of the 3rd tier, but even those above that level would find him formidable. Within his spatial system, there remained a dozen energy firearms. With his current physical defense, he was entirely capable of wielding a level 4 energy rifle. Should he encounter a beast he could not defeat, he could readily deploy the level 4 assault rifle. For creatures below level 4, they would be reduced to mere sieves. As Feng Chen traversed the depths of the blessed land, he occasionally heard the chilling roars of level 3 beasts, sending shivers down his spine. However, he paid no heed to these creatures. Sensing their presence, he approached to inspect. If there were no treasures nearby, he would depart without provoking the beasts. Conversely, If there were precious materials, he would strike without hesitation to eliminate the threat. Suddenly, Feng Chen perceived the sounds of a struggle ahead. Someone was battling a beast. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a level 3, stage 3 beast engaged in combat with 2 level 3, stage 2 students. They were a boy and a girl whom he did not recognize, seemingly students from the city of Tianyang in the Southeast Province. The Southeast Province boasts 10 cities, with Tianyang as its economic hub and populous center, flourishing far beyond that of an city. This time, 3,300 students from Tianyang entered the blessed land, 10 times more than its city, constituting 1/3 of the total participants. Noticing the emblem on their uniforms, Feng Chen deduced they were likely top students from Tianyang. Outside of Tianyang, it was rare for other cities in the Southeast Province to have students above level 3. The top student from Shun City No. 1 high school was merely at level 3, stage 1. The 2 students, the girl named Qinyu, was an outstanding member of Class A at Tianyang No. 1 high school, having mastered a second-tier martial technique at the Grand Mastery level and a complete second-tier sword technique. The boy, Pan, was also a top student from the same class, possessing 2 complete second-tier martial techniques, slightly surpassing Qinyu. Their cultivation was a stage lower than that of the formidable giant spirit spider they faced, and they were currently entangled in battle using their second-tier techniques. Unfortunately, their efforts were proving futile. The giant spirit spider, having reached full stage 3, was on the verge of breaking into stage 4. Its tough exoskeleton and 8 agile legs made it a formidable opponent, frequently spitting out webs and venom that deterred Qinyu and Payan from approaching carelessly. The webs were thick and sticky, while the venom was highly corrosive. Being ensnared by the webs or struck by the venom would spell doom. Qinyu unleashed her sword technique, creating arcs of sword energy, but the strikes only left shallow wounds on the spider's hard exterior. They were insufficient to inflict real damage. The exoskeleton of this giant spirit spider is too robust. Our second-tier techniques cannot harm it. Only third-tier techniques can pose a threat, Qinyu remarked. Regrettably, neither of them possessed such techniques. They had devoted their time to enhancing their cultivation rather than honing martial skills. Their 2 second-tier techniques took years to refine, while they had yet to even begin training in third-tier techniques. Someone is approaching, Payan called out, noticing Feng Chen arriving with a firearm. Are you a level 3 warrior? Qinyu inquired. If Feng Chen were indeed a level 3 warrior, they could join forces against the giant spirit spider. If not, they would have to urge him to flee. With their combined strength, defeating the giant spirit spider would be a tall order, and all 3 could perish in the attempt. No, Feng Chen replied. Then you should leave quickly. The giant spirit spider is about to break into stage 4. You shouldn't linger here unless you wish to endanger your life, Qinyu warned. She could not fathom why Feng Chen, with a cultivation below level 3, would dare wander into the depths of the blessed land, seemingly unafraid of death. However, the giant spirit spider would not grant her time for further contemplation. In the instant Qinyu was distracted by Feng Chen's arrival, the spider seized the opportunity, launching a web to cut off her escape route and raising its sharp forelegs like spears to strike down upon her. If Qinyu were to be struck, her demise would be inevitable. Not good. Qinyu's heart raced in alarm, realizing too late that her moment of distraction had led to her vulnerability. With her retreat now blocked by the spider's web, she could not evade the impending attack. Payan, witnessing the imminent danger to Qinyu, felt a surge of concern. However, the giant spirit spider had been waiting for this opening and would not let her escape easily. The distance between them was too great for him to reach her in time. This attack would be difficult for Qinyu to evade. Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, bracing for the end. At that fateful moment, Feng Chen sprang into action. Utilizing the spirit serpent technique, his vitality surged, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The perfected thunder lancer unleashed its fury, with lightning crackling around the spear tip, as if thunder itself roared in response. A single thrust targeted the 2 forelegs of the giant spirit spider. A streak of light cleaved through the air, the force capable of breaching the defenses of a level 9 beast. The A-grade alloy spear struck the spider's legs with tremendous force. Crack! Flesh and chitin flew as the spider's forelegs were severed in an instant, the terrifying power sending its massive form reeling back several meters. Qinyu gazed in disbelief at Feng Chen, who stood before her wielding the spear, surrounded by crackling electricity, resembling a god of thunder. The scene of that single strike was indelibly etched into her memory, powerful, shocking, and a miraculous reprieve. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Beside her, Payan gasped in astonishment at Feng Chen's display. What a fearsome marksmanship! Harnessing the power of lightning to concentrate force into a single point. Unleashing such a sharp lance of energy, he severed the giant spirit spider's claws with a single shot. This technique is undoubtedly a perfected third-tier martial skill. Such power could not be achieved otherwise. In all of Tianyang, few can master a perfected third-tier technique before the college entrance examination. He must possess extraordinary talent, capable of rapidly elevating both his cultivation and martial skills simultaneously. The giant spirit spider let out a furious roar, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent as it turned its gaze upon Feng Chen. Step back. Feng Chen commanded Qinyu and Peiyan. Can you handle this giant spirit spider alone? Peiyan asked, concern etched on his face. Not a problem. Feng Chen replied nonchalantly. Then be careful. Peiyan and Qinyu nodded before retreating. Feng Chen raised his head to confront the giant spirit spider. A cold glint in his eyes as he charged forward, wielding the perfected Thunder Lancer. His movements were agile as he maneuvered beneath the spider, delivering a direct thrust aimed at its vulnerable abdomen. The weak point of the giant spirit spider was indeed its belly, and the creature, having gained a measure of intelligence, was aware of Feng Chen's intent. It had no desire to engage him directly, fully cognizant of the threat he posed after enduring significant damage from his earlier attack. The giant spirit spider deftly retreated, evading Feng Chen's thrust, and retaliated by swinging its claws toward his abdomen, while simultaneously unleashing a stream of venom aimed at his face. As the venom approached, a nauseating stench began to permeate the air around them. With the completion of the perfected spirit serpent technique, Feng Chen moved with the grace of a spirit snake, deftly evading the attack. The venom of the colossal spirit spider struck a nearby tree, corroding it instantly and causing it to crash to the ground with a heavy thud. Observing this, Feng Chen let out a cold snort. It was time to bring the creature to an end. Since a third-tier martial skill could not deliver a decisive blow, he would resort to a fourth-tier technique instead. With nimble footwork, he positioned himself before the giant spider and leapt into the air. He unleashed the fourth-tier superior martial skill, Cloud-Piercing Spear. The spear's radiance was blinding, piercing the clouds and shattering the moon, imbued with an unparalleled force that struck directly at the spider's head. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the A-class spear penetrated the giant spider's skull, driving deep into its abdomen. The massive body of the spider crashed down with a thunderous roar, convulsing violently before succumbing to death moments later. Behind him, Qinyu and Peiyan watched in astonishment at Feng Chen's prowess. Was this strength not extraordinary? The colossal, armored spirit spider had been pierced through the head with a single thrust. Feng Chen had not only perfected a third-tier martial skill, but had also cultivated a fourth-tier skill to a minor success. What an extraordinary talent he was. Approaching Feng Chen, Qinyu introduced herself, saying, "Hello, my name is Qinyu. Thank you for your assistance just now." Peiyan followed suit, stating, "Thank you, classmate." Feng Chen looked up at them and replied, "No need for gratitude. We should all move on." Chapter 57. I fear you may end up pleading with me, Feng Chen. He introduced himself. Your strength is remarkable. You were able to slay that colossal spirit spider head-on. Peiyan praised. I never imagined that someone of such modest cultivation could challenge foes of a higher tier with such prowess, Qinyu added. Had it not been for you, I might have fallen to that spider today. There's no need to mention it, Feng Chen responded, his humility evident. To him, rescuing the two was merely a trifling effort. Their perception of Feng Chen shifted positively, noting his lack of arrogance and his courteous demeanor. After a moment of consideration, Peiyan spoke again. Feng Chen, we know the location of a relic. We've been wandering through this blessed land in search of companions to explore it. He and Qinyu had discovered an ancient relic deep within the area, fraught with danger and guarded by numerous stone golems. Their combined strength would make it exceedingly difficult to breach the defenses. Previously, they had encountered another individual, Lu Feng, the 10th-ranked expert from Tianyang No. 1 High School, who possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd tier, 5th stage. Now, having found Feng Chen, with his demonstrated ability to defeat the colossal spider, they believed that with Feng Chen's addition to their ranks, alongside Lu Feng and themselves, their expedition into the relic would surely succeed. Upon hearing about the relic, Feng Chen's eyes brightened. His purpose for venturing into this blessed land was indeed to seek out relics. Very well, he agreed without hesitation. The notion of forming a team was insignificant to him. All he desired was to know the location of the relic. He would venture forth alone if necessary. Let us not delay. We shall set out at once, Peiyan declared eagerly, wishing to depart for the relic immediately. They had a remaining 12 days to explore the site, and time was of the essence. Nodding in agreement, Feng Chen joined them as they made their way to the relic. Along the journey, they met up with Lu Feng, and the four of them continued onward together. Half a day later, they arrived at the entrance of the relic. It lay nestled within a vast stone formation, sprawling over an area of hundreds of thousands of meters, with jagged rocks resembling a labyrinth. Before them stood the relic, a chaotic expanse of boulders, within which numerous stone golems awaited, all possessing strength above the 3rd tier. Those at the 2nd tier would need to carefully assess their capabilities before entering the relic, Lu Feng remarked, casting a glance at Feng Chen. For the past half-day, Lu Feng had been irked by Feng Chen, a mere 2nd-tier novice tagging along. Though the relic promised opportunities, it was not a treasure to be pursued by the unworthy. A 2nd-tier cultivator would likely perish upon entry, struck down by the stone guardians. Lu Feng's message was clear. He was advising Feng Chen to withdraw. Despite Qinyu and Peiyan's attempts to convey that Feng Chen's abilities were more profound than they appeared, Lu Feng remained skeptical and disdainful. With his own aptitude classified as low-tier earth, and his cultivation at the 3rd tier, 5th stage, he had mastered 2 3rd-tier martial skills to great success, easily capable of slaying a 3rd-tier beast like the colossal spirit spider. Moreover, His uncle was the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau, granting him a powerful background, leading him to regard Feng Chen, a seemingly insignificant figure from its city, with disdain. Though Feng Chen held no grudge against Lu Feng, the latter's animosity was fueled by jealousy, particularly after Feng Chen's heroic act of saving Qin Yu had endeared him to her. Along the way, Qin Yu had been seeking to engage Feng Chen in conversation, further irritating Lu Feng, who viewed her as his own interest and could not tolerate any perceived encroachment. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own safety, Feng Chen replied coolly, recognizing Lu Feng's thinly veiled hostility. Lu Feng had been targeting him since the journey began, and Feng Chen had grown weary of his attitude. It was evident that Lu Feng's grievances stemmed from his jealousy over Qin Yu's attention towards Feng Chen. How absurd it was. It was Qin Yu who initiated the conversation, and Lu Feng had no right to feel jealous. Feng Chen chose not to engage further with Lu Feng. While jealousy was one thing, it would be wise for Lu Feng to refrain from any underhanded tactics. Otherwise, Feng Chen would not be merciful. Let us proceed, Peiyan interjected, having sensed the tension between Lu Feng and Feng Chen. He had noticed their discord during the journey, but there was little to be done. After all, Qin Yu's charm was such that even a third-tier, fifth-stage expert like Lu Feng was rendered jealous. Qin Yu also observed the friction between Lu Feng and Feng Chen. Shall we enter? She suggested. Indeed, Lu Feng nodded, adding, Qin Yu, stick with me once we enter the relic. I will be able to protect you should any danger arise. As he spoke, Lu Feng regarded Feng Chen and added, as for certain individuals, it would be best if they kept their distance from our group. Their low strength could hinder us. I hope they possess the wisdom to avoid causing complications. Upon hearing this, Peiyan and Qin Yu were momentarily at a loss for words. Both Feng Chen and Lu Feng had been invited by them, and their strengths exceeded their own. Offending either could prove unwise. Additionally, Lu Feng's uncle held a significant position. Crossing him could complicate matters within the Education Bureau. Yet he is merely at the third tier, Feng Chen retorted sarcastically, speaking so aggressively. I fear you may find yourself begging for my assistance within the relic. That would indeed be amusing. Begging for your help? Lu Feng laughed disdainfully. With your second-tier cultivation. I truly wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such words. We shall see. With that, Lu Feng stepped forward into the relic, followed closely by Qin Yu. Let us enter as well, Peiyan urged. Very well, Feng Chen nodded, and then he too stepped into the relic. Chapter 58. Entering the relic, the four entered the relic, immediately finding themselves in a maze-like environment, with colossal stones forming countless pathways that obscured their sense of direction. The surroundings were filled with the creaking sounds of stone golems in motion, a clear indication that numerous stone sentinels were drawing near. Lacking a map, the four could only wander aimlessly through the ruins, relying on instinct in hopes of discovering a way forward. Lu Feng led the way with Qin Yu, deliberately leaving Feng Chen and Peiyan behind, skillfully evading the encroaching golems. Suddenly, Lu Feng halted, turning to Qin Yu and saying, Wait, we cannot continue leading the way. It would be unfair to them and allow certain individuals to benefit without effort. His words subtly pointed towards Feng Chen. Lu Feng was irked by the fact that he had been taking the lead, while Feng Chen did nothing but linger behind, poised to reap the rewards of the ruins without contributing, effectively playing a shrewd game. Qin Yu understood Lu Feng's implication, shaking her head in disappointment. Recognizing the pettiness in his character, he begrudged others for contributing a mere fraction while lacking any sense of responsibility. At this moment, Peiyan and Feng Chen had caught up to Lu Feng. With a cold snort, Lu Feng directed Feng Chen, You take the lead. I have been guiding us thus far while you've done nothing but pick up scraps from behind, hoping to gain the relics of the ruins without any effort. If you wanted to take the lead, that's your business. Feng Chen retorted, feeling that Lu Feng was simply a fool, striving to show off in front of Qin Yu, now unwilling to accept the rear position, fearing he would lose out. As for such a narrow-minded individual, Feng Chen had lost his patience. I will walk ahead, just keep up, don't fall behind. I sense that the ruins are quite peculiar. They are not as simple as they appear, he informed the others. Ever since entering the ruins, Feng Chen felt an unsettling strangeness. There was an absence of any danger, which defied logic. He feared that a significant crisis was brewing. What do you mean, you walk ahead? As if we are intentionally making things difficult for you, Lu Feng retorted, visibly irritated. It's only fair for each of us to take turns leading. Weren't you just boasting about how I shouldn't expect your help in the ruins? What? Has that bravado vanished now? Feng Chen silently cursed Lu Feng, unwilling to engage further, and pressed on, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, ready to tackle any sudden developments. Lu Feng, with a dismissive grunt, followed closely behind with Qin Yu and Peiyan. As they advanced a mere few dozen meters, an acute sense of danger enveloped them, accompanied by the cacophony of many golems moving in unison. It seemed an entire horde of them was closing in, with the sound of their footfalls echoing from all directions. Thud, thud, thud. The four found themselves seemingly surrounded. Not good. Prepare for battle, Feng Chen declared gravely, as the proximity of the footsteps sent a chill down his spine. What kind of leading is this, allowing us to be encircled by golems? Lu Feng scolded, his temper flaring. He was furious, recalling that he had not encountered such a situation while leading earlier. In a moment of crisis, you still blame me? Since we entered the ruins, danger has been brewing. We simply failed to notice it. Feng Chen snapped, his frustration boiling over. Suddenly, from all four directions, a wide passage formed by colossal stones was breached, and dozens of stone golems charged forth, enclosing Feng Chen and his companions. The golems, though varying in strength, were all at least level 3, with the strongest akin to a level 3, 6-segment warrior. Leading the charge were 4 level 3, 6-segment golems. Intruders, you shall be slain without mercy. One of the leading golems declared coldly, devoid of any emotion or life force, brandishing a large blade as it lunged at Feng Chen. The other golems formed a circle, effectively sealing off any avenue of escape. The intent of the golems was simple, to guard the ruins and eliminate any who dared to intrude. The blade of the level 3, 6-segment golem glimmered ominously as it sped towards Feng Chen like lightning. You've brought this upon us. Lu Feng cursed Feng Chen, swiftly employing his agility to evade the impending attack. Lu Feng, at merely level 3, 5-segment, stood no chance against the golem in direct combat and could only rely on his agility to maneuver. His technique, known as 7 steps, was a third-tier martial art that he had honed over 3 years, utilizing his low-grade Earth-level talent. Meanwhile, several golems advanced toward Qin Yu and Payan, who began to employ their own evasive maneuvers. Although these golems were above level 3, their movements were clumsy and mechanical, lacking any intelligence. The duo managed to maintain their safety through their nimbleness. At the forefront, the level 3, 6-segment golem approached Feng Chen, unleashing a terrifying aura as it swung its blade toward him. Feng Chen faced it calmly, channeling the 9th-tier technique lightning formula, summoning a surge of electric power from his dantian. His spear crackled with electricity as he unleashed a counterattack, meeting the golem's strike head-on. In an instant, the golem's long blade was knocked from its grasp, and its body was sent tumbling backward, crashing to the ground, convulsing under the electric arcs that danced around it until it lay still. It appeared that within the golem, there was a mechanism at work, maintaining its movements. Once destroyed, it would fall. With a single thrust, Feng Chen had vanquished the level 3, 6-segment golem. Witnessing the golem being sent flying, Lu Feng, still engaged with another golem, was left agape in astonishment. This guy is truly that formidable. Lu Feng wielded a long sword, thrusting it towards the approaching golem, flames of yellow flickering atop the blade, indicative of a formidable third-tier sword technique. The golem, lacking any intellect, merely executed mechanical attacks, swinging its blade toward the sword. At the clash of blade against blade, both Lu Feng and the golem were forced back. Lu Feng felt a numbing shock reverberate through his hands. The golem's strength was formidable. The golem stumbled from the impact, seemingly sustaining internal damage. Its movements noticeably slowed as it continued its assault. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng pressed forward, engaging in fierce combat. Having initially believed that the golems were weak after witnessing Feng Chen's prowess, now, it was evident that he had underestimated them. Feng Chen was not someone he could emulate. Chapter 59. Even the ancient dragon lizard cannot stand against Feng Chen. Feng Chen surveyed the area, noting an increasing number of stone golems converging from various corners of the ruins, blocking their path. This could not continue. They would be overwhelmed and beaten to death by the golems. With a cold snort, Feng Chen unleashed his aura, electric arcs enveloping him, akin to the descent of a thunder god. He activated his 4th-tier agility technique, Spirit Snake's Grace, and burst forth with terrifying speed, arriving before a level 3, 6-segment golem in an instant. With a single-handed grip on his spear, he swept it forth, severing the golem's neck in one fluid motion. The golem collapsed heavily to the ground, unmoving. Decapitating a golem is an effortless task, Feng Chen declared to the other 3, continuing with the 4th-tier martial technique. The Thunderbolt Fist, a powerful punch, was unleashed towards a 3rd-tier, 6-segment stone puppet. The terrifying force of lightning surged along the arm of Feng Chen, crashing into the stone puppet. Boom. The ferocious lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying the 3rd-tier, 6-segment puppet, which convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground. Its internal mechanisms had been obliterated by the electrical onslaught, rendering it inoperative. Feng Chen speculated that if the operational mechanism within the puppet could be interrupted, it would cease to function. To test this hypothesis, he leaped forward, grasping the arm of another stone puppet, and with a sudden surge of strength, he spun the 3rd-tier, 6-segment puppet and slammed it into the ground. With a force of 21 tons unleashed, the impact shattered the earth beneath, and the puppet twitched a few times before falling still. Indeed, it was confirmed that only by damaging or obstructing the internal mechanisms of the puppets could they be rendered useless. Yet, the surrounding stone puppets continued to multiply, seemingly endless, converging from all directions of the ruins. Stalemate was not an option. You two go ahead. I will hold them off, Feng Chen shouted, thrusting his spear forward. A glimmer of cold light flashing as he pierced through the air, directly impaling a stone puppet that had just charged at him, killing it instantly. Can you manage alone? Feng Chen, Qin Yu asked, concern etched on her face. I must, whether I can or cannot. Feng Chen replied calmly as he faced the oncoming puppets. With that, he executed a swift movement, his foot striking the ground as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. A powerful punch connected with the chest of a stone puppet, sending it flying. The puppet crashed into the ground, skidding for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt, twitching briefly before dying. Hurry and leave. Do not waste time. Feng Chen urged Qin Yu and Pan, knowing that their cultivation levels were inferior to his and that the number of oncoming puppets was increasing. If they delayed any longer, escape might become impossible. At that moment, a beast emerged from the ruins, a third-tier, 7-segment ancient beast, covered in scales and possessing 4 claws. It resembled neither a dragon nor a snake, but rather an ancient draconic lizard. This is bad. A third-tier, 7-segment ancient beast lurking within the ruins. We are doomed. Lu Feng exclaimed in despair. The power of the third-tier, 7-segment ancient draconic lizard was comparable to that of a third-tier, 8-segment beast, far beyond their ability to withstand. What should we do? I don't want to die. Payan and Qin Yu shared the same sense of hopelessness, never anticipating such a formidable beast within the ruins. With a beast in front and stone puppets behind, their escape seemed futile. I will confront this draconic lizard. You two find a way to exit the ruins. Feng Chen commanded, then suddenly propelled himself from the ground, employing the spirit serpent technique to appear before the lizard in an instant. His spear shot forth, infused with the potent lightning energy from his dantian, coiling around the tip. The third-tier martial technique, Thunder Spear, was unleashed, with crackling purple lightning enveloping the spearhead. He aimed for the lizard's neck. The draconic lizard erupted with its full might, a dark aura bursting forth from its body, surrounded by an inferno. Its massive tail whipped around, flames encircling it like a fiery whip, shattering the air as it met Feng Chen's fearsome strike. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the lizard's tail knocked Feng Chen's spear aside, the flames and lightning clashing destructively. Feng Chen was taken aback. This lizard possessed considerable strength, able to withstand his full-force third-tier martial technique. The lizard, too, was astonished, its muscular tail repelled by this human spear. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? This human appeared nearly as powerful as a 4th-tier beast, a terrifying force indeed. Without hesitation, the lizard opened its massive jaws to bite at Feng Chen. Feng Chen activated his 9th-tier technique, the Thunder Technique, as lightning crackled around him. With a leap, he thrust his spear downward from the air. Mist swirled around the spear, an overwhelming penetrating force enveloping it, enhanced by the power of lightning. The 4th-tier martial technique, Cloud-Piercing Spear, was executed. If my 3rd-tier technique cannot vanquish you, then let us see how you fare against my 4th-tier technique. With a splatter of blood, the lizard's mouth was pierced through by Feng Chen's Cloud-Piercing Spear, and its massive body was forced to retreat. Casting a resentful glance at Feng Chen, the lizard refrained from further attack and turned to flee deeper into the ruins. Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Though the lizard had survived his 4th-tier technique, it had chosen to escape. The ruins were far too enigmatic. Behind him, Qin Yu and Payan stood in stunned silence. Incredible! Who would have thought that the ancient beast, the draconic lizard, would be driven to retreat by Feng Chen? Was this truly the extent of Feng Chen's power, effortlessly repelling a 3rd-tier, 7-segment beast? Lu Feng was equally astonished. He had previously ridiculed Feng Chen, believing he would take advantage of them, but it seemed the opposite was true. He had mocked Feng Chen for possibly being incapable of handling danger within the ruins. Yet now it was clear that Feng Chen surpassed him in strength. It was he who was unprepared to face the threats. Quickly go! Feng Chen urged Payan and Qin Yu. I will pave the way for you. With that, Feng Chen's figure flickered as he moved like a serpent, instantaneously positioning himself before several stone puppets blocking their retreat. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he sent the puppets flying. With Feng Chen alleviating the pressure, Payan and Qin Yu found themselves considerably less burdened. Though these puppets lacked intelligence, their sheer numbers and fierce attacks were daunting. Be cautious, Qin Yu warned Feng Chen, before charging towards the stone puppets, determined to exit the ruins. Yes, you go ahead, Feng Chen replied nonchalantly. At that moment, deeper within the ruins, dozens more stone puppets surged forth, charging at Feng Chen from behind. With a cold snort, Feng Chen spun his spear, moving with lightning speed, the spear tip crackling with electric light. In an instant, he severed the lower waists of the stone puppets, the destructive power of lightning ravaging the wounds, sending the puppets crashing against the surrounding boulders, motionless. Chapter 60. What does it mean to use a submachine gun? Is it not playing for keeps? The relentless assault of stone puppets continued, rushing towards Feng Chen. Observing the increasing number of puppets, Feng Chen's aura surged, activating his 9th-tier thunder technique with all his might. A torrent of lightning energy erupted from his dantian, enveloping him completely. His A-grade spear gathered lightning continuously, striking out in wide arcs, illuminating the passageway with brilliant blue lightning. At the tip of Feng Chen's spear, a 5-foot-long spear light emerged, continuously pulsating with electricity. With each sweep, he could cleave through 3 or 5 puppets. either slicing them in half or piercing them through, killing them outright. We must leave. His death is preferable to ours, Lu Feng declared to Qin Yu. Following that, he surrounded his long sword with flames, the heat palpable. Blazing sword technique, Lu Feng shouted, his figure flickering as he unleashed a third-tier sword technique against the stone puppets blocking their escape, delivering a lethal strike to the neck of one puppet, beheading it, its head rolling to the ground before twitching and falling lifeless. As Payan and Qin Yu observed the situation, they immediately dashed toward the exit of the ruins, swiftly vanishing into the labyrinthine passages. Meanwhile, Feng Chen found himself increasingly surrounded by a multitude of stone puppets, encircling him ominously. Lu Feng cunningly directed the retreating stone puppets toward Feng Chen, intending to ensnare him, thereby ensuring his own escape. What are you doing, Lu Feng? Feng Chen exclaimed, realizing Lu Feng's treachery as he summoned a horde of stone puppets to seal off Feng Chen's escape route. In response, Lu Feng executed a swift maneuver, leaping over the towering puppets and retreating to the exit. What do you think I'm doing? I'm ensuring you take our place in death. If you don't perish here, how can we escape while you distract the puppets? Lu Feng sneered. Better you die than the three of us, he added, before disappearing into the passage of the ruins. Feng Chen's expression darkened as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by this schemer, who sought to make him a scapegoat for his own survival. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Once I escape these ruins, you won't live to see another day. The stone puppets formed a tightening circle around Feng Chen, effectively trapping him. With Lu Feng and his companions having fled, all attention from the stone puppets turned to Feng Chen. In that moment, a third-tier, 7-segment stone puppet charged from the throng, brandishing a massive blade, and lunged at Feng Chen. Cold determination glinted in Feng Chen's eyes. He resolved to deal with these foes first. As an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his core, he channeled the formidable power of thunder into his spear. The third-grade martial technique, Thunder Spear, met the puppet's strike head-on. The force of his spear sent the stone puppet hurtling backward, crashing into a massive rock and shattering it into fragments. The puppet, now surrounded by arcs of electricity, twitched violently before falling silent. Even a third-tier puppet could not withstand Feng Chen's might. Yet, the remaining puppets pressed forward relentlessly, seemingly unperturbed by their imminent demise. With a disdainful snort, Feng Chen unleashed a sweeping strike with his spear, sparkling with electricity and covering a 180-degree arc, sending several stone puppets flying. However, more and more puppets surged forth, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. A sense of dread washed over Feng Chen as he realized the gravity of his situation. There were simply too many puppets. It seems I must resort to extraordinary measures. You dare to outnumber me. I shall not hold back. Reacting swiftly, he executed a full-circle sweep with his spear, driving back the advancing puppets. From his dimensional inventory, he retrieved a fourth-tier energy rifle, the assault rifle. The weapon unleashed a rapid barrage of fire upon the encroaching puppets. The fourth-tier energy rifle could effortlessly dispatch fourth-tier beasts, and its power far surpassed that of the third-tier stone puppets before him. The energy projectiles rained down like artillery shells, sending the puppets sprawling as they fell. Each shot pierced through the stone constructs, leaving gaping holes in their forms. None of the third-tier puppets could survive the onslaught. Had the puppets possessed consciousness, they might have roared in fury, demanding to know why Feng Chen wielded such a weapon instead of adhering to a fair fight. Yet, Feng Chen paid no heed to their imagined outcry. With a fierce expression, he continued to unleash a storm of fire from the fourth-tier assault rifle, taunting despair. You little wretches, experience the might of my rifle. Soon, hundreds of stone puppets lay defeated, their forms riddled with holes created by the energy projectiles. The area around him was littered with the remnants of the puppets, all thanks to his relentless assault. If the ancient beings who had left the ruins behind were to witness Feng Chen utilizing an assault rifle to vanquish their stone guardians, they would surely exclaim in dismay. What a disgrace. The stone puppets were meant to test you, not to be slain by such underhanded means. Chapter 61. The Legacy of the Supreme Demon King Across Realms. Holding the assault rifle, Feng Chen pressed deeper into the ruins. With the fourth-tier rifle in hand, no stone puppet could stand in his way. He was determined to claim the legacy hidden within these ruins. As for Lu Feng, he would deal with him later. For now, securing the inheritance was paramount. Even if Lu Feng was the nephew of the director of the Tianshan Education Bureau, he would meet his end for his treachery. In the span of half a day, Feng Chen ventured into the heart of the ruins, arriving at the central site of the legacy. Along the way, he encountered several waves of stone puppet attacks, but each was effortlessly dispatched. Standing at the entrance of the central legacy site, a look of astonishment crossed Feng Chen's face. An ancient stone tablet at the entrance bore an inscription, Young One, welcome to the legacy of the Supreme Demon King Mi Lao Mo. You have indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune by passing the trials of the stone puppets guarding the perimeter. However, do not grow complacent. The true test begins now. To obtain my legacy, you must face a series of rigorous and exhilarating challenges, far more terrifying than the ones outside. Whether you succeed depends on your luck. Good fortune to you. Reading this message, Feng Chen felt a rush of excitement. The legacy of the Supreme Demon King awaited him. He stepped into the legacy site, eager to discover what thrilling trials lay ahead. Upon entering, he found himself in a corridor that led to a stone chamber. Just as he crossed the threshold, the stones of the chamber's wall began to tremble and fall away, revealing a metallic door. Words of shimmering light appeared on the wall. Young one. You must have noticed the metallic door by now. This is the first trial. Only by passing this initial challenge can you proceed to the second. Hurry, enter. There are surprises awaiting you. Contemplating the message, Feng Chen stepped forward to the metallic door, pondering what kind of trial awaited him. What sort of challenge could it be? He murmured, before entering. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the metallic door sealed shut behind him. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, Feng Chen suddenly spotted 5 colossal beasts crawling toward him from the far end of the passage. One was a silver-ringed snake adorned with radiant halos. Another was a gigantic spider with 7 vibrant colors. A third was a glistening ice toad. A fourth was a centipede with countless legs. And the last was a venomous scorpion with a tail that reflected flames. These were the ancient 5 poisons. Furthermore, each of these beasts was at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, presenting Feng Chen with the challenge of defeating them in this first trial. Each of these creatures was immense, measuring several meters in length. Feng Chen cast a fleeting glance at the 5 ancient poisonous beasts ahead. If these primordial creatures of the 5 poisons were unleashed, even a level 4 warrior would likely retreat in fear, for their toxicity was indeed formidable. Yet, Feng Chen remained unperturbed. He slowly raised his submachine gun. Here goes. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The level 4 energy gun unleashed a relentless barrage, as bullets rained down upon the foes like a torrential storm. The 5 beasts, situated at the end of the corridor nearly 100 meters away, had just emerged and were caught off guard by Feng Chen's audacious assault. The level 4 submachine gun, with its superior firepower and an effective range of 5,000 meters, could easily vanquish beasts of the level 3, 9th stage. These 5 poisons, being mere level 3, 9th stage creatures, were utterly incapable of withstanding such a frenzied onslaught. In mere moments, numerous gaping wounds appeared on the beasts, their vibrant blood pooling on the ground as they lay helplessly, gasping for breath, their hearts heavy with despair. Was this the promised trial? What was the meaning of Feng Chen's use of a submachine gun? Did he have no shame? Shortly thereafter, the 5 poisons fell lifeless, and the metallic door at the corridor's end swung open, allowing Feng Chen to successfully pass the first challenge. This trial seemed to pose little difficulty. With a brazen remark, Feng Chen stepped through the metallic door, traversing the corridor to the second stage. Had the ancient demon who devised this trial known of Feng Chen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed in frustration, "Have some decency. Try facing them without a submachine gun." If Feng Chen had engaged the 5 poisons in that narrow corridor without his weapon, his demise would have been assured. Indeed, even a level 4 warrior would find themselves doomed in such confined quarters against the 5 poisons, with no avenue for escape. Chapter 62. Fear not, young one. The second stage was yet another stone chamber, and once more, a new metallic door appeared before him. Upon entering the chamber, Feng Chen noticed a line of text glowing on the side wall. "Ha ha, fortunate young one. Congratulations on reaching the second stage. Having survived the first challenge against the 5 poisons, you must surely be feeling the effects of their deadly venom, with purple lips, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing all over, yes? Ha ha ha, fear not. I have prepared a detox pill for you in the second stage. This pill can neutralize any poison under heaven, and upon consuming it, not only will it cleanse you of the 5 poisons, but it will also elevate your constitution to that of one impervious to all toxins, transforming you entirely, allowing you to fear no poison in the world henceforth." Upon reading the inscription, Feng Chen's spirits lifted. Having passed the first stage, he was to receive the detox pill, capable of counteracting any poison and bestowing upon him a new, invulnerable physique. As he scanned the chamber, he finally spotted the porcelain vial containing the detox pill in a corner. Approaching it, Feng Chen picked up the vial and cheekily remarked, "My apologies, senior. Though I am not poisoned, I still wish to consume your detox pill." With that, he swallowed the pill whole. As it settled in his stomach, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, as a surge of energy rapidly filled his limbs, altering his very constitution. At that moment, fresh text appeared on the wall. "Lucky young one, I trust you have acquired the detox pill. After consuming it, do you not feel invigorated, as if reborn, basking in the bliss of survival? Ha ha ha. I can almost envision your jubilant expression at this moment. However, young one, I must caution you. Although you have successfully passed the first stage, should you become arrogant and complacent, your demise is imminent. The second stage is fraught with peril. Best of luck." Having finished reading the wall's message, Feng Chen perceived the ancient demon's tone as somewhat juvenile. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and approached the metallic door to the second stage. Upon entering the second stage, he found no 5 poisons awaiting him, but rather 10 stone golem statues, each possessing the strength of a level 4, first stage warrior. As Feng Chen stepped inside, they activated automatically, charging towards him. Is this it? Feng Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, expecting a more formidable challenge. Raising his submachine gun, he unleashed a merciless spray of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The overwhelming firepower obliterated the 10 stone golems. Moments later, the remnants lay in disarray at the corridor's end. Feng Chen perceived little challenge in this. He proceeded to the third stage. The familiar stone chamber reappeared, and once again, text glimmered on the side wall. "Ha! Fortunate young one. Congratulations on reaching the third stage. I truly feel relieved for you. Having successfully navigated the second stage, you must surely be battered and bloodied from your encounters with the 10 emotionless stone golems. You must harbor great resentment towards me for subjecting you to such trials, and at this moment, I can almost feel your pain. However, fear not. I have prepared a grand restoration pill for you. This pill will not only heal your wounds within a single incense stick's time, but will also enhance your cultivation, fortifying your physical defenses." Upon reading the inscription, Feng Chen's spirits soared. Having passed the second stage, he was to receive yet another pill, the Grand Restoration Pill, capable of enhancing his cultivation and reinforcing his physical defenses. He glanced around and soon spotted the porcelain vial containing the Grand Restoration Pill tucked away in a corner. Approaching, he picked it up and opened it. A delightful fragrance wafting forth, as if it could grant longevity merely by inhalation. "Forgive me, though I am uninjured, I must still partake of your Grand Restoration Pill," Feng Chen confessed somewhat sheepishly. As the pill entered his system, he felt an explosion of pure energy surging through him, rapidly permeating his limbs, igniting his blood with fervor. The pill's potency invigorated his body, enhancing his cultivation. The effects lasted for an entire incense stick before being fully absorbed. Once the pill's power subsided, Feng Chen felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if his vision, hearing, and reflexes had ascended to new heights. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, Level 2. Second stage, 5-star Super Warrior. Spirit, 2,200, Level 3, Second stage. Vitality, 22,000, Level 3, Second stage. Speed, 220 ms, Level 3, Second stage. Strength, 22T, Level 3. Second stage. Body Strength, Level 3, 6th stage. Available entries into system space, 0 times. All other attributes had improved by 1 stage, while his physical defense had surged by 2 stages. Quite commendable indeed. Feng Chen gazed at the text on the wall, excitement bubbling within him. "Senior, I only hope for more of your trials to come." Chapter 63, A Sudden Rise in Stages. At that moment, the text on the side wall shifted once more. "Young one, I must commend you for passing the first and second stages. You are indeed remarkable. However, this is still insufficient. The third stage presents a challenge unlike the previous 2. The first stage tested your resistance to toxins, the second your agility. And now the third will assess your speed and perseverance. In this stage, you must not only contend with the stone golems, but also withstand fiery assaults. Press on, and I hope to see you in the fourth stage." Reading the inscriptions, Feng Chen murmured to himself, "Speed and perseverance?" Without hesitation, he approached the metallic door to the third stage. As he entered, the door behind him closed shut. In the passage of the third level, much like the previous 2 stages, the only distinction lies in the added introduction. Junior, the third level is time-sensitive. You must annihilate 10 stone puppet statues within the duration of a half incense stick. Failure to do so will ignite a fierce blaze within the passage, rendering you quite uncomfortable until you vanquish all 10 statues. Only then will the door at the end of the passage unlock. Persevere. Without delay. The 10 stone puppet statues charged at Feng Chen. "A half incense stick? Who do you underestimate?" Feng Chen retorted lightly, raising his submachine gun and unleashing a merciless barrage. The terrifying firepower engulfed the 10 statues. In less than a minute, the statues lay in disarray at the corridor's end, utterly demolished. Feng Chen found the challenge lacking. A half incense stick translates to about 15 minutes, yet he had not even utilized 1/10 of that time to succeed. He felt a twinge of regret for missing the fiery trial left by the ancient demon. Upon passing through the metallic door, Feng Chen entered the stone chamber of the 4th level. On the side walls, the familiar script reappeared. "Junior, congratulations on reaching the 4th level. After overcoming the 3rd, I imagine you are now charred and battered by flames, suffering greatly, are you not? To be honest, I feel a bit sorry for you. However, do not panic. I have prepared a bottle of golden body elixir for you in this 4th level. This elixir, crafted from countless precious materials and blended with the blood of various monsters, will elevate your physique to the realm of bronze skin and iron bones. Fear not the flames any longer." After reading the inscription, Feng Chen began searching the stone chamber and soon discovered the bottle of golden body elixir. Grasping the porcelain vial tightly, he pondered heavily. "Senior, although I have not been scorched, I cannot let your goodwill go to waste. I shall drink it." With that, he downed the elixir in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of immense energy erupted within him, further enhancing his cultivation, while his physical defense continued to rise. After a half incense stick, Feng Chen's skin subtly took on a bronze hue. Tapping it with his fingers produced a ringing sound. His body now possessed the strength of bronze skin and iron bones. He hastily fetched a stone and struck it against his head. The stone shattered into pieces, yet he felt nothing. Impressive indeed. I am now a being of bronze skin and iron bones. Eagerly, he opened his attributes panel. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, level 2. Stage 3, 5-star super warrior. Spirit, 2300, level 3, stage 3. Vitality, 23,000, level 3, stage 3. Speed, 230 milliseconds, level 3, stage 3. Strength, 23T, level 3. Stage 3. Physical defense, level 4, stage 2. Times entering system space. 0. All attributes had ascended by 1 stage, and his physical defense had risen directly to level 4. Stage 2. A remarkable increase of 5 stages. Ecstatic, Feng Chen realized that with such defense, he could wield a level 5 energy gun, facing even level 5 beasts without fear. Moreover, he sensed that this newfound physical strength was merely the beginning, and he would need time to explore its full potential. At that moment, the script on the wall transformed again. Junior, achieving the bronze skin and iron bones. Do you not feel formidable? Surprised, are you? Ha. No need to thank me. This is your rightful reward. However, do not become complacent due to your success in the previous 3 levels. The true trials lie ahead. Good fortune to you. After reading the words on the stone wall, Feng Chen entered the 4th level, where he was tasked with defeating 15 level 4. Stage 1 stone puppet statues. Utilizing his submachine gun, he breezed through the challenge. Upon reaching the 5th level, the familiar words reappeared on the wall. Remarkable, Junior. You truly are exceptional. I did not expect the 15 stone puppet statues of the 4th level to pose any obstacle for you. I find myself at a loss for words to describe your excellence. In this chamber, I have left behind a tome on spirit cultivation. Do not hesitate to take it, for you deserve it. With this method of cultivating your spirit, your soul will ascend to new heights, paving the way for immeasurable achievements in the future. However, fortunate Junior, I must caution you. Do not let your guard down after passing the first 4 levels. The challenges ahead will only grow more formidable. Good luck. Feng Chen began searching the stone chamber and quickly found the spirit cultivation method, magic ape visualization. After casually flipping through it, he stored it away, deciding to delve into it later after the adventure concluded. This method for cultivating the spirit was unheard of in the outside world and was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. A tremendous opportunity for him. As he approached the metallic door leading to the 5th level, Feng Chen displayed an expression of excitement. The trial in the 5th level required him to defeat 20 level 4, stage 1 stone puppet statues. With a flurry of fire from his submachine gun, he successfully passed the challenge. The familiar script and phrases returned on the wall. Junior, having completed the 5th level, even with your bronze skin and iron bones, I imagine you are now quite battered by the 20 stone puppet statues I left behind. After all, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands, let alone 20 simultaneously attacking you. Surely, you have lost much blood and are feeling weak and dizzy? However, do not fret. I have left behind superb healing medicine here. To achieve greatness, one must endure hardship. Thus, I bestow upon you this rare spiritual technique, Soul Piercer, capable of directly attacking the spirit. Such techniques are exceedingly rare across the myriad realms. I hope you never give up. Thank you, Feng Chen replied, rubbing his hands together. He stealthily located the Soul Piercer technique and the superb healing medicine as mentioned by the ancient demon in the secret chamber. He decided to keep the healing medicine for later, as well as the technique, intending to study it after emerging from this trial. A technique that could directly target the spirit was practically unheard of in the outside world, providing him with yet another powerful trump card. Onward to the 6th level. Entering the corridor of the 6th level, the wall proclaimed, Junior, having passed the previous 5 levels, I can see that you are no ordinary individual. However, the legacy of my Demon King is not something just anyone can obtain. The final 2 levels will present you with the most formidable trials. Press onward. One must endure hardship to rise above others. The 6th level tests your explosive power, with a time limit akin to the 3rd level. You must contend with 30 stone puppet statues within half a stick of incense. Otherwise, the passage will unleash endless lightning, shocking you mercilessly. This level will not be easy. I can almost envision you convulsing from the electric shocks. Immediately, 30 stone puppet statues charged at Feng Chen. Just 30 stone puppet statues? It won't even take half a stick of incense, he remarked nonchalantly. With that, he raised his submachine gun and unleashed a ruthless barrage. The terrifying firepower engulfed the 30 stone puppet statues. In just 2 minutes, the statues were reduced to mere fragments, strewn haphazardly at the corridor's end, having consumed only 1/5 of the allotted time. Alas, another opportunity to experience the ancient demon's lightning trial has slipped away. What a pity. Through the metallic door, Feng Chen arrived in the stony chamber of the 6th level. On the side walls, a familiar and endearing script reappeared. Young one, having conquered the 6th level, I assume you are now charred black, your hair standing on end, and your body emitting smoke, having been struck by lightning and frothing at the mouth, yes? Seeing your relentless efforts has truly touched my heart. So I shall bestow upon you this Thunder Calamity Pearl. This precious gem was procured at great cost by this old demon. No, rather it was borrowed, and after its original owner perished, it has been left for you. By merging the Thunder Calamity Pearl into your dantian, your physique will metamorphose into a rare thunder body, unrivaled in its destructive capabilities. I hope you continue to grow stronger and achieve even greater glories. Thank you. Feng Chen's eyes brimmed with emotion. You are truly wonderful, old demon me. You are a good person. After a moment of sentimental reflection, Feng Chen's gaze turned resolute, fixating on the metallic door ahead. The final challenge could not betray the old demon's expectations. He was determined to obtain the ultimate inheritance. As he entered the corridor of the 7th level, the massive door behind him closed, sealing him within. On the walls, a familiar inscription appeared. Young one, your fortune is truly enviable. Prepare yourself for the most terrifying trial. In this final challenge, the number of level 4 stone puppets will increase to a staggering 100, which means you will simultaneously face 100 level 4 stone puppets attacking you. Tremble. In an instant, at the end of the corridor, a creaking sound echoed as 100 level 4 stone puppets marched towards him in unison. Upon witnessing this, Feng Chen swiftly drew his level 4 submachine gun and declared, "Sometimes, I truly wish to remain low-key, but my strength does not permit it." Haha. With a mischievous grin, Feng Chen unleashed a barrage of fire. Within 10 minutes, all 100 level 4 stone puppets lay defeated in the corridor. The final metallic door swung open, revealing the realm of the last inheritance. Feng Chen, breathing heavily, stepped forward into the sacred domain. Before him stood a magnificent palace. Within the palace, a colossal bronze statue loomed, towering 100 meters high, garbed in flowing robes. Its visage fierce and resolute, with eyes that seemed to pierce through the cosmos. Indeed, it was the old demon me. As Feng Chen entered the grand hall, the statue spoke. "Haha, young one. Having conquered the 7th level, I can only imagine the state of your mind at this moment, tormented by my trials." Feng Chen stared in bewilderment at the statue, which seemed to be spouting nonsense, as it appeared completely unharmed. The statue, devoid of consciousness, merely replayed remnants of its past words. The statue continued, "Truly, you are a young person of great perseverance, willing to risk everything to arrive here and claim my inheritance. Young one, I must admit, your unwavering belief in becoming stronger to the point of death has moved me. You are worthy to be my disciple. Thus, I shall impart to you my unparalleled technique, transformation of gods and demons." In an instant, a beam of light shot from the statue's head, illuminating Feng Chen. Within his mind, the technique transformation of gods and demons materialized, filling him with elation. "Young one, you are fortunate, at the brink of my demise. I left a portion of my life essence within this statue, which shall be used to heal your injuries. Recover, my beloved disciple." The statue called out loudly. In an instant, a surge of pure life essence emanated from within the statue and flowed into Feng Chen. With this infusion of vitality, Feng Chen's life force surged, radiating with vibrant energy. Simultaneously, his cultivation level rose rapidly. 2nd rank, 4th stage. 2nd rank, 5th stage. His level ascended twice before finally stabilizing. Feng Chen's lips quivered slightly, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the statue of old demon me, feeling profoundly moved. Although he had not suffered injuries or hardships to reach this point, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. "Old demon me, I love you." After the statue of old demon me released the life essence, its eyes dimmed, losing their brilliance. Having fulfilled its mission, within the statue remained only a trace of old demon me's will, dissipating after completing the task of inheritance. Feng Chen surveyed his surroundings. The spiritual energy within this palace was even more abundant than outside in the blessed land, exceeding 5 times that of the outside world. With the remaining time, he resolved not to leave but to cultivate diligently within this relic until the end of his stay. Having just acquired the entirety of old demon me's inheritance, it was time to earnestly cultivate. Through the 7 trials set by old demon me, he had obtained 8 treasures: the detoxification pill, the great recovery pill, the diamond liquid, a supreme healing potion, the thunder calamity pearl, the demon ape visualization, the soul-piercing spike, and the transformation of gods and demons. The detoxification pill, great recovery pill, and diamond liquid had already been consumed. According to old demon me, taking these 3 would allow his physique to evolve into one immune to all toxins, while simultaneously granting him a body of steel and iron. The remaining supreme healing potion and thunder calamity pearl had yet to be used. The supreme healing potion, as old demon me had stated, would heal him as long as he still drew breath. The thunder calamity pearl, once refined, could elevate his physique to that of a thunder body, enhancing his combat prowess exponentially. Feng Chen decided to set aside the supreme healing potion for future use when injured. He prepared to refine the thunder calamity pearl immediately, upgrading his physique to the thunder body, which, combined with his 9th grade technique thunder technique, would significantly enhance his battle capabilities. Feng Chen sat cross-legged and swallowed the thunder calamity pearl, commencing the refining process. As the pearl entered his abdomen, terrifying electrical power surged forth, beginning to transform Feng Chen's flesh, relentlessly tempering his physique. Feng Chen grimaced in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Lightning erupted from within him, refining his limbs and bones, expelling countless impurities from his body. The fusion lasted for an hour. After an hour, the integration concluded. Feng Chen's body was now adorned with intricate lightning patterns, brimming with formidable electrical power. His physique officially upgraded to the Thunder Body. Only upon achieving the Thunder Body did Feng Chen fully comprehend its terrifying potential. Once activated, his combat power could surge tenfold, with his physical attributes soaring and lethality multiplying. Naturally, maintaining the Thunder Body required a substantial consumption of spiritual energy. At his current cultivation level, he could sustain the Thunder Body for a maximum of 10 minutes, which was still ample time. Moreover, a delightful surprise awaited him. After merging with the Thunder Calamity Pearl, he had unexpectedly acquired an ancient divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell. This ability, akin to an inheritance, was recorded within the Thunder Calamity Pearl and now resided in his mind. Divine abilities differ from martial techniques. They possess a power surpassing that of martial skills, originating not from the era of high martial arts, but from the ancient epic. Should Feng Chen master this divine ability, combined with the Thunder Body, his combat prowess would ascend to even greater heights. Feng Chen was overjoyed. This journey into the blessed land had been immensely worthwhile, and he was especially grateful to his master, Old Demon Me, for leaving him with such invaluable treasures. Now, he had 3 more tomes to study. The Demon Ape Visualization, which could enhance his spiritual consciousness. The mental technique Soul-Piercing Spike, capable of directly attacking the spirit. And Old Demon Me's Ultimate Inheritance, Transformation of Gods and Demons. Feng Chen meticulously examined the Demon Ape Visualization and discovered that by dedicating time to visualization, he could elevate his spiritual consciousness. However, this practice was particularly taxing on mental energy, allowing for only 3 hours of training each day. Feng Chen resolved to dedicate 3 hours each day to the visualization of the Demon Ape Visualization diagram within the confines of the system space, aiming to enhance his spiritual essence. The significance of one's spiritual essence cannot be overstated. It is said that when one's cultivation reaches the 9th level and 9th segment, any attempt to transcend limits is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's spirit. Thus, cultivating a formidable spiritual essence is of paramount importance. Feng Chen has determined to commence his spiritual training immediately, preparing for future endeavors. As for the mental secret technique Soul-Piercing Spike, which can directly assault the spirit, he plans to allocate 1 hour daily for its practice. This technique is notoriously elusive, capable of yielding unexpected advantages in confrontations. However, the most formidable legacy of the Elder Demon, Divine Demon Transformation, currently remains beyond his reach. According to the records of Divine Demon Transformation, one can only cultivate it after the physical body has transcended the 9-fold limits and birthed a primordial spirit. Feng Chen speculates that the 9-fold physical transcendence mentioned in Divine Demon Transformation corresponds to the breakthrough of the 9th level martial artist's limitations. For only through such a breakthrough can a primordial spirit be born. It appears that Divine Demon Transformation is a technique that can only be cultivated post the 9th level martial artist breakthrough. Coincidentally, his 9th tier technique, Thunderbolt Art, can be cultivated to the 9th level, thus paving the way for subsequent practices. Feng Chen resolves to first cultivate the techniques currently accessible to him to bolster his strength. The techniques available for his training include Thunderbolt Art, Undying Blood God Body, Demon Ape Visualization Diagram, and Soul-Piercing Spike, along with 3 4th tier martial skills, Thunderstorm Fist, Wind Chase Palm, and Cloud Piercing Spear, as well as an ancient divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell. Over the next 10 days, Feng Chen enters the system space to train 10 times, amounting to 400 days of training. Each day consists of 24 hours, with 3 hours devoted to the Demon Ape Visualization Diagram, 1 hour for Soul-Piercing Spike, 9 hours for Undying Blood God Body, 6 hours for the 3 4th tier martial skills, and 3 hours for the ancient divine ability. The remaining 2 hours are spent on Thunderbolt Art to enhance his cultivation. Every single hour of the day is meticulously planned by Feng Chen. Apart from the 1 hour spent entering the system daily, he dedicates all remaining time in the central hall, harnessing 5 times the spiritual energy available in the outside world to cultivate Thunderbolt Art and elevate his cultivation. 10 days pass, and Feng Chen successfully advances to the 2nd level 6th segment. Due to the limited time spent on Thunderbolt Art, only 2 hours each day, his cultivation has only seen a modest increase. However, the improvements in other martial techniques are markedly significant. Feng Chen's Undying Blood God Body has absorbed 400 portions of 2nd level Beast Essence, requiring only 600 more portions for completion. The 3 4th tier martial skills, Thunderstorm Fist, Wind Chase Palm, and Cloud Piercing Spear, have been perfected. He has also managed to cultivate Soul-Piercing Spike, allowing for its tentative use, though to unleash its full potential, further rigorous training is necessary. After visualizing the Demon Ape Visualization Diagram for 400 days within the system space, Feng Chen's spiritual essence has significantly improved. Upon opening his attribute panel, it displays Host, Feng Chen, Cultivation, Second Level 6th Segment, 5-star Super Martial Artist, Spiritual Essence, 2700, 3rd Level 7th Segment, Vitality, 26,000, 3rd Level 6th Segment, Speed, 260 milliseconds, 3rd Level 6th Segment, Strength, 26T, 3rd Level 6th Segment, Physical Strength, 4th Level 6th Segment, System Space Access remaining, 0 times. His spiritual essence rivals that of a 3rd Level 7th Segment, while his physical strength equals that of a 4th Level 6th Segment. This is commendable, with the Demon Ape visualization diagram. The potency of his spiritual essence has indeed surpassed his other physical attributes. With merely 2 days remaining before leaving the Blessed Land, it is time to resolve some lingering grievances. Lu Feng, prepare to face your reckoning. Chapter 66, You Seek a Legacy? Come and test your might. Outside the ruins, Lu Feng, Peiyan, and Qin Yu return once more, accompanied by over 10 elite experts from Class A of Tianyang No. 1 High School. All exceptional talents of 3rd level or above. Tianyang City, as a provincial city in the southeast region, serves as a gathering place for the most gifted individuals in the area. Within Tianyang, there are prodigious heirs from various martial clans whose cultivation has already transcended to 4th level. A truly terrifying prospect. However, none of the individuals Lu Feng brought along have reached this 4th level prowess, as those who achieved such a breakthrough before the college entrance examination were already assigned to the 2nd level Blessed Land, where opportunities far surpass those of 3rd level Blessed Lands. The individuals Lu Feng has gathered are all classmates from Tianyang No. 1 High School, with cultivations ranging from 3rd level 5th segment to 3rd level 7th segment. The strongest among them, Su Lei, holds the first position in Lu Feng's class, boasting a cultivation of 3rd level 7th segment. The next 12 consist of 6 at 3rd level 6th segment and 6 at 3rd level 5th segment. Lu Feng, are you certain there is a grand legacy within the ruins? Su Lei inquires. Lu Feng nods affirmatively, stating, we entered 10 days ago, but faced an ambush from numerous stone statue puppets. I can assure you, there is indeed something valuable inside. Lu Feng asserts that the presence of ancient stone statue puppets, artifacts of a bygone era, indicates the ruins are guarding something extraordinary. The group of 16 proceeds into the ruins, with Su Lei at 3rd level 7th segment, accompanied by 6 individuals at 3rd level 6th segment and 6 at 3rd level 5th segment. Along with Lu Feng, Peiyan, and Qin Yu, they are confident in their ability to repel the stone statue puppets within the ruins. Upon entering, they are horrified to discover that all the stone statue puppets have been eradicated, their bodies riddled with countless punctures, utterly decimated. Not a single puppet remains alive. They have all been slain. It appears someone has already been inside and eliminated all the stone statue puppets, Su Lei observes gravely. They were likely killed using energy guns. Lu Feng and the others nod in agreement, with Lu Feng expressing his astonishment. Moreover, I haven't encountered a single corpse of the weaklings. How peculiar. What do you mean by the corpse of the weaklings? Su Lei questions. I refer to a weakling who accompanied us into the ruins. When we were besieged by the stone statue puppets, his strength was insufficient for escape, Lu Feng explains. The truth is, had Feng Chen not held off over 100 stone statue puppets, they would never have escaped. Perhaps he was devoured by a beast that wandered into the ruins. Su Lei speculates, having lost interest upon hearing Feng Chen was merely a weakling. Let us proceed and explore further. Perhaps the legacy remains within, Su Lei suggests. The group nods in agreement and hastens deeper into the ruins. At this moment, within the central chamber of the ruins, the site of the legacy, Feng Chen emerges from the entrance, his spirits soaring high. This expedition into the ruins has yielded bountiful rewards and significantly enhanced his strength. He is now fully capable of confronting martial artists below the 4th level, and should he unleash the Thunder Extreme Body, he can contend with 4th level martial artists. Furthermore, armed with the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell and the spiritual attack technique Soul Piercing Spike, he possesses the power to challenge even 5th level martial artists. Just as Feng Chen exits the legacy site, he unexpectedly encounters Su Lei and Lu Feng's group rushing toward him. Upon seeing Feng Chen, Lu Feng is taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, Feng Chen, you worthless fool, you're still alive. Upon encountering Lu Feng and his entourage, a cold glint flashes in Feng Chen's eyes. Indeed, it is true that fortune favors the prepared. He was just about to seek out Lu Feng when Lu Feng delivered himself right to his doorstep. Is he the worthless waste you mentioned who entered with you 10 days ago? Su Lei inquired, casting a glance at Feng Chen before addressing Lu Feng. Merely at the 6th rank of the 2nd tier, yet he somehow survived the ruins. Quite impressive, Lu Feng replied. I never expected this kid to have made it out alive, and his cultivation has inexplicably surged by 5 ranks. Just 10 days ago, he was only at the 1st rank of the 2nd tier. Such a meteoric rise in strength suggests he must have acquired a significant legacy within the ruins. Upon emerging from that place, it seems the legacy has become an intrinsic part of him. Upon learning of Feng Chen's sudden elevation in rank, Su Lei concluded that Feng Chen must have indeed obtained a legacy. The onlookers around them regarded Feng Chen with avaricious eyes, envious of the tremendous boost in power that came with such a legacy. If they were to gain it, they would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Su Lei, with an indifferent expression, turned to Feng Chen and stated, "Your name is Feng Chen, isn't it? Surrender the legacy. We shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, this place will become your grave." Su Lei was blunt in his demand to seize Feng Chen's legacy. Should Feng Chen refuse to comply, this location would indeed serve as his final resting place. The surrounding individuals regarded Feng Chen with malice, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. A mere second-tier 6th-rank martial artist had fortuitously acquired a legacy, yet with his current cultivation, he was unqualified to possess such an inheritance. Feng Chen relinquished the legacy. While you possess some strength, you are still insignificant before Su Lei. A third-tier 7th-rank martial artist is not someone you can withstand, Lu Feng coldly remarked. Clinging to delusions will lead you only to death. In Lu Feng's eyes, Feng Chen's fate of having his legacy taken from him seemed inevitable. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen smiled, a sardonic smile. He turned to face the crowd, his gaze growing icy as he raised his A-grade weapon, a spear, pointing it forward. "You desire the legacy, do you? Come and try." Chapter 67. Simply for offending one person. Seeing Feng Chen brandish his spear, the group across from him donned expressions of coldness, their murderous intent palpable. Qin Yu and Pei Yan stepped forward from the ranks, aligning themselves alongside Feng Chen. Qin Yu addressed Su Lei, "The legacy belongs to Feng Chen. By what right do you demand it? Moreover, you underestimate him greatly. Do you truly believe your strength can contend with his? You are far too self-important." Qin Yu understood well that Feng Chen had the ability to repel an ancient dragon lizard even when he was at the first rank of the second tier. Now, having ascended to the 6th rank of the second tier, he was certainly not someone Su Lei, a third-tier 7th-rank martial artist, could contend with. Attempting to seize Feng Chen's legacy was a fool's errand. A mere second-tier 6th-rank scoundrel, and you think we cannot deal with him? Su Lei laughed, a harsh, derisive sound escaping him. "Today, I shall demonstrate how I will claim his legacy." Pei Yan looked at Su Lei and warned, "If you lay a hand on him, you will surely regret it." Both Pei Yan and Qin Yu chose to stand by Feng Chen, ready to confront Su Lei and Lu Feng. Feng Chen had saved these two on 2 separate occasions, once in the depths of a blessed land where he vanquished a giant spirit spider to rescue them, and once in the labyrinth surrounding the ruins where he single-handedly diverted a stone statue puppet, allowing them to escape. They were not like Lu Feng, a treacherous ingrate. Now that Feng Chen was cornered, they would not stand idly by. Seeing Pei Yan and Qin Yu step forward to stand with him, Feng Chen smiled. These two were indeed worth his efforts to save. "Qin Yu, Pei Yan, you two should step back. Even if they do not strike first, I will not spare them." "Not spare us? Ha ha, I wish to see how you intend to do that," Su Lei scoffed. This boy was far too arrogant. It seemed that unless he was thoroughly beaten, he would not understand the gravity of the situation. Su Lei charged at Feng Chen, while the others from Tianyang One formed a circle around him to prevent any chance of escape. Su Lei brandished a spear, its radiance flashing as he executed a third-tier movement technique, rushing toward Feng Chen with an odd footwork. In an instant, he was before Feng Chen, a terrifying aura erupting from his body, causing the temperature around them to plummet as icy energy surged forth. He thrust his spear at Feng Chen. Third-tier technique, Thunder Spear. Feng Chen snorted coldly, unleashing his own formidable aura. The 9th-tier technique, Thunder Art, surged within him, an overwhelming force of lightning erupting from his dantian and converging upon his spear, its tip radiating with crackling energy. Third-tier technique, Thunder Spear. Feng Chen's spear met Su Lei's in a direct clash. With a terrifying strike, Feng Chen shattered Su Lei's spear energy and then delivered a powerful blow that sent Su Lei flying, crashing to the ground and fracturing it like a spider's web. Coughing up blood, Su Lei was engulfed in arcs of electricity, his body convulsing from the severe injury. Su Lei, the onlookers from Tianyang No. 1 were stunned, their faces betraying shock. Their top student, a third-tier 7th-rank martial artist, had been effortlessly defeated in a single exchange. Everyone attacked together. A third-tier 6th-rank prodigy from Tianyang No. 1 called to the others. Nodding in agreement, they advanced to surround Feng Chen. One wielded a long halberd, slashing toward Feng Chen, the weapon radiating with fierce energy, stirring up powerful winds as it approached. Another brandished a massive hammer, weighing 1,000 pounds, its surface bristling with deadly spikes. The terrifying force emanating from the hammer surged forth as it swung toward Feng Chen. The remaining members drew their weapons, launching a coordinated assault on Feng Chen. Feng Chen let out a cold snort, his aura exploding forth as arcs of electricity enveloped him, akin to a thunder god descending. He swept his spear horizontally, bolts of lightning flickering along its length, its attack range encompassing a full 180 degrees around him. The terrifying combination of lightning and spear energy instantly shattered the oncoming attacks of the 11 assailants, sending them sprawling backward. One by one, they fell to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as they stared in terror at Feng Chen. This man was far too powerful. Lu Feng, witnessing this, turned pale with fear. Feng Chen was now at an unfathomable level of strength. Even with a dozen people attacking together, they were still no match for him. What was he to do? Given his actions against Feng Chen, there was no doubt that Feng Chen would not let him off lightly. Feng Chen, however, was not inclined to grant him any time to ponder. He unleashed a fourth-tier movement technique, Serpent's Body, and his speed surged to an astonishing level. In a mere instant, he was before Lu Feng. Executing the ninth-tier Thunder Art, Feng Chen was enveloped in crackling energy. With a leap, he plunged his spear downward from above. The spear was shrouded in mist, its terrifying penetrating power amplified by the force of lightning. Fourth-tier technique, Cloud-Piercing Spear. Lu Feng attempted to retreat, desperately employing his own movement technique, but he could not evade the oncoming spear. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed as Feng Chen's spear pierced Lu Feng's thigh. Ah! Lu Feng screamed, collapsing to the ground and clutching his injured leg in agony. Feng Chen sneered, advancing toward him with his spear in hand. Do not come closer. My uncle is the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go. Lu Feng cried out in terror. Is that so? Feng Chen's body flickered, appearing before Lu Feng once more, and with a swift thrust of his spear, he pierced Lu Feng's other thigh. I would like to see how your uncle will not let me go, Feng Chen replied coolly, withdrawing his spear as blood splattered across the ground. Ah! Lu Feng wailed loudly, the agony of being pierced in the thigh by a lance penetrating to his very marrow, a suffering that no one else could fathom. With a malevolent glare directed at Feng Chen, he proclaimed, You have crippled my legs. Your demise is assured. My uncle will not let you escape unscathed. Nay, you are mistaken. My intentions extend far beyond merely incapacitating your legs, Feng Chen replied coolly. With that, he thrust his spear brutally into Lu Feng's dantian, shattering it and obliterating Lu Feng's entire cultivation in an instant. Ah! Lu Feng's anguished cry reverberated throughout the ruins, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it. With his dantian destroyed, Lu Feng's existence was irrevocably shattered. Feng Chen smirked. To end such a despicable scoundrel swiftly would be too merciful. He resolved to torment him slowly, allowing him to perish in agony. This was the fate that awaited anyone daring to cross Feng Chen. You have ruined me. You have destroyed my dantian. Lu Feng's eyes were bloodshot as disbelief washed over him. He never anticipated that Feng Chen would dare to dismantle his dantian. He had the Lu family, a prestigious martial arts lineage, and his uncle was the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau. How could Feng Chen act against him so brazenly? Just wait until we exit this place. The Lu family will ensure your utter destruction. Lu Feng screamed in a frenzy. I will make sure they tear you apart. Is that so? Alas, you shall never witness it, Feng Chen retorted as his spear pierced Lu Feng's heart. With a sickening thud, the spear struck true, unleashing a torrent of destructive lightning that ravaged Lu Feng's form. He convulsed violently, his hair smoking, eyes rolling back in his head. Moments later, he lay lifeless. Lu Feng could hardly comprehend that his life had ended in such a manner, all because he had crossed paths with one man, Feng Chen. Chapter 68. The Descent into Cruelty. The students of Tianyang No. 1 stood in stunned silence, aghast at Lu Feng's demise. The expressions of a dozen individuals turned to one of sheer terror as they regarded Feng Chen. Although they had previously boasted of seizing Feng Chen's legacy, they had never truly intended to take a life. Their bravado had merely masked their immaturity. They had yet to witness the darker facets of existence. Now, having observed Feng Chen's ruthless actions, shattering Lu Feng's legs, destroying his dantian, and ultimately executing him before their very eyes, they were seized by a profound dread. Would Feng Chen eliminate them to silence them as well? Su Lei and the others began to retreat, unable to meet Feng Chen's gaze. Turning to Su Lei, Feng Chen remarked, You were quite formidable just now. If I do not relinquish my legacy, this shall be my final resting place, correct? In a flash, Feng Chen appeared before Su Lei, his spear thrusting forward. With a sickening squelch, it pierced Su Lei's throat. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. He had never imagined he would meet his end here, merely for harboring treacherous thoughts of seizing Feng Chen's legacy, only to perish at his hands. The remaining 12 were paralyzed with fear. Feng Chen had begun to eliminate witnesses. In an instant, they scattered in various directions, fleeing towards the exit. Feng Chen watched them escape with a cold smile, retrieving his submachine gun. The relentless barrage of bullets rang out, and the horrific energy projectiles penetrated the bodies of those fleeing, leaving them to fall into pools of blood. In this world, one must eventually pay for their actions. Since they had intended to harm him for the sake of his legacy, there was no reason to show them mercy. Unbeknownst to Feng Chen, he had transformed into a being of cruelty, having dispatched a dozen lives in the blink of an eye. Such matters defy moral clarity, perspectives diverge. If he allowed these individuals to live, they would surely seek vengeance upon him once they escaped. The brutal reality of existence dictated such harsh truths. To survive, one must learn to arm oneself. Feng Chen holstered his submachine gun and turned to Qin Yu and Payan, stating, Let us depart. It is time to leave. The two nodded, somewhat shaken by Feng Chen's ruthlessness. These were their classmates, yet they had witnessed them perish in an instant at Feng Chen's hands. Though they found it cruel, from Feng Chen's standpoint, there was no alternative. Should he spare them, it would be he who faced death upon their exit. Feng Chen remained silent, leading the way as they exited the ruins, parting ways with Qin Yu and Pan, heading alone towards the outskirts of the fabled land. In truth, this situation had not been entirely resolved, for two witnesses remained, Qin Yu and Pan. Yet, they bore no ill will toward him. Earlier, they had even stood by his side, preventing him from taking lethal measures against them to keep the incident from spreading. Though Feng Chen was ruthless, he still held to certain principles. He was not overly concerned that they would divulge the events, but he feared the repercussions should Lu Feng's family discover their involvement and resort to cruel methods to capture and torture them. Enough, Feng Chen dismissed such thoughts. The deed was done, dwelling on it served no purpose. Should Lu Feng's family come seeking retribution, he would confront them as the situation demanded. There was nothing to worry about. For now, the priority was to enhance his strength, especially with the martial god backing him. There was no need for trepidation. If he found himself overwhelmed, he could always summon the martial god. Anyone who dared to oppose him would surely kneel. The ruins were situated deep within the fabled land, and it would take 1 to 2 days to reach the outskirts. By the time Feng Chen arrived at the entrance, the window for exiting the fabled land had drawn near. It was time to leave. Overall, Feng Chen's experience within the fabled land had been immensely fruitful. Though he had faced treachery twice, he had emerged more resolute and ruthless. Moreover, he had acquired the legacy of the old demon, augmenting his foundation further. Now, he possessed an immunity to myriad toxins, a body of bronze and iron, and his physique had evolved into a lightning embodiment. Additionally, he had gained the old demon's soul cultivation techniques, soul attack secrets, and the ancient divine ability of the thunder god incantation. Upon exiting, given the time to fully assimilate these new powers, he would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As Feng Chen approached the entrance to the fabled land, he noticed that many students had already returned, preparing to depart. The time for exiting had come. Failure to do so would result in being trapped until the next opening, which could be an eternity away. An hour later, the entrance to the fabled land opened, and all students began to emerge. This time, a total of 10,000 students had entered, but only around 9,900 emerged. Dozens had perished within the fabled land. Each time the fabled land opened, some individuals inevitably met their end, a commonplace occurrence, for the fabled land was rife with unknown dangers, and it was impossible to ensure everyone would emerge unscathed. Outside the fabled land, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau surveyed the 9,900 students who had returned, praising, "Well done, everyone. I have noticed a significant enhancement in your cultivation levels since entering the fabled land. This is a commendable achievement. You are all exemplary among your peers and are destined to become formidable warriors. I hope you will grow and contribute to the resurgence of humanity." The gathered students responded in unison, vowing that as they grew, they would never forget the nurturing of their nation and would dedicate their strength to the prosperity of Huaxia and the upliftment of humanity. Chapter 69. Summon Feng Chen for confrontation. This time, every participant in the fabled land experienced significant advancement, with an average increase of 3 levels in cultivation. Such progress would be unimaginable in the outside world. 20 days of effort equated to 1 or 2 years of training. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau gazed at the exuberant throng of over 9,000 students, nodding slightly before continuing, as the hour grows late. You may take a day to rest and explore Shun City before embarking on your return tomorrow. You are dismissed. The locale they had just entered, known as the 9-star Blessed Land, lay within the boundaries of Shun City. With nightfall upon them, returning home was no longer feasible, necessitating a night's respite in Shun City. Moreover, after 20 days of rigorous cultivation within the sacred grounds, the students yearned to unwind and indulge in some leisure activities. At that moment, a shout pierced the air, causing the students preparing to disperse to halt. A group of middle-aged men clad in black suits approached, carrying 5 lifeless bodies and placing them before the director of the Provincial Education Bureau. These men, dressed in somber attire, were none other than the director of Shun City's Education Bureau and several high-ranking members of prominent families. Deng Cheng, what is the meaning of this? The director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Chen Mo, inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he looked towards the director of Shun City, Deng Cheng. Deng Cheng is the director of Shun City's Education Bureau, he replied. Before we can disband, we must ensure that one murderer faces justice. Chen Mo. The students from An City, led by Feng Chen, brazenly murdered 4 of our students from Shun City in their quest for rare treasures. When our students confronted them, he killed another to assert his dominance, Deng Cheng explained, his voice filled with outrage. Such a heartless individual must be captured and dealt with severely. My anger remains unquenched. Is this true? Chen Mo exclaimed, taken aback, as he examined the 5 corpses brought forth by Deng Cheng. These were indeed the students from Shun City's #1 high school who had met their demise at the hands of Feng Chen, Xiao Yi, Zhou Xiang, and others, for had perished in a confrontation over the coveted purple spirit fruit, while another had attempted a sneak attack alongside his companions, only to fall victim to Feng Chen's lethal prowess. Do we have evidence? Chen Mo pressed, turning his gaze back to Deng Cheng. If what you say holds truth, then Feng Chen deserves the most severe punishment. We have both witnesses and tangible evidence. The proof is irrefutable, Deng Cheng asserted. Soon after, all students from Shun City's #1 high school who were present at the time were summoned to clarify the situation to Director Chun. Indeed, one of the students, Lu Wen, nodded and spoke. Director Chun, allow me to explain. On that day within the Blessed Land, my classmates and I discovered a cliff harboring a vine of purple spirit fruit, bearing over 20 fruits, one of which was of the 3rd grade. This vine was fiercely guarded by a pack of wolf demons, and after a fierce battle, we managed to slay them, albeit sustaining severe injuries ourselves. Just then, Feng Chen and 3 students from An City descended upon us, seeking to seize our hard-earned fruits. They threatened to annihilate us if we did not surrender the purple spirit fruits, Lu Wen narrated, his voice tinged with sorrow. Naturally, we refused to yield. These fruits were earned through our sacrifices. In a ruthless turn, Feng Chen and his companions resorted to violence against us. Outmatched and injured, 4 of my friends were killed, and only I and another managed to escape. Unbelievable. Chun Mo's eyes glinted with cold fury as he thundered, if what you say is accurate, then Feng Chen's actions are indeed unforgivable, and he must face the law. Moreover, the following day, when we sought to confront Feng Chen alongside other students from Shun City, he deceitfully ambushed us, resulting in the death of yet another of our classmates, proclaiming that he would not spare us if we dared to disturb him again. Lu Wen continued. Chun Mo regarded Lu Wen intently, asking, who can corroborate your claims? This matter is grave. It concerns the lives of 5 students and cannot be taken lightly based on a single account. Many of my classmates from Shun City's #1 high school can attest to this, Lu Wen replied. If Director Chen has doubts, apprehend Feng Chen and inquire about the identities of these 5 corpses. The truth will be revealed. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes, stating, bring forth Feng Chen and his companions from its city for direct confrontation. If the situation is as it appears, they shall face severe consequences. The state had invested considerable resources to allow these 1,000 students into the Blessed Land, only to find that they squandered their opportunity engaging in such heinous acts of violence and avarice. This was utterly intolerable. Chapter 70. Feng Chen, whom do you think you are? Do as you see fit. Murderous acts transpired within the Blessed Land, where students conspired against one another for treasures, resulting in the tragic loss of 5 lives. The students gathered around erupted into a cacophony of outrage upon hearing Lu Wen's account, astonished at the ruthlessness and despicable behavior exhibited by the students from An City, who had seized the opportunity to strike while others were weakened from their battles with the demon beasts. The elite of Shun City's prominent families approached the area where the students from An City were located, addressing Feng Chen, Ai Ling, and Feng Wu. Will you come peacefully, or shall we compel you? In the vicinity of the An City students, the director of An City's Education Bureau, Huang Anghua, glared at the members of Shun City's prominent families. Lu Wen's statements were clearly slanderous against Feng Chen and his companions. The truth had already been relayed to him by Ai Ling and Feng Wu. It was evident that Lu Wen and his group had conspired with Feng Chen's quartet against the wolf demons, and the ensuing conflict arose from their unwillingness to share the spoils. Furthermore, it was clear that Xiao Yi and the others had initiated the confrontation but had been bested in combat and now sought to invert the narrative, falsely accusing Feng Chen and his companions of murder and theft, a most shameless act. Here I stand. Let anyone dare to lay a hand on Feng Chen and his companions. Huang Anghua declared, his voice resolute. As he spoke, the formidable aura of a 6th-level warrior erupted around him, causing the members of the prominent families to stagger back. Do you wish to engage in combat? A senior member of the Qiao family challenged. The 5 slain individuals were from Shun City's martial arts lineage, with Qiao Yi being a direct descendant of one of the 3 major 6th-level martial arts families. If a conflict arose, they would not fear Huang Anghua's 6th-level prowess. Observing the unfolding drama, students from other cities began to gather, intrigued by the spectacle. Was the director of An City truly willing to confront the prominent families to shield the murderer Feng Chen? You lack the qualifications to act, Huang Anghua retorted coldly. My students from An City are innocent, and I will ensure that Director Chen is made aware of the truth. With that, Huang Anghua beckoned Feng Chen, Ai Ling, and Feng Wu to follow him, stating, come with me. We shall clarify the true circumstances. With my presence, none shall dare to harm you. Feng Chen and his companions nodded in agreement and followed Huang Anghua to stand before Director Chen Mo. Chen Mo fixed his sharp gaze upon Feng Chen, demanding, are these 5 corpses you're doing? Indeed, Feng Chen replied candidly, revealing no deceit. The truth was as stated. He had slain all 5. Upon hearing this, the students of Shun City's #1 high school erupted in derisive laughter, and Lu Wen turned to Chen Mo, saying, Director, there should be no doubt now. Feng Chen has admitted to the killings of Qiao Yi and Zhou Xiang. The members of several prominent families in Shun City gazed at Feng Chen with eyes brimming with murderous intent. They had invested immense resources to nurture the prodigy from their lineage, harboring high hopes for his future. Yet, Upon entering the fabled land, he was slain by Feng Chen. The senior members of the Qiao family turned to Director Chen, demanding, Director Chen, we implore you to provide us with an explanation. Our Qiao family's Qiao Yi, a paragon of talent, is the pillar of our future. We entrusted him to you, and now he has been murdered upon entering this realm. If the perpetrator is not brought to justice, our Qiao family will not rest until we see retribution. Our Zhou family shares the same sentiment. Echoed a senior member from the Zhou family. Zhou Xiang, with his extraordinary potential, was destined to achieve at least the rank of a 5th-level martial artist. To have his life cut short in this manner is unacceptable. If the murderer is not held accountable, our Zhou family will pursue this matter relentlessly. The upper echelons of the other martial arts families in Shun City joined in, asserting that unless Feng Chen was dealt with, they would not relent. Director Chen, however, paid no heed to their clamoring, instead focusing on Feng Chen, inquiring, why did you take their lives? Is it true, as they claim, that you killed for treasure? Chen was somewhat skeptical of Ru Wen's earlier assertions, which suggested that Feng Chen and his companions had committed murder for the sake of the purple spirit fruit. This notion seemed far-fetched. If the fruit was the target, they could have simply seized it without resorting to killing. The only plausible reason for such violence would be if Ru Wen and his group had provoked Feng Chen and his companions in an intolerable manner, leading to their demise. Feng Chen replied calmly, the events that transpired that day were not as Ru Wen has portrayed. When we four arrived at the cliff, Ru Wen and his 6 companions were engaged in a losing battle against the wolf demon guarding the purple spirit fruit. Qiao Yi asked us to assist in combating the wolf demon, promising that we would share the fruit equally afterward. He is lying. He is fabricating a story. Director Chen, do not believe him. Execute him immediately. Ru Wen interjected, his voice betraying a hint of anxiety. Chen's gaze turned icy as he admonished Ru Wen. Who granted you permission to interrupt him? Overwhelmed by Chen's chilling stare, Ru Wen instinctively took a step back, realizing he had overstepped, and fell silent. Proceed. Chen instructed Feng Chen. Having observed Ru Wen's evident unease, Chen's suspicions were piqued. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Feng Chen continued. After we joined forces to eliminate the wolf demon, Qiao Yi reneged on his promise to share the purple spirit fruit and instead surrounded us, taunting us and insulting AI Ling. When they attacked with lethal intent, I was compelled to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Chen's understanding deepened. It seemed that Qiao Yi and his group had initially sought Feng Chen's aid against the beast, only to later attempt to overpower him and his companions, ultimately meeting their demise at Feng Chen's hands. There was little sympathy to be had for such treachery. Betrayal warranted its consequences. Nevertheless, Feng Chen's swift execution of 4 lives was undeniably ruthless, especially for a high school student. He could have merely incapacitated them instead of resorting to murder. Yet, in the heat of battle, it was impossible to predict whether failure to act would have led to his own death. Ru Wen, is there any truth to his claims? Chen asked coldly. You would do well to refrain from deceit, for I can summon a martial arts master with powerful spiritual capabilities to hypnotize you. Under hypnosis, you will divulge the truth. If your account differs from Feng Chen's, I will ensure you face the consequences. Ru Wen, drenched in sweat, realized the gravity of the situation. A powerful martial artist could indeed extract the truth from them, and should he lie again and be exposed, his fate would be sealed. It is true. Ru Wen admitted reluctantly. The students and teachers present bore no sympathy for Ru Wen and his companions, instead expressing admiration for Feng Chen's actions, believing that eliminating such treacherous individuals was a service to society. Humph, the senior members of the martial arts families retorted. Even so, he should not have resorted to murder. A reprimand would have sufficed. Such actions are utterly excessive. Regardless, our Zhou family's prodigy is dead, and he must pay with his life. A youth so young, taking lives so ruthlessly, this cannot stand. Director Chen, we urge you to execute this individual immediately to uphold the law, proclaimed several martial arts families in unison. The surrounding teachers and students turned their attention to the Provincial Education Bureau director, curious about how he would address the situation. Although Ru Wen and his companions were indeed the instigators, the gravity of Feng Chen's actions, taking 5 lives, was undeniably severe. The justification for his actions could be argued, yet ultimately, he had committed murder during an officially sanctioned event. Moreover, the pressure from the prominent martial arts families in Shun City loomed large. Failing to punish Feng Chen could lead to untenable repercussions. However, punishing him would likely draw ire from the Anqing Education Bureau, which would not tolerate their students facing unjust treatment. As Director Chen grappled with his dilemma, Huang Angguo approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Chen's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. Had Huang Angguo shared this information earlier, he would have avoided this quandary altogether. With Feng Chen's significant backing, punishment seemed unwarranted. Qiao Yi and his companions had essentially courted death by provoking someone of such caliber. They deserved their fate. Reflecting on Huang Angguo's words, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was fortunate not to have resolved to punish Feng Chen, for such a decision could have jeopardized his position as the Provincial Education Bureau director. Huang Angguo had informed him, Feng Chen is a favored individual of the martial god. The matter is yours to decide. Chapter 71. My Qiao family is willing to dispatch a 6th-level martial artist to confront Feng Chen. Feng Chen is not at fault in this matter. It is entirely Qiao Yi and Zhou Xiang's own doing. They have no one to blame but themselves, Director Chen declared. Upon hearing this, the members of the prominent families glared furiously at Director Chen, astonished by his blatant favoritism towards Feng Chen. Huang Onghua nodded in approval. Director Chen's understanding of Feng Chen's background led him to forego any pursuit of responsibility. The students and teachers present were equally astonished by this outcome. Clearly, Feng Chen's background was no ordinary one. 5 lives lost, and yet the matter was dismissed so lightly. Observers noted that Director Chen's shift in attitude stemmed from Huang Onghua's whispered counsel. What kind of influence did Feng Chen possess that even the Provincial Education Bureau director would hesitate to confront him, preferring to incur the wrath of several powerful families instead? The members of these families voiced their outrage, questioning, Director Chen, is this treatment not an egregious oppression of our esteemed families? The lives of 5 of our prodigies warrant no explanation? You would simply release the murderer? An explanation? What do you seek as an explanation? Chun Mo coldly declared, you? The members of the prominent families are treacherous and ungrateful. Your demise is entirely deserved. This matter ends here. Do not bring it up again. Dissolved. The expressions of the high-ranking members of the families darkened, as it was evident that Chun Mo was resolute in his decision to protect this young man. Consequently, they could no longer resort to conventional means to deal with him. However, refraining from formal retribution did not imply that they would let him go unpunished. To dare slay the pride of their families, Feng Chen must perish. Let us depart. One of the leaders of the families remarked. The mountain does not move, but the water flows. Director Chen, I hope you will continue to safeguard him. After expressing their sentiments, the high-ranking members turned and left. Humph. I advise you not to engage in any underhanded schemes, or it will only be you who suffers. Chun Mo warned. The matter regarding Feng Chen's connection to the martial deity must remain undisclosed. He could only subtly hint at it. Should the prominent families prove to be unwise and seek vengeance upon Feng Chen, they would be courting their own demise. Once the crowd dispersed, Chun Mo turned to Feng Chen, admiringly stating, a remarkable young man indeed, to have garnered the attention of that esteemed figure. Strive diligently, and you shall undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle in the future. Thank you, Director Chen. I will, Feng Chen replied gratefully. Although Chun Mo's leniency stemmed from his association with the martial deity, he had indeed aided Feng Chen, alleviating him of considerable trouble, which warranted his gratitude. There's no need for such formality. Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Chun Mo offered. This was an overture to cultivate a favorable relationship with Feng Chen. After all, someone favored by the martial deity was worth nurturing connections with in advance. Understood. Feng Chen responded, appreciating Chun Mo's position as the Provincial Education Bureau director, which endowed him with considerable authority. He would undoubtedly find himself in need of assistance in the future, and it was wise not to appear overly humble. Moreover, in this context, failing to show Chun Mo due respect would be ill-advised. Though the prominent families have retreated for now, I suspect they will not rest easily. They will likely scheme against you in the shadows. Exercise caution on your journey back to An City, Chun Mo advised. Indeed, Huang Onghua interjected. These individuals will certainly not allow Feng Chen to return to An City without incident. However, there is no need for concern. I have already summoned troops from the nearby military district led by Hong Yu to ensure our protection and guarantee Feng Chen's safe return to An City. With military protection in place, Chun Mo nodded in approval. Feng Chen also acknowledged this, surprised by Huang Onghua's thorough consideration in arranging for military support. He had initially worried that the prominent martial families would covertly target him on his return to An City, which could have posed significant complications, especially considering the formidable martial families he had offended in Shun City, with the Qiao family being a 6th-tier martial family boasting several 6th-tier martial artists. The rest were all 5th-tier martial families, comparable to the Yuan family. Should they deploy their experts against him simultaneously, even Huang Onghua alone would struggle to manage the situation. Now, with military forces arriving, the threat was mitigated. No matter how powerful the martial families were, they would have to kneel before an army. Feng Chen, along with the 290 students from An City, settled in Shun City, preparing to return the following day. That evening, the high-ranking members of several martial families gathered at the Qiao residence to strategize against Feng Chen. The audacity to slay their family's pride would not go unpunished. A senior member of the Zhou family stated, our Zhou family is prepared to dispatch 1 5th-tier martial artist and 10 4th-tier martial artists to ambush that young man on his journey back to An City tomorrow. Other martial families echoed their sentiments. Our 3 families will also contribute 1 5th-tier martial artist and 10 4th-tier martial artists to eliminate that little brat. Witnessing the unified resolve of the 4 major families, the most powerful Qiao family chimed in. In that case, the Qiao family will send forth 1 6th-tier martial artist, 6 5th-tier martial artists, and 10 4th-tier martial artists to ensure the success of this ambush. The other martial families nodded in agreement. To successfully ambush Feng Chen, It was essential to have a 6th-tier martial artist, as Huang Anghua, who was a 6th-tier martial artist, would be accompanying Feng Chen. As long as someone could restrain Huang Anghua, the remaining assailants would find it easy to dispatch a mere 2nd-tier martial artist like Feng Chen. Only the Qiao family possessed a 6th-tier martial artist. Thus, it fell upon them to take action. The 5 major families continued to deliberate on the specifics, ultimately deciding that the Qiao family would lead the ambush the next day, with the other 4 families providing support. Collectively, the 5 families would deploy 1 6th-tier martial artist, 10 5th-tier martial artists, and 54th-tier martial artists, ensuring Feng Chen's demise awaited him at dawn. That night, Feng Chen and his companions enjoyed a final excursion in Shun City, sampling the local delicacies before returning to their hotel for rest. Preparing for the journey back to Wen City the next day. In his hotel room, Feng Chen entered the system space to commence his training. Within the system space, Feng Chen primarily focused on the Thunder Technique, Blood God Indestructible Body, Demon Ape Visualization, Soul Piercing Stab, and Lightning Summoning Spell. The Thunder Technique aimed to enhance his cultivation, while the Blood God Indestructible Body fortified his physical defenses. The Demon Ape Visualization concentrated on his spirit, laying a foundation for future advancement to a 9th-tier martial artist. The Soul Piercing Stab and Lightning Summoning Spell represented his trump cards, growing in potency with deeper cultivation. Each of these 5 techniques demanded equal attention. Every day, he dedicated 24 hours to his training. He spent 9 hours on both the Thunder Technique and Blood God Indestructible Body, 3 hours on Demon Ape Visualization, which was his current limit, as exceeding 3 hours would result in excruciating headaches, and allocated 1 hour to Soul Piercing Stab and 2 hours to Lightning Summoning Spell. His daily schedule was meticulously packed. Due to the exceptionally high difficulty of cultivating 9th-tier techniques, compounded by his status as a 5-star super martial artist, the energy required for advancement was immense. Even with his top-tier talent and the system space as an advantage, reaching the 2nd tier would necessitate 4 days of training, equating to 160 days, or half a year, within the system space. Now, on the 3rd day, he estimated that by returning to Wen City tomorrow and training for 1 more day, he would achieve a breakthrough. The next day, early in the morning, Feng Chen and his group boarded 6 large buses bound for Wen City. With over 290 individuals, these buses, arranged by the Wen City Education Bureau, were filled to capacity. The distance from Shun City to Wen City was short, and they would arrive within the morning hours. Huang Anghua informed Feng Chen. Hong Yu has already brought a 200-strong contingent of high-level martial artist soldiers and is en route. We should meet up with them shortly. Very well. Feng Chen nodded, relieved that the troops were on their way. However, he felt that the prominent family's experts were likely lying in wait along the route. Do not worry. Huang Anghua reassured him. If they choose to make a move, I shall ensure they return with nothing but their own demise. Feng Chen nodded in agreement, having complete faith in Huang Anghua's words. As a 6th-tier martial artist himself, along with Hong Yu and the 200 high-level martial artist soldiers, any assault from the prominent families would lead them to certain doom. As the 6 buses continued their journey back to Wen City, they entered a more secluded stretch of road. Suddenly, a dozen off-road vehicles surged forward, positioning themselves in a horizontal line to block the road, effectively sealing off the path ahead. A convoy of over a dozen off-road vehicles came to a rapid halt as more than 60 individuals disembarked, swiftly intercepting 6 large buses bound for Anqing. These 60-odd individuals were elite members dispatched by several prominent families from Shunshi, all clad in black attire and donning masks. Their singular objective was the assassination of Feng Chen. Although the masks were somewhat superfluous, given that it would be easy for others to deduce the involvement of the prominent families, their facade was necessary. As long as they targeted only Feng Chen without harming any other students, even if suspicions arose regarding the family's involvement, the lack of concrete evidence would allow them to navigate the aftermath with ease, thanks to their connections. Openly attacking in full view of so many students would be tantamount to defying the authorities, leading to a plethora of complications. As the passengers exited the buses, they found themselves surrounded. You have no choice but to step down, otherwise, death awaits, declared the leader of the Qiao family, a 6th-tier martial artist. His intention was to locate Feng Chen rather than to slaughter everyone aboard. A massacre of 300 students would undoubtedly provoke a swift and fierce response from the government, as these students represented the nation's future. While it was permissible for the families to target Feng Chen, indiscriminately killing so many students would be a foolhardy endeavor. Among the 6 buses, students began to disembark, and Feng Chen, alongside Huang Anghua, emerged from the 4th vehicle. Upon spotting the masked figures ahead, Huang Anghua's expression turned icy, realizing that the prominent families had indeed taken action. When the members of these families caught sight of Feng Chen stepping out, a murderous intent flickered in their eyes. The 6th-tier martial artist from the Qiao family pointed at Feng Chen and commanded, "You, come here." Feng Chen retorted, "Who do you think you are to command me?" Instantly, an awkward tension enveloped the scene. The anticipated atmosphere of intimidation dissipated as Feng Chen's boldness caught them off guard. He recognized their identities, but knew that the army of Hong Yue had yet to arrive. He intended to buy time until their forces arrived, marking the end for his adversaries. Such a sharp-tongued fellow. Today, let us see who can save you. The Qiao family's 6th-tier martial artist responded coldly. Those who wish to live, step aside. Today, we kill only him. In an instant, the 60-odd members of the prominent families advanced menacingly. Witnessing this, Huang stepped forward with a cold snort, positioning himself protectively before Feng Chen. It has been a while since I've had a good workout. Today, I shall relieve you of your burdens. The 6th-tier martial artist from the Qiao family declared, I will hold him back. You go and kill that brat. Clutching his sword, the Qiao martial artist unleashed a 5th-tier martial technique, charging at Huang. This technique, known as the swift wind movement, had been honed by him over many years, now reaching a peak level of mastery. As he approached Huang, a terrifying aura erupted from him, his sword radiating a lethal energy. This was a 5th-tier martial technique, the 6 Meridians Sword Slash. With a cultivation level of 6th tier 5th stage, he had previously triumphed over an opponent of a higher tier with this very strike. Feng Chen, stay behind me. Everyone else, keep your distance, Huang instructed. As the head of the Anqing Education Bureau and one of its 3 titans, Huang had reached the 6th tier 9th stage, 4 stages above the Qiao martial artist. As long as Feng Chen remained close, he would be safe. Huang unleashed his full aura, activating the 7th tier technique Sun and Moon formula. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from his dantian, gathering around his formidable blade. Where a radiant sun and moon materialized, he unleashed a 6th tier martial technique directly against the Qiao martial artist's 2nd tier 6 Meridians Sword Slash. Empowered by the might of the sun and moon, and given Huang superior cultivation, this terrifying slash shattered the Qiao martial artist's energy. The Qiao martial artist was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground and spewing blood. 6th tier 9th stage. The remaining members of the prominent families gasped in shock. It seems we are doomed. This individual has reached the 6th tier 9th stage. Elder Qiao is no match for him. We must work together to restrain him while the rest of you take out that brat, suggested an elder from the Zhou family, a 5th tier martial artist. The 5th tier warriors nodded in agreement. The Zhou elder, unarmed, charged at Huang, flames igniting around his fists, indicating a formidable 5th tier martial technique. Huang merely scoffed, his 6th tier 9th stage aura erupting, enveloping him in a divine presence. In an astonishing display of speed, he appeared before the Zhou elder in an instant. With a mighty slash of his blade, he cleaved the Zhou elder in 2, leaving a gaping wound that exposed his innards, and the elder collapsed lifelessly to the ground. To think you could hold me back with your meager 5th tier warriors. Huang sneered. The idea that 10 5th tier warriors could restrain him was laughable. He had anticipated some 6th tier martial artists would be sent, yet here, he faced only one. The surrounding members of the prominent families were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. The 5th tier 9th stage elder from the Zhou family had been felled in a single blow. Could they possibly withstand Huang's might? Take out that brat first. The Qiao 6th tier martial artist shouted as he charged forward again. I will hold him off for you. The higher-ups of the prominent families nodded and surged toward Feng Chen, intent on ending him. You seek death, Huang retorted coldly, raising his blade and delivering a fearsome strike that sent one of the attackers crashing to the ground, sliding several meters before succumbing to his injuries. At that moment, a dozen 4th tier experts from the prominent families had converged on Feng Chen, prepared to execute their lethal intentions. Yet, Feng Chen maintained an expression devoid of fear, unhurriedly retrieving a 5th tier energy rifle from his system space. With his physical defenses now comparable to a 4th tier warrior, he was equipped to wield the 5th tier energy rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Feng Chen unleashed a merciless barrage upon the encroaching 4th tier warriors. The 5th tier energy rifle, capable of effortlessly dispatching 5th tier beasts, wielded a power far beyond what these 4th tier warriors could withstand. The energy projectiles whizzed through the air like cannon fire, sending members of the surrounding families hurtling backward, collapsing in heaps. The energy bullets tore through the bodies of over a dozen individuals, leaving gaping wounds the size of bowls. None survived the onslaught. Perhaps in other circumstances, they might have evaded such a devastating attack, but in such close quarters, surrounded as they were, they had no chance of retreating when Feng Chen opened fire with his rifle. As the last of the attackers fell into a pool of blood, the remaining members of the prominent families were left in shock, murmuring, a 5th tier energy rifle. We have one too, but we rarely use it, after all. It is prohibitively expensive. Each bullet costs tens of thousands. Moreover, the lethality is excessively high, posing a significant risk of collateral damage to others. It is astonishing that Feng Chen possesses such a weapon, and what astounds them even more is that this energy gun is of the 5th level. The ability to wield a 5th level energy gun implies that Feng Chen's physical defense has reached the caliber of a 4th level warrior. Remarkably, he is only at the 2nd level. How could his physical defense be so formidable? Yet, Feng Chen does not afford them the luxury of contemplation. With a fierce expression, he brandishes the 5th level assault rifle and indiscriminately opens fire on the elite members of the prominent families surrounding him, exclaiming with exhilaration, "You insignificant pests." Did you not intend to ambush me? Experience the might of your grandfather's assault rifle. The experts from the various families are taken aback and hastily retreat, exclaiming, quickly, retreat. Retreat. However, despite their rapid withdrawal, over 20 individuals are unable to escape the range of the energy gun and are left incapacitated on the ground. As they retreat to a safe distance, the expressions of the members of the prominent families grow grim. They had not anticipated such a turn of events during their ambush today, yet the situation is about to deteriorate even further. At this moment, from the distance, 10 military vehicles approach along the road, halting directly behind the off-road vehicles that block the way. From the first military vehicle, Hong Yu, the commander of the Anqing military district, emerges, followed closely by 10 fifth-level platoon leaders. From the 9 military vehicles that follow, 200 armed soldiers, all at the 4th level, surge forth and swiftly envelop the remaining members of the prominent families. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the students of Anqing erupt with excitement, realizing that a powerful figure backing Feng Chen has mobilized the military. Gazing at the encircling soldiers, the elite members of the prominent families stand dumbfounded. It seems they are facing inevitable doom today. Chapter 74. The martial arts master takes action. Hong Yu approaches Feng Chen and Huang Anghua, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine." Huang Anghua replies coolly, "It is they who have a problem. Feng Chen has certainly surprised me greatly." Surprised? Hong Yu glances at Feng Chen with curiosity, and upon noticing the energy gun in Feng Chen's grasp and the bodies of the elite members of the prominent family strewn on the ground, he quickly comprehends Huang Anghua's words. The 5th-level energy gun, Feng Chen is indeed capable of wielding such a weapon, indicating that his physical defense has reached the 4th level. Goodness! With a cultivation level of merely the 2nd tier, his physical defense rivals that of a 4th-level warrior. This is truly a terrifying talent. Feng Chen steps forward, addressing the remaining experts from the prominent families. "Are you surprised? Are you taken aback, gentlemen?" You, a 6th-level warrior from the Qiao family, stammers, unable to articulate his shock. They had not anticipated that despite dispatching so many experts today, they would still meet with such a fate. "Capturing you should allow us to trace back and hold your families accountable," Feng Chen remarks nonchalantly. "Your families conspired to ambush 300 students in Anqing. I wonder if you can bear the weight of that accusation. Break through. Let as many escape as possible." The Qiao family's 6th-level warrior commands. "We cannot allow them to take any living captives." In an instant, the remaining elite members of the prominent families unleash their auras and charge outward in an attempt to flee. They would rather perish than allow the Anqing military to capture them alive, as long as there are no living captives. Feng Chen and his companions cannot leverage this against their families. If they were to be taken alive, it would likely spell considerable trouble for their families. Despite their initial aim to eliminate only Feng Chen, however, others would not see it that way. If Feng Chen were to accuse them of ambushing 300 students, their families would find themselves in a precarious position. After all, the act of ambushing one individual is vastly different from targeting 300. The latter would breach the government's bottom line. Should the government fail to impose severe penalties on the perpetrators, public opinion would not stand for it. "Fire!" Hong Yu commands. Instantaneously, the 204th-level military soldiers surrounding the prominent families draw their energy guns and commence a frenzied barrage. The terrifying energy projectiles slice through the air, raining down upon the elite members of the families. Before long, all the elite members of the prominent families lie dead, sprawled in pools of blood, with not a single survivor. "Humph," Hong Yu scoffs, "they brought this upon themselves." The students of Anqing are left reflecting on the events, acknowledging Feng Chen's formidable influence in summoning such assistance, along with his inherent strength. Feng Chen's combat prowess now likely rivals that of a 4th-level warrior, placing him among the elite within the ranks of the tens of thousands of students preparing for the upcoming examination in Anqing. In the contest for the title of top student in the southeastern province, Feng Chen stands a fighting chance. After sending personnel to conduct a thorough inspection and confirming that there are no survivors among the prominent families, Hong Yu announces the continuation of their journey back to Anqing. He had no intention of leaving any survivors to later confront the families with their grievances. In matters involving familial legacies and governmental authority, one must exercise caution. The prominent families have already suffered significant losses, with over 60 of their elite members gone. To provoke them further might yield counterproductive results. In this world, the government does not hold absolute power. In the era of high martial arts, authority is not solely vested in national governments. Numerous martial arts families and inherited forces also wield considerable influence. Some powerful martial families possess unparalleled warriors, and the government must show them a modicum of respect. The martial arts master takes action. Governments from various nations manage the earth to a certain extent, yet formidable martial families and inherited powers also possess substantial clout. Balance must not be disrupted. Upon returning to Anqing, the school grants a day of respite to the 300 students who entered the blessed land, allowing them to rest. With only 15 days remaining until the martial arts examination, they have entered the final sprint phase. Feng Chen returns home and indulges in a well-deserved slumber. He has not had the chance to rest properly lately, having been either training or battling. Although martial artists do not require prolonged periods of rest, as they can recuperate energy and vitality through cultivation, a brief respite is beneficial for alleviating mental strain. As Feng Chen drifts into sleep, in the southeastern province, Tianyang City, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, Zhang Kuan, wears an exceedingly cold expression as he gathers all the students who had ventured into the third-level blessed land to investigate a matter of grave concern. Alongside him are several high-ranking martial arts figures from Tianyang City, all assembled together. Their families' prodigies, who had entered the third-level blessed land, have all met with untimely demise within its confines. These martial families are not weak. All possess strengths above the 5th level, and their nurtured prodigies are at least at the 3rd level, enrolled in Class A of Tianyang No. 1 High School. Logically, with the prodigy's cultivation at the 3rd level, they should not have perished upon entering the 3rd-level blessed land. How could it be that over a dozen have suddenly died? Now, a coalition of numerous martial families in the Tianyang City Education Bureau seeks to uncover the cause of these deaths. If it were merely a matter of natural causes, that would be one thing. However, should it be revealed that they were covertly harmed by other students within the blessed land, they would undoubtedly pursue the perpetrators without mercy. Moreover, this time, Zhang Kuan's nephew, Lu Feng, also perished in the blessed land, igniting Zhang Kuan's fury. He is determined to unearth the culprit. By summoning all students who entered the blessed land in Tianyang City for a unified investigation, they swiftly uncover a lead. The deceased students had ventured into a certain ruin within the blessed land, with only 2 emerging alive. The rest had all succumbed. The 2 who survived are none other than Qin Yu and Pan, who are subsequently taken away by the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau and members of several prominent families. Inside a sealed interrogation room, Zhang Kuan cast a penetrating gaze upon Qin Yu and Pan, his voice heavy with gravity as he inquired, "What did you encounter within the ruins? Why is it that only the 2 of you emerged alive?" "My nephew Lu Feng, along with Su Lei and a dozen other prodigies from Shun City No. 1 High School, met their demise." Zhang Kuan harbored profound suspicions regarding this matter. If they had encountered an insurmountable danger within the ruins, why were the seemingly weaker Qin Yu and Pei and the sole survivors, while the others perished? Lu Feng and Su Lei, among others, possessed cultivation levels superior to those of Qin Yu and Pei, a fact that raised significant doubts. We were not clear on the specifics. After entering the ruins, we separated and soon faced numerous attacks from stone puppets. Overwhelmed, we retreated, Qin Yu responded. She could only weave a lie, for revealing the truth about Feng Chen was out of the question. Is that so? Zhang Kuan's eyes gleamed with a razor-sharp intensity as he scrutinized Qin Yu, a subtle yet oppressive aura emanating from him, casting a heavy pall over the interrogation room. Qin Yu's expression faltered. She began to feel the weight of anxiety. After all, she was merely a high school student, and it was challenging not to reveal her hand in such circumstances. Yes, Qin Yu gritted her teeth, obstinately refusing to concede. Zhang Kuan's brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "Your silence will not shield you. We will summon a martial arts master to hypnotize you, and you will eventually divulge the truth." "What?" Qin Yu gasped in shock, while Pei Yan's expression turned frantic. The martial arts master, a being surpassing the 9th level, had already manifested a primordial spirit. With the power of the soul, he could easily hypnotize them, and at that point, the truth regarding Feng Chen would surely come to light. Chapter 75. Li family, are you prepared? Though they were alarmed, the 2 had no recourse. Before the director of the city's education bureau, they were powerless to resist and could only submit to the impending hypnosis. Alas, they could only blame the uproar brought about by this incident involving Feng Chen, which had resulted in the deaths of so many students, including a dozen Tier 3 prodigies from Class A, an event of no small consequence. Students capable of advancing to Tier 3 before the college entrance examination were the very cream of the crop across the 10 cities of the southeastern province. It was worth noting that the first prodigy from Shun City No. 1 High School, Qiyun, had only reached Tier 3 himself. The significance of these dozen Tier 3 prodigies was immense. They were the hopes of numerous martial arts families that had invested tremendous resources from a young age in their cultivation. The loss of their lives was nothing short of catastrophic. The major families were driven to fury, particularly the Su family, of which Su Lei was a member, a 7th-tier martial arts family. Su Lei possessed a mid-grade Earth-level talent and was expected to break through to the 9th level and attain the status of a martial arts master. His untimely death could not go unavenged. Hypnotizing an individual was no trivial task, as only those of 9th level or above, possessing master-level prowess, could perform such an act. Engaging a master required a substantial price. Yet, the major martial arts families had resolved to spare no expense in uncovering the truth. The head of the Su family, Su Jian, entered the interrogation room accompanied by an elderly man whose restrained aura evoked an unfathomable depth. Indeed, he was a martial arts master. "Master Wang, I appreciate your assistance," Su Jian said courteously. "Yes, you may leave for now. I shall provide you with answers in half an hour," the elder replied. Su Jian nodded. exiting the interrogation room with Zhang Kuan and the others, leaving Master Wang alone with Qin Yu and Pan. The two young women felt an intense pressure in the presence of a martial arts master transcending the 9th level. Relax, everything will be fine shortly. Master Wang's voice seemed imbued with an enchanting power, and a potent force of the soul enveloped Qin Yu and Pan, causing them to slump onto the table as if in slumber. Half an hour later, Master Wang emerged from the interrogation room, his demeanor somewhat weary. The act of hypnotizing had taken a toll on his soul. Nevertheless, he had successfully discerned the truth of the matter. Well, Master Wang, Su Jian and the others awaited anxiously at the door. It has been revealed that your kin did not perish under normal circumstances within the ruins. Rather, they were killed by a student, Master Wang disclosed. Killed by a student. At this revelation, Su Jian and the senior members of the other prominent families grew visibly cold. Indeed, their talented descendants had fallen victim to foul play. Do the two individuals inside have any connection to this? If they do, they should not be allowed to live. Su Jian's voice turned icy as he regarded Qin Yu and Pan. The one who has slain a member of the Su family, extinguishing our hope, must not be spared. There is a connection, albeit a tenuous one. Allow me to explain the sequence of events, Master Wang began. He then recounted the details obtained through hypnosis from Qin Yu and Pan, from their invitation to Su Lei and the others to enter the ruins, to the ensuing confrontation with Feng Chen, culminating in the tragic slaughter of all present. He left no detail unspoken. Upon hearing Master Wang's account, the senior members of the prominent families erupted in outrage. Their prodigies had been ruthlessly gunned down by a mere youth wielding an assault rifle. To murder so many at such a tender age was a testament to a heart devoid of mercy. If they did not retaliate, there would be no justification for their continued existence. The most incensed among them was Zhang Kuan, the Education Bureau Director. His nephew Lu Feng had been subjected to torment before his demise, with Feng Chen piercing his legs with a long gun and destroying his dantian before delivering the fatal blow. If he did not avenge Lu Feng, he would be failing his sister, the boy's mother. What shall we do? Director Zhang, the decision lies with you. The head of the 7th-tier Su family, Su Jian, prompted. Su Lei's brutal murder at the hands of Feng Chen could not be allowed to go unpunished. Kill. Zhang Kuan uttered a single, resolute word. This declaration encapsulated his unwavering resolve. There was no need for Feng Chen to live after extinguishing the lives of so many students. Should we employ official means? Or should we take matters into our own hands? Someone inquired. Utilizing official channels would be time-consuming and complex, and given this young man's promising talent, Zhang Kuan feared unforeseen complications. You should take direct action to eliminate him. I will handle the aftermath, he instructed. Understood, Su Jian replied. This boy possesses an energy gun, making him difficult to confront. I will personally go to City and eliminate him. Agreed, Zhang Kuan and the other senior members nodded, with Su Jian on the case. The boy was as good as dead. Su Jian, head of the Su family and a 7th-tier high-level warrior, was more than capable of dealing with a mere high school student. Meanwhile, in City, Feng Chen awoke and entered the system space to begin his cultivation. According to his previous plan, within the system space, a full day consisted of 24 hours. He devoted 9 hours each to the Thunderbolt technique and Blood God Immortal Body, 3 hours to the Demon Ape visualization, with the remaining 3 hours split between 1 hour for soul-piercing stab and 2 hours for Thunder God incantation. After one session of training in the system space today, he planned to enter once more the following day, thereby advancing his cultivation. By the next evening, Feng Chen emerged from the system space, having successfully elevated his cultivation to Tier 2, Segment 7. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Feng Chen. Cultivation, Tier 2. Segment 7, 5-star Super Warrior. Spiritual Soul, 2,800, Level 3, Stage 8. Vitality, 27,000, Level 3, Stage 7. Speed, 270 milliseconds, Level 3, Stage 7. Strength, 27T, Level 3, Stage 7. Physical Resilience, Level 4, Stage 7. Number of entries into system space, 0. The Spiritual Soul is comparable to Level 3, Stage 8. While the physical resilience matches that of Level 4, Stage 7, other physical attributes are akin to Level 3, Stage 7. Now, with 4 sets of 4th-tier martial techniques, along with the Thunder Extreme Body and the Soul Attack Secret Technique Soul Piercing and the Ancient Divine Art Thunder Summoning Spell, Feng Chen stands ready to confront even a Level 5 warrior. It is time to resolve some grievances. Li family, are you prepared? As a 4th-tier martial arts family, the strongest they can muster is merely a Level 4 warrior, who is no match for him. Furthermore, within his system space, he possesses a submachine gun for plunder and a sniper rifle for divine slaughter. This time, the Li family shall not escape. Prior to entering the blessed land, they had dispatched assassins to deal with him. Now, it is time for him to retaliate. Chapter 76. When heaven calls, no answer. When earth calls, no response. Feng Chen took out his phone and called Mayor Ling Tian. This visit to the Li family would likely involve the shedding of much blood, so it was prudent to give Ling Tian a heads up to avoid any subsequent troubles. After all, Public safety in a city falls under the government's purview, and engaging in such acts of extermination against a family necessitates prior notice to the authorities. Upon connecting, Feng Chen spoke. Uncle Ling, this is Feng Chen. I might need to trouble you with something. What is it? Speak freely, came the enthusiastic reply from the other end, as Ling Tian recognized Feng Chen's voice. Naturally, Ling Tian was eager for Feng Chen to ask for his assistance, as it would create a debt of gratitude. The Li family has repeatedly opposed me, and before I entered the blessed land, they even sent assassins to kill me. Tonight, I intend to settle our score. There may be numerous casualties among the Li family, and I would appreciate your handling of the aftermath, Feng Chen stated. That's a trivial matter. They're merely a fourth-tier martial arts family. You can proceed without worry. I assure you, no one will disturb you, Ling Tian responded. Would you like me to send someone to assist you? No need. I can manage on my own, Feng Chen replied, exchanging a few pleasantries with Ling Tian before hanging up. Gripping his long gun, he departed from his home, heading towards the Li family estate. On this dark, windy night, the conditions were ripe for murder. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of an city, Ling Tian, having just ended the call, couldn't help but reflect. The talent of the heavenly grade is indeed formidable. Within mere months, it has grown to the point of being able to confront a fourth-tier martial arts family alone. At this rate, it won't be long before Feng Chen surpasses him and breaks through to become a level 6 warrior. Such a pace of growth is truly enviable. Ling Tian summoned a subordinate and relayed some instructions. As Feng Chen's intent to eliminate a family necessitated some arrangements to ensure that no one would disrupt him within a city. Tonight, the Li family would surely find themselves in a predicament where heaven offers no response, and the earth provides no solace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Li family's villa complex, several security guards intercepted Feng Chen, inquiring, "This is a private villa area. You cannot proceed any further." The guards were mere ordinary individuals, not martial artists. Feng Chen unleashed a bolt of lightning from his fingertip, instantly incapacitating one of the guards, and then stepped into the Li family's villa complex. The remaining guards, witnessing the display of power, dared not obstruct him further, clearly understanding that he was a formidable martial artist beyond their capacity to confront. The remaining guards activated the alarm system, and instantly, the sirens blared throughout the Li family villa area. From the depths of the villa, powerful warriors began to emerge. Feng Chen had only advanced a few dozen meters when the elite fighters of the Li family appeared, surrounding him from all sides. Dozens of Li family experts, their levels varying but all above level 2, rushed forward, encircling Feng Chen. The strongest among them reached level 3, stage 9, led by 2 elder members of the Li family at the same level. Feng Chen, how dare you intrude upon the Li family at night? You seek death. One of the level 3, stage 9 elders barked. The Li family had been living in the shadow of Feng Chen's prowess for some time now. His talent was too overwhelming, and his rise too rapid. At his current pace, it wouldn't be long before he could wipe out the Li family. Having spent a fortune hiring assassins to eliminate Feng Chen, only to fail, they were now at a loss for how to deal with him. Little did they expect that Feng Chen would deliver himself to their doorstep, an unexpected boon. Feng Chen, I will concede that you possess some talent. But had you been more discreet and focused on your growth, perhaps one day the Li family would meet its demise at your hands. However, your arrogance today guarantees that you will perish at our hands. The elder's voice was cold as he charged at Feng Chen, wielding a large blade. The surrounding Li family warriors formed a tight encirclement, trapping Feng Chen. Today, we shall see who meets their end. Feng Chen scoffed. Still audacious even at death's door? Behold my blade. The elder's martial technique erupted, a third-tier movement technique enabling him to strike with blinding speed. His blade gleaming as it cut through the air towards Feng Chen. Feng Chen sneered, activating the 9th-tier technique, Thunderbolt technique, and a torrent of lightning surged from his dantian, coalescing around his long spear. As he unleashed the spear, it collided with the elder's blade, sending it crashing back. With a flick of his wrist, the spear, like a serpent's tail, whipped out and struck the elder, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, electric arcs dancing around him, causing his body to convulse. Elder Lien. The surrounding Li family warriors gasped in astonishment. The level 3, stage 9 elder was repelled in a single exchange. What manner of monster is this youth? He is merely at level 2, stage 7. How can he be so powerful? Another level 3, stage 9 elder, Li Ping, gripped a long sword and lunged at Feng Chen, his blade surrounded by faint gusts of wind, indicative of a formidable third-tier sword technique. With a cold snort, Feng Chen's aura erupted, arcs of lightning crackling around him as if the god of thunder had descended. He employed the 4th-tier movement technique, Spirit Serpent technique, unleashing an incomprehensible speed that allowed him to appear before Li Ping in an instant. With a sweeping strike of his spear, their weapons clashed, forcing Li Ping to stagger backward. The impact split his palms, causing blood to flow. This youth possesses remarkable strength. Gritting his teeth, Li Ping pressed forward, engaging Feng Chen in fierce combat. Meanwhile, more Li family warriors continued to emerge from various corners of the villa complex, surrounding Feng Chen. Feng Chen unleashed the 4th-tier fist technique, Thunderbolt Fist, delivering a powerful punch towards Li Ping. The terrifying power of lightning surged along Feng Chen's arm, crashing into Li Ping. The devastating force of the lightning wreaked havoc, causing Li Ping to convulse before collapsing to the ground. Fourth-tier martial technique. The surrounding Li family warriors were utterly shocked. This youth had mastered a fourth-tier martial technique. No wonder he dared to storm the Li family alone. It seemed only the family's few level 4 experts could hope to defeat him. Everyone retreat. This youth wields a fourth-tier martial technique. We are not his match. Summon the family's level 4 warriors to confront him. An elder of the Li family commanded. Instantly, the Li family warriors withdrew rapidly, creating distance from Feng Chen. Yet they still formed an encirclement to prevent his escape. As soon as the 4-level warriors of the Li family arrive, it will be the death knell for Feng Chen. The path to heaven is open, yet you choose not to tread it. There are no gates to hell, yet you willingly throw yourself in. Today, I shall fulfill your fate. Humph, it matters not who comes. Today, none from the Li family shall survive. Feng Chen sneered, standing resolutely in place, awaiting the arrival of all the Li family's experts, ready to ensnare them all at once. What audacity! I shall see how you intend to annihilate my Li family. In an instant, a resounding roar echoed, signaling the arrival of the Li family's patriarch, their strongest 4-level warrior. Chapter 77. You leave me no choice. The 3 most formidable members of the Li family, the patriarch, Li Hai's grandfather, and the elder, rushed toward Feng Chen. All 3 were 4-level warriors, with the patriarch boasting a formidable cultivation of 4 level 7 segments. Young man, you choose not to follow the path to heaven. And now you shall not blame my Li family for your demise, the patriarch of the Li family declared coldly. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Can you be so sure of your triumph over me? Feng Chen retorted with a cold smile. With merely a cultivation of 2 level 7 segments. Despite some capacity for challenging those above your level, do you truly believe you can defeat a 4-level warrior? Today, you shall come to understand that the chasm between you and 4-level warriors is insurmountable. Li Hai's grandfather growled, charging toward Feng Chen. With claws formed by his hands, dark red spiritual energy coiling around him, he unleashed a 3rd-tier martial skill, the Blood Eagle Claw. At that very moment, Feng Chen also sprang into action. Employing the spirit snake movement, his blood surged, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The perfected thunder spear erupted, with lightning dancing around its tip. As if the air itself roared with the sound of thunder, he aimed a sweeping strike at Li Hai's grandfather's claw. A crescent-shaped spear beam cleaved through the air, the atmosphere parting as if slashed by an A-grade alloy spear capable of penetrating the defenses of 9th-level magical beasts, landing a devastating blow on Li Hai's grandfather's claw. Crack! Flesh and blood flew as one of Li Hai's grandfather's claws was instantly severed by the spear's sharp tip, the overwhelming force sending him sprawling several meters backward. The onlooking Li family experts gazed in disbelief at Feng Chen, who stood with his spear, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a god of thunder. Fear and shock. Even a 4-level warrior was no match for Feng Chen's single strike. You little wretch, I shall kill you, Li Hai's grandfather bellowed, his voice brimming with uncontainable fury as he glared at Feng Chen, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Is this truly the disparity you speak of between me and 4-level warriors? It seems not as vast as you imagined, Feng Chen remarked nonchalantly. With that, a glint of cold light sparkled in Feng Chen's eyes as he gripped his spear and charged forward, executing the perfected thunder spear. With dexterous movement, he evaded to Li Hai's grandfather's side and thrust the spear directly at his neck. Li Hai's grandfather narrowly dodged the incoming spear thrust by retreating, using his remaining claw to strike at Feng Chen's throat with lethal intent. Feng Chen's body swayed like a spirit snake, evading the attack. With a cold huff, he continued to shift, positioning himself before Li Hai's grandfather, then leapt high. The 4th-tier superior martial skill cloud-piercing spear was unleashed. The spear's radiance dazzled, piercing through clouds and moonlight. Imbued with the power to shatter all that stood in its path, it directly struck Li Hai's grandfather's head. With a splatter of blood, the A-grade spear penetrated Li Hai's grandfather's skull, resulting in instant death. Little brat, do not be so arrogant. I shall meet you in battle, the elder of the Li family proclaimed. As a fellow 4-level warrior, the elder had attained 4 level 4 segments, whereas Li Hai's grandfather had only reached 4 level 1 segment. Their strengths were not to be compared. Feng Chen may have been able to slay a 4 level 1 segment warrior, but could he defeat a 4 level 4 segment warrior? Witnessing the elder's intervention, the Li family members grew agitated. This boy was utterly reckless. With the elder in action, his fate was sealed. The elder darted toward Feng Chen, his movements uncanny, wielding a hefty iron rod, swiftly closing the distance. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, raising the surrounding temperature as if a blazing furnace drew near. He struck toward Feng Chen with a blow. 4th-tier martial skill, blazing fire rod. Seeing this, Feng Chen let out a cold snort. His own aura surged forth. The 9th-tier technique, Thunderbolt technique, activated. Torrents of lightning energy surged from his dantian, converging upon the spear, its tip crackling with lightning. With the 4th-tier martial skill, Cloud-Piercing Spear, Feng Chen met the elder's strike with his own. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as Feng Chen's formidable spear collided with the elder's rod. The immense force sending both combatants reeling, while Feng Chen's lightning spear energy dissipated. Now take another blow. The elder of the Leaf family shouted, moving forward with ferocity. The rod crashing into Feng Chen's form. The terrifying force sent Feng Chen flying backward, crashing into the ground, and leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. A sharp pain shot through Feng Chen's chest as his upper garment shredded, revealing his shining copper skin and iron bones. Had it not been for this formidable physique, he would have likely sustained grievous injuries from that blow. Indeed, 4-level warriors are not to be trifled with. He could slay Li Hai's grandfather of 4-level 1 segment. But in the presence of the elder of 4-level 4 segment, he was still lacking. It appears that I must resort to extraordinary measures. Rising slowly from the ground, Feng Chen gazed at the Li family members and declared, "You have compelled my hand." With that, Feng Chen activated the Thunder Extreme body, and in an instant, a surge of terrifying lightning energy erupted from within him, as if an ancient, ferocious beast had awakened. His aura surged dramatically. Upon his bare torso, intricate lightning patterns adorned his skin, each black lightning vein continuously channeling energy into him, augmenting his strength. The surrounding members of the Li family furrowed their brows. This boy seemed to have employed some secret technique to temporarily elevate his prowess. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng Chen felt his combat power escalate more than tenfold. His body brimming with strength, as if he could shatter his adversary with a single punch. Feigning power will get you nowhere, the elder of the Li family scoffed. Unleashing his 4-level 4 segment aura, spiritual energy swirling around him as he struck toward Feng Chen with his rod. Feng Chen thrust his spear into the ground. Employing his movement technique to evade the blow, and with bare hands, he charged at the elder, his fists crackling with purple lightning, executing the 4th-tier martial skill, Thunderclap Fist. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as the devastating power of Feng Chen's punch, amplified by the Thunder Extreme body, sent the elder of the Li family hurtling backward. A deep indentation forming in his chest, his heart obliterated, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The Li family members were thrown into utter chaos. So powerful. What on earth has this fellow consumed to experience such a sudden surge in strength? Seeking death, the patriarch of the Li family roared. The bloodlight flickering from his massive axe, as his 4-level 7 segment power erupted, charging at Feng Chen. As the strongest of the Li family, if he could not withstand Feng Chen, today would spell doom for the Li family. At this moment, Feng Chen's murderous intent surged, his aura exploding forth as he activated the divine ability, Thunder Summoning Charm. The skies darkened, thunder and lightning crackling ominously. Torrents of lightning energy were summoned from above, converging with the lightning patterns on Feng Chen's body. Go! Feng Chen bellowed, as the gathered, terrifying lightning surged toward the patriarch of the Li family. A blue lightning bolt resembling a thunder dragon, striking the patriarch with ferocity. The patriarch's massive axe was wrenched from his grasp, his body sent flying backward. Crashing to the ground, blood spurting forth, his body enveloped in arcs of electricity, convulsing violently. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the patriarch lay still, charred black, lifeless. Chapter 78. When I say I will annihilate your entire family, I mean it. Feng Chen understood that with the Li family patriarch's cultivation level at the 7th stage of the 4th rank, employing a 4th-grade martial technique would scarcely harm him. Only by unleashing his most formidable attack, the ancient divine art of the Thunder Goddess Curse, could he hope to eliminate him in a single blow. However, with Feng Chen's current cultivation, he could not sustain the Thunder Body for an extended duration. While in the Thunder Body state, it was imperative to first eliminate the strongest 4th-rank warriors of the Li family. The remaining 3rd-rank warriors would pose no challenge without the Thunder Body. Resolute in his intent to slay the Li family patriarch, Feng Chen immediately ceased the operation of the Thunder Body. In the brief span of mere minutes, he had expended half of his spiritual energy, a truly daunting prospect. He lifted his gaze towards the remaining members of the Li family, coldly declaring, "It is your turn now. Not a single one from the Li family shall survive today." The onlookers from the Li family, witnessing their patriarch's demise, were gripped with terror. At that moment, a 3rd-rank 8th-stage elder from the Li family shouted, "He has just employed a certain secret technique to enhance his combat prowess. He is likely merely posturing and is now at his limit. Let us all join forces and eliminate him." This elder was known as Li Yuan. Li Yuan, wielding a long sword engulfed in crimson flames, indicative of a formidable 3rd-grade swordsmanship technique, launched himself at Feng Chen. "Even at your wit's end, you are sufficient fodder for my blade." Feng Chen scoffed, his aura surging forth as he executed the 4th-grade movement technique, the Spirit Serpent Body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Li Yuan, seizing the elder's sword with one hand while the other swiftly gripped Li Yuan's throat. A terrifying surge of lightning coursed through Feng Chen's arm and enveloped Li Yuan. The crackling energy wreaked havoc upon him, causing his hair to smoke and his eyes to roll back in his head. With a swift motion, Feng Chen hurled the unconscious Li Yuan towards the ground, reducing him to a shattered heap, his bones splintered and lifeless. Feng Chen relished this brutal display of force, relishing in the act of reducing his foes to mere pulp. The remaining members of the Li family surrounding him were utterly paralyzed with fear at the sight before them, who had claimed that Feng Chen was at his limit. The elderly Yuan, a third-rank 8th-stage warrior, had been dispatched with alarming ease, without so much as a chance to retaliate. Without hesitation, the Li family members turned to flee, aware that Feng Chen was poised to unleash a massacre. They could scarcely believe he would show them any mercy. Feng Chen, his expression composed and unhurried, retrieved a 4th-grade energy gun from his spatial inventory. With a relentless barrage of fire, he began to indiscriminately shoot at the fleeing Li family experts. The 4th-grade energy gun was more than capable of easily dispatching 4th-rank beasts, making it more than sufficient to deal with the Li family's warriors below that rank. The energy gun unleashed a relentless storm of energy projectiles, akin to cannon fire, sending the advancing Li family members hurtling backwards, collapsing to the ground in heaps. The bullets penetrated the bodies of dozens, leaving gaping holes the size of bowls, with none surviving to tell the tale. As he holstered the energy gun, Feng Chen remarked coldly, "In this world, when one claims to annihilate your entire family, it is a promise that must be fulfilled." However, Feng Chen had only targeted the martial artists of the Li family. He spared the non-combatants, women, children, and the elderly. After stowing the energy gun in his spatial ring, Feng Chen withdrew the long spear he had driven into the ground, preparing to depart the Li family estate. Suddenly, he spotted 2 familiar figures in the distance, Li Hao and Shang Bingfu. Upon seeing Feng Chen's gaze directed at him, Li Hao's face drained of color. Feng Chen had grown immensely powerful, capable of annihilating the Li family. What was he to do? Feng Chen, having obliterated the Li family, would surely not let him escape unscathed. With a disdainful snort, Feng Chen executed the spirit serpent body technique again, his terrifying speed surging forth. In an instant, he was standing before Li Hao, encircled by crackling lightning. With a leap, he thrust his spear downwards. Li Hao attempted to retreat using his own movement technique, but he could not evade Feng Chen's strike. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the spear pierced Li Hao's retreating leg. "Ah!" Li Hao screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and clutching his wounded limb in despair. Feng Chen approached with a cold smirk. "What do you think you're doing, you devil?" Li Hao cried in fear. "What am I doing?" Feng Chen flashed forward, thrusting his spear once more, this time piercing Li Hao's other leg. "Do you recall what you said to me a few months ago at the school gate?" Feng Chen asked flatly, withdrawing the spear and causing blood to pool around them. What did I say?" Li Hao wailed. "You called me trash, claimed that everyone from Class C was trash destined to remain at the bottom of society, never to achieve greatness. Meanwhile, you believed your mid-grade yellow talent would elevate you, while I would forever be beneath you." Feng Chen mocked. "Now, how does it feel to be eliminated by the very trash you scorned?" Li Hao gazed up at Feng Chen, fear evident in his eyes. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Go to hell and repent," Feng Chen replied indifferently. With that, he forcefully drove his spear into Li Hao's throat, blood gushing forth as Li Hao's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. He could hardly fathom that the once mighty Li family would fall to a mere high school student. All of this stemmed from his earlier humiliation of Feng Chen over a woman of little significance. If time could rewind, Li Hao swore he would never have provoked Feng Chen. Meanwhile, Shang Bingfu stood paralyzed, utterly horrified by the extent of Feng Chen's power. He had single-handedly destroyed a 4th-rank martial arts family, and she couldn't help but wonder if he might turn his wrath upon her next. Feng Chen cast a dismissive glance at Shang Bingfu, regarding her with disdain before turning away from the Li estate. Behind him, Shang Bingfu watched as Feng Chen receded into the distance, her heart a tumult of emotions. The memory of his disdainful gaze pierced her deeply. Once he had been hers, but now she realized she had squandered that chance. Reflecting on their parting words, she couldn't help but ridicule herself. When they had broken up, she had told him, "After high school, you should find a stable job and live a mundane life at the bottom of society. Don't harbor any illusions. Your low-grade yellow talent ensures you will never achieve greatness. And as for me, with my mid-grade yellow talent, I could rise to become a martial artist with just a little help. We are destined for different paths." Looking back now, it was evident that Feng Chen would indeed rise to unprecedented heights, standing atop the pinnacle of success, revered and admired by all. Meanwhile, she would remain struggling in the depths, with no hope of ever rising above her station. Chapter 79, The Ambush. Meanwhile, in the government of an city, Mayor Ling Tian slowly emerged from his villa, stepping into a car en route to the Li family estate. He surmised that Feng Chen had likely already eradicated the Li family. It was time for him to take charge of the ensuing matters. Though the Li family was merely a 4th-rank martial arts clan, Feng Chen's actions in slaughtering an entire family were no trifling matter. It would likely provoke all martial arts families in its city, if he did not intervene personally. The pressure from the martial arts clans could create significant problems for Feng Chen. As for Feng Chen, having left the Li estate, he was on his way home. Having eliminated his enemies in its city, it was time to return to his training and prepare for the martial arts entrance exam. He must perform exceptionally well to secure admission into one of the top 10 martial universities globally. The admission criteria for these prestigious institutions are exceedingly stringent, demanding that candidates possess at least a regional-level martial talent, and that their cultivation must surpass the third tier before the entrance examination. This is merely the minimum requirement. Additionally, applicants must rank within the top 200 in their province's examination results. Among the top 10 martial universities worldwide, 2 are located in Huaxia, Shenlong University and Yanhuang University. These institutions are regarded as the ultimate sanctuaries for all martial artists in Huaxia, often referred to as the sacred grounds of martial arts. It is rumored that those who gain admission to these universities graduate as at least 6th-tier martial artists. Remarkably, 2/3 of Huaxia's high-level martial artists hail from these 2 universities. Feng Chen's ambition is to enter these esteemed institutions. Currently, his cultivation stands at the 7th stage of the 2nd tier, and with 13 days remaining until the examination, he is confident that he can elevate his cultivation to the 1st stage of the 3rd tier, thus meeting the requirements for admission. It is said that within these universities, prodigies with regional-level exceptional talents abound, and even those with heavenly-level gifts are not uncommon. A gathering of heroes, indeed. The anticipation surrounding Huaxia's 2 premier academies is palpable. As Feng Chen pondered while walking, he had already exited the Li family estate and found himself on a secluded street. Suddenly, from a corridor on the street, 4 individuals stepped forth, their icy gazes fixed upon Feng Chen. These 4 were sent by the prominent martial families of Tianyang to eliminate him, led by Su Jian, the head of the Su family and a 7th-tier martial artist, having slain a talented scion of their family in a fateful encounter. Feng Chen had unwittingly brought about their clan's downfall, and now, the time for his reckoning had arrived. Feng Chen regarded the 4 figures emerging from the shadows. Unfamiliar with their identities, yet their malevolent intent was unmistakable. "Who are you?" he inquired, wariness lacing his voice. "We are here to take your life," one of them replied, a youthful tone betraying a sense of confidence. This young man was Zhang Lei, the cousin of Lu Feng and the son of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau, who had come specifically to avenge his cousin. Zhang Lei was a 4th-tier martial artist, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th stage. "Young man, even if the King of Heaven were to descend today, he could not save you," Su Jian coldly declared. As a 7th-tier martial artist, he was a formidable presence in a city where few could withstand his might. Feng Chen's expression turned grave, while he felt little pressure from the other 3. Su Jian exuded an unfathomable aura. This sensation was reminiscent of the time he encountered the martial god, Thunder King, and the madman, indicating that Su Jian was indeed a master of the 6th tier or above. The dire realization struck Feng Chen. A formidable foe had come to hunt him down. Determined to escape, Feng Chen began charting a route. In the face of an adversary exceeding the 6th tier, even his 5th-tier submachine gun would prove futile. Such a weapon would merely tickle a master of this caliber. The only viable option was to flee. Without hesitation, Feng Chen turned and activated his serpent's step technique, unleashing his full speed like a cannonball hurtling away into the distance. Though he was brash, he was no fool. Remaining stationary in this scenario would lead only to his demise. "Think you can flee? We'll see about that," Zhang Lei shouted, pursuing Feng Chen with fervor. With his cultivation at the 5th stage of the 4th tier and utilizing a 4th-tier movement technique, he swiftly closed the gap. Zhang Lei brandished a crimson spear, its dark red energy swirling around him as he unleashed a 4th-tier spear technique, the Red Origin Spear. Faced with no option for escape, Feng Chen was compelled to confront his pursuer, invoking the Thunderlight Spear technique as crackling electricity enveloped its tip, echoing with the sound of thunder as he aimed to counter Zhang Lei's attack. When their weapons clashed, the air itself seemed to split. A thunderous roar resounded as both combatants staggered backward, Feng Chen retreating several dozen steps, while Zhang Lei only took a single step back, a stark disparity in their powers. Seizing the momentary distance, Feng Chen bolted once more, heading towards the direction of the in-city government, where Mayor Ling Tian resided, surrounded by many powerful martial artists. In this era of high martial prowess, to be a government official, one must first be a martial artist. The in-city government stood as the pinnacle of martial might in in-city. If Feng Chen could reach that sanctuary, he could find salvation. "Foolish and obstinate," Zhang Lei scoffed, continuing his relentless pursuit. Apart from himself, who was a 4th-tier martial artist, the other 3 included 2 5th-tier 9th-stage elders from the Lu family and Su Jian, a 7th-tier martial artist. They had merely allowed him to engage Feng Chen for amusement, to see if he could personally avenge Lu Feng by eliminating Feng Chen. Once again, Zhang Lei caught up to Feng Chen, positioning himself ahead and launching a lethal strike aimed at Feng Chen's neck. Feng Chen, nimble as a serpent, evaded to the side and then leaped upward, executing the 4th-tier elite technique, the cloud-piercing spear. The spear's brilliance pierced the air, imbued with the power to shatter all, aimed directly at Zhang Lei. A 4th-tier technique. Zhang Lei acknowledged, "You do possess some skill." Yet, he remained unfazed. As a 4th-tier 5th-stage martial artist, Feng Chen's technique could not bridge the gap between them. Zhang Lei raised his crimson spear high, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that caused the temperature around them to rise, as if a blazing sun had ascended. He thrust the spear downwards towards Feng Chen with intent to obliterate. The collision was cataclysmic. Feng Chen's spear met Zhang Lei's with a resounding crash. But Feng Chen's electric spear dissipated under the overwhelming might. The force propelled Feng Chen backward, crashing violently to the ground and sliding several meters before coming to a halt. A gaping wound appearing on his chest, blood flowing, as if scorched by flames. A sharp pain radiated from Feng Chen's chest. Yet his iron skin body absorbed much of the impact. Had it not been for this formidable defense, that strike could have easily eviscerated him. Meanwhile, Su Jian and the two 5th-tier 9th-stage elders from the Liu family had encircled him, blocking any avenues of escape. Zhang Lei approached slowly, spear in hand. As Feng Chen found himself in a perilous predicament, trapped with no escape in sight, gradually rising from the ground. Feng Chen regarded the 4 adversaries with a frigid gaze and roared, "I will fight you to the bitter end." With that declaration, he activated his Thunder Extreme body. Unleashing a torrent of terrifying electrical energy that surged from within, the lightning patterns illuminating his bare torso, continuously augmenting his power. Upon activation, Feng Chen's combat prowess skyrocketed tenfold as he charged towards Zhang Lei. Chapter 80. At last, you have arrived. Employing the soul-attacking secret technique, the soul-piercing spike. Feng Chen's soul power erupted, manifesting as an invisible spear aimed directly at Zhang Lei's mind. The soul-piercing spike was elusive. Perceptible only to martial masters surpassing the 9th tier, Zhang Lei sensed an impending crisis but could not discern its origin. With a sudden puncture, the soul-piercing spike struck home, causing Zhang Lei to bleed from his mouth and nose, his mind reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Chen unleashed his full strength, delivering a thunderous punch towards Su Jian, his fist crackling with purple lightning, embodying the 4th-tier martial technique, Thunderbolt Fist. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. As a devastating punch, empowered by the Thunder Extreme body, propelled Zhang Lei backward with ferocious force. His skull shattered upon impact, resulting in his immediate demise. With the augmentation of the Thunder Extreme body, Feng Chen's strength had reached a level comparable to that of a 4th-tier martial artist. Executing the 4th-grade martial technique, the Thunder Fist, his strike possessed a force exceeding 50 tons. Zhang Lei, having fallen victim to Feng Chen's mental assault, the Soul Piercer, found his consciousness clouded and was rendered incapable of resistance. Consequently, he met his end at the hands of Feng Chen's punishing blow. Feng Chen, undeterred by the chaos, recognized that if these individuals sought his death, taking one down would balance the scales, while dispatching 2 would yield a profit. Little Lei, upon witnessing Zhang Lei's swift demise, the 2 elders from the Liu family stood in a state of shock. With Feng Chen's cultivation only at the 7th stage of the 2nd level, it seemed implausible that he could slay Zhang Lei with a single punch. They were baffled by Zhang Lei's failure to evade, standing there dazed and absorbing Feng Chen's full force strike. However, there was no time for contemplation. Zhang Lei was the son of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau, and his murder right under their noses would prove difficult to explain upon their return. "We must eliminate this brat," shouted one of the Liu family elders, unleashing his 5th-tier 9th-stage prowess as he charged towards Feng Chen. As a formidable 5th-tier warrior, he believed that even if Feng Chen were to unleash his full potential, he would inevitably perish. At that moment, Feng Chen's heart surged with murderous intent, and he unleashed the Soul Piercer once more, transforming his spiritual energy into an invisible spike aimed at the elder's brain. The elder was struck, his speed diminishing and his mind momentarily dazed. Having attained the 5th-tier 9th stage, his spiritual fortitude far surpassed that of Zhang Lei, rendering Feng Chen's mental assault merely a fleeting distraction. Yet, for Feng Chen, that was sufficient. Feng Chen's aura erupted, and he activated the divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell. In an instant, the skies crackled with lightning, as immense bolts of thunderous energy cascaded down, converging with the lightning patterns adorning his body. "Go!" Feng Chen bellowed, unleashing the gathered tempestuous electricity towards the Liu elder, the blue lightning resembling a thunder dragon as it struck the dazed elder. The elder's body convulsed under the onslaught of the purple lightning, arcs of electricity illuminating the surrounding streets. After a brief moment, as the lightning dissipated, the elder appeared disheveled, his clothing in tatters. However, he had suffered little harm, his cultivation at the 5th-tier 9th stage making him resilient against such lower-tier lightning strikes. Witnessing this, Feng Chen fell into despair. His most potent attack had failed to inflict significant damage on his adversary. What more could he do? "Boy, if you have any tricks left, now is the time to reveal them. Today, you shall surely die," the elder snarled as he advanced toward Feng Chen. With a fierce expression, Feng Chen retrieved a 5th-tier energy rifle from his system space, preparing to unleash a barrage upon the 2 assailants. A 5th-tier energy weapon could slay 5th-tier beasts, and he believed it would suffice against these 2 foes. However, just as he grasped the energy rifle and prepared to fire, Su Jian, the head of the Su family, made his move. With the explosive power of a 7th-tier warrior, Su Jian closed the distance in the blink of an eye, striking Feng Chen with such force that he was sent flying, the energy rifle slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the distant street. Feng Chen felt as though he had been struck by a high-speed train. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose as he crashed onto the pavement. His chest possibly fractured in multiple places. His body felt as though it might disintegrate. He survived not from luck, but due to the protective enhancements of the Thunder Extreme body and the Copper Skin Iron Bones, as well as the Blood God Immortal body's effects, which endowed him with incredible resilience. A typical second-tier 7-stage martial artist would have been obliterated by Su Jian's strike, and even a 5th-tier 9-stage warrior would likely not have survived. It is time to end this, Su Jian declared coldly, having observed Feng Chen's movements closely and aware of the energy rifle in his possession. Although the 5th-tier energy rifle posed no threat to him, Su Jian remained vigilant, knowing that the other two from the Liu family might not be so fortunate. The three of them approached, ready to deliver a final blow to Feng Chen and exit city. However, as they reached the street where Feng Chen had been sent flying, they found to their astonishment that he had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Where did he go? The two Liu family elders questioned in confusion, having witnessed him being struck just moments before. He couldn't have survived my attack. He can't be far, Su Jian urged, prompting the three to begin searching the vicinity. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, Feng Chen consumed a vial of exceptional healing medicine left to him by the ancient demon from the ruins, initiating his recovery. His injuries were severe, and without timely treatment, he feared he would not survive long. The ancient demon's healing potion was renowned as a holy remedy. He had once proclaimed that as long as Feng Chen still drew breath, the potion would restore him to health. Feng Chen remained in the system space for 3 days, fully recuperating from his injuries. Following his recovery, he devoted an additional month to training within the system space before preparing to emerge. The system space still afforded him 7 days, and he intended to keep that buffer, enabling him to retreat instantly if discovered. After all, the system space was attuned to his will, allowing him to enter at will. A month spent in the system space translated to merely a minute in the outside world. In that fleeting minute, Su Jian and the two Liu family experts had already departed the street in pursuit of other directions. Convinced that Feng Chen could not have gone far, and thus did not linger to waste time on the street where there were no hiding places. Upon exiting the system space, Feng Chen surged towards the direction of the in-city government with all his might. After covering over 100 meters, he collided with Mayor Ling Tian and others from the Li family who were en route to the Li residence. Noticing Feng Chen sprinting forward, seemingly fleeing from pursuers, Ling Tian quickly ordered the vehicle to halt. He and several high-ranking officials of the in-city government disembarked and approached Feng Chen. Ling Tian's heart burned with indignation. How dare anyone attempt to hunt Feng Chen down on his territory? It was an act of folly. Feng Chen had garnered the attention of the martial god, and before the Thunder King departed, he had bestowed numerous elixirs to elevate Feng Chen's cultivation, instructing Ling Tian to safeguard him. As Feng Chen practiced the Thunder technique, he was regarded as a half-disciple of the Thunder King. Just days prior, relying on the elixirs gifted by the Thunder King, Ling Tian himself had broken through to the 7th tier. Accompanied by several 6th-tier officials, he was eager to discover who would dare to target someone favored by the martial god within his domain. Upon seeing Ling Tian and his entourage approach, Feng Chen's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. Finally, you have arrived. You cannot imagine what I have just endured. As he continued to convey his tale, Ling Tian offered a reassuring pat on Feng Chen's shoulder, saying, "A man may shed tears but should not do so lightly. Inform your uncle of the identity of those who pursued you." "Yes," Feng Chen replied, suppressing his feelings of injustice. "There were 4 assassins, all unfamiliar to me. One possessed a cultivation above the 7th tier, 2 others were at the 5th tier 9th stage, and the last, whom I have already slain, was at the 4th tier 5th stage. 4 assassins, 2 of whom are at the 5th level, 9th rank, and 1 above the 7th level." Lin Tian's expression turned grave as he said, "Come with me to the government immediately." The group then boarded a vehicle and hastened towards the government of Anqing. A master above the 7th level may not be someone he could contend with. After all, he had only recently broken through to the first segment of the 7th level and was still becoming acquainted with various forces. If he were to encounter a master beyond the 7th level, the outcome would be uncertain. Feng Chen was a person favored by the martial god, and he could not afford any missteps. He could not take that risk. Once they reached the Anqing government, they would be safe. With that esteemed presence there, even a master of martial arts would not pose a threat. While in the vehicle, Lin Tian inquired, "Who have you offended that would provoke a pursuit by martial artists of the 7th level or higher?" Upon hearing this, Feng Chen began to ponder. The force capable of mobilizing 7th level masters was evidently not a trivial one. Feng Chen had no known enemies in Anqing. He had merely offended the 2 prominent families, the Yuan and the Li clans. The Li family had just been annihilated by him, and the Yuan family lacked the ability to enlist a 7th level martial artist to target him. Therefore, the enemies must be from elsewhere. Feng Chen had offended individuals from 2 different regions while in the Fudi. One was from Shun City, where the Qiao and Zhou families had recently dispatched experts to ambush him, only to lose over 60 of their masters. However, even the strongest among them, the Qiao family, possessed only 6th-level martial artists, making it impossible for them to be behind this. Thus, it left only those from Tianyang City, the 13 individuals, including Su Lei and Lu Feng, whom Feng Chen had slain in the ruins, hailed from Tianyang. Feng Chen was not entirely aware of their backgrounds. Perhaps among them was a member of a 7th-level martial arts family. After all, it was not uncommon for Tianyang, as a city in the southeastern province, to possess 7th and 8th-level martial arts families. The incident of Feng Chen killing the 13 individuals in the ruins was known only to Qin Yu and Pan. If either were discovered, he was uncertain if they would betray him. Tianyang had a significant number of students entering the foodie, and many were aware that Lu Feng and the others had entered the ruins. If the families of the slain 13 were to investigate, it would be easy for them to trace it back to Qin Yu and Pan. Feng Chen recounted the details of his encounters with the Qiao Yi and the others from Shun City, as well as the events concerning Su Lei and Lu Feng from Tianyang, to Lin Tian. After listening, Lin Tian nodded and did not blame Feng Chen. In such circumstances, one must act decisively. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Lin Tian contemplated the situation. Indeed, the Su family in Tianyang was a 7th-level martial arts family. He was uncertain if they were the ones who had sent someone to ambush Feng Chen. This matter could be investigated later. For now, it was imperative to bring Feng Chen back to the Anqing government for protection. The Anqing government, with a martial arts master stationed there, posed no threat to anyone who dared to come. They would be courting death. The Huaxia government had martial arts masters stationed in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier cities, both to uphold governmental authority and to prevent the sudden invasion of powerful beasts from spatial rifts, which could devastate cities. Meanwhile, as Feng Chen rushed towards the Anqing government, on the streets behind them, Su Jin and 2 elders from the Lu family had returned from afar to rendezvous. This spread has seemingly vanished into thin air. Su Jin scoffed. He had just scoured several streets along the way without a trace of the fugitive. It's absurd. Normally, this kid, severely injured and fleeing, would leave behind some blood. The 2 elders from the Lu family echoed his sentiments, confirming their fruitless search. After a moment of silence, Su Jin said, "Let us take Zhang Lei's corpse back to Zhang Kuan. I fear this will not be easy to explain." The young man, vibrant and full of life, was a gifted student at Southeast University, a beacon of hope for Zhang Kuan. Instead of returning with him, they were bringing back a corpse. 1 7th-level martial artist, 2 5th-level 9th-rank martial artists, and 1 4th-level 5th-rank martial artist had been dispatched to eliminate a 2nd-level 7th-rank high school student. And yet one had been slain in the process. It was unfathomable. Most importantly, that brat had escaped. They had no idea if he was alive or dead. Su Jin's expression darkened. He felt responsible for the incident. When Feng Chen had struck Zhang Lei, he had assumed Zhang Lei would evade the blow. Who could have predicted that Zhang Lei would stand there like a fool, not dodging, allowing Feng Chen to deliver a fatal strike? This had prevented him from providing timely assistance. That brat took one of my strikes. His internal organs are shattered, and even a deity couldn't save him, Su Jin stated. Let us return to Tianyang and await news. If that kid is still alive, we can deal with him during the college entrance examination. The martial arts college entrance examination required all prodigious candidates above the 2nd level to gather in provincial cities for assessment. If Feng Chen survived, he would have to take the exam in Tianyang, their territory, where they would ensure he had no means of escape. If Feng Chen, the most gifted student in Anqing, were to die tonight, it would make headlines. They would wait in Tianyang to see if he was truly dead. Meanwhile, as the 3 departed Anqing with Zhang Lei's corpse, Feng Chen and Lin Tian had already reached the Anqing government. Lin Tian immediately led Feng Chen to a building deep within the government, seeking the sole martial arts master stationed in Anqing. For the time being, as they sought to uncover who had sent assassins after Feng Chen, he would require the protection of this martial arts master. The stationed martial arts master, named Xiangda, was an elderly man in his 50s. Upon seeing Lin Tian and Feng Chen, and after Lin Tian explained the situation to Master Xiang, the latter was incensed. How dare anyone openly attempt to assassinate Feng Chen on his territory? It was a blatant affront. Before departing, King Lei had spoken to Master Xiang, who was well aware of Feng Chen's background as a favored individual of the martial god, destined to soar to great heights. If such a person were to be slain on his watch, who would bear the wrath of the martial god? Investigate. I want to know precisely who is behind this assassination attempt on my young brother Feng Chen. Once we identify the mastermind, I will personally pay them a visit and ensure they understand the gravity of their actions. Master Xiang proclaimed solemnly. These little brats are acting like a cow pressing a doorbell, thinking themselves invincible. Calm down, Master Xiang. We are already dispatching people to investigate, Lin Tian replied. We should have results soon. Chapter 82, Lin Tian's Reminder. The Su family of Tianyang was a prime suspect, Lin Tian stated, recounting Feng Chen's grievances with the numerous families from Tianyang within the foodie. The Su family is merely a 7th-level martial arts family. Master Xiang scoffed. Investigate thoroughly. If it truly is the Su family behind this, I will personally visit them and let them know why the flowers are so red. Despite being over 50, Master Xiang's humor remained sharp and in touch with contemporary trends. Lin Tian nodded, saying, "We've already sent people to begin the investigation. We'll bring back photographs of everyone in the Su family for Feng Chen to identify. If they are indeed responsible, they shall not escape unscathed." He looked at Master Xiang, adding, "Until we uncover the mastermind, I must trouble Master Xiang with Feng Chen's safety for the next few days." "Not at all," Master Xiang replied. "Feng Chen should attend school as usual, and I will arrange for experts to protect him along the way. He can return here each night. Unless a master arrives, anyone below that rank will kneel before me, no matter how many come." "Understood," Lin Tian nodded, fully trusting in Master Xiang's strength. Master Xiang has now reached the 7th rank of mastery, standing as a distinguished presence among masters. Ling Tian turned to Feng Chen and remarked, "In just 12 days, the National Martial Arts Examination will take place. With your current talent and strength, you are the foremost individual in its city. With a chance to represent us and strive for a position among the top 100 in the Southeast Province, aiming for admission into the 2 prestigious universities. Isn't aiming for the top 100 in the province equivalent to being the top scorer of the provincial exam?" Feng Chen retorted. "Indeed. To become the provincial top scorer is quite a formidable challenge," Ling Tian replied, shaking his head. "You're correct. It is indeed a daunting task to aim for the provincial top scorer." Master Xiang interjected, "The top scorer in the Southeast Province is almost guaranteed admission to the top 10 globally ranked super universities. In my time, I only managed to rank 99th in the province, which was a considerable gap from the top scorer. Is it truly that difficult to achieve the provincial top scorer?" Feng Chen inquired. "Naturally it is," Master Xiang elucidated. 50 years ago, when I took the exam, my cultivation had already reached the first stage of the 4th rank, which is a level above yours currently, and I still only achieved the 99th rank in the Southeast Province. It was a challenge indeed, but fortunately, I was eventually admitted to the prestigious Xinlong University, which played an indispensable role in my journey to mastery." Feng Chen was somewhat astonished to learn that Master Xiang had attained the first stage of the 4th rank during his own examination, yet only managed to secure the 99th position in the province. Were the candidates of that year exceptionally talented, or has there always been such prowess, with the true masters remaining largely unknown? Noticing Feng Chen's surprise, Master Xiang shifted the topic, concerned not to dampen his confidence. "Have you decided which university to apply to?" "I have yet to establish a concrete goal, but I will certainly choose between the 2 super universities in Huaxia, Xinlong and Yanhua," Feng Chen replied. "The 2 super universities in Huaxia, Xinlong University and Yanhua University, are among the top 10 globally ranked institutions. Then strive diligently to achieve excellent results in the examination. This will broaden your choices," Master Xiang encouraged. "In fact, aside from the 2 super universities, there are many other excellent first-rate universities in the domestic top 100, such as Zhejiang University, Tanyuan University, and Canaan University, all of which have produced masters beyond the realm of mastery, beyond the 9th rank of martial artists. There exist numerous tiers of classification: mastery, supreme mastery, martial king, battle emperor, and great emperor. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it," Feng Chen responded, well aware that there are other martial arts universities available for consideration in the country. Universities like Zhejiang University to the south, Canaan University to the north, and Tanyuan University along the coast have all produced supreme beings and battle emperors, making them formidable contenders. However, his aspirations lie firmly with the 2 super universities of Huaxia, Yanhua University and Xinlong University, leaving little interest for the others. Seeing a hint of pride in Feng Chen, Ling Tian elaborated. "In the Southeast Province, there are countless prodigies, and in city ranks among the lowest. The strongest candidates here are merely 2nd-rank martial artists. In the top 5 cities of the province, such as Tianyang City, there exists a prodigy from the Su family, a 7th-rank martial arts lineage, whose cultivation has reached the 3rd stage of the 3rd rank. Not to mention the 8th and 9th-rank martial arts families, as well as the more formidable master and supreme families that have nurtured their own prodigies. The rewards for this Southeast Province's fabled locations are divided into 2nd and 3rd-rank rewards. You have only secured a 3rd-rank reward. The 3rd-rank rewards are accessible only to prodigious students below the 4th rank, while the 2nd-rank rewards are attainable by students below the 8th rank. The strongest prodigies in the Southeast Province will enter the 2nd-rank rewards, giving them a significant head start compared to you. This year, the prodigy from the Martial King family, who awakened their martial arts talent at the tender age of 8, has already surpassed the 4th stage of the 5th rank and is a leading contender for the championship in the Southeast Province. Other martial families, such as the Supreme and Master families, as well as those of the 9th and 8th rank, have produced numerous prodigies at the 4th and 5th rank. During their recent examination preparations, they all entered the 2nd-rank rewards for further training, resulting in rapid advancements in their cultivation, embodying the hope of the entire Southeast Province. I share this to remind you that being ranked first among in city's candidates does not signify much. Once you leave in city, You may not retain that position in the Southeast province, and on a national scale, there are countless prodigies emerging. I have heard that in the imperial capital, there exists a daughter from a great emperor family who, at the age of 5, was endowed with extraordinary strength by a great emperor, awakening her martial talent. She has since used countless precious resources to nourish her body and, as of the examination, has already reached the 9th stage of the 6th rank, just one step away from the 7th rank. In comparison to such prodigies from great emperor families, your standing is significantly distant. Youth, do not be overly ambitious. The current world is filled with hidden talents. In Huaxia alone, with a population of 3 billion, prodigies like this can emerge. With a global population of 2 billion, the number of prodigies across all nations is simply staggering. One must not become complacent. Ling Tian understood that although Feng Chen possessed exceptional talent, he had started late. Those who awakened their talents earlier were born into powerful martial families, receiving training from esteemed masters, solidifying their foundations from a young age. Moreover, these families boasted great wealth, ensuring their members were never deprived of cultivation resources, allowing them to focus solely on their training. Feng Chen aspired to surpass them, and though he had started late, he was equipped with a unique system and extraordinary talent, alongside the resources afforded by the divine martial machine, ensuring he would not lag behind. Give him time. He will surely surpass these individuals. Reflecting on his previous words, which may have been somewhat harsh, Ling Tian spoke to Feng Chen after the college entrance examination. Before the scores are released, exceptional students who have achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd level in their cultivation can participate in a special recruitment trial for prestigious universities. If they pass the trial, they may qualify for admission with lowered scores. You should consider trying for it. Feng Chen nodded in agreement. He was aware of this special recruitment trial, where outstanding candidates could secure admission with reduced scores. With over 1,000 martial arts universities in China, the top 100 prestigious institutions have exceptionally high admission scores, making it quite challenging to gain acceptance. This trial serves as a shortcut, co-organized by the top 100 martial arts universities. If one meets the criteria, they can be admitted with lower scores. Although Feng Chen is confident in his abilities, he intends to participate in this special trial as a backup plan in case of any unforeseen circumstances during the college entrance examination. Currently, his cultivation stands at the 7th stage of the 2nd level, but his true combat power is already comparable to that of a 9th stage 4th level warrior. He has resolved to elevate his cultivation to at least the 1st stage of the 3rd level within the next 12 days, enhancing his combat prowess further. Simultaneously, he should begin training in new martial skills, such as the 5th tier spear technique and body technique, which will serve as a bridge for his battles against stronger opponents. Master Xiang interjected, "If you have any uncertainties regarding martial arts, feel free to ask me. However, given your innate talent, I doubt you will need much guidance. Just give yourself time, and you will undoubtedly flourish." Master Xiang understood that with Feng Chen's exceptional talent, he would learn rapidly without requiring extensive instruction from him. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Master Xiang, now at the master level, has traversed countless experiences beyond my own, and his insights far surpass mine. Should any doubts arise, I will naturally consult Master Xiang. Feng Chen replied, subtly paying homage to Master Xiang. People inherently enjoy praise. No one appreciates being dismissed. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Master Xiang's mood lifted, and he responded, "Young brother, you flatter me. Once Ling Tian identifies the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on you, I shall ensure you receive your due retribution. Should you encounter anyone you cannot handle in the future, invoke my name." Master Xiang now directly referred to Feng Chen as his brother. This young man is impressive. Despite possessing exceptional talent and the backing of a martial god, he remains humble and grounded, indicating a limitless future ahead. "Thank you, elder brother," Feng Chen expressed excitedly, grateful to have a master-level ally by his side. Chapter 84. Breaking through to the 2nd stage of the 3rd level. That night, Feng Chen settled at the city government, residing in a villa alongside Master Xiang. Meanwhile, in Tianyang City, Su Jian and 2 elders from the Lu family had returned with Zhang Lei's corpse, delivering it to Zhang Kuan. Gazing upon his son's lifeless form, Zhang Kuan's expression darkened to the utmost degree, his voice icy as he declared, "If that little brat is dead tonight, so be it. But if he survives, on the day of the college entrance examination in Tianyang City, I shall personally ensure he is torn to shreds." Su Jian and the 2 Lu elders felt the chilling intent radiating from Zhang Kuan, the director of the Education Bureau in Tianyang City. Although he holds a civil position, his cultivation far surpasses that of the Education Bureau director in Anqing, having reached the 8th stage of warrior. When enraged, few can contend with him. In Anqing, the true instigator, Feng Chen, has begun his intense training in anticipation of the martial arts entrance examination. Over the next 12 days, Feng Chen dedicated himself entirely to cultivation, only attending school when necessary. To expedite his progress, he adjusted his training schedule within the system space. He ceased cultivation of the demon ape visualization, thunder summoning incantation, and soul piercing stab, as these were not conducive to his rapid strength enhancement. With 24 hours in a day, Feng Chen devoted the newly available time to the Thunder Technique, Blood God Immortal Body, and 2 new 5th-tier martial techniques, Koi Body Technique and Blood Thunder Spear. After 12 days, due to increased intensity in practicing the Thunder Technique, his cultivation reached the 2nd stage of the 3rd level. The Blood God Immortal Body was perfected to its 2nd level, while both 5th-tier techniques were also mastered. Upon reviewing his attributes, Host, Feng Chen, Cultivation, 3rd level. 2nd stage, 5-star Super Warrior, Spirit, 3,200, 4th level, 3rd stage. Vitality, 32,000, 4th level, 2nd stage. Speed, 320 milliseconds, 4th level, 2nd stage. Strength, 32T, 4th level. 2nd stage. Body Strength, 5th level, 3rd stage. Remaining entries to System Space. 0, with a Spirit at the 4th level, 3rd stage, and defensive prowess comparable to a 5th level. 3rd stage Warrior, he possesses formidable strength, with the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body and the mastery of 2 5th-tier martial techniques. Alongside the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Incantation and the secret technique Soul Piercing Spell, Feng Chen's current combat power rivals that of a 5th level, 5th stage warrior. In the college entrance examination, the most critical factor is not merely cultivation, but combat strength. The stronger the combat ability, the higher the scores in practical assessments. Tomorrow marks the day he travels to Tianyang City in the provincial capital to prepare for the martial arts entrance examination. Feng Chen's combat strength has already reached the level of top-tier prodigies in the Southeast Province, giving him a chance to vie for the title of top scorer in the province. For these elite prodigies, the examination must take place in the provincial capital. As the martial arts entrance examination differs from the conventional one, it requires practical assessments. Cultural evaluations account for 10% of the score, physical limits account for 50%, and practical assessments account for 40%. Once one becomes a first-level warrior, they can easily achieve full marks in the physical limits category. While the cultural assessment scores are relatively uniform, the greatest disparity arises from the practical assessments. The higher the scores in these, the greater the final examination score. The practical assessments are based on unlimited challenges, with specialized simulation areas designated for student evaluations. The practical assessment simulation area in Anqing only accommodates students below the 3rd level. Those above must travel to the provincial capital. Therefore, Feng Chen must head to Tianyang City in the Southeast Province for the entrance examination. During this time, Ling Tian has uncovered that the 4 individuals who attempted to assassinate Feng Chen were from the Su and Lu families in Tianyang City, as well as Zhang Lei, the son of the Education Bureau Director, Zhang Kuan. On this trip to Tianyang City, Master Xiang will personally accompany Feng Chen, primarily to ensure his safety and to confront the Su and Lu families. If they dare to act against Feng Chen on their own turf, they can hardly blame Master Xiang for being ruthless. Chapter 85. The first prodigy of the Southeast, Chu Tingting. In all of Anqing, Feng Chen stands as the sole candidate qualified to participate in the entrance examination in Tianyang City. The remaining 30,000 candidates all possess cultivations below the 3rd level and will take the examination in Anqing. With all preparations complete, Feng Chen is set to embark for Tianyang City early tomorrow morning for the examination. In Tianyang City, the major martial arts families, including the Su and Lu families, have gathered at the home of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Education Bureau. 10 days prior, the head of the Su family, Su Jian, accompanied by 2 elders from the Lu family and Zhang Lei, the son of Zhang Kuan, embarked on a mission to ambush Feng Chen in An City, which ultimately ended in failure. Tragically, Zhang Lei lost his life in the process, prompting Feng Chen to remain vigilant, ensuring he is constantly guarded. The following day, Feng Chen is set to arrive in Tianyang City for the college entrance examination, presenting an opportune moment for them to strike. This is our finest chance. Zhang Kuan seethed with vengeance, declaring, "For the loss of my son, I shall ensure this brat meets his demise in the underworld." Su Jian reassured him, "Rest assured. With the combined efforts of the major clans, this young man will find no escape." After the previous failure, which resulted in Zhang Lei's death at the hands of Feng Chen, he vowed not to allow such a debacle to repeat itself. On the morrow, Feng Chen, accompanied by Master Xiang and several martial artists from the government, set off early for Tianyang City. Ling Tian and Huang Anghua, as the officials of An City, could not leave during this critical examination period and had to remain to reassure the candidates. Thus, it fell to Master Xiang to escort Feng Chen to the examination in Tianyang City, ensuring his safety. If they could not handle the enemies even with Master Xiang's presence, their efforts would be futile. Upon arriving in Tianyang City, Master Xiang and the others escorted Feng Chen directly to the cultural examination venue. Feng Chen had meticulously prepared all necessary documents, including his admission ticket and identification. The college entrance examination commenced with the cultural assessment, followed by practical evaluations. The cultural assessment encompassed a comprehensive exam covering subjects such as language, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology, constituting 10% of the total score. "Do well on your exam. We will be waiting for you outside," Master Xiang encouraged. After the exam, I will deal with the experts who attempted to assassinate you. Feng Chen nodded. First, I will complete all examinations, then we shall confront them. I will return with good news. As Feng Chen entered the examination hall, Master Xiang and the government martial artists cheered him on. Best of luck, they said. Feng Chen replied with a smile. You shall witness the emergence of a top scholar. Laughing heartily, he joined the throng of candidates entering the hall, vanishing from their sight. Such ambition, we shall await your good news, Master Xiang remarked. Gazing in the direction Feng Chen had disappeared. Over the next 12 days, as they resided together, Feng Chen's progress was evident. In merely 12 days, his cultivation surged by 4 stages, an astonishing feat that explained why he had caught the eye of the martial god. With such extraordinary talent and formidable capability to challenge opponents beyond his level, he might indeed create miracles and secure the top score in the examination. Among the candidates from the Southeast Province, the strongest prodigy was the favored daughter of the most powerful martial royal family, who, at the tender age of 8, had her martial arts talent awakened by her grandfather, a martial king, through his extraordinary spiritual power. Now, she had reached the 5th stage of cultivation and was a frontrunner for the top score in this year's examination. Following her were several other outstanding candidates, each with cultivation around the 1st stage of level 5, likely to secure a place within the top 10 of the province. The remaining candidates with hopes of ranking in the top 100 all cultivated at level 4 or above, with most hailing from 8th and 9th level martial families or from prestigious martial clans. For Feng Chen to claim the title of the top scorer in the Southeast Province, he must surpass their scores. His self-assurance was intriguing, leaving others to wonder about the source of his confidence as they awaited the results. In the afternoon, after completing the cultural assessment, Feng Chen felt confident of achieving a score of 90%. The next day would feature the martial arts practical assessment. He had already secured a perfect score for the physical limits section, and with a remarkable performance in the martial practical assessment, he could easily outshine his competitors. That evening, Master Xiang took Feng Chen to meet a significant figure, Duan Yang, the governor of the Southeast Province. As someone favored by the martial god, Duan Yang had been instructed to pay special attention to Feng Chen. Naturally, Feng Chen's visit to Tianyang City for the examination warranted a courtesy call to the governor. Duan Yang, a formidable presence at the 9th level of martial king, stood among the 2 strongest figures in the Jiangnan province. After visiting Governor Duan Yang, Feng Chen returned to his hotel, where he refrained from any activities, opting instead for a restful sleep to prepare for the next day's practical assessment. On the following day, at the first examination venue in Tianyang City, Feng Chen gathered with all the prodigious candidates from the Southeast Province, all of whom had cultivation levels exceeding 3. In total, over 1 million third-year students from the Southeast Province were participating in the examination, but only around 1,000 had surpassed level 3, an exceedingly rare 1 in 1,000 ratio. These 1,000 were the creme de la creme of the Southeast Province, the hopes of its future. The first examination venue boasted 500 simulated combat rooms for practical assessments, capable of simulating opponents ranging from 1st-level ferocious beasts to 9th-level demon beasts. The more demon beasts a candidate defeated within these simulated rooms, the higher their assessment scores would be. Governor Duan Yang, along with Chun Mo, the head of the Southeast Province's Education Bureau, Su Chun, the mayor of Tianyang City, and Zhang Kuan, the head of the Education Bureau, all converged at the first venue to accompany the candidates during the practical assessments. Surrounding the first examination venue, numerous elite martial police maintained order with submachine guns, while masters of the supreme level lay in wait, vigilant against chaos. They primarily guarded against any 9th-level beast capable of shapeshifting that might come to disrupt the proceedings or harm the promising young candidates. Families of esteemed martial lineages with talented descendants participating in this year's examination dispatched their elite warriors to provide both protection and encouragement. The presence of such powerful family members was, in itself, a testament to their strength. With 500 simulated combat rooms available, all candidates were divided into 2 groups for entry. In the preparation area of the first examination venue, Governor Duan Yang turned his attention to a beautiful girl among the candidates, speaking in a gentle tone. Ting, do you feel confident about securing the top score this year? Rest assured, grandfather, I have this year's top score locked in, the girl, referred to as Ting by Duan Yang, confidently proclaimed, clenching her delicate fist. Her name was Chu Ting, a prodigy from the foremost martial royal family in the Southeast Province, and the leading candidate for this year's examination. Boasting a cultivation level of 5 stages, Chu Ting's grandfather, Chu Junlin, was a powerful 9th-level martial king, mere steps away from becoming a war emperor. Both he and Governor Duan Yang were regarded as the 2 strongest figures in the Southeast Province, equally matched in prowess. That is reassuring, Duan Yang nodded. Come with me. I wish to introduce you to a new friend. A new friend? Who might that be? Chu Ting inquired, puzzled. You will find out upon your arrival. Duan Yang replied with a mysterious smile, leading her toward the direction where Feng Chen was located. As someone favored by the martial god, Feng Chen possessed extraordinary talent. and introducing him to his own talented granddaughter could yield beneficial results should their paths align in the future. Could it be that this Chu Tingting is the heroine of the story? Chapter 86. This result should be secure, wouldn't it? Upon approaching Feng Chen, Duan Yang introduced him to Chu Tingting, saying, "This is Feng Chen, a remarkable young man." "Hello, Chu Tingting." She extended her hand and introduced herself. Feng Chen reciprocated with a handshake. "Feng Chen, you and Tingting are from the same cohort and will soon participate in the prestigious school recruitment assessment," Duan Yang remarked. "I thought it prudent to introduce you both in advance, so you may look out for one another." Feng Chen nodded, taking a moment to appraise Chu Tingting, only to discern her apparent indifference towards him. It seemed her disdain stemmed from his inferior cultivation level. It was likely that her willingness to engage in conversation and handshake was solely due to Duan Yang's reputation. Otherwise, she might not have spared him a second glance. Observing her dismissive demeanor, Feng Chen, too, lost interest. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Tingting turned to Duan Yang and said, "Grandfather, the assessment is about to commence. I must prepare." "Very well, go ahead," Duan Yang replied, feeling somewhat awkward, as he could sense Chu Tingting's lack of enthusiasm for Feng Chen. "Ah, my granddaughter, you truly fail to understand your grandfather's good intentions. By presenting yourself in such a manner, you risk missing out on a genuine prodigy." Although Feng Chen's current cultivation was modest, this was merely due to the late awakening of his martial arts talent. Duan Yang was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of Feng Chen's exceptional aptitude. His rate of advancement was astonishing, and within a few short years, Feng Chen would attain an astounding level, at which point, they would likely have to look up to him. "My granddaughter, you only see that his cultivation is beneath yours, unaware of the boundless potential he possesses. Alas, fate is a perplexing matter. If there is no connection, even the finest matchmaking will prove futile." As Chu Tingting walked away, Duan Yang exchanged a few words with the two masters before departing. Now, the candidates began to prepare for entry into the simulated combat chamber for the practical examination. 1,000 participants were divided into two groups. Chu Tingting was assigned to the first group, while Feng Chen was placed in the second. The first batch of 500 included the top 500 in terms of cultivation, with Chu Tingting being the highest among them at the 5th level, 5th stage. The remaining 499 comprised 13 5th-level candidates and 97 4th-level candidates, while 389 candidates ranged from 3rd level, 5th stage to 3rd level, 9th stage. The second group consisted entirely of candidates at the 1st to 5th stages of the 3rd level. During the practical assessment, all eyes were on the 111 candidates above the 4th level, as those below held little interest. Candidates beneath the 4th level had slim chances of breaking into the top 100 of Huaxia's ranking, let alone being admitted to the world-renowned super universities, Shenlong and Yanhua. Soon, the assessment commenced, and candidates ranked among the top 500 entered the simulated combat chamber to begin their practical evaluations. Outside, time passed slowly as everyone eagerly awaited to see who among them would emerge as the top scorer in the Southeastern Province's college entrance examination. Would it be the illustrious Chu Tingting from the Wu Wang family? Or perhaps the esteemed Shi O, or Wan Hui from the prominent clans, or Yu Ho Dong? These three hailed from the supreme families of the Southeastern Province, which boasted dozens of such families, yet only 3 were contenders this year. Wan Hui of the Wan family, with a cultivation of 5th level, 4th stage, was a close second to Chu Tingting, while Yu Ho Dong and Shi O from the Yu and Shi families respectively, both stood at 5th level, 3rd stage, falling short compared to the 2 leading contenders. Nevertheless, they remained among the top 4. The remaining 10 candidates who had broken through the 5th level were all from the martial arts aristocracy of the Southeastern Province. Chinemo, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, along with Su Chun, the mayor of Tianyang City, and a supreme member of the Wu Wang family, as well as the supremes from the Shi, Wan, and Yu families, were engaged in a discussion regarding the most likely candidates for the top scorer. The supreme of the Chu family stated calmly, "This year's top scorer will undoubtedly be from the Chu family. While your Wan family's Wan Hui may have a higher cultivation level than my Chu family's Chu Tingting, being a mere woman, she has been pampered since childhood. In terms of combat prowess, Wan Hui is still somewhat superior." The Wan family supreme interjected, "Wan Hui, with his 5th level, 4th stage cultivation, has mastered 2 upper-tier 4th-grade martial skills, and, under the protection of our family's experts, frequently engages in battles against beasts in the demon beast forest, thus accumulating invaluable combat experience. This year's top scorer is surely destined to be from the Wan family." "Your confidence seems somewhat premature," retorted the Shi family supreme. "Although your 2 descendants may surpass my Shi family Shi O by a stage or 2, such a difference is negligible. My Shi O entered a 2nd-tier blessed land before the examination and gained significant insights, making it uncertain whether your champions can suppress him during the practical assessment." The Chu and Wan family supremes merely snorted in response, refraining from further argument. If the Shi family supreme was so confident, they would await the results. They would see which family would ultimately produce the top scorer. Meanwhile, the Yu family supreme remained silent, not engaging in the debate. His descendant, Yu Ho Dong, possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship from a young age, and had already cultivated a 5th-grade sword technique to a significant level. With the enhancement of this 5th-grade sword skill, he was bound to shine in the practical examination. Mayor Su Chun of Tianyang City chose not to involve himself in the dispute among the 3 supremes, but had a favorable view of Chu Tingting. Having been meticulously trained by the Wu Wang family's Chu clan since childhood, she would undoubtedly not be inferior to the descendants of the great supreme families. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, the Provincial Education Bureau director, occasionally glanced towards Feng Chen's direction. Earlier, the director of the Anqing Education Bureau, Huang Anghua, had informed him that Feng Chen was a prodigy favored by the martial god. Now that he had arrived in Tianyang City for the practical assessment, one wondered how he would perform and whether he would surprise them all. After all, he was a favored individual of the martial god and should not be lacking in prowess. As discussions abounded regarding who would claim the title of top scorer in the examination, within the simulated combat chamber, the top 500 candidates from the southeastern province were striving vigorously to achieve high scores. The simulated combat chamber had established a total of 100 levels, with points awarded based on the perfection of their performance at each level. Generally, passing a level could earn between 8 to 10 points. A perfect completion would yield 10 points, a good rating would grant 9 points, and a pass would secure 8 points. In the simulated combat chamber, the first level simulated a first-tier fierce beast, while the 10th level featured a 10th-tier beast. The 11th level simulated a first-stage demon beast, and the 20th level presented 3 first-level, 9th-stage demon beasts. The 21st level involved a second-level, first-stage demon beast, while the 30th level showcased 3 second-level, 9th-stage beasts. Following this pattern, the 90th level featured a 9th level, first-stage beast, and the 100th level consisted of 3 9th-level, 9th-stage beasts. Chu Tingting, within the simulated combat chamber, achieved perfect ratings in the first 49 levels, earning a full score of 10 points for each. Upon reaching the 50th level, she faced an onslaught from 3 4th-level, 9th-stage demon beasts, and after considerable effort, she managed to defeat them, receiving a good rating and scoring 9 points. In the subsequent 51st, 52nd, and 53rd levels, she only attained good ratings, passing each with 9 points. As for the 54th level, she had to exert her utmost to vanquish the demon beast, ultimately gaining only a passing rating of 8 points. By the time she reached the 55th level, the simulated combat chamber had conjured formidable beasts of the 5th tier, 5th rank, mirroring her own cultivation level. Despite employing every trick at her disposal, she found herself unable to vanquish them, ultimately resigning to conclude the assessment and exiting the simulation room, retreating back to the 54th level. In Chapter 87, titled Well-Intentioned Missteps, Who Truly Are the Underdogs, Wan Hui, Yuho Dong, and Shur-O gradually emerged from the simulation chamber. Wan Hui, possessing a cultivation level of 5th tier, 4th rank, had advanced to the 53rd level. Yuho Dong, at the 5th tier, 3rd rank, also reached the 53rd level. Shur-O, sharing the same cultivation rank as Yuho Dong, managed to progress to the 54th level, akin to Chu Tingting. However, while Shur-O received a mere passing grade for his performance in both the 53rd and 54th levels, Chu Tingting garnered a commendable rating for the 53rd level, only receiving a passing grade for the 54th, thus placing her a point ahead of him. The final scores, however, would only be determined after the cultural assessment results were released, combined with the foundational physical limit scores, leaving the ultimate standings uncertain. The first batch of students had concluded their practical assessments. Chu Tingting, Shur-O, Wan Hui, and others gathered around Mayor Su Chun of Tianyang City, alongside the esteemed figures of the Chu, Wan, and Shur families, who were eager to learn how the top-ranking talents had fared. As the elders approached, Chu Tingting confidently declared, "I am certain I will secure the title of top scorer in this examination." The confidence of the Chu family girl astonished the esteemed figures. It was remarkable for her to express such certainty right after completing the assessment, indicating that she had performed admirably. Naturally, she asserted, "I advanced to the 54th level before succumbing at the 55th. This achievement guarantees me the top score." "What? You actually reached the 54th level?" The surrounding elders were taken aback. It is known that the beasts simulated within the combat chamber are significantly more formidable than those of the same level, exhibiting greater ferocity in battle. To breach the 54th level indicates that Chu Tingting's combat prowess is exceptional, even among 5th tier, 5th rank individuals. Generally, students preparing for the martial arts examination exhibit lower battle capabilities compared to their peers, as their training focuses predominantly on enhancing their cultivation and theoretical knowledge, leaving little time for honing martial skills and practical combat experience. It would not be an exaggeration to consider them as sheltered blossoms. Thus, for Chu Tingting to break through the 54th level at the 5th tier, 5th rank, is quite impressive. The title of top scorer in this examination may very well belong to her. "Ah, but I too have passed the 54th level," interjected Shur-O with a light chuckle. Therefore, the final outcome remains uncertain. At this revelation, the esteemed figures were once again astonished. How could Shur-O, with a cultivation level of only 5th tier, 3rd rank. Also surpassed the 54th level? This suggested that he possessed the strength to challenge beyond his rank. A mysterious smile graced the lips of the Shi family elder. As he remarked, I have long stated that Shi has acquired an extraordinary legacy from the 2nd-tier blessed land. With this inheritance, it is no surprise he has shone brightly in this examination and breached the 54th level. Apologies to the Chu family. But the title of top scorer may very well belong to the Shi family this time. The Chu family elder scoffed. Although Shi has managed to surpass the 54th level, the assessment scores he received cannot possibly surpass that of our esteemed Ting Ting. Let us wait and see whose progeny claims the title of top scorer. Meanwhile, the Wan family elder hastily inquired of his own prodigy, Wan Hui. How far did you advance? To the 53rd level, Wan Hui replied, somewhat dejected. Sigh. The Wan family elder sighed, realizing that his descendant had fallen behind both the Chu and Shi families. It appeared that the title of top scorer would not be theirs to claim. Nevertheless, he consoled Wan Hui, do not be disheartened. Although you may not attain the top score, with your results, admission to 2 prestigious universities in Huaxia is assured. Wan Hui nodded, still harboring disappointment, for he had not anticipated that, despite ranking 2nd in cultivation across the province, he would only reach the 53rd level, falling short even of Shi, who was a rank below him. The Yu family elder similarly inquired about his descendant, Yu Ho Dong, and upon learning that he too had only reached the 53rd level, he sighed, concluding that this time, the title of top scorer would either belong to the Chu or the Shi family. At that moment, the 2nd batch of candidates, comprising the remaining 500 individuals, prepared to enter the simulated combat chamber for their practical assessments, though their level of attention was considerably less than that of the 1st batch. After all, the 2nd group consisted of individuals with cultivation levels ranging only from the 1st to the 5th rank of the 3rd tier, rendering them incomparable to the 1st group. No one believed that the top scorer would emerge from this 2nd batch. Duan Yang approached Feng Chen, encouraging him, you're up next, give it your all. Thank you. Mayor Duan, Feng Chen replied politely. Observing Duan Yang converse with Feng Chen, the esteemed figures of several prominent families expressed confusion. Why would Duan Yang suddenly engage with a high school student, offering encouragement? Was he perhaps a distant relative of Duan Yang's? Chu Ting Ting remarked. He is merely a candidate from its city, with a cultivation level of 3rd tier, 2nd rank. Nothing extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the esteemed figures lost interest. While this individual might have been regarded as a prodigy in a small town, he was quite ordinary in a large city, lacking any remarkable qualities. Shiro glanced at Chu Ting Ting and jested, I just saw Duan Yang leading you to greet him and even encouraging you to shake hands. Could it be he wishes to introduce you too, possibly to facilitate a connection? Please don't disgust me, Chu Ting Ting retorted. That kind of country bumpkin makes me feel uncomfortable even after just shaking his hand. Did you not see how I only exchanged a few words with him before I came over? A connection? Impossible. He must be some distant poor relative of grandfather Duan. And I couldn't refuse him when he approached. Indeed, added Wan Hui. Such individuals from small towns have not seen much of the world and always wish to associate with us, hoping for future opportunities to be elevated by our connections. The group continued to belittle Feng Chen, their disdainful and mocking words evident, as they looked down upon someone hailing from a small town. Duan Yang and Feng Chen, standing aside, naturally overheard their conversation, causing Feng Chen's expression to darken. Duan Yang, too, felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had introduced Feng Chen to the group. Feng Chen had done nothing wrong, yet he was being imagined as a distant poor relative, belittled as someone from a small town with no worldly experience, longing to climb the social ladder. However, as the provincial leader, Duan Yang found it inappropriate to confront these young scions. Doing so would only reinforce their belief that Feng Chen was indeed their distant poor relative, further degrading his status in their eyes. Duan Yang had not anticipated that his good intentions would result in a detrimental outcome, leading to Feng Chen being unjustly insulted. He could not directly inform these young heirs that Feng Chen was a chosen one of the martial god, endowed with extraordinary talent, destined for greatness. Only Feng Chen himself could vindicate his name. It would not be until he shone brightly that they would realize their short-sightedness. Discerning who the true bumpkin was, and who sought to elevate themselves, Feng Chen's somber demeanor gradually returned to normal. He bore no resentment towards Duan Yang, nor did he engage in arguments with Chu Ting Ting and her companions. I shall now proceed to the assessment, he stated calmly, and then made his way directly towards the simulated combat chamber. Despite currently being at the 3rd tier, 2nd rank, his physical attributes were already comparable to those of the 2nd rank of the 4th tier, and in the state of his thunder extreme body. He was even akin to the 2nd rank of the 5th tier. Furthermore, he possesses the 9th grade technique, the Thunderbolt formula, along with the Sacred Body refinement method, Blood God's eternal body, a physique as resilient as copper and iron, and 2 perfected 5th grade martial arts, Blood Thunder Spear and Koi Body technique, as well as an ancient divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell, and a secret soul attack technique, Soul Pursuit Stab. Even against a 6th tier opponent, he could easily emerge victorious, undoubtedly. He would claim the title of top scholar in this examination. With his formidable combat strength, surpassing 56 levels in the simulated combat chamber would pose no challenge. When the results are published, he must ensure that Chu Tingting and others understand who the true bumpkin is, who has yet to experience the world. One might wonder, is Chu Ting still the leading lady? There will be more on that today. Chapter 88. Truly, the top scholar. Upon encountering Feng Chen, he directly entered the simulated combat chamber, prompting Duan Yang and Master Xiang to express their admiration, recognizing him as a remarkable individual. He is adaptable, neither arrogant nor impatient. Typically, a person of extraordinary talent, burdened by the weight of martial artifacts and subjected to such indignation, would have rushed forward, mindlessly boasting about their powerful connections and issuing threats. Yet, Feng Chen chose a path of humility and restraint, ultimately letting his prowess speak for itself. In terms of background, none among the younger generation here could rival Feng Chen, as he stands behind the martial god. The hierarchy of martial cultivation is as follows: first-tier martial artist, second-tier martial artist, third-tier martial artist, fourth-tier martial artist, fifth-tier martial artist, sixth-tier martial artist, seventh-tier martial artist, eighth-tier martial artist, ninth-tier martial artist, martial master, martial supreme, martial monarch, martial war emperor, martial great emperor. The cultivation of the martial god has reached the pinnacle of the earthly martial arts realm, surpassing the ordinary martial great emperor to become the undisputed foremost figure. With the martial god backing him, Feng Chen's stature eclipses all others. Yet, in terms of modesty, Feng Chen remains the most unassuming. Such individuals often remain silent until they astound the world. Indeed, he is the one favored by the martial god. It would be difficult for him not to achieve great success in the future. The second batch of 500 individuals gradually entered the simulated combat chamber, and the practical assessment commenced. Inside the simulated combat chamber, Feng Chen grasped his spear, preparing to tackle the challenges ahead. The first level simulated a first-tier ferocious beast, which Feng Chen effortlessly overcame, receiving a perfect rating. The simulated combat chamber comprised a total of 100 levels. Each level was scored based on the degree of perfection achieved. Typically, passing a level could yield scores from 8 to 10 points. A flawless passage earned 10 points. A good passage earned 9, and a satisfactory passage earned 8. In the second level, a second-tier ferocious beast appeared, which Feng Chen also easily overcame, receiving a perfect rating. By the 10th level, facing a 10th-tier beast, Feng Chen again passed effortlessly with a perfect rating. The 49th level featured a 4th-grade 9th-tier demon beast, which Feng Chen dispatched with ease using his 2 perfected 5th-grade martial techniques, achieving another perfect rating. Both of Feng Chen's 5th-grade martial skills were of superior quality. When perfected, their lethality rivaled that of 6th-grade techniques, making it simple to contend with a 4th-grade 9th-tier demon beast. Throughout the first 49 levels, Feng Chen maintained a flawless record, scoring 10 points on each. Upon reaching the 50th level, he confronted 3 4th-grade 9th-tier demon beasts, creatures covered in fur, possessing 4 claws, resembling neither lion nor tiger. Known as the 3-headed lion-tiger beasts, Feng Chen suddenly stomped the ground, leaping into action. Utilizing the koi body technique, he instantaneously appeared before the lion-tiger beasts, thrusting his spear with a surge of potent lightning energy emanating from his dantian, enveloping the spear's tip. The 4th-grade martial technique, cloud-piercing spear, was unleashed. The sharp spear tip crackled with purple lightning as he aimed for the first lion-tiger beast's neck. The lion-tiger beast unleashed its full power, a dark demonic aura erupting from its body, surrounded by endless flames. Its massive tail whipped, flames coiling around it like a fiery whip, shattering the air as it met Feng Chen's formidable thrust. With a deafening boom, the lion-tiger beast's tail repelled Feng Chen's strike, the flames and lightning annihilating each other. Feng Chen was taken aback. The lion-tiger beast possessed immense strength, capable of withstanding his full-force 4th-grade martial technique. Without hesitation, the lion-tiger beast opened its cavernous mouth and lunged at Feng Chen. Feng Chen activated the 9th-grade technique, Thunderbolt Formula, his entire body enveloped in lightning as he leaped, thrusting his spear downward from the air. The spear was entwined with blood lightning, its terrifying penetrating power amplified by the lightning energy. The 5th-grade martial technique, Blood Thunder Spear, was unleashed. If the 4th-grade technique could not vanquish you, then let us test the 5th-grade technique. With a piercing sound, the lion-tiger beast's neck was pierced by Feng Chen's Blood Thunder Spear, its massive body collapsing instantly. The remaining 2 lion-tiger beasts charged at Feng Chen. He moved as nimbly as a koi fish, dodging sideways, then leaping high, continuing to unleash the 5th-grade superior martial technique, Blood Thunder Spear. The blood-red light dazzled, and the lightning crackled with destructive power, directly annihilating the first lion-tiger beast. The last remaining lion-tiger beast soon met the same fate, swiftly dispatched by Feng Chen's 2 perfected 5th-grade martial techniques. With the 50th level cleared, he received a perfect rating. The 51st level featured a 1st-grade 5th-tier beast. Feng Chen gazed ahead at the 5th-grade beast, activating his Thunder Extreme body to confront beasts above the 5th grade. He needed to harness his ultimate power to ensure a perfect rating in the subsequent levels. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within Feng Chen. Black lightning patterns began to manifest on his bare torso, continuously feeding him energy and enhancing his strength. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng Chen's combat prowess surged tenfold as he charged at the 5th grade first-tier beast. Feng Chen unleashed his full force, delivering a thunderous punch at the 5th grade beast. Purple lightning crackling around his fist, embodying the 4th grade martial technique, rumbling Thunder Fist. Enhanced by the Thunder Extreme body, the rumbling Thunder Fist erupted with tremendous power. With a resounding crash, the devastating punch sent the beast flying, its chest exploding, resulting in its immediate demise. The 51st level was cleared with a perfect rating. In the subsequent 52nd, 53rd, and 54th levels, Feng Chen, leveraging the Thunder Extreme body and his 2 perfected 5th grade martial techniques, achieved perfect ratings across the board. At the 55th level, he encountered a 5th grade 5th-tier beast, which he managed to clear with a good rating, utilizing the Thunder Extreme body and the divine ability. Thunder Summoning Spell. The 56th level presented a 5th grade 6th-tier beast, and only through the full activation of his Thunder Extreme body and the divine ability was he barely able to pass with a satisfactory rating. The 57th level featured a 5th grade 7th-tier beast. Feng Chen's aura erupted as he activated the divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell. In the simulated combat chamber, a tempest of lightning and thunder ensued, the overwhelming power of lightning converging with the patterns on Feng Chen's body. Go! Feng Chen shouted, and in an instant, the gathered terror of lightning surged towards the 5th grade 7th-tier beast, striking it like a lightning dragon, instantly impacting the formidable creature. As the beast was struck by the lightning, purple arcs of electricity danced around it, illuminating the combat chamber. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the monstrous beast appeared rather disheveled. However, it had not sustained significant damage. Its cultivation had already reached the 7th stage of the 5th level, making it exceedingly difficult for this lesser form of lightning to inflict serious harm upon it. Observing this, Feng Chen opted to withdraw from the assessment, acknowledging that his most formidable attack would not suffice to injure the beast before him, rendering further efforts futile. He was acutely aware of his inability to vanquish the creature. Feng Chen possessed a secret soul attack technique known as soul-piercing spike, but it could not be employed within this simulated combat chamber, as the beasts conjured therein lacked true souls, and thus could not be harmed. Nevertheless, with his current achievements, securing the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination seemed assured. Chapter 89, I Believe in You. Upon exiting the simulated combat chamber, Feng Chen was immediately approached by Master Xiang and Director Duan, who inquired about his performance and whether he felt confident about entering the top 100. Securing a place within the top 100 was the threshold for admission to 2 prestigious universities in China, and only by achieving this rank could one hope for acceptance into these esteemed institutions. Master Xiang understood that although Feng Chen's cultivation was merely at the 2nd stage of the 3rd level, his combat prowess was comparable to that of a 4th-level warrior, suggesting that his practical assessment score would not be low. The top 100? Chu Tingting interjected with a note of derision. It is likely more difficult than ascending to the heavens for someone at the 2nd stage of the 3rd level to achieve such a rank. Shur-O and Wan Hui exchanged disdainful glances, clearly unimpressed. The top 100? This is an outrageous overestimation of this country bumpkin's abilities. It is entirely impossible. Feng Chen, however, replied calmly, Master Xiang, your lack of faith in my capabilities is disheartening. I have breached 56 levels in this practical assessment. The title of top scholar is all but secured. What? 56 levels? Both Master Xiang and Director Duan were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. Had Feng Chen truly claimed to have surpassed 56 levels in the practical assessment? Such an accomplishment would vastly overshadow Shur-O and Chu Tingting. If this were indeed the case, the title of top scholar was indisputably his. Yes, 56 levels, Feng Chen affirmed again, confident in his truthfulness. The expressions of Shur-O, Wan Hui, and Chu Tingting morphed into stunned disbelief. What? This country bumpkin claims he has surpassed 56 levels in the practical assessment, and he is certain of becoming the top scholar. Even the powerful figures behind them appeared momentarily at a loss, as Feng Chen spoke with such conviction that it seemed almost credible. Suddenly, Chu Tingting burst into a mocking laugh, shaking her head in disbelief. I have encountered many boastful individuals, but never one as audacious as this. A mere 2nd stage of the 3rd level claiming to have surpassed 56 levels? Do you take us for fools, easily deceived like your rural counterparts? How laughable. The powerful figures nearby shared her sentiment, their laughter tinged with scorn. They shook their heads, bemused by the vanity of youth. To claim such an outlandish feat merely for fleeting admiration was absurd. It is likely an attempt to gain my attention. Chu Tingting remarked dismissively. After all, a country bumpkin who has never seen the world resorts to such childish bragging to showcase his abilities, hoping to catch my eye. Little does he know that such tactics only serve to render him even more ridiculous. Shur-O chimed in. People from small towns tend to behave in such amusingly unexpected ways, providing us with endless entertainment. Clearly, Chu Tingting, Shur-O, Wan Hui, and the powerful figures did not believe Feng Chen's assertion regarding surpassing 56 levels. They found it both childish and laughable. Director Duan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He too harbored doubts about Feng Chen's claims, having not witnessed Feng Chen's capacity for challenging opponents of higher levels. He remained skeptical about the assertion that Feng Chen could breach 54 levels and secure the title of top scholar. Simultaneously, he felt a hint of disappointment, unprepared for the realization that Feng Chen might be the type to fabricate stories merely to attract attention. Feng Chen's expression darkened at their derision. He had initially wished to ignore their taunts, but their incessant belittling had become intolerable. He shot a cold glare at Chu Tingting and retorted, "To think I would exaggerate merely to capture your attention is laughable. You are nothing more than an unremarkable fruit. My words carry weight, and when the results are revealed, the truth will be evident to all." With that, Feng Chen turned on his heel and departed. The examination was concluded for the day, and scores would not be immediately available. Remaining here to argue with them was pointless. In 7 days, the truth would unveil itself. Master Xiang and several martial artists from the Anshan government followed Feng Chen as he walked away. Master Xiang observed Feng Chen's solitary figure, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. Unlike Director Duan, he believed in Feng Chen's words. He was well aware of Feng Chen's character and knew he was not one to boast for the sake of impressing women. If Feng Chen claimed he had broken through 56 levels, then he had indeed done so. As Feng Chen departed with Master Xiang, Chu Tingting and her companions mocked. "He is embarrassed and furious, exposed before us, stripped of all dignity. No matter, when the scores are released, the truth will become clear. I am almost eager to witness the moment this country bumpkin's lies are shattered, leaving him utterly humiliated." Meanwhile, Director Duan was filled with uncertainty, pondering whether his earlier actions had caused Feng Chen to harbor resentment towards him. He did not trust Feng Chen's words, and Feng Chen had not offered any further explanation. Upon leaving, he had not even glanced in Director Duan's direction. Director Duan sensed he had missed an opportunity, one to connect with Feng Chen on a deeper level. As Master Xiang and Feng Chen exited the first examination hall, Master Xiang inquired, "Where to now?" "First, we shall find something to eat, then take a nap. Tonight, we will seek retribution." Feng Chen replied coldly, his stomach simmering with suppressed fury that needed an outlet. The two prominent families who had pursued him 12 days prior would not escape his wrath. The Su and Lu families, tonight would mark the end of your reign. "Very well," Master Xiang nodded, contemplating for a moment before addressing Feng Chen. "That lad, Feng Chen, I believe in you. I trust you have indeed surpassed 56 levels and will secure the title of top scholar." At these words, Feng Chen halted, a flicker of gratitude crossing his face as he asked, "Why?" Typically, upon hearing such a claim, most would immediately disbelieve it, assuming it to be mere boasting. Director Duan was a prime example. Given his cultivation at the second stage of the third level, achieving such a feat was indeed astonishing. Belief is belief. "There is no need for further justification," Master Xiang replied with a smile, his sparse hair tousled by the wind, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Feng Chen felt a warmth in his eyes, moved by the sincerity of this gesture. Perhaps this was what true friendship entailed. No need for embellishments, simply unwavering belief. "Thank you," Feng Chen expressed earnestly. "Ha ha ha, you are quite the character. Go rest well, and tonight, we shall exact our vengeance," Master Xiang declared. "Understood," Feng Chen nodded in agreement. That evening, after making all necessary preparations, Feng Chen and the government martial artists emerged from their hotel and headed straight for the Su family, a prominent martial arts clan in Tianyang. This night, the streets would run red with Su family blood. Meanwhile, the Su family and other major clans had convened, strategizing to dispatch their elite fighters to ambush Feng Chen. This time, as he stepped into their territory, they would not allow him to escape. Tonight, more than 26th level warriors from the clans would mobilize. Their numbers would overwhelm him. For this time, strength in numbers would prevail over sheer power. 20 formidable 6th level martial artists were more than sufficient to deal with a high school student like Feng Chen and a few warriors from the Anshan government. Their objective was singular, to eliminate Feng Chen. The martial artists from the Anshan government need not be harmed. Otherwise, it would complicate matters later on. As both parties set forth, they converged in a secluded street of Tianyang City. The 20 individuals dispatched by several prominent families stood before Feng Chen and his companions, their gazes icy as they fixed upon him. "Today, let us see where you dare to flee," proclaimed a 6th level elder from the Lu family with a commanding voice. "Flee. Today, let us see who escapes," Feng Chen retorted, a cold snort escaping his lips.